Hello, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa. My music name is New Lily. Ah, if you're not new to my channel, I'm sure you'll be surprised at the title of this video. Um, but the excuse me. If you're not new to my channel, I'm sure you will be surprised by the title of this video. Um, Basically, the title of this video is going to be how I became a targeted individual. If you're not new to my channel, I'm sure you've seen that every single video pertaining to me being a targeted individual was deleted off of my channel. That was not done by me. I'm not going to really go into further detail about it, but I will be reposting all of the content that got deleted, and I will be retelling my story, but I'm going to leave certain characters out of the story. So I'm going to tell my story and leave certain people out of the story as I'm telling my story. But I will be, like I said, slowly but surely reposting everything that got deleted. I had an initial part 1 and part 2, how I became a targeted individual video that was posted last December. I had an update video from 3 months ago where I was talking about new allegations against me. Just so much stuff, man. I had so many videos. I had videos discussing the targeted individual program, videos providing irrefutable proof about the program, and sharing info about classified individuals, from classified programs such as the FBI, NASA, the CIA that have been targeted. I had videos displaying certain people like that were in this program, such as Ted Gunderson. That video got deleted. I had a video where I shared information about the mosquito drones that are used on targets in this program to inject the RFID chip, as well as nanobots. Those videos got deleted. So I will be slowly but surely trying to re-upload all of the content that got deleted. And it's going to take a while because it was hours and hours of content that got deleted. And I really took my time and put my time and effort into creating those videos, not just to get my story out there, but also to help other targets, because a lot of the information I'm sharing on this channel, I wish I knew earlier in my targeting. But anyways, I will be creating all of the content again. So please just bear with me. Those of you that have already seen my videos and now see that a lot of those videos are missing, please know that I will be re-uploading everything slowly but surely. Obviously, it will be new videos with me speaking, but it will be the same information. And also it will be phrased differently. Like as I'm telling my story, I won't mention, as I said, certain people. Also, too, I did just do this video. Like, I attempted to do this video just now, a whole hour and a half of recording. And just too many things started happening. And so I was just like, okay, let me will and come again, start over. I even went outside and was recording and a bird pooped on my arm. Just so much stuff. I'm just like, let's start over. And I think, too, the way I was wording the story may not have been good. I don't know why that happens. I think, again, I'm just too blunt and real, and sometimes I can say things that are offensive even if I'm trying to filter myself. And so, I don't know what I can do about that. But let me just go ahead and get started. The first thing I'm going to do is tell you all the meaning of my name. But hold on one second. Alright guys, I'm sorry about that. I had to go and grab something to drink because all that talking I did, and now to be starting over with the story, it's just like I had to grab something to drink. And I do apologize for the poor camera quality. I'm no longer recording on the computer that I used before. I'm now using my personal laptop, and it's an old Lenovo IdeaPad. So the camera quality is terrible. And that's partially why my videos were deleted, because that computer that I typically record on was confiscated. But anyways, I'm not going to go into details about that. So anyways, let me just give you all the meaning of my name first. And the reason I want to break that down is for several reasons. But one of the reasons is actually because I did have a subscriber comment on one of my videos that got deleted. And basically just said that, and I'm still upset when I think about it, because those videos had so many views. I had really put my time into those videos. I'm staying, I think, pretty upbeat with what happened, but I'm actually extremely upset. Excuse me. But those videos that got deleted, under one of them, I did have a commenter ask me about my name, New Lily. And they were telling me what's up with the new, because they had noticed two other YouTubers that have the same new, New Breed being one, and he coincidentally enough is also a target. And he's also Hebrew, like I am. But that was just straight synchronicity. I don't even know New Breed. I'm subscribed to him. I'm pretty sure he's not subscribed to me, because he has so many subscribers. And then there was someone else. They said New something. I can't remember the name, and I'm not sure if that person was a target as well. But my new has a backdrop story. Everything that happens to me, there's always a backdrop story. So I'm gonna give y'all that story before I get into my story of how I became a targeted individual. And again, this is a government program. It's COINTELPRO. It's an actual government program, and I will be reposting those videos that I had posted that proves that this is an actual government program. For those of you that are new to the community, or that are not familiar with the community at all, what a targeted individual is basically a person that's been watch listed. So you've been put on the terrorist threat list or threat assessment list. So you're not necessarily deemed as a terrorist, but you may be deemed as a possible terrorist. So that's why they call it the terrorist assessment watch list, because they're watching you because they think that you could possibly be a terrorist. So you could become a terrorist. You have the potential to become a terrorist. That's basically what it is. And oddly enough, most of the people watch listed have never committed a crime, have never been affiliated with any violent associations or organizations. It's really what it is a program designed to, basically, you can say, contain people that are too free speaking or too free thinking. So in other words, if you're somebody that says something that may sound like it's anti-government, or anything that the government just doesn't like in general, something that might be considered offensive, you can get watch listed. There's a plethora of reasons why you may become watch listed, but most of the people on the list are not terrorists. We're never affiliated with any terrorist group. And typically are just people that say things that might be offensive, or might be whistleblowers, things of that nature. There are so many different reasons why you can get thrown on the list. And I'm going to tell my story and explain to you how I got thrown on the list and what made my targeting go viral. Because at this point, my targeting actually went viral. Anyway, so let me tell y'all the meaning of my name. My name is Sharifa Nurse. And basically, that last name Nurse derives from Trinidad. So I'm from the Virgin Islands. And I was born and raised in the Virgin Islands, the United States Virgin Islands to be exact, because there is a British Virgin Islands, and I do have family from there. But I'm from the United States Virgin Islands. I was born and raised here. But my father and his side of the family is from Trinidad, and that's where my last name derives from. And so basically, that's where the New in New Lily comes from. It's basically an abbreviation of my last name, and I'm going to tell you right now how that happened. But first, let me tell you the history of my first name, Sharifa. So basically, my first name came from one of my mom's former students. My mother has been teaching since her early 20s. She's now in her late 50s. She's been teaching for a number of years. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. With this program, I'm sorry. They do thought manipulation and they push things into your head. I'm sorry for having that reaction. And that's also, what was in some of the recent content that I had posted. I was talking about what had been happening with my mind as far as just weird thoughts being pushed in since last week. I started documenting everything and providing evidence and stuff, and then all my videos got deleted. But anyways, I'm not going to keep harping on that. But basically, yeah, my mom had been teaching since her early 20s all the way now to her late 50s. And I'm a teacher as well, used to be, until I became heavily targeted and I ended up resigning for my teaching job last year. But that's something that basically runs in this family. We have teachers in this family. So anyways, basically when my mother was in her late 20s, she had a student that had really good attributes that she liked. And so she decided to name me after the student, just because she was hoping that I would have the same attributes as this student. And she even gave me my middle name from another student of hers who kept asking her to name me after her. And she was also a student that had good attributes. And so my mom basically just named me after two of her different students. That might be why I ended up teaching like her. I don't know. But that's where my name derived from. My siblings, I have 4, all have biblical names. And I'm the only one that doesn't have a biblical name. So the story is endearing. The story where my name came from. Listen to that, guys. That's noise campaign. Listen. I don't know if this camera picked up on it because, like I said, this is a new computer. It's not a new computer, old computer. But as far as recording videos go, I don't record videos on this computer. And the reason being is because the camera quality is terrible. So I don't even know what the sound quality is like. I don't know that you'll even be able to hear me well. I'm hoping that you do. This is why I'm trying to project my voice. But part of what happens to targets in the targeted individual program is that we're monitored 24/7, not only externally but internally as well. So you have things called mosquito drones, basically mosquitoes that look like actual real mosquitoes, but they're military drones that contain cameras, microphones, and syringes on them so that they can inject targets with nano and with the RFID chip. And I had videos posted that got deleted that displayed a diagram of these drones, actual military video. And then I also had 2 videos with drones that I had caught, and all of that got deleted. But I will be reposting the initial video I had with the recording, with the military video that talked about these drones. They also have bird drones. That's another video that I had posted that got deleted. So they really monitor targets 24/7 externally, but also internally because the nano bots that are injected into targets are so small and tiny. They're little microscopic nano mini robots, basically. And they're so tiny that they can cross the blood-brain barrier and basically get into a target's mind. They can see through the target's eyes. They can hear what the target hears. They can broadcast the target's thoughts. We're literally in the end times. But they can broadcast what the target is thinking. And the most scary thing about this, they can push thoughts into the target's mind. And not just that, dream manipulation. They can force the target to have weird dreams. And even scarier, if they so wanted to, they could control the target. And I shared several videos about this that also got deleted, with Michael Barden talking about the patented technology. They have patents for this technology. So it really exists. Patents for this technology where they do this to targets. And then also Dr. Phil V talking about the same information, and how to decipher your thoughts from the AI and what's being pushed into the mind. And honestly, I wasn't dealing with the thought manipulation until last week, and then oddly enough, now all my videos got deleted, because I was providing evidence about this, not just from my own personal experience, but I was literally sharing videos with evidence about this patented technology, and then all my videos got deleted. But I will, like I said, slowly but surely take my time and re-upload everything and retell my story, but I'm going to just make sure now that I don't include certain people's names in my story as I'm telling my story, which will be extremely hard, but I can do it. And I'll make sure I don't mention people's names as I'm telling my story. Anyways, so where was I? I was telling you about my name. Oh, that's why they did the noise campaign, because I said I'm the only sibling out of all 4 of my siblings that didn't have a biblical name. There were 5 of us growing up. There are 5 of us. Growing up in my household, I grew up in a very close-knit household. So 2-parent household, not that that matters, but I'm just saying I was really blessed growing up to have had that. And then a very close-knit family too, with 4 siblings, 5 of us in total. And we grew up very close, no issues in the household. I was afforded a good education. My parents sacrificed a lot for me, put me through private school for a number of years. And then in middle school, I left private school for my own choice. But they really did a lot for me. They sacrificed for me. I had a good life growing up. Nothing crazy, nothing major. How some targets have that story, like they grew up and there was a lot of crazy stuff happening their whole life, and they had a lot of crazy. You hear that sound? That's a bird drone. I don't know if the video's picking up on it. But anyways, how some targets have that story, like that their whole life was turmoil and their parents were narcissists that gang stalked them and did stuff to them their whole life. That's not been my story. This is why I keep saying I think this is witchcraft, and this is why this has been so shocking to me, what's happened to me. But anyways, so with the name situation, out of all 4 of my siblings, there's 5 of us in total, but I have 4 siblings. Out of all 4 of my siblings, I'm the only one that doesn't have a biblical name. And actually, like I was saying before, the plane flew by, which also is a part of the program. They have this little small plane that flies by overhead, um, over the target, basically 24/7, to kind of torment and noise campaign the target, basically. And also to have heard, I don't know if this is true, I need to do my more research on this, that sometimes they are monitoring you via radar or whatever in these small planes. Like they have some sort of equipment in these planes that they're using to monitor you, like literally your body and stuff. I'm not certain if that part is true. And I don't want to say stuff that I'm not certain about. So I'll do more research and let you know. But that is something I heard. Listen, you hear it? I don't know if y'all can hear that. That's ref campaign. That's another part of the noise campaign. So ref campaign is noise campaign, but noise campaign isn't necessarily ref campaign. So that's the other thing that happens to targets. Not only are we watched 24/7, but there's literally constant noise going on in the background by our gang stalkers. And gang stalkers can be anyone. You know, obviously all of the major corporations are involved with this program, but oftentimes community members will help with the targeting as well. And so typically a lot of the noise campaign you hear is usually coming from neighbors and community members that decide to be a part of the program. And so the rev campaign is literally when they'll take these vehicles that have like these large rev engines. Let's thank the Most High I got that on camera. Listen, I'm so glad they did that. I'm so freaking glad and ecstatic that they did that. That's perfect footage for me. Anyways, and let me pause the camera and blow my nose. I'm so glad they did that. All right, so I'm really glad they did that. Anyways, let me continue with my story. That's a perfect example to be in my how I became targeted video. So those of you that are new to the community or not familiar, that's a prime example of what happens to targets. You know, we do with rev campaign. So like I said, people with large rev engines. It can be a motorcycle, it can be a buggy, it can be a truck. It can be one of those like Honda Civics that have the loud rev engine. You know, an RX. You know, anything, any type of vehicle that goes ram ram. You know, that does the loud rev thing. It's literally called rev campaign. And actually what I'm going to do is include a link to, and it's sad to what happened with this target, so please don't follow in his footsteps. I'm not promoting him in that way. You know, he's actually to me what I would say is a cautionary tale. I am too if you hear my story, but him in a different way. You know, a cautionary tale of what not to do with this program. Because it pushes some targets to the edge to the point where they either hurt themselves or other people, and it's extremely scary. You know, this program is so terrible and wicked. And so with this guy, Myron May, you know, he was actually my age when he was targeted. I'm 31 and he was 31. He basically succumbed to the program. And he ended up, I'm not even going to say what he did, but he ended up, you know, offing himself and a few other people. It's terrible, terrible stuff. But still, I'm going to share his video, the link to his video. And that's upsetting too, because now that video that I had uploaded with him got deleted as well. And I literally had to hop through hoops to find that freaking video. I'm so annoyed. So I'm gonna have to find that video again as well because that got deleted. But basically in his video, it's almost like a farewell video. It's so depressing, excuse me, and morbid. But he's given good information in that video, so that's the only reason I'm gonna share the link. Because he's actually telling you details about not only the program and how it works. You know, he breaks down what the noise campaign is, what happens to targets. But then he also talks about the patented technology. He gives way more information than I can give you. You know, I know so much about it, but at the same time, he was literally naming out the doctor. Michael does too, Michael Barden in his videos, and I will put the link to his video as well. But, you know, he gives information about the patented technology and where it derived from and what it can do in the body, you know, all of that stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link to his video in the description box as well. But anyways, because they threw me off, they like to do that. They know I have ADD. I don't think I mentioned that in this video. I think I mentioned that in the video that got deleted. But I have ADD as well as Asperger's. I was diagnosed with ADD when I was a child, and I got diagnosed with the Asperger's recently. And the Asperger's I actually self-diagnosed. So I basically just took a lot of the tests that they, the professional clinicians give you to diagnose you, and I passed with flying colors. But I already suspected since my early 20s that I had Asperger's. You know, I even remember in my early 20s telling my mom that I thought I had Asperger's, but I never really looked into it myself until recently when I became targeted, you know, because I started doing self-discovery and things of that nature. And that was when I realized that I have Asperger's, excuse me. Anyways, so I have Asperger's and I have ADD, and those things are kind of contradicting mental illnesses. Not even mental illnesses. It's more so like the way that your brain is wired is what I would call it, rather than a mental illness. It's not like it's schizophrenia or anything like that. It more so has to do with the way that your brain is wired. And so people like me would be called neurodivergent rather than neurotypical, because my brain is not wired like your typical person. It's a divergence from the typical. And so that's what's going on. So it's really hard for me to keep focus. And so they love doing that. They know that about me. They've been studying me for years at this point. I've been a target since 2020. So they know that the noises and stuff throws me off. But I'm still going to get back on point. I'm actually so glad that happened, because that's perfect documentation for me. Anyway, so what was I saying though? I was talking about the plane that flies by, and then I was talking about my name. So anyways, so basically, like, out of all of my siblings, out of my 4 siblings, I'm the only one that doesn't have a biblical name. And so that did always kind of bother me. I've always loved my name. I love the meaning. I love where it derives from. Its roots and origin are Arabic as well as African, and the meaning is distinguished. Oh goodness, what did they think? Ooh, they're putting stuff in there. The meaning is distinguished, and so that's why I love this. This is why I love my name, because it means distinguished. Forgot what I was gonna say now. So this is why I love my name, but I just always wanted a biblical name. And so I remember my mom, when I was asking her, why don't I have a biblical name like my siblings? I remember my mom basically telling me that she named me after one of her students. And this student had a lot of good positive attributes and characteristics that she hoped that I would gain. And then she also even gave me a middle name from one of her other students at the time. And so I think I'm her only child. I know I'm her only child that was named after students. And but coincidentally enough, I followed in her footsteps and I became a teacher. My older sister kind of teaches off and on too, but I became like an actual teacher like my mom. So anyways, focus. So basically, I wanted a biblical name. And so growing up in high school, I remember that my father came home and started teaching us about being Hebrew Israelite. And so I came into the Hebrew Israelite understanding in high school. And at the time, I wasn't taking it serious. You know, like you follow something just because your parents follow it, but you're not really taking it serious and learning the stuff for yourself. For me, I knew I believed in the Most High, and that's all that mattered. The other stuff I really didn't care about, not to say it in a negative way, just at the time as a child in high school, that it was not important to me. You know, I didn't really take in the information. But then after the experience that I had with this roommate that I'm going to talk about in a minute, my sister and I kind of felt like something spiritual might have been at play. Even the fact that my sister was not well. And so that was when we really started trying to get into the Bible and learn the Hebrew Israelite understanding for ourselves. And we even got with a church, a Hebrew Israelite church, and we started going to the church and just learning the information for ourselves. And a lot of it made sense to us. And so at this time was when I decided I would give myself a biblical name. Because I noticed a lot of people that were in the Hebrew Israelite understanding, they would change their first name to a Hebrew name. And so for me, I was like, well, I always wanted a biblical name anyways. Why don't I give myself a Hebrew name, a Hebrew first name? And so the first name that I decided to go with was Yao-Kabed. And I know that sounds weird and crazy, but it was just like I wanted to be unique. I've always been like that, wanting to be unique or different or whatever the case is. And not really like I have to try hard. I'm different naturally anyways. But I was looking for, like a unique Hebrew name. And so Yao-Kabed stood out to me because I'm like, I've never heard that name before. That sounds really different. And I also really like the meaning of it. So at the time I was off and on Facebook, for a number of years, especially, starting in my early 20s, all the way up until now I'm 31, I've been off and on Facebook. And this is attributed to a situation I dealt with in my early 20s with cyber stalking and cyberbullying. And I'm going to get to that in a minute, probably not even in this video. Like I said, I didn't say that in this video. I think I said that in the video I deleted. But one of the mistakes that I made in my prior videos that got deleted was the fact that, like, in my part 1 and part 2 video of how I became a targeted individual, those videos were way too long. This is why my more recent videos, the ones that got deleted, you'll notice that I started trying to make my videos no longer than an hour and a half. And I even created a summary of how I became a targeted individual, where I basically told a condensed version of my story, just because I noticed that, it's harder to sit there and watch a video for a long time. This is interesting content. I mean, this is weird. It's out otherworldly. Excuse me. So even if you're not someone that's a target and you're new to this community, or you're new to the concept of a targeted individual or the watch listing program, it's still interesting content. So I believe even if my videos are super long, people will sit there and watch it. But I know that shorter videos are easier to digest. And so I've really tried to make my videos shorter. My more recent videos, all of that got deleted though. So for me, now that I'm starting over, I'm making sure that all of my videos are no longer than an hour and a half. So with this video, like I said, I'm going to be telling y'all my story. I'm including everything. So this is not a summary. This is the full scoop here. I'm giving you the backdrop story and all, about the spiritual battle I've had since my early 20s leading up to me becoming a targeted individual. But I am going to be breaking the videos into parts. So when I see an hour and a half come, no matter where I'm at in the video, I'm going to stop the video and start a new one. And I might not even start that new part today. I don't know. But the point is, I will stop the video once I see an hour and a half come, and I will start a new one. So that's that situation where I was cyberstalked and cyberbullied in my early 20s. I might not get to that information in this video. I'm not sure. So that's what I was just trying to say. But basically, there was a situation. Again, those of you that are not new to my channel, I'm sure you're familiar with what I'm talking about. But if you are new, you will hear about it. I will get to that story eventually. But basically, I was cyberstalked and cyberbullied in my early 20s, and I dealt with target-like things. I was dealing with situations that regular targets in the targeted individual program deal with, but not totally. I wasn't being stalked on the road. There weren't military drones involved. There were not people watching me in the privacy of my home. There wasn't a plane flying overhead. There wasn't nano in my body. It was nothing like that. But I was being cyberbullied, cyberstalked, and I was having honeypots sent my way. Guys being sent to hit on me just so they could set me up. Basically just laugh and, have it like a big joke is basically what it was. So anyways, and the reason being is because they think I'm some type of stuck-up bitch that mistreats men. And that couldn't be further from the truth. And I'm going to get to all of that in these videos. And they just took that situation way too far. As far as they took that, it's almost like this program. With me being put in this program, if you hear what started my targeting and everything that happened, you'll realize that they took it too far here as well. It's almost like the punishment is not fitting the crime. It's that kind of thing with me. And this is why I say it's spiritual. It's like overdue. It's overdue with everything. But anyways, even the fact that I've acknowledged my wrong in certain situations and I still just like continuous punishment. But anyways, I forgot what I was going to say. Where was I? So basically, because of that situation in my early 20s where I was being cyberstalked and cyberbullied, I was off and on Facebook for years. And so basically this was one of those times where I was coming back on. I was in like my mid-20s, like 25, 26, around that age, when I came up with the name Yalkabed, the Hebrew name, and I decided to come back onto Facebook. And when I tried to come back on, at this time they had started doing this thing where they wouldn't let me put my last name in. Because it's the name of a profession. My last name is Nurse. I'm not sure if I said that in this video or the one that I deleted. But my last name derives from Trinidad. I wish I could rewind it and see, but I'm in mid-record right now, and this is an old computer. I'm sorry if I'm sounding redundant or repetitive, because like I said, there was an hour and change of me recording and attempting to do this video, and I deleted it because too much stuff happened, too many distractions. So if I mentioned this already in this video, I'm sorry if I'm sounding repetitive. But my last name, Nurse, derives from Trinidad. My father's from Trinidad. And so that's where that last name came from. And so at the time, I'm trying to put my name into Facebook, and I'm realizing that I can't put Nurse in. They're telling me it's the name of a profession, and I'm trying to create a professional page. And so at this time, what I did was, and also too, later on, I learned this loophole. And I'm only saying this for anyone that might watch my video and have that last name. It's not like many people have that last name, but I'm still saying it. I did learn a loophole with the Nurse thing. If you want to put that in as your last name, you can press the E down in the keypad on iPhone and maybe on other phones as well. And they have different types of E's. So they'll have the E that has the dash over it. They have the E that has the 2 dots over it. They have different types of E's rather than just the regular E. And so if you put one of those E's in, listen, I hope y'all hear the play. Now, I don't know if they're doing that because I said that already in this video, or if they're just trying to be, just harass me. because I did say this already in my prior video, and I can't remember if I said it in this video. So if I did, I apologize. But anyways, so that's the loophole. You know, you can put one of those E's that has like the special characters. You can put that in, and then you'll be able to put nurse in as your last name. But I discovered that later. So before I discovered that, what I was doing was abbreviating my last name. So I had the Hebrew name Yalkabed, and then I put my last name Nurse in abbreviated. So I had NU instead of the full Nurse. And so after a while of having Yalkabed as my name, I just realized it wasn't gelling with me. I wasn't feeling it like that, you know. I liked the fact that it was unique and I liked the meaning of it, but I just wasn't feeling it like that. I don't know, something about it wasn't clicking for me. It wasn't feeling elegant enough. And I've never been a girly girl, but it just was not clicking for me. It's just like it was not even elegant enough for me, and something about it just wasn't, I don't know, gelling with me, even though I liked the name. So what I did was I went on a hunt for another name, another Hebrew name, and I came across Lily. And although Lily sounds basic, to me it's such a pretty, like, elegant type of name, dainty name, and I just liked it. And then also too, I thought about the fact that the Most High's favorite flower is lilies, excuse me. So that's why I put that as my name. You know, I decided to make that be my Hebrew name. I changed it to that, and I really liked it. It just clicked with me. And so I had my name as Lily New on Facebook. Lily is my Hebrew name, and then New, the abbreviation of my last name. And then just the way that my mind works abstractly, you know, I write poetry and I'm a writer and stuff. I'm just looking at the words, and for me, I'm seeing Lily New, and in my head, I thought new lily, like a new flower, a new lily. You know, and I was kind of new at the time anyways, because I was just getting into the Hebrew Israelite understanding for myself. And please understand, because if you listen to my, well, you haven't, now my videos were deleted, but when you hear my story, you're going to hear about how being Hebrew Israelite made my targeting worse. And it wasn't necessarily the fact that I'm Hebrew Israelite, it was the fact that I shared some offensive Hebrew Israelite content in the height of my targeting in response to what was happening to me. But that really made my targeting go even more viral than it already was. So just understand, even though I'm Hebrew Israelite, I'm open to working with anyone that's a target. I'm open to speaking with anyone that's a target. I don't care what your nationality is. I don't care what your ethnicity is. I don't care what your religion is, race, gender, anything. I don't care. If you're a target, I'm on your side, and you should be on my side, because there's power in numbers. And just understand, like I said again, I'm not pushing my beliefs on you, and whatever your beliefs are, that's fine with me. I don't care. And I've never been the kind to push my beliefs on anyone. I have discussed my beliefs with like guys that I were, you know, dating or something like that, you know, or friends. I had some friends in the past where we used to do this thing called meeting of the minds, where literally we would all meet up at her house, and it would be everyone, a bunch of different people with different religions, and we come together and talk about why we have the religion that we have. I did have things like that happening, and that's to tell you I'm open-minded. But I've never been the kind to aggressively push my beliefs on anyone. But in the height of my targeting, when I was going through what I was going through in my car, I did do that. I did start to like aggressively share. And then it wasn't even like I was just sharing regular Hebrew Israelite content. Like, you know, I was purposely sharing like some offensive videos, you know. So it was just, it was a hot mess. And then I was also trying to push the Bible and teach it, and I don't know it well enough to do that. But it was again out of anger and out of the fact that I was actually initially watching the videos to basically learn, you know, and not just learn, but basically to get some protection from the Most High, because I felt like something spiritual was going on. I felt like there was witchcraft on me with what was happening. And so that was why I initially started watching the videos. And then they kept antagonizing me, the gang stalkers. You know, I was being targeted through the videos. They were purposely sending certain things through my videos that made things extremely uncomfortable for me in my car. I'm going to talk about that in a minute too. You know, I made a video about this last night. They did, all of that got deleted, but I'm going to talk about all of it. But I was just upset, and I started to just literally at a certain point watch the videos for the gang stalkers rather than for myself, because of what they were doing to me. And I started sharing some really extremely offensive content. But I'll get to that in a minute. So anyways, so basically my name was New Lily. That's how I got the New Lily. It's basically the new came from my last name Nurse. And then it turned into new, like a new Lily, but I'm just spelling it NU as a play off of my last name. And the Lily is just a Hebrew name, you know, like one of the Most High's favorite flowers. And then my name Sharifa derives from my mom's teaching days. Well, she's still teaching, but when she was younger and one of her students, that's where I got my first name from. All right. So let me get into my story. 34 minutes in, we're doing good. There's so much to talk about, guys. Like, I'm so frustrated. Like, I had so many videos with well put together content and evidence. You know, it's so frustrating. But I'm gonna take my time and get through it. Um, hey, I'm sorry with the hate thing. It's just like when I feel like something's pushing into my head like a weird thought, I try to like, it's stupid. It's almost like Tourette's of the brain. And so now it's almost like Tourette's of the mouth because I out loud say hey to try to stop the thought from pushing my head. It got so bad I even created this hat, hoping to deflect, whatever. And from what I understand, I actually need like some sort of copper nickel mesh material. So I think this hat isn't doing anything, but I still try to wear it anyway, just in case. It's an aluminum hat, and then I have like a copper wiring on it that I tape together. But from what I understand, this really isn't doing much of anything to protect my brain from any intrusive, neural monitoring. So my goal is to get some mesh material, some nickel copper mesh material. But it's just been intense, guys, since last week. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, I'm going to tell my story, but I just want to make sure I do things in order. And to keep myself organized, as I told y'all, I have ADD. I like to text myself, especially when it's videos like now where it's like I have so much content to share. I really have to text myself and take my time. All right, so let me just get started with the backdrop story. So like I told y'all, I've been in a spiritual battle since my early 20s, and I'm age 31 now, so it's been years of crazy. And this is the craziest it's gotten. Excuse me. So basically, my God, I just feel so drained, guys, because I literally was talking for an hour and change just now, trying to do this video. And then also when I think about the fact of that I had all of this content already posted and I have to now try and repost everything, I just feel so depleted and just, what's the word I'm looking for? Discouraged. But I'm still gonna post my information. But I'm just sorry if I look exasperated. I just feel like ugh. Anyways, so basically, like I said, I had a good upbringing. I had a good life growing up. It wasn't I'm not one of those targets that had a rough life my whole life. I didn't feel ostracized my whole life. Nothing of that nature. Literally, I started feeling ostracized recently within the last 3 years, since 2020. I did have situations arise, especially like I said in my early 20s, where I felt like a lot of people turned against me out of nowhere. I felt spiritual, but it was never to the point of where I was completely outcasted and ostracized by society, like what's happening now. This is a whole different thing that's going on right now. It's definitely spiritual. Regardless of what kind of spiritual we're derived from, it's definitely spiritual. Nobody can tell me different. But anyways, so basically, grew up, went to school went to this one school my whole life. So basically like this private school that my mother was a dean at. I went to that school for majority of my life. So basically from elementary all the way up to 7th grade, I went to that school. And then my older sister, her last 4 years of school, excuse me, she decided that she wanted to leave that same school that I'm talking about and she wanted to experience public school. So from 9th to 12th grade, my older sister went to public school, excuse me. And so a year after she left the school that I was going to, I wanted to follow her. I was very close to my older sister. She's 3 years older than me. Basically, I'm rounding. She's 2 years and change, almost basically 3 years. And so we've always been very close because we're close in age. And so when she left the private school, I wanted to follow her. I wanted to know what it felt like to go to public school too. And in retrospect, I kind of regret that decision. Not because to say my public school experience was bad. It actually wasn't. I met a lot of cool people. It's more so just some of the people that I wish I didn't meet. And it has nothing to do with the type of school either, because I love to twist my words. It has nothing to do with the type of school. It just has everything to do with the people that I met that I wish I didn't meet. I almost feel like certain life events that happened wouldn't have happened if I had never left my initial school that I was going to. I could be wrong, maybe somehow fate would have made it so that I still met those people. But I just really regret, that's one life decision that I feel like if any life decision I could change, it would be that. I would have never left and followed my sister. And I think maybe a lot of things that happened to me wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have met certain people. But anyway, so I left the school and I ended up for 8th grade going to Catholic school. And when I was going there, I discovered that I was extremely introverted. I didn't know that because in my initial school, I knew everyone there. I grew up in that school, so I was comfortable with everyone. I knew everyone. I played sports. So I just naturally fit in and I knew everyone. So I didn't know I was an introvert until I left that school and I went to a Catholic school. That was where I had to now branch out and make friends on my own. And that was where I discovered that I was socially inept. That was where I discovered that I didn't know how to socialize with people that I didn't know. And so I was just like, oh my goodness, like this was like a very scary experience for me. And those kids weren't mean to me. They were never mean to me, at least not at that school. That was never the case. Actually, I met some pretty cool people in that school too when I started playing sports. But it was just, I just didn't fit in. I didn't know anybody. I don't know how to socialize. I felt extremely uncomfortable. And so I remember one day at lunchtime, I was sitting there by myself feeling extremely awkward. And this girl came and sat next to me. She was very outgoing, very outspoken, but still introverted too. It was a weird thing with her. She was like an ambivert. So she was extroverted, but also introverted. And she just seemed like kind of, I don't want to say strange, not in a bad way, not in a negative way. Let me just use the word different. She just seemed a little bit different. That's all. And so she sat next to me, and who am I to say, because I'm different too, right? So let me, I didn't mean it in a negative way. I'm just literally telling you she seemed a bit different. So she sat next to me, started talking to me, asking me what school I came from, things of that nature, regular conversation. And that's how that friendship developed, basically. I was just so grateful that anyone was talking to me because I didn't know how to socialize like that. I'm very shy and awkward. So I was really glad that she sat next to me and spoke to me and I had someone to talk to. And the kids were really mean to her. They used to bully her. Apparently she went to school with those kids her whole life and they used to bully her. They used to call her the chin. She had really bad acne and she had like this big red, I don't know what it was. It wasn't a birthmark because she doesn't have it anymore. So it had to be some sort of like, I guess it had something to do with her acne. I'm not sure. I think it was some type of oh my gosh, I'm having a brain freeze. It was something to do with her skin, something that, was going on with her skin. I don't know what it was. But the kids were mean and they used to call her the chin. And I was never a mean kid, they try to paint it like I'm this bad person, this mean person. But I've always befriended people from all different walks of life. And I'm telling you, even if the roles were reversed and she were to have come to my first private school, and I knew all the people that I knew, I still would have been friends with her if she had spoken to me because she was just a cool person. She was cool. And so she spoke to me, basically befriended me. And that was how that friendship started. So then ninth grade year comes and I go to the same public school that my older sister is going to. And she ended up going to that public school as well. And then my older sister, excuse me, let me just blow my nose real quickly, guys. So basically, and I'm also mad, guys, too. I know this is so off topic, but I'm just thinking about the fact that my part 1 and part 2 videos were post nanobot injection. Those were before I had got the nano in me. Or if I had it in me at that time, it hadn't taken a physical effect on me. I hadn't lost weight yet. So I was actually happy. That was documentation too. My face looked fuller in those videos. So I'm actually really upset that those videos got deleted for that too. I don't mean to keep harping on the same thing. But it's just really, upsetting to me. And also too, let me just say this, as far as the blow nose thing goes, because I forgot to mention that. I mentioned that in my prior videos, but those videos were deleted. I do have a condition, guys, nothing major. It's not contagious, but it's basically this condition that I've had since I was younger. It's actually a deformity where my nostrils are extremely small. So they're smaller than the typical nostril. And so my nose is always like full of post-nasal drip. Like I almost have what you would call chronic sinusitis, excuse me. So my nose is always stuffy and running. And actually when I was younger, I remember my mom took me to the doctor and they were telling her they would have to do surgery on me. Not have to, it was a choice. But if they didn't do the surgery, I would basically be having a stuffy nose my whole life. And so my mom gave me the choice and I chose not to get the surgery. I've always been into holistic health and, natural living since childhood. I never liked to take medication, even with the ADD. My mom gave me the choice of whether or not I would take the medication. I chose not to take it. That's just how it's always been. I'm more so into natural health and that type of stuff. So just please excuse me if I ever do sound nasally, like I'm talking up in my nose, or if I have to pause the video to blow my nose. It's due to a condition that I have, that I've learned to just grow comfortable with. It's a part of me. But anyways, so basically, yeah, that girl ended up going to high school with me. I don't know why I'm hearing the plane again. They just keep doing noise campaign, but anyway, I'm not going to keep pointing it out. Anyway, so basically I went to public school, the same high school as that girl, and the same high school that my sister was going to. And my sister was in 12th grade at the time and I was in 9th grade. My sister was in 12th grade at the time and I was in 9th grade. It's like I said, she's basically 3 years older than me. So really, I only got 1 year of high school with her. So leaving the school that I was in just to follow her didn't really make sense anyways. I only got like 1 year of high school with her. So anyways, she and I had that 1 year together. And then also the girl, like I said, that was in middle school with me, she was in that school with me as well. And so it's basically like a group of us that were friends in that school. You know, we were like an eclectic group of girls. You know, we were all different. And it was just like different girls from different walks of life, different personalities and stuff. And we linked up and it was cool, you know. I had a good bit of friends in high school. Like I said, just different people. You can almost say the nerdy kids, but not quite either. It's weird and hard to explain it. But it was an interesting group that we had going there in high school. So anyways, when my sister graduated, a lot of the friends that I had left, because a lot of my friends were my sister's friends, you know, they were her age. And so when she graduated, I was left with my friend, the same girl that I made friends with in middle school, and a few other girls, you know, but it wasn't as many friends as I had when my sister was there. And so now again, it's another moment where I'm feeling like I'm left afloat on my own, because I had this bad habit of following my sister around and basically becoming like her tail whenever she was around, because we were just that tight. You know, even in high school when we used to go out together and stuff, it used to be her, my older cousin, and myself. You know, we were like the three musketeers. And then of course we had our friends that used to go out with us as well. But we were basically just like the three musketeers, my sister and my older cousin and myself. And we used to go out a lot in high school. Like high school was my golden years. I feel like I did more living in high school than I did in my 20s. In my 20s, I was more so dealing with a spiritual battle. But anyways, it was really fun. You know, so we used to go out all the time, party, whatever. And this same friend that I made in middle school, she had a really strict mother. And so her mom didn't really like her leaving the house like that. So whenever, you know, it came time for us to go out, we would try to sneak her out the house or try to get her to come with us, you know, and sometimes we would really like go through the inconvenience of bringing her. And the reason I say inconvenience was because, you know, sometimes we'd drive all the way out to town. You know, that's how it was on this island. Most of the fun stuff that would be happening would be all the way out in town. And basically because her mom didn't want her to be out like that, you know, her mom would give her like these unreasonable, I don't say unreasonable, because again, you know, that if that's your child, you have the right to enforce whatever rules you want to enforce. But the reason I say unreasonable is just because my cousin was the driver. And so it was unreasonable considering what we had going on, because we were not coming in that early. And so her mom would basically say like she could only be out for an hour. So like she would have to be home at like 11 or 12, you know? And so sometimes we would have to leave where we were at all the way in town just to drive back to drop her off. So my cousin wasn't really feeling that. And so after a certain time, we stopped inviting her to come with us. You know, a lot of times we would go out and just not invite her. And it wasn't intentional, you know, it wasn't malicious. It was really just the fact that she had a strict mom and we couldn't get her out the house. Another thing that used to happen too was we used to kind of dip on her and laugh at her, but not in a malicious way. It was more so like that person in the crew that has like a funny situation going on, and so you kind of dip on them and they're laughing with you. You know, we're laughing with you rather than at you type of situation. It was more so just laughing at the fact that we couldn't get her out the house, you know, and it was like a big spy mission to get her out the house. Or when we couldn't get her out the house, the way she was dressing, you know, she was wearing like house flip-flops and stuff, because sometimes she would be telling her mom that she's just coming, you know, to our house to hang out when we're actually going to the club. And so she's coming out the house in housewear. So we're laughing at that, you know, just jokes, fun stuff, man. It was nothing negative or mean, but I just think maybe all then she was feeling some kind of way about that stuff. I don't know. I'm just making my own speculation, because later on I found out that she didn't like me, and that's why I'm saying that. But anyway, so where am I? So when my sister left, basically, and all her friends left, and a good chunk of my friend group left, I was left with this girl and a few other friends. You know, and that was fine, nothing major going on. But I did notice a shift in her attitude. The same girl from middle school that I made friends with, you know, she started to get really bossy. She started to grab my arm a lot. Like she used to dig her nails into my arm like this. And I didn't realize she had a problem with me. I didn't know the girl had a problem with me. I had no idea. And a lot of times too, you know, it's just like, it was weird what was happening. But back then, I think it was just because of how she carried herself. She wasn't really getting, I think, the kind of guys that she would like to get back then. And I think it was just because, again, like I said, the way she carried herself. And I don't want to go too much into detail about this, but it was literally, these are all of the things that I need to talk about. You know, it's awkward to talk about it. But basically, like for as far as hygiene went, she wasn't really taking care of her hygiene totally. Then also too, and this is also why I say spiritual, because a lot of things I dealt with after the fact, you know, weird things that arised in my life that was never there before. But this was a known fact. It was like hygiene was one of the issues. My sister and I had kind of tried to talk to her about that. Just the way she was carrying herself. She had really bad acne, which is not her fault. I'm not saying the acne was her fault. But I think that also had something to do with her hygiene. I do. I think that's why her face was broken out so bad. I really think she wasn't taking care of herself. And it might just be because of what she had going on at home, because she had kind of like this tumultuous relationship with her mother. And I do remember her telling me basically like her mom took side with other people, and oftentimes like she would get in fights with someone and the mom would basically not take her side. I remember two girls that went to the same church school with us, ended up in the high school with us, and she had beef with one of the girls, and one of those girls that she had the beef with, basically her mom took side with the girl that she had the beef with. And then also there was another girl that went to the school that went to the church school with us, and she didn't have beef with this girl at all. But basically her mom kept saying, why can't you be more like so and so? Why can't you be more like so and so? And so she was telling me that really bothered her that her mom was doing that, because this girl used to get really good grades. This girl was like an honor student. And so basically, I guess it made her feel bad that she wasn't getting those kind of grades. And she was never a failing student. She was like I don't want to say mediocre, but she was more so like a CB student, BC student, kind of like me, BC, not bad, not no A student, but it wasn't like she was failing. She wasn't doing terrible. But her mom kept comparing her to that girl, basically, and saying, why can't she get grades like so and so? And so all of that used to bother her. And then also, too, I remember her mom had friends in the school that worked at the school that we were going to, that same public high school. And she used to be so annoyed with some of those teachers. Like one in particular, I remember she kept saying, used to be going back and telling her mom stuff and just a bunch of stuff. She had turmoil going on in the household with her mom. It was rough. And so she used to tell me about it. And so I just feel like all of that was probably why things were going on with her as far as hygiene goes and whatever else, and it was never nothing major. We used to just kind of try to talk to her about it, my sister and I, but we still, at the end of the day, didn't care because, it was fun having her as a friend. I'm not going to lie. Despite all the weird things that came along with her, she was a cool person. She really was. And it was actually hilarious having her around. A lot of the weird shit that used to go on, it was just hilarious. But anyways, and not hilarious in a way like teasing her. I'm just saying like hilarious, like she was actually funny. It was just funny, a lot of the dumb shit that was happening. But also too, just kind of, like it almost took an ominous turn when she came to live with us, because I didn't really realize how many issues she really had until she came to live with us. I'm sorry, the computer's rocking. Let me pause real quickly, guys. Oh boy, now the angle's terrible. Oh gosh. Oh boy. Okay, hold on, guys. So guys, I was really trying hard to stop the computer from rocking, because if you see the last video I posted, and that was with the computer that got confiscated, there was a lot of like a tapping sound in the first part. I did a 2-part video, and the first part had like this weird tapping sound. And I think it's because the computer was unbalanced and rocking. And so I'm noticing the rocking happening with this computer as well, and I don't want to listen back to this video and hear the tapping sound, because it's extremely distracting from the content that's being shared. But it's still rocking, so hopefully that's not happening. I tried to stabilize it. What I do is I put the computer up on books because the speaker is underneath the computer, and for some odd reason, with the last computer I was using, a lot of my videos, those of you that have been following me, you'll have noticed are really low. And so this is why I tried to put the computer up on books so that the speaker can be exposed and you can hear me. And with this computer, this is even worse. This is an older computer. It's a Lenovo IdeaPad. The camera quality is terrible, as you can see. So I can only imagine what the sound quality is like. But anyways, let me go ahead and continue. So yeah, she just had a lot of issues going on, and her hygiene wasn't put together. A lot of acne, not taking care of herself, not really carrying herself well at this time in high school. And so I think that played a part in the type of guy she was dating. Because I remember, it was difficult for her in the dating area. And I was never mean to her about who she was dating, because that's a misconception. When I told my first story, I realized I didn't word things properly. I think I was just being very blunt, and again, not thinking about how I'm saying things or presenting the information. But basically, she used to date some guys that had stuff going on. I'm not going to say everything, but guys that had baggage or didn't necessarily seem, like they had the best intentions. I can't really explain it. Guys that were, not having the best intentions, basically. And so she used to show my sister and I the guy she was talking to and the context of the conversation and stuff. And so my sister and I sometimes would try to warn her, like, come on now, like, you can do better or whatever the case is. But not all the time. There was times where she showed us guys and we were just like happy that she had someone to talk to. So we're just going along with it. But all then I feel like she had some animosity towards me for even those type of things. I even remember there was an ex that I dated in high school that I wasn't fully attracted to, and this is another narrative that they spin about me, that I'm a bad person, I lead men on, and that's not the case. Actually, there are only 3 guys that I've dated in my life that I wasn't attracted to. Every other guy I've dated, I've been attracted to. I think what the issue is when I told the story about my main ex. Not, and the reason I say main ex, I've dated so much dudes since him, but he's the main ex because he took my virginity and all the things that transpired with him. He's the main. But him, when I told that story about him, I clearly said the fact that he wasn't my type. But, I kept specifying that I was attracted to him. So it's not that I wasn't attracted to him, he just was not my type, especially what my type had become at that time in my life. And I explained that further, and I will again in this video. But at the time, sometimes I would be dating guys that I didn't necessarily take serious, that she would have liked to date, like guys that she didn't understand why I didn't like them like that. And it wasn't a vain thing. It wasn't anything like that. It was more so just me being young and having fun. But for her, she's more so just like, why are you not taking that person's, like, not why are you not taking them seriously? I have to be careful with my words because they keep weaponizing the things I say against me. Not why are you not taking that person seriously? Not like that. Not like I'm just here dating people for fun and leading people on. But more so just like, dang, you're talking to that person, you're not taking the person serious. Are you serious? Or you don't like them like that, or whatever it is. That was her mindset sometimes. And so I even remember her saying that about this ex I was dating in high school. But anyways, I don't want to go into the details about that. And I dated several guys in high school, by the way. So this is not indicative of any guy in particular. I had several exes from high school. But anyways, so basically, like I said, when my sister graduated, she started to get really aggressive with me, passive aggressive, and kind of overtly aggressive as well, because she was literally, like I said, digging her nails into my arm, and kind of trying to boss me around and stuff. And so I didn't really understand why that was happening, and I wasn't aware of the fact that she was holding some sort of animosity towards me. And so I didn't really discover that until later, when my friend basically came back. The friend that was one of my friends that was the same age as my older sister, and basically graduated the same year as my older sister. She basically revealed to me that this friend, the one from middle school, didn't even like me. And I didn't know why. I didn't even know the girl didn't like me. But anyway, so she just kept doing the arm grab thing. Before it was revealed to me that she didn't like me, and I didn't know that, she kept just grabbing my arm really roughly. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Why is she doing this now? I'm just trying to figure out, did I do something? Like, what happened? What's making her grab me like this? And so then I even remembered there was this night. I don't remember what night it was. It was not prom night, but it was one of those nights similar to prom night. I don't know if it was introduction night, whatever it's called. I'm not sure what night this was, but it wasn't prom. And I remember I had basically went to her house because she lived in the same neighborhood as me on the next street. And so basically one of my parents dropped me off to her house. And basically she and I were supposed to get picked up and taken to this event together. And so when I'm there at her house, I'm outside, basically staying outside of the yard because her mom used to intimidate me. I mean, she used to be telling me all these horror stories about her mom. And then her mom used to have like this very serious face. Her mom wasn't mean at all, never. But it's just like, I don't know, all the stories she used to tell me and then the serious face that her mom had, the lady just used to intimidate the hell out of me. I was scared of her. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared of the lady. And so she thought I was rude because I never, I don't know, I wasn't like a typical friend that would come in and have conversation with her. And I did that with my other friends. It was literally just that her mom scared the bejeebies out of me because of the things she told me. So I did not want to go in the yard and talk to her mom. I used to be like, good afternoon, and I stay outside the gate. And so basically her mom eventually told her that she thought that I was rude because of that. And I feel bad about that, but it wasn't me trying to be rude. It was literally just I was terrified of the lady. I was terrified. But anyway, so I remember this night that I went to her house, and she's in there, and not only is her mom in there, but other family members. And they're all just in there, talking and stuff, and I'm feeling awkward. I'm already shy. I'm scared of her mom. And so I'm just wanting to wait by the gate. I said goodnight, and I stayed by the gate. And she's, like, aggressively trying to get me to come into the yard and, I guess, interact with her family. And I didn't want to. I felt awkward and just like, oh, my God, this is too much for me. And so she got mad enough that she grabbed my arm like this and dug her nails into my arm. And so at this point now, she had been doing this for a while. I talked to my older sister about it, and my older sister was like, well, why do you keep letting her grab your arm? Are you serious? What are you doing? It's just kind of like, what are you doing? And so basically this night in question, I just popped off on her because I'm an introvert. Eventually with introverts, we take it, and then eventually we pop off. And not pop off in an explosive way, at least not me, not the kind of introvert I am. It's never explosive with me, but I will take until I eventually say how I feel. And so this night I literally said, stop putting your effing hands on me. And then I walked up the road and I'm crying like a big baby over such a stupid situation. And my dad picked me up basically. And so that was just one night again where I can remember all the signs of her not liking me were there. Excuse me. And I just wasn't picking up on it. I mean, I knew something was going on. but I didn't know she didn't like me. I was kind of almost thinking it was, I don't want to say this, but envy is what I thought. And I hate to say that now because of certain things that's happened in my targeting, but literally there's reasons why I feel this way and then what happened when we were in college together. But anyway, she was just being really rough with me and I didn't understand it. So then anyways, this friend comes back from college with my sister, and they come back for a Christmas vacation basically. And what happens is we're all going out, we're partying, we're going to Juve, we're going to parade, just different things that happen on island. I don't know if I said this in this video. Did I say this in this video? I don't, the last thing I want to do is be repeating stuff, because the videos already, it's like a short window. I'm giving myself an hour and a half to talk and then I create another video. So I don't want to redundantly say the same thing over and over, but I tried to create this video already, as I said earlier. So I don't know if I said this already or not in this video, but if I did, I apologize. I am from the Virgin Islands. I was born and raised in the United States Virgin Islands. My father, I know I said this for a fact. My father's from Trinidad, like I said, on that side of the family. My mother was born in New York, but her family is from the Virgin Islands, all throughout the Virgin Islands. Family from St. Croix, family from St. Thomas, family from the British Virgin Islands. So I have family scattered throughout every island in the Virgin Islands, as well as, like I said, family from Trinidad. And I even have family from Barbados. So I have a medley of different island nationalities in me, which is super cool. So basically, I'm from the islands, like I said. So when my sister and this friend left for college, they went abroad. They went to the United States. And so they came back to this island. I believe it was Christmas break or one of those vacations. They came back and were just partying, like I said, Juve, parade, all these different things. And this friend that was my sister's age that came back had started dating this guy. And basically at, I believe it was Juve. It was Juve. It wasn't parade. It was Juve. We were basically dancing. If you're familiar with Juve, it's like carnival, you're in the road. It's a bunch of people dancing and walking up, that type of thing. And we're dancing in the road and stuff. And then this guy that she's dating comes up to us, and introduces himself. And so we met this guy that one time, very briefly met him, barely said anything to the man, like not even 2 words, barely spoke to him. And basically she was just more so gushing and, like this guy, it's the new guy she's talking to. And so basically we were happy for her and we're just like, okay, go on, because this friend, she's more so like, I don't know, just closed off and introverted in a way too, but still, most of my friends were introverts in different ways. Actually, if I'm keeping it real, most of my friends were ambiverts. So I've always befriended people that are more so like introverted and outgoing at the same time. I'm more so just a straight introvert. And so this friend was one of those type of people. She was like an ambivert, introverted and outgoing as well. And so she's very closed off and private. So we were happy to see her in this relationship. And she had just gotten out of like this bad relationship. Not totally bad. The dude was actually a good dude. He was one of our friends from high school, but the relationship was just, it wasn't working out. It was like, they just weren't good for each other. And so she found this new dude and we were happy for her. We're like, okay, go on then, excited for her and everything like that. And we met the guy one time at Juve. And the next thing I get this text on my phone and it's the guy with his shirt off. I didn't know this guy, never spoke to him in my life. Don't even know how he knew my name. He met me that one time at Juve. I don't understand it. But he sent me a text with his shirt off, and basically this friend saw that in her phone, and I think she thought that him and I had something going on. But she could have clearly seen in the text messages that I had never texted him, that it was just a one-time thing. So I didn't really understand how she handled the situation, and it was a little bit hurtful. I'm over it now, that was years ago. But I didn't understand how she handled that situation. And that friend was kind of paranoid. Not to talk bad about her or anything, but she was a little bit paranoid. I'm paranoid myself, but she was a little bit paranoid. She really was, more so than me back then. We used to, that was kind of the joke with her too. But anyway, so basically her boyfriend texted me a picture with his shirt off, and that basically made her stop talking to my older sister and I. Remember, she was my sister's age. So she was my sister's friend and my friend via my sister. She obviously in our same circle became my good friend too. So basically when he sent me that text, she kind of just distanced from us and stopped being friends with us. Like she thought we were flawed, like we did something wrong. And I didn't understand that. I could see if she saw me texting back with the dude or something, or me sending pictures too, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, girl, I got caught. Uh-oh. But it was nothing like that. So I didn't understand that. But anyway, so basically before the friendship deteriorated and she stopped talking to us, she basically revealed to me that same friend that had been grabbing my arm, the friend from middle school, that she didn't like me. And she basically was just telling me that girl don't even like you, is what she was telling me. And I didn't understand. I couldn't decipher whether or not she was saying that out of anger or if she really had been told that. And I happen to believe that she was really told that. And the reason I believe it is, first of all, the actions of that friend, the way she kept grabbing my arm and the weird stuff she was doing. Also, the fact that this friend had gotten really close to that friend, you know, they were even sleeping over at each other's house at a certain point. And then also, too, the fact that this friend was very honest. The same friend that I said was kind of paranoid, she was honest to a fault, you know, like TMI type of thing sometimes. Like, she was very honest. So I don't think she was lying. And so I'm just like, I kind of believed it, like, totally. I was just like, okay, well, that makes sense. That's why she was grabbing my arm and all that other stuff that was happening. So anyways, even though I heard that, I took it and I put it into my mental Rolodex, but I didn't let it totally deteriorate the friendship with this girl. And I actually didn't tell her what I was told either. I just had it in the back of my mind, and I'm like, okay, so she doesn't like me. But I still was friends with her, you know, she's still somebody we hung out with, you know, cool and everything like that, but I'm still like side-eyeing you now, is how it was. So anyways, the years go by, whatever, I graduate, she graduates, I leave, I go my separate way, I follow my sister, the older sister that I told you I was like a tail to in high school. I followed her to Tallahassee, and this middle school friend went her own separate way. You know, she went to like 3 different places where school wasn't working out for her, and she was having an issue with everyone around her before she ended up by me. And so I remembered, let me look at the time, 1 hour and 5 minutes in, okay, 25 more minutes, and then it's going to be a new part. Anyways, and I probably won't do the new part today either, because this is a lot of talking. But anyways, basically, so I ended up following my sister when I graduated. And when I got up there, I got with the same ex, the notorious ex that I talked about in my prior videos that got deleted, that they try to use to paint me as the monster bitch, you know, that try and make it seem like I use men or lead them on or whatever. That couldn't be further from the truth. Anyways, I got with him relatively quickly. As soon as I got to Tallahassee, actually, my sister and I were on the clubbing scene. You know, she was so glad that I was up there with her, you know, because she only had her boyfriend. She had stayed in the dorms for a little bit, and she made friends with some people up there. She even met this girl that actually is from the same island as us. I remember. And she was good friends with this girl too. As a matter of fact, I think she's still good friends with that girl. Really nice girl, really cool girl. And so basically she made friends with that girl, and then she made friends with a few other people. And none of those friendships lasted. The only friendship that lasted was that friendship that she made with that girl that's from this island. But that girl didn't stay up there. She ended up leaving. So basically my sister had no friends. You know, she left the dorms because initially she went to FAMU. She was in the pharmacy school, the School of Pharmacy, excuse me. And then she decided to take general courses at community college instead. She felt like that would be a quicker route to getting to where she wanted to be. And also she discovered she didn't like pharmacy. She didn't like the courses. She didn't like it. It wasn't for her. So then she decided that she would try to get like her associates, oh my gosh, what's going on with me? Brain blank. AS, I'm sorry, I'm having a problem. Not the AA, so not the associate's degree, but the science of it in paralegal studies. My God, brain blank. I think it's too much talking, guys. So she decided to leave FAMU, the School of Pharmacy, and decided to go to community college and pursue a degree in paralegal studies. And that was going to be the start of things. And then we were supposed to go to law school. And the reason I say we was because that was my game plan as well. So when I got up there, my sister had transferred over to community college, and I went to that same community college. And so our goal was really to get our AS in paralegal studies, and then she and I were going to go to law school together because we're both into writing, you know, both like to debate and argue and stuff. For me, what I liked about law school, and I said this in my video that got deleted, is the competitive aspect of it. Because I'm a natural born athlete, you know, I've played sports my whole life. I'm a natural competitor. So I like the competitive element of law. You know, I like the fact that you're in a courtroom, trying to win a case, but then you're also helping out your client. I like that. I like that element of things. So that's why it was exciting for me. And then also too, I'm into reading and writing, always have been. And my sister's into reading and writing, and she likes to debate as well. She's not really a competitive person, but she likes to debate. And so this is why we thought this would be a good career for both of us. So that was the goal. We were going to do community college, get our AS, in paralegal studies, and then we were going to go on to pursue our bachelor's, basically. I think we were going to do a bachelor's in political science or English. I'm not certain. I can't remember what the game plan was back then. And then we were going to go on to law school. So that was the plan. So basically when I got up there, like I said, I met my ex very quickly. My sister and I were on the go out scene. You know, she had a boyfriend at the time, but she still wanted to be on the go out scene, you know, and she was so glad I was there. You know, the friends that she had made when she was going to FAMU, those friendships didn't really last. And then the one friend that the friendship did last, the friend that she made from this island, that girl left. She was no longer up there. So my sister was so excited when I got up there. And so we're going out, we're on the go out scene, every weekend at the club, just so much different activity, like way more stuff to do. There's a lot of stuff to do here on island. I'm not saying that. But obviously this is a small island versus being in a big state where there's like all these different crazy things to get into, you're not used to that. And so every minute we were getting into something. And so that's why I met my ex so quickly. I remember there was this club called Moonrakers that we kept going to. That was like one of the most lit spots in Tallahassee at the time when I was up there. And so I remember after the club, that was basically how I met my ex. I had gotten so many numbers that night, and somehow he was the one that I ended up talking to. I don't even know how it happened because I don't remember meeting him. And that's the joke of the whole thing. It's hilarious, the story with this guy. I don't even remember meeting him. It's crazy. Because that night my sister and I were getting a lot of numbers, Sorry about that, guys. My computer was literally about to die and I didn't realize it. And so it started freezing up and I got scared too. Oh, this is a terrible angle. I had to plug it into the charger. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to pause again, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, gosh. Turn off the fan. Oh, I'm not going to get the fan anyways. Oh, gosh. Oh, wow. I got up, and I thought I had paused the video, and I did not realize I didn't pause the video. So the whole time the video was playing, that's annoying. That's a lot of time now wasted. Remember, I said I'm not doing a video that's longer than an hour and a half. So that's extremely annoying. Anyway, sorry about that pause, guys. I really just went in the bathroom really quickly. I thought I had hit the pause button. Anyways, so back to what I was saying though, with the ex. So yeah, basically it was just like at the club. It was one of these nights where my sister and I went out. Excuse me. and basically just got a bunch of numbers. You know, my sister wasn't getting numbers at the time she was in a relationship. I mean, guys were giving her. Sorry, the video keeps pausing up. That's what made me stop in the first place, and I plugged it into the charger. Um. Anyway, so yeah, we were both getting numbers, but my sister just threw those numbers away. She wasn't planning to keep those numbers. She had a boyfriend, and they were pretty serious at that time. And for me, like I said, I was new up there. I wasn't with anyone. So I had gotten a bunch of numbers. And I do not, out of all the people that I met that night, remember meeting this guy. And this is what freaked my sister and I out, because we could not remember meeting him. And so I remember him reaching out to me and telling me that he held my shoes for me, and if I don't remember, that he held my heels for me, and all this type of stuff like that. And I could not remember that happening, and my sister didn't remember it either. So I'm just like, what the heck? You know, because all these different guys had my number, and I can remember them vividly, and I did not remember meeting this guy. But anyways, long story short, he's the one that I ended up linking up with and really like having a connection with. And like off rip too, like as soon as we met, we just started talking. You know, he sat on the couch in my apartment, and we just like sat there talking for hours. Then somehow he ended up in my room, and then next thing you know, he was moving in. Like it was that quick. Like it was quick. It wasn't like he moved in the next day, but it was really just like every day now he's coming over. Every day we're talking, and then before I knew it, he had moved into my apartment. You know, and he had his own apartment. But literally, like once we got that connection and stuff, and we started talking and vibing, it was just like, you know, when you really connect with someone and then you don't want to be apart from them. It was kind of like that. And so he ended up living with me. And we were together for a good while too, almost a year. And then I basically went home for the Christmas vacation with my sister. You know, like I said, home is the islands. So I went home. He stayed up there. You know, he's from Haiti, but not born and raised. You know, I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, second generation or something like that. So basically, like his parents were born and raised in Haiti. And he was born and raised in Florida. So there was no home for him would be South Florida, you know, but not like any island, not like he's leaving Florida. And so oftentimes for those vacations, he would just stay up there in Tallahassee. And then also too, he was working, and, you know, he went to FAMU. He was a computer science major, so he had stuff going on. And so basically as I went home, you know, before I even went home, I had started feeling like I had moved too quick in that relationship. And it wasn't that I didn't like him like that. It was nothing like that. It was more so just the fact that I felt like I was too young to be locked into a relationship as locked in as I was. Because literally I had met him, like I said, when I first went up there, you know, basically you could say like within a month of me being up there. And then him and I were together about 2 weeks after that. It was just that quick. It was so quick, that relationship, because we had so much chemistry. And so for me, although I didn't mind it, him and I were so close. And like I said, I hadn't had that type of chemistry with a guy ever in person. It was more so just the fact that I still was questioning whether or not I wanted to be tied in that early with anyone. Because I was like, oh my gosh, I came up here to date and have fun. And I kind of feel like a married old lady. Like I'm here in this apartment, living with this guy. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm young. I still wanted to go out and meet people and experiment and explore and stuff. And I just felt like I was like tied in real quick. That's all I felt. You know, it wasn't anything about me not liking him or anything like how they try to paint it. Actually, out of any guy that I've ever dated, especially in my earlier years, you know, I had never had chemistry with a guy like this one. So it was just, I don't know, it was just for me, bad timing is what it was. And I think because I mentioned the fact that he wasn't my type is why the gang stalkers tried to run with that and make me feel bad, you know, but I'm just a real honest person. I could have lied and said, oh yeah, he was my type, you know, but I'm just real. So obviously if I was real enough to tell you he's not my type, I could have been real enough to tell you I wasn't attracted to him. That wasn't the case with this ex. You know, he just wasn't my type. It wasn't what my type had become. You know, like I said, if it hadn't been for what my type was, what my type had become, he would have been my type, if that makes sense. You know, basically there was this guy that I met in high school. And I dated several guys in high school, by the way. This guy wasn't even a guy that I dated. Him and I literally just talked on the phone. You know, for a good 2 to 3 years, he used to just call me and we used to talk on the phone all night long. We were just really good friends. Best friends, if you will, at a certain point. And so he basically, I basically fell for that guy from high school. And so he became what my type was. Because before him, I wasn't even into pretty boys. Actually, I remember when I first met him and he gave me his number, excuse me. You know, this big incident happened where he walked by my house and he was yelling out that I was a bitch. And I know this sounds extreme and crazy, but he was very immature. You know, we were in high school. This was 10th grade. so extremely immature. But he basically, when he got my number, he found out that I lived in the neighborhood that I lived in. And so basically he said he had a friend out there that lived out there and sometimes he would be in that neighborhood. So I just hear somebody in the neighborhood yelling, saying my name, Sharif is a bee, Sharif is a bee, big and loud yelling, Sharif is a bitch, Sharif is a bitch. So I'm like, what? Who's out there doing that? And so my sister looked out the window like, what? My older sister, because she's like a roaring lioness. Like her and my younger sister, like they're very heated people with tempers and stuff. I'm more of a laid back person. And so this was before him and I even were talking on the phone, and I didn't know him like that either, the type of humor that he has, the sense of humor that he has. But he was just a clown type of dude and also very immature. That's the best way I can say it. And so he was just playing, but it was inappropriate, and he didn't know me like that yet to be playing like that. And so basically he's just walking by screaming to the top of his lungs, Sharif is a bitch, Sharif is a bitch. And so my sister looks out the window like, who the hell is this? Like, she was about to go in on his ass. And he's out there, just screaming, to the top of his lungs, and he's walking with his friend, that went to the same school with us, I guess the friend that lived in the neighborhood. And my sister's like, who the hell is that out there? And I was just like, oh, this guy that gave me his number. I said, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's saying that. And I didn't, at the time, like I said, understand his sense of the humor and that he was a prankster. Like, he's the kind of person, like, at least back then, that would do prank calls. Like, that's the kind of personality he had. And so I hadn't yet learned his personality. And so even for me, I'm like, why is he calling me a bitch? I just met this guy. What the hell is this? And so I remember that being a big thing. And my sister even lied because my parents were not home at the time. But my sister's like, hey, I'm going to call my dad for you. I'm going to call my dad for you. And so he got scared and he said, oh shit. And he started running up the road like a chicken. He was running. It was hilarious. So he was running up the road when my sister said that. And basically, after that, my sister told my mom about it. And my mom called his mom. It was a hot mess. It blew up way bigger than it needed to blow up. But basically, my mom called his mom and was basically telling her what he did. And he came from a very strict household. Both of his parents were strict. His parents don't play that with him. I think I even heard a story when I didn't go to school with him. Not in high school. I think in elementary, there was some story that his dad had came to school and gave him licks in front of everybody. So I don't know if that story is true or not, but I think that's the story I heard. But the point is, he grew up in a household with parents that taught him how to respect people. And that's not the way he was raised. And so he was definitely in big hot water. I think he might have even gotten licks, for all I know. But my mom called, and basically his mom went in on him and made him call me to apologize. And I even remember I spoke to his mom, and I was explaining to her that, him and I are friends, and I think he was just playing. And so she basically liked me at that time because she said I was mannerful and I was kind. And so him and I started talking more hardcore after that. That was really when we started talking hardcore on the phone. It was because of that incident. And so basically he just started calling me more often and getting to know me more. And so then that's where that friendship developed, basically, because we realized we had a lot in common. He played basketball, I played basketball. Very down-to-earth guy, very funny. Like I said, he had a bad side to him. And bad, subjective. It depends on your opinion. But he was very ignorant. And again, it's not about preference. It was really just the way that he talked about dark-skinned people. It was just like he literally had a diversion to dark skin. And so that was a trigger for me in a way, because it's not that I'm dark skinned, but I still always kind of felt insecure about possibly not being light enough for him, or possibly my hair not being wavy enough, and that's so stupid and ignorant, but I'm just being honest with you of what my feelings were at the time, because of the things he used to say. And so that was the part of him that I didn't like. Let me blow my nose. I'm sorry. Anyways, yeah, so that was the part of him that I didn't like. But other than that, he was a good person. He was really down to earth, really funny, just a fun kind of guy, outdoorsy, liking to do like outdoor activities like hiking and jet skiing and things like that, the things that I'm into. And so that's why I really liked him, basically like an athlete like me. And so we had a lot in common outside of that, just that one negative aspect of him. And then the other issue too was, again, I think it was a blessing and a curse for him, was his humor, because it was like he was extremely immature. It was to the point where his humor was a detriment to him in a way, sometimes, because it made him extremely immature. But anyways, so I basically puppy love with him. I'm going into too much details about that story, but the reason I want to go into more detail about it now, I didn't before, because to me it's such an irrelevant part of the story at this point. That was years ago. I was a child back then. But it's now having major implications, because when I told the story about my ex, I think the way that it was perceived was that I dumped him for this guy, and that's not the case. I first of all have to explain why I felt the way that I felt about this guy in the first place, And also the fact that that's not why I dumped my ex. That was a part of it. I'm not going to sit here in front. That was a part of it. But it was more so just solidification of what I had already been feeling. It could have been anyone that caused that feeling to be quite real. Even if I had seen someone else that gave me butterflies, that probably would have caused me to go ahead and do what I had already been feeling I would do, which was breaking up with my ex. And that was just because, like I said, I just felt like I was too young to be tied into such a serious relationship. Forget the fact that I said my ex wasn't my type, because even though he wasn't my type, I was attracted to him. And the chemistry was so freaking, like, I can't even explain it. It was more so just, the reason I mentioned the type thing was because I did have a specific type after that guy from high school. Like, my type changed. You know how that happens? Like, you fall in love with someone, and it wasn't really fall in love like you think either. Again, it was puppy love. But you know how that happens, especially if you're younger and you're feeling those emotions, where you feel that way about someone, you fall for someone, and then that becomes your type, that becomes the prototype. That was kind of what happened just then, back then. That was what became my type because of that guy. So anyways, because like I said, if he weren't in the picture, my ex actually would have been totally my type. Before him, I actually used to like muscular, dark-skinned guys, typically ones that had locks. That was typically my type. And actually, I remember there was this guy before the main guy that I fell for in high school, that I had this huge crush on. And he had dreadlocks and he was kind of muscular. And I remember my sister and then my friends trying to set up this thing with him and I, and even at this place that's called Agriculture down here. They have this thing every year called Mango Melee. I remember we had this big meetup at the Mango Melee with this guy, because I liked him so freaking bad, and he gave me butterflies and stuff, and that was my type at the time. And then when I met this dude and I had all this chemistry with him and I started talking, on the phone all night long and whatever else, I realized, wait a minute, this type is, I became into this type. Like, this is my type. I'm like, wait, this is my type. Whoa. That's what happened just then, because that wasn't my type initially. And actually, when he first gave me his number, I was like, this guy is too pretty. That's how I felt. I was like, literally, I felt like too put together. Like, it's one thing if you're put together, but the way that he was put together was almost too pretty for me. It was just like, I don't like guys I didn't at the time like guys that were that neat and pretty. And the way I'm using pretty is just to show you that he was a pretty boy, like really into his looks, and his hair had to be, the waves had to be perfect, and the eyebrows and the goatee and all this stuff. He was just really like into his looks, and he even made sure that I knew that he looked good, like I can't even explain it. Like, that was one of the things he, glorified within that friendship. And so that was what became my type, because he was my first experience with puppy love, if you will, not true love. And so that's why I'm giving the backdrop story with that, so you can understand why I said my ex wasn't my type, because at the time my type had changed. My type was what that guy was, basically, at the time. Anyways, so I was just thinking about breaking up with the ex anyways, and it had nothing to do with that guy. I actually wasn't thinking about that guy. When I was in Tallahassee, all of the adventure and excitement that was happening and all the new different things and, people that I was meeting and stuff, that guy was the last thing on my mind. And I don't mean to say that in a mean way. It was just like, I was not thinking about him, out of sight, out of mind. And I didn't have social media back then either. So I was just like, oh my gosh, all this new stuff. And then I met my ex and we had all this chemistry. That's what was going on. It was really just that he wasn't my type in general at the time, what had become my type. And I wasn't even thinking about that guy, but still I had a new type now. And so he wasn't my type, what my new type was. And then to boot, I was feeling locked into the relationship because I'm wanting to go out and meet people, and I'm feeling locked into this relationship. And I'm like, it's too early. Like, why didn't you come like a little bit later is how I felt about my ex. I felt like you came at the wrong time, dude. Like, why didn't you come like a few years later? I'm not ready for this yet. That's how I felt. Is a better way to explain it. I wanted to take a break rather than break up with him. But it turned into me breaking up with him because I'm so rusty when it comes to that type of stuff. I suck at that type of stuff. So I ended up texting him basically when I got back. Let me tell the story, right? So we went back home, basically my sister and I, for the vacation. And I saw that guy. I ran into that guy from high school that I had the puppy love feeling for. Basically ran into him. I heard somebody calling my name. I went to the hair store and I was driving my mom's car. And I heard somebody calling my name, and then I look and I saw him. And so he ran up to me and gave me his number, and I got butterflies. And so for me, I'm already like in my head thinking I'm going to break up with the ex because I'm feeling locked into the relationship and like it's too early. And then to boot, he was not totally my type. I'm just keeping it real. He was not totally my type, what my type had become. But then seeing this guy and seeing what my actual type was at the time, and then also too feeling the feelings of feeling locked in too early, that just played a part in me breaking up with the ex. I was already planning to do it anyways because I was like, this is too early. I want to go out and meet people and have fun. I don't want to be locked into a serious relationship just yet. You came too soon, is how I felt. And then I saw this guy from high school and got butterflies, and that just kind of more so solidified what I had already been feeling. And so that's what made me break up with the ex. Because I reiterate, I said this in prior videos. This guy and I only spoke on the phone like once or twice when I was down here on the island. It wasn't anything like that at all. There was no hint of us getting together, nothing like that. And I still chose to break up with the ex because I had already been feeling those feelings. Like I was just too soon to be tied into a relationship that early. Okay, hour and 30 minutes. So I'm going to stop there. So where I'm stopping at is that I broke up with the ex. When I got back from the vacation, got back up to Tallahassee, I broke up with my ex. I'm stopping here because we're at an hour and 30 minutes in. So I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you for tuning in. Peace out. Hello, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa. My music name is New Lily. This is part 2 to how I became a targeted individual. Hopefully you were able to tune into part 1. So I'm just picking right up where I left off in part 1. So the part that I left off at in my story was when I went back to Tallahassee. So basically I had came home to the island with my older sister for the vacation. We were both in community college at the time. I was age 19. And basically as I went back up there to Tallahassee from Christmas vacation, I decided to break up with my ex. And this was the same ex that I was talking about towards the end of the last video. That I just felt like the relationship moved too quickly. I just felt like it was too fast. I just felt like too serious, and I just felt like he came at the wrong time. That was really all it was I just felt like he came at the wrong time. So anyways, when I got back to Tallahassee, like I said, I broke up with the ex via text because I didn't know how to, he wasn't in my apartment at this time. He had went back to his apartment while we were gone. And I was supposed to be meeting up with him, but in my mind I already knew I would be breaking up with him. And I didn't know how to do it in person. I know that sounds so horrible, but it's literally just like I don't like to hurt people's feelings. And also, too, it was kind of hard for me as well because I did still have feelings for him. I just knew that I didn't want to be in such a serious relationship at that time. And I also felt like if I saw him in person, I might have chickened out and not done it, or felt some kind of way and not done it. I don't know. So I sent a long, heartfelt text, but nonetheless, this is still, not, I don't know, it's just cold when I think about it, but I wasn't trying to be cold. It was actually me trying not to be cold, ironically enough. But I sent the text message and I basically broke up with him. So after we broke up, my sister was still with her boyfriend, and we moved to a new apartment, and we were living up there for a good while, a good few months. And then this childhood friend that I was talking about, well, middle school friend that ended up going to the high school with me that I had basically found out didn't like me, and that kept grabbing my arm, she reached out to me. And we talked on the phone a few times. She was just basically giving me an update on her life, basically just telling me that there was a lot of crazy stuff that had happened. She had basically, and at this point too, this was like my second year, if I'm not mistaken, midway through my second year of being up there in Tallahassee when she reached out to me. I believe I was 20, if I'm not mistaken, at this time. So basically she reaches out to me and she's just basically giving me an update on her life, telling me about the trouble she was having because she had been at 3 different locations where things hadn't worked out. I believe at first she had left this island and went by a godmother in Las Vegas. And when she was up there in Las Vegas, she had a hard time with the people in that household. I don't know what was going on. She didn't give me the particulars, but I just know that things were not working out there. And she also did not like the location either. So that didn't work out. She came back to this island, the island we're from, attended the university here on this island, had issues with a lot of the people on the university. This one girl in particular, I remember she had issues with. And she was telling me stuff about this girl, and I didn't know the girl personally, so I'm just listening, of course, not putting, applying my own opinion, not inserting my own opinion, just listening, being a listening ear. And she was telling me about all the issues that she was having down here on the campus down here. And so basically, long story short, she was in 3 different places where things hadn't worked out. And so she decided that she was gonna, well, she wanted to come up by me. She was asking if she could come up by my sister and I. She was asking me, what is it like up there in Tallahassee? Can I come up there, please? Can I come up by you? Blah, blah, blah. Just that type of stuff. I was giving her an update. I was telling her about my ex, what happened with him, just updating, like when you talk to an old friend and you guys are just updating each other on life. It was basically just like that. And then also her trying to come up to live with us. And initially, what it was supposed to be, really, and I really wish this is what had happened instead. But my cousin, the same cousin that I said basically was like, it was like the Three Musketeers, my older sister, myself, and this cousin, we used to, like I said, be really tight. And she was the one who was really supposed to come up to live with us. We had started putting everything in motion. She was supposed to come live with us, looking at the schools she would go to, all of that stuff like that. And then basically, I'm not going to go into the details of it, but this disagreement between her and, some other family members, I'm not trying not to mention, remember I said in these newer stories, I'm going to try very hard not to mention certain people. Right now, I'm mentioning people because I haven't gotten to the point that I'm going to get to where I can't mention people. But right now, this is the part where I can mention people still. And so basically just some drama happened within the family that caused that move to not happen, which really sucks. And to this day, that's another life decision that I feel like might have made things be different had that happened instead, had she came to live with us. Who knows, really? Only God knows. So anyways, my cousin didn't end up coming to live with us. And so my sister and I were still just kind of feeling lonely, at the time, because like I said, I broke up with my ex. She was still with her boyfriend. And because she was older than me too, so I think that was why she was okay with having a more serious relationship. Like I said, my sister's a good 3 years older than me, basically 3 years, rounding it. But anyways, we were lonely. We were in community college, so we were not in a regular university. We were not staying in the dorms. We were going out every weekend and having fun, but we were not in spaces where we could make friends, really. So it was more so just like go out together and have fun or stay in the apartment, that type of vibe. It was like we were not in those spaces like where you're on an actual university, where you can go to places like the set. FAMU has something called the set where students just go and hang out, and you meet people. That was where my sister met a lot of her friends, the friends that she had before I came up, those friendships that didn't last. But we didn't have those opportunities. We were really just more so going to the club on the weekend, meeting random guys. For her, of course, she's not really meeting guys, so that not taking it serious. And for me, it was just like dating, having fun, doing that type of stuff. But no friends, really. We didn't have any friends. Our cousin didn't end up coming up with us. So her saying that she wanted to come up by us, we thought that would be fun, because we did know, even though she had issues, that she was fun to be around. And she was also, like I said, an ambivert. So although she was introverted like us, she also had an outgoing side to her. A little bit more so than us, actually, because she was an only child and because she was somebody that was bullied. I think that built up that part of her where she could be a little bit more social. And it was a weird kind of social too, but still nonetheless social. And so we just thought that might be fun if she came up by us. So I didn't mind her coming up. In my mind, I still had in the back of my mind what that friend had told me. The one that told me she didn't like me. I did still have that in mind. But I was just like, okay, it kind of, I don't mind because we don't have friends. This might be fun. And then also too, something that made me feel a little bit weird was she was also talking about this one girl that she knew that she also wanted to live with in South Florida. And I remembered her saying, basically telling me, trust me, the only reason I'm trying to come up there by Ayo, basically is what she was saying. She didn't speak like raw island like that. I don't even know why I'm saying that like that. That's not how she talks. But she was basically saying the only reason she wanted to come up by us was because the apartments were too expensive down in South Florida. But it was the way she said it. It wouldn't be a problem if that were the case. I wouldn't give a rat's ass. But it was the way she said it. I can't really explain it. It just gave me a weird vibe. And I remember telling my sister about it too. And so my sister was like, well, so what? Let's still have her come up. We could still have her come up and make friends, because now that it'll be the three of us basically, and we have somebody a little bit more social in the crew, maybe we can go to more events and meet more people. And so that was the idea behind that, having her come up. And again, like I said, that comfort with a person, because I did know her since 8th grade. And she still was my friend despite some of the things I had heard that she said about me. So we let her come up. We didn't think it would be anything major. We actually thought it would be cool. And she came up, and like I said, at first, things were not bad. Like, at first, things were pretty cool. There wasn't anything crazy or out of the normal going on. She was acting a little bit strange. She did come up with a weird energy, but it wasn't like anything major. So at first we're going out, we're going to the club. Same thing my sister and I had been doing before she came. Really just the same thing. But we started to try to do more. So even like the school that my sister used to go to, FAMU. And excuse me if my grammar is off, guys. I said this in these videos that got deleted. I actually used to be an English teacher, so I know how to speak well, I know how to use proper grammar, but I'm not a good public speaker. So sometimes, especially when I'm anxious or nervous and I'm trying to do these videos, I tend to stammer or my grammar can be off. And so this is why I try to slow down and talk really slow when I do these videos, because I know that I can end up, you know, messing up my words. And then on top of things too, if you're familiar with how this program works, like I said, it's 24/7 surveillance. So it's like I always have an audience. So it's not like a regular human that can just sit down in front of their computer in privacy and make a video. And then, you have your audience that views it once you upload it. I'm always being viewed. So there's never a moment of privacy for me. So I always have a live audience. And so I'm always anxious and on edge when I do these videos. It's not to say it's just a regular audience. It's an audience of a large amount of people that don't like me. So you have to understand it's very uncomfortable for me. But I still need my story to be out there. Anyways, I forgot what I was going to say. Goodness. Okay, so she came up when we started going out, same thing like what we were doing before. But if anything, we tried to do more. Now that we had a third person, we felt a little bit more, I don't know, you could say just comfortable, I guess. When you're working with a crew of three, it just feels better. You know how they say three's a crowd? Like, it just felt more comfortable. So we started even trying to attend events at the school that my sister used to go to, FAMU. And I remember we were doing things like going to the relay race. We went to something called the Juice Jam, that they had just a bunch of different stuff, college kid stuff, having fun. And things were normal at first, like I said. But then things start to take a turn for the worse. And I talked about this in my prior video, and I'm trying to now word it differently. I still want to say what happened, but I just realized I have a tendency to be too blunt when I'm saying stories, and I don't want to be offensive at the same time, but I do want to tell the story as clearly as I can and as honestly as I can. So basically, we started, like I said, going out more with this friend, still meeting guys, the same thing that was happening before, but now there's three of us. And so at first it was normal, natural, just getting numbers, meeting people, whatever. But what started happening with this friend was it wasn't working out with the guy she was meeting. So if, for instance, like she'll get a number, meet a guy in the darkness of the club, and then during the daytime when she gets to know them or whatever, they wouldn't treat her good. Or they would be like, I don't know, trying to use her, things like that, things of that nature. And so basically it turned into almost like, I want to say this competition thing. I can't really explain it. It's the weirdest thing ever, but it almost felt like she started trying to compete with me. It was odd what started happening. And then I even remember that my brother-in-law had some friends. First of all, he had many friends, but specifically what I can remember, an incident that I think caused her to even have more of an issue with me was these three brothers, was these three brothers basically that my brother-in-law was friends with. And before my friend came up, those three brothers liked me, and I didn't really like them like that. And it wasn't anything negative or anything like that. I'm not super picky. I'm really not, because they try to paint it like that. I'm really not. I am kind of picky. It's odd and hard to explain, but I'm not really picky like that. But they just were not my type. It was more so rather than looks. I have to specify that it definitely wasn't a look thing, especially with the younger brother, because the younger brother was attractive and had nothing to do with looks. It was more so demeanor and personality. Like, I'm the kind of girl, because I'm athletic, I usually typically go for guys that are more rough around the edges. This is why I said even that guy from high school wasn't my type, but he was rough though. Even though he was a pretty boy, he still was like more gruff, and so that's why it worked. But I don't like guys that are too, I don't know how to say this without being offensive. I'm not trying to be offensive, I'm just trying to explain my preference. I don't like men I like really manly men. That's all I could say without it sounding offensive. I've always been that way. That's just how I am, and I think it's because I'm an athletic woman. I like manly men. And so, I'm not talking about physique either. Like, they don't have to be super buff or anything like that. But he was just too metro, is the way that I can describe it. These brothers, they were very soft and metro, and it just wasn't my type. They just were not my type. As far as demeanor and personality goes, because they were attractive. It had nothing to do with how they looked. So anyway, the youngest brother, I remember I had actually started talking to very briefly, because I did find him attractive. He just absolutely was not my type with the way he acted. But I still just gave him a chance and got to know him. I was young and dating around, and so I did talk to him for a very short stint. But then also what turned me off from him, and this is a TMI, I'm sorry, but I just have to tell this part of the story. It's a part of the story. Like very shortly after getting to know him, like a few days after getting to know him, he went downtown. And I'm sorry, I know that sounds like a TMI, but this is a part of the story, and I have to, this has to be in there. So he did go downtown, and I didn't find that to be anything major. Back then I was still a virgin. I wasn't sexually active like that, and so for me, him going downtown wasn't a big deal to me. And so he did that, but the fact that he did it so quickly turned me off also. So it was the fact that he was kind of metro, the way he acted, and then the fact that he did that so quickly, that turned me off. And I know that might sound bad. I'm just being honest about how I felt. That turned me off. I didn't like him like that. And so I remember, after a while of him trying to reach out and talk to me and stuff, I basically told my brother-in-law I just wasn't interested in that way. I didn't like him like that. So anyways, listen, I think I hear the plane. Listen. I'm going to keep documenting evidence when I hear the plane in the background. Listen. They stopped. And they keep doing that. They'll keep I know y'all heard it yesterday in yesterday's video. You could very clearly hear the plane in yesterday's video. Anyway, they stopped. I don't know how they do that either, because the plane is literally flying overhead. So I don't know how it is that they make the noise a little bit, but not. I don't know how they do that. This is why I sometimes feel like it's somebody's radio playing a plane sound, and then sometimes the real plane will fly. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what they got going on out there, but they be doing noise campaign on me. Anyway, so I just didn't like him like that. And then the other two brothers were worse. Like, they were really, I don't know what it was in that. I think this is what I heard. Basically, in that household, they grew up with their mom, those three brothers. So I don't want to go into too much detail, but it's not like y'all know who they are, just random people. So I don't mind saying the details. But from what I understand, they grew up in a household with a mom who taught them to treat women really well because the father was abusive towards the mom. And so basically, before the mom left the dad, she basically had like this tumultuous relationship with him where he was very abusive. Clear mind, I'm sorry, where he was very abusive. And so basically the way she raised her sons, which is good, that's a good thing, but it was to the point of it being too much now. She raised them to really cater to women and be good to women. And I know that sounds stupid, like, okay, so you didn't like them because they were good to women? No, that's not what I'm saying. See, hear the noise campaign. They love to twist my words. This is why I made sure to specify, because I knew they would twist my words. It's not because they were good to women. I've met men that were good to women that I liked that had nothing to do with it. It was the fact that it was like metro. I'm trying to say this in the nicest way possible without it being offensive. But I think they were really like mama's boys, because of that situation. They really like were up under their mom because of what happened, which is understandable. But then it also too made them very like, I don't know how to say this without sounding offensive, very metro, and that was actually the issue from what my brother-in-law told me with them, why a lot of women did not stay with them, because they were too softy. I can't explain it without it sounding bad, but they were too like metro, like, attractive, know how to treat a woman right, but just a bit too emotional to the point where you're almost like a woman too. Like, I can't explain it, man, without it sounding bad. I know that sounds bad. I'm just trying to explain it the best way I can. It wasn't even just a matter, again, of you treating me good. That sounds so stupid. What idiot wouldn't want a man that treats them good? That's not what I'm saying. It was literally the way that they operated. It was almost like metrosexual, like kind of feminine. That's the best way I can describe it, especially the other brother, the one that I ended up kind of talking to after the first one, because a few years later, I didn't even talk about this in my prior stories, I did kind of start talking to the second brother, and he was even more metro than the first one. I was just like, he was like talking to me about pink shoes that he had in the closet, and the fact that we both like the color pink, and I just couldn't. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that if you're my homeboy, and we're vibing on the colors we like. But as a guy that I'm trying to date, you can't be in the bed with me with your legs crossed telling me about pink shoes. Like, that was a problem for me. It was just, they were just, and the funny thing is, they were not gay. That's the funny thing about it, actually. They were absolutely not gay. As a matter of fact, I think one got married at this point. I don't know what happened with the other two. I know the first one, the one that ended up talking to my roommate, that my roommate ended up liking really bad. I know after we left Tallahassee, he had gotten into this relationship with this girl for a long time, for years, and then they broke up. So it wasn't even a situation like that. I think what happened is, again, it was just a syndrome of being up under a mom that they saw get abused. And she really pounded in their head that they needed to treat women right, and also needed to be gentle with women, and just gentle men in general. And I think what happened is it made them just a bit too gentle, like to the point where they were acting feminine. And that's the best way I can describe it without sounding like the monster bitch that they try to paint me as. But again, I reiterate, I wasn't the only girl that had that issue. There were other girls that they had tried to date, and my brother-in-law even told us that was what the problem was with them, that they act too feminine. Anyways, so with the first one, the first guy that I was talking to, the first brother, out of all three of them, to me, he acted the most manly and he was attractive. So I was like, okay, well, let me, try and talk to him and get to know him. Even though I was off rip seeing that the personality wasn't necessarily what I like, my preference as far as demeanor goes in a man, I was still just like, well, let me get to know him. But then to boot, like literally about 2 or 3 days after meeting him, he flew and did that to me, and there are a lot of guys that do that and girls don't have a problem with that. So I'm not judging anyone that does that. Let me be careful with my words because again, this will be something that will be warped and twisted. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying personally what I liked, especially back then, with me being Miss Goody Two Shoes back then, that's how my mind worked. I was just like, oh God, he went down so quick. I was just like, nah, that's how I felt back then. I'm just saying how I felt back then. So anyways, so that happened. I just didn't like him like that. And then when my roommate came up, this was another issue that I felt like made her feel some sort of way towards me because I remember when she met them, she liked all three of them, but in particularly that brother, that one that that went down on me really quickly. And she started talking to him very briefly. And for what I understand, I don't want to give too much details, but basically she aggressively pursued him in that situation, and he ended up not liking her like that. And so I remember that being like a thing for her. She didn't understand, first of all, why I didn't like him like that, and then second of all, why he didn't like her like that. And so I remember that being an issue. That wasn't the only issue. Or several other things that happened while she was living with us that made things kind of get a little bit tense. One of the main things that kept happening was, and this didn't happen with that brother, by the way, this was with other friends of my brother-in-law, as well as other guys she dated. There were a few incidents that happened where she basically said that she had been raped, and I feel so weird talking about it. But I remember that's what made it really, that's what really made the friendship go even more south. Because back then, what happened was, and I'm not judging anybody for what they do with their body. I don't give a shit, honestly. Like, I've had a very bad story. As a matter of fact, this is also why I think witchcraft, because some of the things that happened after that friendship. But again, I'm not targeting and saying that she did witchcraft on me, because that's what I was doing in my part 1 and part 2 video. Actually, in those videos, I very clearly stated that I have no evidence that this girl did witchcraft on me, but it's just a lot of coincidences that happened after leaving out of that friendship or after moving out from living with her that started happening to me that made me suspect it. But I very clearly said that I have no evidence and I'm not concretely saying she did this. I never straight up said, that girl did this to me. I never did. I never did. Even over the years when I wasn't making videos and I was only discussing it with my family, I never said for sure she did witchcraft. I was more so saying, I think she might have done something. I think she might have done something. That's what I kept saying. And there were other things that happened to them I'm about to talk about. Before I do though, let me just check something out real quick. Because I know there was something I was supposed to say before I got into talking about the story, finishing my story. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to mention today's date, because I don't have internet right now. The internet was taken, so not only was the computer that I typically record on confiscated, that's how all my videos got deleted, but also the internet was taken. So I'm recording this on my computer because I don't need internet to record a video, but I don't know when this will be posted, whenever I can get internet. But I just wanted to mention the date of these recordings. So yesterday's video, part 1, and I'm wearing the same dress because I didn't leave the house in it. And I just figured I'd wear the same dress for all of my how I became targeted videos. So yesterday's video was posted June 24th, 2023. And today's video is being recorded, well, not posted, recorded. Today's video is being recorded June 25th, 2023. So again, this is part 2, how I became a targeted individual, and I'm including all of the backdrop details in these videos. So remember I had done the summary. If you recall, those of you that have been following me and my videos got deleted, you'll have seen that I had an hour-and-a-half summary where I basically condensed the story and I left out all the backdrop story. This is the backdrop story that was left out. For those of you that never viewed my part 1 and part 2 videos and only saw the summary, these details with this roommate, with the ex and all these extra things that happened, this is basically me leading up to tell you my spiritual battle throughout the years, from my 20s all the way up to now 31. So this is why I'm including these backdrop stories and details, because I also feel like something spiritual is going on. But anyways, where was I? So basically what happened is, and I just again had to specify that I don't care what anyone does with their body. I've had a very crazy journey myself. I do not give a shit how many guys a girl sleeps with. That's your decision. I don't care. But as a friend, I did try to give advice to this friend, and my older sister did too. It wasn't just me. We were both talking to her because at the time she did start to become a little bit promiscuous. And of course we were young and we were in college, not to give that an excuse, but you know how some girls say like, oh, whole face or whatever, like you have your different perceptions or beliefs or whatever you're comfortable doing in life, and you have the right, everybody has free will to do what they want to do. And so who am I to sit here and judge you? I'm not the Most High. I've definitely, like I said, had some pretty shitty experiences after that situation with that roommate. But anyways, she was being promiscuous at the time. And so I do remember my sister and I kind of trying to talk to her, and not in a condescending way either, more so just trying to warn her, because this was very dangerous what she was doing here in Tallahassee, like what was happening. And so she did start to like say that guys were raping her. The first time it happened, it was basically something that we took seriously. We were not taking that as a joke. There was no type of preconceived notion, anything like that. We automatically said, let's call the police. She didn't want to do that. So we figured, okay, well, maybe it wasn't that serious, or maybe she just really doesn't feel comfortable. We act her on, like, let's go to the police. She didn't want to. So we're just like, okay, well, you can't force someone to do something they don't want to do. And she didn't really seem too shaken up about it. It's not like somebody that's crying that seems like, like somebody literally forced them and raped them. It was more so just like she had said it happened, and we believed her. But she didn't want to go to the police, so we're like, okay, fine. But then it happens again, and then again. And so then we're just like, wait a minute. No, man, like, you keep saying that guys are raped. Like, what are the odds that you keep getting raped? It just wasn't making sense. And then it even happened with one of my brother-in-law's friends. She had actually talked to a couple of my brother-in-law's friends, but things weren't really going the way she wanted with them. It was more so just turning into like, I'm not going to say it wasn't turning into like what she wanted with them. So this one guy in particular, that's kind of what happened. Then, whatever happened with them. And then I remembered her saying basically that what she said is basically they did it the first time consensually. And then she said the second time he raped her is what she said basically. And so my sister and I were like, okay, at this point now, this is now like what, the third or fourth time you're saying this happened. This is now my brother-in-law's friend. So it's not like we're taking side with him. Of course, I'm never going to take side with my brother-in-law over somebody that's my friend, no matter what issues we had. But we're more so now looking at it more, like side-eye kind of thing, just because it happened several times already. And the first time we wanted to go to the police, she didn't want to go. And so we knew she had also, like I said, been kind of promiscuous around this time, and she had slept with one of my other brother-in-law's friends as well, actually the same guy that went down on me. So we just kind of knew, it was kind of weird. It was weird, and we knew they had sex the first time for real, consensually. So not to say that can't happen a second time. You know how much cases are like that, where girls have sex with a guy, and so that guy feels like they have the right to now force themselves on the girl? I've heard stories like that all the time, so it's not impossible to believe. It's just, if you look at the circumstances and the fact that she had said the rape thing before several times, that's what made it strange, and then also her activity around that time. She was being kind of promiscuous. So I don't know. To this day, I don't know if she truly got raped. Only the Most High and her knows, I guess, and the guy. But for me, I just know that at this time, it was harder to believe, just because she had been saying this like several times before already. And so it's just like, again, it's just like now at this point, we're like, what's going on? It just seemed weird. So anyways, that was what it was. We talked to her about it, the fact that it was seeming weird that she kept saying the rape thing. And I even remember there was a talk that we had with her in the pool, at one of these housing places that we lived at. We were in the pool with her, and we were talking to her about the fact, bringing up to her attention that we were aware of the fact that she kept saying she was getting raped, and it was seeming kind of strange. And so I remembered her like glaring at us and getting really mad, and then she went under the pool and she like did this weird scream thing. And so I don't know, it's just like I felt like hate from her in that moment. And then I already understand the fact that she didn't like me from before, from what I understand. So for me, I don't know where the hate came from, because for me, it's like when you first told me the rape thing the first time, I was like listening and ready to go to the police. But then it keeps happening. And then these weird situations are happening with her and my brother-in-law's friends, where it's like kind of like this messing around thing, but not really, because she wasn't getting what she wanted from them. It wasn't like a relationship type of thing. I don't want to go into the details of it. It was weird what was happening. But that's what started making the friendship get even weirder, to be honest with you. And then also, what else happened? There was another incident where she said she got raped, and this was not my brother-in-law's friend. So basically, she and I, and I feel so weird talking about it, but she and I basically met these two guys at FAMU. We went to basically like this Relay for Life event or whatever it was called. And she and I went together. My sister, I don't know why my sister wasn't there this time. I'm trying to remember why she was. At this time, actually, when my roommate came and moved up with us, my sister had already had my niece. And so even though she was a young mom, she was still going out with us all the time. But I believe this day in question, for some reason, she had stayed home with my niece and my brother-in-law. So whatever the reason was, I remember that it was just my friend and I that went to this relay. I don't know where my sister was, or maybe she had branched off with my brother-in-law. I really can't remember. I actually should call her for the details. But all I can remember is the fact that it was just this friend and I at this relay for life together, and we're just walking around and exploring the different things on campus. You know, it was fun. And then these two guys approached us, and so they basically gave us their number, and we invited them back to our apartment. And so they came back to the apartment, and all four of us are chilling in my room upstairs. And so in this townhome, it was really not even an apartment, it was more so like a townhome. There was an upstairs, and I had my room upstairs. My sister and my brother-in-law had a room upstairs, and then my roommate had a room downstairs. And so we decided to let my room be the chill spot. Her room was a little bit messy, and I think it's just because she was dealing with depression or whatever she had going on. But we just decided to let my room be the chill spot. And so I remember I was chilling on the bed with this dude. She was on the floor, and the other dude that supposedly talking to her was on the floor as well. And so they were talking. I'm up on my bed talking to my guy, and I'm thinking we're gonna just stay in there smoke. You know, at this time I used to smoke. I talked about this in my prior videos that got deleted. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I'm gonna quickly say this. I don't do marijuana anymore. I don't smoke just because it affects me strangely, and I believe it's because I have Asperger's. From what I saw, people that are neurodivergent or have a different wiring of the brain can get psychosis from different psychedelic drugs, and not just psychedelic drugs. Like most medications can affect us adversely because of the way our brain is wired. And so that's when I came to that understanding, I realized why I was going through what I was going through in my early 20s, because I was a real pothead back then. You know, the household I grew up in, and also just growing up in an island, I view marijuana as medicinal. So for me, I know the facts. You know, this is not just a subjective viewpoint. There's actual evidence out there about this, that marijuana has medicinal qualities. So for me, it's just that I don't support using it recreationally. So like smoking it, I don't have a problem with anyone that does. You know, I have so much family members that have smoked it. I smoked it, like I said, I was a pothead in my early 20s. But the only reason I don't support smoking it recreationally now is because what it did to me and what I know it can do to some people, depending on how your brain is wired. And so I remember how it had me going. Like I had some sort of psychosis started happening to me. I'm sorry if I stammer. I saw like this weird fly by the window, and I don't know if that was a coincidence. Because if you've seen my prior videos, you know about the military insect drones, which I will get to in future videos. Remember, I said I'm going to slowly re-upload all of the information I had uploaded. But anyways, I just started to get like this psychosis from smoking the marijuana. And I started to get really anxious and generalized anxiety and all of that. So I realized I would more so promote using marijuana medicinally, like as in taking it in, you know, some sort of edible, or even that, if you're not careful, can really make you go like crazy, like psychosis and stuff. So I would, like I said, recommend using it, not the psychoactive effects. I'm stammering. So basically consuming the marijuana without I forget what it is that they take out. I think it's the THC. With them taking out whatever it is that causes you to get the high. I believe it's the THC. You know, they have forms of marijuana where you can get those medicinal effects without getting the high. And so for me, you know, I've seen other stories with people that experienced what I experienced, where you can get psychosis from it, you know, and it can make you start to go off. And that's what started happening to me in my early 20s. But more so actually after the roommate situation, not when we were still friends with her and living with her. So I don't know what the noise is about. I'm hearing a little bit of noise campaign in the background. She and I were smoking heavily, and we were just fine. You know, when she was living with us, that was actually fun. We used to smoke, and it was just fine. But anyway, so this is what I was thinking was going to happen in this room. I thought we were going to just have a smoke sesh, and I thought we were just going to be talking up in the room. You know, I didn't know she was going to branch off with the guy, and even if she did, that would have been fine, you know, because we're getting to know these guys. It would be nice to have privacy. But it's just the way that what ended up transpiring is why I think the branch off was a bad idea. But basically, she branched off with her dude. I just see them getting up and saying they're going to go down to her room. So I said, okay, no problem, you know, because I'm just thinking, okay, well, they just want privacy, and I didn't mind. I'll sit here and get to know this guy. That's fine. So I'm sitting there and I'm getting to know him. And off rip, I'm realizing that he's trying to get something. Like, he's trying to, you know, aggressively too, like trying to do stuff. Not even aggressively as in putting his hands on me. More so the way he was using his mouth, like aggressively trying to tell me, let's do something. And I'm like, no. You know, because I'm like, at this time I was a virgin. So I was very much so trying to wait for the one. That was my mindset back then. And then also too, it was just like, first of all, he wasn't my type. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. But he really was not my type. And then to boot, had the nerve to be having this sort of like, I don't know, this pompous like attitude, like he thought he was going to get something. And so I told him, absolutely not. You know, I'm not interested in that. And also I don't know you like that. And then that seemed to bother him. You know, he started telling me that he's about to graduate, and it doesn't make sense to have a relationship right now, and why don't we just enjoy ourselves? Just stupid shit this man was telling me. I'm just like getting more annoyed by the minute. And so after a while, I basically said, let's go look for my friend, because he was starting to really irk me. And so we got up to go look for my friend, and really I was trying to get him out of the apartment. And when we went down there, I'm knocking on her door, and she's not answering. And all I'm hearing is like a belt buckle. I kept hearing a belt buckle. I wasn't hearing anything else, wasn't hearing no bed rocking, nothing else. All I kept hearing was a belt buckle. And I'm knocking, no sound. Like for me, if something's going on or going down, like you're getting forced to do something, I would think a knock on the door would make you scream. But I'm knocking, I'm not getting no answer. I'm not getting no answer from her. So him and I just kind of stand there for a while, and then finally the door opens, and his friend walks out smiling, and basically kind of just like nudges his friend. And so then his friend kind of tells me, I need to get more like my friend. This is what he told me in this nasty kind of way. The friend that was in the room with me. He basically said, like, I need to get more like my friend. And so I'm just like, get the fuck out in my head. This is one thing. I didn't say that. I really wish I did. I wish I had the balls to tell him that, but I didn't. But I just looked at him disgustedly, and then they left. And so I'm looking in the room for her. I'm not seeing her. I'm calling her name, and then eventually she's like slinks up to the door, and she's looking like disappointed is the word I would use. Like just, like, oh, I messed up or something like that. I don't know. I can't really explain the expression. She just looked disappointed. And so I said, what's going on? I said, what happened? I said, you do stuff with him? And so then she whispered he raped her. And so for me at this point now, it's like, I absolutely cannot take you seriously. Like, you've said this so many times now. You made the conscious decision to go downstairs with him, which doesn't mean you deserve to get raped. That's not what I'm saying. But then too, I'm knocking on the door and I'm not hearing you screaming. I'm not hearing any signs of a scuffle. It's not like I'm hearing fighting happening. I'm not hearing any of that. I'm literally just hearing a belt. Listen. Used to be. I don't know what the noise campaign is there for. I said I'm not hearing any signs of you fighting, so I don't know what that means. I don't know what that noise campaign is supposed to mean right there, but that was noise campaign, just so you know. That's the little plane that I talked about in my part 1 video. For those of you that are not familiar, those of you that are targets, you're well aware of the plane. But it just flew by. And I'm not really sure why. Beats me. But anyway, let me finish the story though. And also to remember, I said these videos will not be any longer than an hour and a half. So anyways, what was I saying now? They love to do that because they know I have ADD, and also I'm not a good public speaker. So it doesn't take much to throw me off course. But anyways, so I'm not hearing any sign of a fight or a struggle. So this is why I had trouble believing her. It's because not only had she said the rape thing several times before, but then also too, I knew the activity that she had going on around those times. Not that I'm judging her. I'm just telling you I knew what was going down around those times. And then to boot, when I knocked, I didn't hear any scuffling. I didn't hear any, when I knocked, that was the opportunity to scream. If you were getting, raped, I'm not doubting her. Everybody operates differently. Who knows? Like maybe it was happening and she's the kind of person that doesn't say anything. Some people react differently to trauma. I don't know. I'm just trying to, in retrospect, think about things, because what if supposedly she was getting raped all these times and for whatever reason she didn't scream, So I don't know. And I'm not going to sit here and make it like I knew and like she was lying. I don't know. But for me at the time, I do remember feeling like, okay, nah, I'm having trouble believing you. That's how I felt at the time. So anyways, she said that and I just kind of, brushed it off, to be honest, because at this time now, this was again like, the umpteenth time of her saying this, and I didn't hear her screaming. So I didn't believe it. So the friendship was just going downhill from there. Things were happening with her, as far as these guys went. And also too, I think she was having issues. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but issues with her mom, basically. I remember around that time, her relationship with her mom was not good. Her relationship with her mom had been strained since high school. But around this time, I think was really strained. I can't really remember exactly what was happening. But she had a godmother that she was more so close to, that lived on this island. And that godmother was more so like a mom to her in those times when she was having issues with her mom. And so I know a lot of the time she used to be talking about this godmother and calling the godmother when things were not working out. So she had a lot of stuff going on. I even remember we went in her room, like I said, to talk to her about what was going on. And even about her hygiene, because we're saying, well, maybe things aren't working out with the guys because of your hygiene. And, we're talking about the fact that, maybe you need to just, like, get yourself together and get up and be more upbeat and stuff. And then we were even trying to tell her to pray and stuff because she was being very dark and morbid at that time. And then she said, well, why would I keep praying if all of this is going to keep happening to me? I remember her saying that on the bed. And I didn't understand that emotion, And so I at the time, because I hadn't been through anything major, but that like is reverberating through my head now. I remember her saying that, and it's just so crazy. But anyway, so she said that on the bed when we were telling her that. Basically just telling her, to try to pray and to try to be more upbeat because she had like this negative disposition. She was a negative person. And then she was going through a lot at the time. She was also drinking at the time, drinking very heavily. There was even this incident where she was drinking like this bottle of dark liquor. It was like a pint of, I believe, Henny. I don't want to say the wrong thing. One of those dark liquors. And she drank it down and recorded herself. She was sitting on the floor. This was in one of our newer apartments before we ended up actually splitting from her. She stayed up just drinking, and then she woke up. Not woke up, excuse me. She recorded herself and threw up on herself. She was eating like a bag of Cheetos and she was drinking. And she threw up on herself and she's like rubbing the throw up on her face and recorded it and then showed us it the next day and she's laughing. So this is where we're like, okay, well, something mental's going on. So we're trying to talk to her about it and stuff, and she's just more so like closed off and not really listening to what we're saying or taking what we're saying. And maybe it's because we were not empathetic towards her. Maybe we were trying to understand where she was coming from, but we couldn't empathize because we hadn't been through what she had been through. I don't know what it feels like to come from a household. Now I do, kind of. Not. Let me rephrase my words. I don't know what it feels like to come from a household where you're not getting along with your parent. She wasn't getting along with her mom. She was an only child. I didn't know what that felt like. I had a big family. I had siblings. I got along with my parents. I didn't know. So for me, it was just like, not that I'm not taking what you're saying seriously. I'm listening to you and giving you advice to the best of my ability. But it was just that, to the best of my ability from my perspective. I don't know what she was feeling. And now that I've been through some of the things I've been through, I'm like, okay, it's easy for someone to try to throw advice at you and not really understand how you feel. And so I look back at that and I'm like, well, maybe I really just wasn't empathetic enough because I didn't actually know how she felt. But anyways, so that was what was going on. It was just a lot of crazy stuff. And the friendship was just deteriorating more and more. And it was just getting awkwarder and more awkwarder. And it was to the point where even sometimes we were not even going out together anymore. We'd be doing our own separate moves, because it was just too weird what started happening. So anyways, then also too, around this time I started talking to my ex again. He had reached out to me and we started texting again, just on a friend level. And I was playing with the idea of dating him again because I still had that chemistry and that connection with him. And at this point now I had gotten to experience what I wanted to experience. I was out dating different people. But at the same time, I still wasn't sure that I wanted to be in a relationship just yet. I was still out and dating and on the scene and having fun, still meeting guys and stuff. But I did start to talk to the ex again, because I did miss him, and that connection that we had. But it was on a friend level. It wasn't anything major. There was no discussion of us getting back together. And I didn't even have the inkling that that would happen. And so when we're texting and stuff, he even started coming to hang out with me at the house sometimes. And I remember this one day that he came to hang out at the apartment. This is the same townhome that we're staying in. And he came in my room and he's sitting on the bed and we're just talking, just like how we used to, not anything romantic. It's not like, again, there were any hints of us getting back together. We were just talking. We just had that comfortable relationship. And then my roommate came upstairs, I remember. And at this point, our relationship wasn't good anymore. She had started saying some really underhanded, passive aggressive stuff to me. We were both just not getting along anymore. It was weird, especially after the rape thing. I think the rape thing is really what made the tension get thick. After that, it was just like awkward, especially when it came to her accusing my brother-in-law's friend, and she had already made these accusations about other guys. So it was weird at this point. And my sister and I had to talk with her in the pool where we were saying, okay, it almost seems not true what you're saying now because you keep saying it. And so it was just weird. The friendship was weird. She was doing weird things. I had my own part in things. I was saying negative things too. We were just not gelling. It didn't even feel like a genuine friendship at that point. It was just weird what was happening. But anyway, she had started talking to this guy, and this guy, out of all the guys she had dealt with, seemed to be taking her more serious than any of those other guys. But it still was this thing where he was kind of playing with her. He was just a nice guy. He was kind of more so like, I don't want to say nerdy. That's not the word I'm looking for. But more so like a good boy, So he just didn't seem like the kind of guy that even if he's not totally into a girl, would lead a girl on. So it was like more so like he was there, but he wasn't in a relationship with her. It was this weird thing that he was doing. So that was some guy that she had started talking to, and that seemed to be like a brighter situation for her, but still not what she wanted. And so I remember he was supposed to have been there this night in question, excuse me, not day, it was nighttime. And he was supposed to be in her room. From what she told me, I don't even know if that was true. I don't want to say she was lying, but it just seemed odd, what was happening. Because I remember as soon as my ex got there, all of a sudden she's in my room. And at this point, we were not cool anymore. Weird things had started happening. We were not comfortable with each other. We weren't really going out as much. Every once in a while, we would go out, but it was just weird. Even in the household, tension in the household, sometimes she'd come downstairs and my sister and I would jump, which is terrible, but it got to the point where we were kind of scared of her because she seemed like, I don't know, just dark. I can't explain it. And again, it was probably just what she was dealing with. But she seemed dark, and so I remember we even used to sometimes jump when she came in the kitchen, not intentionally either. It was just like this aura around her because of whatever was happening. Anyway, so I was in the room with my ex on the bed and we were talking, and then she knocks on my door and comes in, and she sits on the floor and awkwardly like inserts herself into the conversation. And the reason I say awkward is because the friendship was not what it was, and so it was strange for her to be there. It wasn't like our friendship was good. And so the conversation was awkward with her sitting there. Even my ex, I remember him looking a little bit like awkward about her sitting there. It was just weird. I don't know. And so basically after he left, I remembered her actually telling me that she didn't understand why I didn't want to be with him. She was like, man, I need a so-and-so in my life. And she said his name. And she said, what was the problem with him? And I was just really trying to explain to her that I just didn't want to be in a relationship at the time. I was just being candid with her and honest. The fact that I just didn't want to be in a relationship at the time and I wasn't sure if he was who I wanted to be with. And so she was telling me that I was basically like crazy. She didn't understand why I didn't want to be with him. And she was saying that, oh, he is fine, and whatever else she was saying, And so then she was asking me if he had a friend. And so I said, sure. I said, I'll find out if he has a friend for you. I told her I would basically ask him, and I did. But before that conversation ended, she was also telling me that she felt like maybe he's just desperate. That's why he's talking to me. And so I didn't understand why she said that. She was like, I think he's just desperate. Like, why are you talking to you again? This is kind of what she was saying. Like, why did he just randomly reach out again? Especially after she heard the story of whatever happened. But to me, I'm still just like, why would you say desperate, though? That still felt like shade to me. I didn't understand why she said that. But she did, and I actually even talked to her about it at a separate occasion and told her that what she said bothered me. Like, it hurt my feelings. Like, I don't know why you said that. And she said, she looked like she felt bad, like she didn't realize what she said was offensive. But these are the things that used to happen. Like, she would say passive-aggressive things, and I did too sometimes, Like, again, like I said, the friendship started to get really weird. And so we were both not gelling, and we were both saying bad things to each other. But she used to say some really shady stuff to have me side-eyeing her. I'm like, what is going on? So anyways, I did link her up or hook her up with my ex's friend, and they started talking very briefly. From what I understand, they messed around, from what my ex told me. And she told me they didn't mess around. So I don't think my ex would lie to me. I don't know why there's no motive to lie there. He didn't straight up tell me they did stuff either. I actually just remember that after she and him stopped talking, she and the friend, I remembered asking my ex about the situation because I felt like she was being very close-lipped about it and I wanted to know what happened. And I remember my ex saying basically, I asked him, did they do stuff? I said, she told me they didn't do stuff. Did they do stuff? And he said, that's what she told you? And he took he had this red Powerade and he took this drink from it and watched me this kind of way, like to say that she was lying. And so I was just like, okay, so they did do stuff, her and this guy. I still don't have the confirmation, but it seems like that's what happened, because all of a sudden they stopped talking and it was weird, it was just weird. And of course that made the friendship even more awkward because I'm sure that's something that made her feel salty towards me too. Which I don't understand why, because that had nothing to do with me. Me hooking you up with him, yeah, but you asked me for the hookup. But anyway, so it was just bad, man. Everything that started happening in that friendship and in that household, it just got weird and awkward between she and I. It was just terrible after a certain point. And it was to the point, too, where I didn't even trust drinking out of the fridge at that point, because it's like, with the things she started saying, the passive-aggressive things, and then also just the fact that she seemed to be in a very dark space because of everything that was going on in her life. It wasn't only what was happening in the apartment, with her meeting these guys and it not working out. She had came up with drama. This is what I keep trying to reiterate. She had 3 different places she had been at where nothing was working out, and it was to the point where she was even telling me about this girl down here on this island I'm from, at the campus she went to, and calling the girl a big bitch and talking about the girl was doing this and that to her, basically, I guess, bullying her or whatever. All kinds of stuff, man, that she had going on. So she came up with drama. And then whatever issues she was having with her mom and whatever else she had going on in her personal life, on top of now the new shit with the guys that wasn't working out and whatever was happening. So she was just in a very dark space at that time. And so it was just like the friendship was just gnarly. It wasn't working out. Things were getting weird. I was immature at that point too. So, in retrospect, I think I could have maybe been more supportive with what was happening with her. But for me, it was just like, it felt like she kept coming for me out the side of her neck, low key. And that's all I'm seeing. I'm not even really being empathetic. I'm more so trying to be sympathetic and give her advice, but coming from a standpoint of somebody that's immature and who doesn't really know what you're going through type of way. So that was what was going on. It was terrible, the whole friendship. And she was telling me passive aggressive stuff. It was just bad what started happening. And so eventually my sister and I decided that we wanted to move out from her. And even before that happened, I remember, like I said again, I didn't want to eat stuff out the fridge anymore because of how weird things had gotten. And I remember my sister kind of laughing because we didn't really totally trust her at that point with how she started acting. So we started locking our door and stuff when we would leave the house. But she still somehow kept finding her way into my sister's room. For me, it's like I wasn't like I had a lock and key on my door. My sister had this kind of rickety door that you couldn't even really lock her door like that. So it's like you could get into her room very easily. And so it even came to the point where we found her dirty underwear on top of my sister's toilet, and we didn't understand how that got there. So that was one thing that we found very strange. Hold on, listen to the noise campaign. Because they know the story very well. You know, I've told it before. You guys, if you're familiar with my videos, those of you that are not new to my channel that viewed my story, not the summary, my actual parts 1 and part 2, y'all are familiar with the story as well. But you have to understand the gang stalkers like know everything about me. They know all my stories. They know everything. It's the craziest thing ever. So they even know to anticipate what I'm about to say next. They know what I'm gonna say in this story because I've told it before. Anyways, oh, my hip is hurting from sitting here on this bed. Anyway, so basically she had free reign into my sister's room. And I even remember that we had left. This was before we moved out from her because I kind of started to fast forward. Before we left, before we moved out from her, we had went back home, and home is here, this island, for vacation. I think it was Christmas vacation. And she stayed up there. Clear mind, I'm sorry, stuff feels like it's pushing into my head now. Oh, goodness. She stayed up there, right? She didn't come home. And I think it's because of the issues she was having with her mom. So she ended up staying up there, I remember. And my brother-in-law stayed up there as well. So some type of weird, awkward energy going on in the house, from what I understand. And he wasn't always in the apartment either. And so I remember while we were gone, you know, we came back, and this is where we found her dirty underwear on top of my sister's toilet, basically. And we didn't understand why it was there. And the way it was there too, you could tell it was dirty, first of all, and second of all, it just seemed like it might have been some weird stuff that she was doing. Now, whether that be witchcraft or whatlessness, like as in nastiness, like, you know, I've seen a show like this before, where there was basically like this college girl and she stayed in the dorm with another girl that didn't like her. And she started getting like a sore throat. And when she went to the doctor, they were finding, I think, particles of E. coli in her esophagus. And come to find out, basically this roommate was so freaking stupid and wicked. Not saying my roommate is like that. I'm just telling you the story that I heard before. That she basically was bragging about what she did on her social media and got basically ratted her own self out. She was basically bragging about the fact that she was taking this girl's toothbrush and scrubbing the toilet with it and all kind of nastiness, rubbing her personal undergarments on the girl's makeup and stuff. So people do shit like that. So I don't know if the underwear was there because she hated us that much and she was rubbing the dirty underwear on my sister's stuff, or her you know, the stuff that she used to brush her teeth or whatever, or if she was doing obia. An obia is witchcraft. I really don't know what it was, but her dirty underwear was there when we got back. We didn't understand why. And then to boot, my sister started getting really sick. And so this is why I'm coming from the standpoint of maybe not witchcraft, maybe nastiness. Maybe she had gotten so annoyed with us that she started rubbing her shit up on my sister's stuff. I don't know what it was. But her dirty underwear was on top of my sister's toilet, and my sister started getting sick. And another thing, too, was, again, we shared the same fridge in the same main common area, the living room area. And my sister was eating and drinking out of the fridge. I've always been paranoid. You know, I'm a hypochondriac. You know, I've talked about this in my prior videos that got deleted. But I've always been like super like paranoid and scared of illnesses and all this stupidness like that. So even when situations that couldn't possibly, so even in everyday normal life situations, I'm constantly fearing illness, much less for a situation where something could actually be happening. So for me, as soon as she started acting really gnarly with us and things got really weird in the household, I was not eating anything from that fridge or drinking anything that was open in that fridge. But my sister was still having almond milk in the fridge. You know, she's still drinking things from the fridge. And, you know, I'm telling her, what are you doing? And she's kind of just brushing me off and laughing, you know, and like, I don't think she would do that type of vibe, you know? And then she starts getting sick. You know, she starts getting really skinny. Like, I can't even explain how skinny this girl was. Like, you think I'm skinny now with this nanobot thing. My sister, I think I even have I don't have internet. I had a video, in my Dropbox of her, how skinny she was at the time. She was really skinny. And I did start to get skinny around that time too when we moved out from the roommate, because we did go vegan and try to change our diet after that happened. But this was a whole different skinny. Like, my sister was sick and she was throwing up. She was pooping, just weird, crazy, phenomenal, otherworldly stuff. And she didn't have any illness. The odd thing about it is we kept taking her to the doctor, and the doctor kept not finding anything wrong with her. He kept just nothing at all. He couldn't find anything, which is a major sign of witchcraft, just so you know. They said when you get sick, like an illness, and the doctor can't find anything wrong with you, that's a sign of witchcraft. And so we could not find anything wrong with this girl, but she's getting skinny, looking freaking maga, her thigh look like this, and she's puking and throwing up. We even thought maybe she's pregnant again. This is what we thought. That wasn't the case either. So they explored everything, all kind of blood tests and stuff, could not find nothing wrong with this girl, and she was very sick. And again, this was shortly after finding the dirty underwear in her room. So I don't understand why what I'm saying is so otherworldly or unbelievable. They're acting like me saying that I think that this girl might have done witchcraft is so crazy. But I remember back then when it was happening, my family was on the same wave. They were on the same wavelength. We were all thinking, whoa, maybe this girl did something. We were all thinking that. And so anyways, my sister was just very sick. And so we moved out from her, basically, long story short. We realized we could not stay there with her anymore. Went our separate ways, started getting into the Hebrew Israelite understanding because we felt like something spiritual was going on. Started basically turned vegan, you could say, got really into holistic health. Let me look at the time, 54 minutes in. And my sister started to get her health back. She started getting her weight back. Everything started turning back to normal. So this is what's telling me again, too, maybe something was going on. Because why as soon as we move out from her, she gets her health back? I mean, it could be a coincidence, but the dirty toilet is really incriminating. It doesn't look good. But anyways, not the dirty toilet, I'm sorry, the dirty panty. Anyway, so basically we move out, change our diet, start going to church, and my sister starts getting better. Things start to get a little bit more normal in our life. Then we meet these two girls, these two friends that were very much so like us, like more than any other friend we had ever had, as far as like worldview goes, at least. Like the way that they viewed the world, the fact that they were into holistic health, natural living, that type of thing. And one of the girls was even half Jamaican, so it was just really cool, a cool vibe with them. And they were very conscious. So we liked that about them. We even used to call them the alternate universe us, because the older girl was my sister's age, and then the younger girl was basically like the older girl's little sister. They were not actually sisters, but they used to call each other sisters, and their relationship was very similar to my sister, my older sister and I's relationship. And the younger girl was my age. And the older girl had a daughter that was the same age as my sister's daughter. And then she had a boyfriend that was the same age as my sister's fiance, husband now. And it was a similar look to the husband, like her boyfriend. It was just, I don't know. I know that sounds so stupid, but it was really like a cool vibe. The girl didn't look nothing like my sister though. That was different. And the younger sister didn't look nothing like me. But it was just that type of vibe that was cool. That was cool. We're like, whoa, we met people that's like friends that's so much like us. And they're like around the same ages. They're the same age as us, and all these different similarities happening. Cool. But it was almost like Satan sending them our way. And the reason I say that is because they were like almost everything we would look for in a friend. Thinking just like us, the same kind of diet as us, and right around the time when we really started diving into holistic health, we've always been pretty natural. That's the household I kind of grew up in, where we're more so on the natural tip, but we're really heavily like into holistic health and that type of thing around this time. And they just happen to be on the same exact wavelength, and they view the world the same way as us. And it was too coincidental, the timing and the way they came along. The only difference was, and this is why I said it feels like Satan might have sent them, was their spirituality. And I don't have a problem with people who have different spiritualities. That's not what I'm saying, because, oh my gosh, let me not put my foot in my mouth. If you listen to my story, once I get further along in the story, you'll hear how my targeting went more viral. The first thing that made it go viral was an incident that happened on the Greyhound bus with a homeless man, which I'm going to break down very clearly in a minute. But there was also things that I said after that incident that made my targeting go even more viral. So I just want to make it very clear, I don't have an issue or an aversion to anybody that has a different religion or belief system to me. But the reason I'm saying these girls were literally like possibly sent by Satan was because it's not even to say that they just had a different belief system. They were Egyptologists. I've met other Egyptologists before, but they were even, at a point, once we started really getting into the friendship with them, Luciferians. They literally told us they were Luciferians. And that was when we had to cut ties with them. Because it was one thing for them to be out of the Bible, and trying to come with their own perspective or perception of belief, because this is what we used to do. We used to have these things called meeting of the minds. And my sister and I, who are Hebrew, would be there. They would be there. They're Egyptologists. There would be other people that were there of different belief systems, Buddhists, Christians. We had a Christian in the room, 2 Christians in the room. It used to be different people of different religions. and or belief systems. I won't say religion, because if you're Hebrew, you understand that we don't really look at it as a religion, but different spiritualities. And we would just sit there and discuss what our beliefs were, and we were all polite and not pushing our beliefs on each other or anything like that. But it was just the fact that they were actually not in the Bible, you know what I mean? But literally actually cursing the Bible. After a while, we started to realize that too, because they slowly eased in on us and started to ease in their perceptions and their view of the world as far as spirituality goes. They slowly started to ease it in on us. And at first we were just cool with it, because we're open-minded. Okay, this is someone that has a different belief system, cool. But then when it came to them like actually aggressively trying to get us out of the Bible, and then admitting to the fact that they're Luciferians, and then after a certain point telling us that they're Brujas, that's when we started to feel like, whoa, okay, this ain't gonna work. This is too different now. I'm not closed-minded, but this is too different now. Like, whoa, you are on the opposite spectrum. But before I got to that point where we realized that, we were still hanging out with them, having them in our space, and, just sitting there eating with them, having these vegan get-togethers, all kinds of stuff. And I even remember an incident that happened when my sister and my brother-in-law went down to South Florida. Remember, we were in Tallahassee, so that's North Florida. My brother-in-law, like my ex, is from South Florida. So basically, my sister and my brother-in-law went down to South Florida. I believe it was one of those holidays. And I stayed because I was working at Walmart, which is another incident why I'm going to tell you why I was thinking witchcraft or speculating. Something that happened that was kind of relative to what happened to the roommate. I'll talk about that in a minute too. And I only have 30 more minutes to talk, actually. Remember, I said these videos are not going to be any longer than an hour and a half. So anyways, never mind. So basically, my brother-in-law and my sister went down to South Florida for this holiday, and I had to stay because I was working. And so these same girls invited me to their house. So I'm just thinking it's going to be another cool vibe where people are over and we're having maybe a vegan get-together or, a meeting of the mind, something like that. They didn't specify what would be going down. But when I got there, I noticed that, first of all, they used to have this bulb in the roof that was purple. And they used to have that bulb on when we were doing the meeting of the minds also. So it actually seemed cool when it came to things like where my sister was there and we're all there together. We're just talking about our belief systems. But this night in question, I'm sorry I started to stammer, I heard noise campaign in the background. This night in question, it just felt ominous, the bulb. And I think it's because she had the little smoke thing going, I talked about this in my prior videos. Those things that they swing in the Catholic Church? I'm not sure what it's called, and I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not saying that that's something that's evil or bad, but I'm just saying I think the way she was using it was not in a good way. But she had that, and she basically had all these maps set up for all of us that were there, and she said that we were going to be doing lucid dreaming. And so she put the radio on, and there was this weird sound playing out of the radio. I'm not even sure what was coming out of that radio, but it sounded kind of strange. And then she had, like I said, stuff lit up all around the room, smoke going, the smoke thing in her hand. She had the purple light going. And she said we would be lucid dreaming. And so at this point, we hadn't really decided that we would cut this friendship off because they hadn't aggressively told us that they were Luciferians and Brujas. They hadn't aggressively told us that yet. They were still trying to slowly introduce us to certain things. And so basically, I laid down on the floor because I didn't want to offend her, and I was just glad to have these new cool friends that seemed so similar to me, despite the difference in spirituality. And so I laid on the floor, but I didn't feel right. It felt odd. It felt like, I'm really good at feeling energies, and I'm intuitive, and it just felt like a very ominous, dark type of feeling up in there. And so I laid on my back, and in my mind I was praying because it didn't feel right, but I didn't have the gall to get up and leave. I didn't want to offend her. So anyways, she starts walking over all of us with the smoke thing and, lowly, saying something. I don't know what she was saying. And she kept coming over me more than anyone else and focusing on me, and I kept smelling the smoke over me and all this type of stuff like that. But I was just praying, I wasn't like the others were supposed to be trying to fall asleep and, get to that state of REM sleep where you can lucid dream or whatever the case is. I wasn't doing it. I was literally in my head praying like, okay, when is this going to be over? So anyways, when it was over, she went in front of the room to talk to us about the experience and ask us, what our experience was. And she kept trying to ask me what my experience was. And she kept telling me that she saw activity with me. So I'm like, what activity? Because girl, if you only know I was praying in my head. I just kept thinking, what activity, But that was what was going on with that. It was just weird, that was a weird experience. And that whole friendship too was strange to me. Even after I came back home, because eventually I ended up moving back home from Tallahassee when things got a little bit financially stressful. I'm going to get to that point in the story in a minute. I remember we were still friends with these girls on Facebook, And they used to kind of be posting like these subliminal things towards us, not in a negative way. It's more so just like still like slowly trying to get us out the Bible. And I remember that at that time we were posting subliminal stuff too, trying to get them into the Bible. So that was happening for a while on Facebook as well. Give me a second, guys. Let me just stretch because I feel like the springs on this bed is hurting my bumsy. So hold on one second, guys. Okay, I'm sorry about that, guys. I think it's because I'm sitting on the edge of the bed the way that I am. But it's just like it started to hurt a little bit. Anyways, so before I get to that part of the story where I left Tallahassee, at this time now it's my brother-in-law, my sister, myself, and my niece. And we're living in a townhome, and actually eventually my brother-in-law's cousin moves in with us. And so I remember at this time things started to get really difficult because I had failed this math class at the community college I was going to 3 times in a row, which is so embarrassing. But I'm keeping it real. I'm an honest person. It is what it is. But that's one thing that I've always struggled with. I have ADD, as I mentioned. And so any course that I don't find interesting, I don't do well in. And for me, the concepts that are included in math, I just never found useful. Aside from the basics that you use in everyday life. If you're not somebody that's trying to be an engineer, a lot of the concepts that they teach in math to me just didn't feel necessary. And so for me, it was just boring. I always zoned out in math. And that was something I always struggled with growing up. And that was actually mainly what made them realize I had ADD, was because of my performance in math class. And I've always excelled in reading and writing. So in this community college, it was the same situation. The first math class, I remember that my ex, the same one I broke up with, actually helped me with that math class and helped me to get the concepts. And when he showed me certain things and explained it to me the way that he did, it made so much sense to me. And I was just like, okay, it's really just an interesting. Maybe because I like him and he's the one explaining it to me. That's why it's not so bad. That first math class, he helped me with it because he was a computer science major. And not to say computer and math matches up, but it kind of does. When I recently started getting into tech, I realized that there is a mathematical aspect to coding, especially if you're doing more so like back end coding. And so he was good at that. He was good at math and that type of stuff. So he was able to help me with that first math course. But boy, oh boy, when I got to that third one, because the second one was a struggle, but I got through it. When I got to the third math course, trouble. And oddly enough, with statistics, when I took statistics, that wasn't really too hard. I actually enjoyed that type of math. I don't know why, but statistics was easy for me. But anyway, so with this math class, I just had the hardest time ever. I just couldn't focus. I kept trying to get myself to focus and I just didn't care. Like I would just keep zoning off and not doing the homework and putting it off and procrastinating. And the thing about me is I'm a really major procrastinator and that has something to do with the ADD. But when it came to English and writing, that wasn't a problem. Like sometimes my paper would be due that day and I'd write it in the morning because I'm good at it. But with something like math that I'm not good at, you can't procrastinate with that, and so I would be procrastinating with this course, and I kept failing it, 3 times in a row. And so basically, they took my financial aid. And at this time, I had a 2.7 GPA. So that's not a bad GPA, but still I could do better, and when I went back to school for the second time, when I get to that part of the story, you'll hear, my GPA was way higher, because at this time, when I went back to school the second time, when I get to that part of the story, you'll hear, at that time, I was focused on my major, so all of my courses were writing courses. And so I did way better. I had a 3.5 GPA the second time I went back to school. But anyway, so this first time I'm in school, I'm more so general study courses. And my sister and I had abandoned the paralegal studies, and we were more so just focusing on general studies. And I was more so along the idea of becoming a teacher, so was she. We had kind of switched off from the lawyer thing. We were still considering it, and we were still taking lawyer courses. We were still taking paralegal studies courses. But we also had started taking general study courses, and we were also playing with the idea of teaching, because at that time she and I had started substitute teaching, and we realized that we liked it. And also we grew up in a household with a mom that was a teacher for many years. So that was something that we were more so now considering. That was also an option in our head, and that was always an option and something that we considered. But once we started subbing, then we really started looking at that more so than the lawyer thing. So anyways, I had a 2.7 GPA, but I failed that math class 3 times in a row. And basically I lost my financial aid because the community college I was attending started doing this thing called completion rate. So even if you have a passing GPA, if you fail a course a certain number of times, your completion rate can drop low enough that you lose your financial aid. And that's basically what happened to me, because I failed this math class 3 times in a row. My completion rate went really low, and I ended up basically losing my financial aid. So I was starting to get depressed at this time because I skipped a major part of the story. Oh my word. Whoa. This is like a part that I can't afford to skip. I don't know how I skipped this. Before we moved out from the roommate. Oh my God, how did I forget that? Before we moved out from the roommate, remember I told you I had started talking to my ex again on a friend level. You know, and it was to the point where my roommate even ended up kind of, for a short stint, dealing with one of his friends. Before we moved out from her, I remember that we had this night. I don't know how I forgot about this. That's insane. This cannot be forgotten. Before we moved out from her, and before I even lost my financial aid, um, before we moved out from her, I remember that we had went out with her one more time, you know, because even though things were weird and strange and strained, you know, we still spoke to her off and on. And we still communicated about events that were happening, oddly enough. And so I remember this big juice jam was happening at FAMU, and she had heard about it, and we had heard about it. But we decided that we would go to that together, despite the oddness that had started happening. And so I remember that we went to this juice jam. My sister, was my brother-in-law there? I'm trying to remember because I know my niece was in the picture at this time. You know, I think what happened is my brother-in-law used to be playing babysitter for the most part, but he was still with his friends and hanging out. But he would just be letting my niece tag along as what was happening. And so I remember at this time my sister, my brother-in-law, and my friend was there. But my brother-in-law I think was more so. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to say the wrong thing. No, actually, I think this night my brother-in-law was not there. I think he had went over to his friend's house to hang out and watch football and stuff like that with my niece. That's what happened. So basically, it was my older sister, myself, and this friend. We went to the juice jam, and the juice is extreme. You know, that thing is like, I believe it's what would be called lean today. You know what the young, I almost said the young folks, like I'm old. I'm only 31, but the younger generation, you know, that consumes that type of thing. Shoot, even this generation, I don't know what I'm saying. Lil Wayne made lean poppin'. You know, Lil Wayne's way older than me. I don't know what I'm talking about. But lean, it's basically like lean, the juice. And basically it was like this punch that they made, right? And I think they put cough syrup in it, you know, alcohol. They might have put some codeine up in that joint. I don't know. They were putting a lot of stuff up in there. And it was really dangerous too. As paranoid as I am, I don't even know what made me trust drinking from that thing because it was an open punch bowl with thousands of different college students. I don't know what the heck was up in that thing. But we drank it. We drank the juice. It was like blue. It was almost like, you know, hypnotic. That kind of, you know, the alcohol hypnotic, that kind of powdery blue color. It literally looked like hypnotic. But it tasted it was weird. It was very sweet. It was almost like the taste of hypnotic, but not really. It tasted different. It was extremely cloyingly. I don't know why I'm having trouble talking. Cloyingly sweet. Like it was extremely sweet, but it still had this very bitter edge to it. I can't explain it. But it was the kind of way where it's like, even though it had that bitter edge, it wasn't super strong. You know, it was to the point where you could drink a lot and not realize that you're getting really wasted. The thing was just, it was ridiculous. That's the most wasted I had ever gotten, I think, in my time being in Tallahassee. It was really wild, right? And so we were drinking it and we're partying and we're dancing and, you know, we're walking up and shit, I was even doing flips in the club at this point. That's to tell you that thing had me lit. You know, all kinds of stuff was going on. We were just dancing and stuff and getting numbers. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna stretch one more time. I'm sorry. Yeah, so anyways, back to the story. Getting numbers, and so I had to stretch. It's just like, I don't know if it's the bed where I'm sitting at or what, but it's just like back here is starting to hurt me. Anyway, so getting numbers, you know, all three of us actually, my sister, of course, not taking it serious. It's just a fun thing for her. She literally throw the numbers away. But my friend and I obviously taking the numbers seriously because we were both single. And we're having a good time. And so then when we get to the car, you know, after the night, it was like 1 or 2 in the morning. I remember she and I both having numbers, and we both wanted to go see the guys that we got numbers from because they both had stuff going on. You know, I had met this Q dog basically, and he was telling me about some house party that was going on. And then she had met some guy, and I don't remember what he had going on. I think she was saying he had some event that he was at that she wanted to go to. So we're both arguing about where we're going to go and which guy we're going to go see. And it just turned into this big stupid ass argument. You know, it was to the point where my sister was like, okay, it's not that serious. And she was screaming and trying to turn up the radio over us because we had never fought like this before. You know, like we had the passive aggressive stuff going on, but it was never to the point where we're fighting and screaming at each other. That never happened before. So this was weird, you know, but I think I attribute it to the juice. The juice had us turned up. And so we were screaming at each other about which guy we were going to see, which is so stupid. Who cares? Irrelevant, stupid ass dudes that we didn't know like that. But we're both screaming at each other about which guy we're going to go see. And so eventually the fight gets a crazy decibel. And it ends up that we're parked at the side of the road. I think my sister pulled over because it was getting wild. And then I ended up saying some really nasty stuff to this girl, like, and I feel so terrible about it, but I was like actually lit and drunk off of the juice. And I remember just basically yelling at her, and that's to tell you, I wasn't that drunk. I was drunk enough to say stupid shit, but still cognizant enough to remember what I said. It was that type of drunk. And so I basically yelled at her that she was a hoe. I never told her that. Never, never, never. Never told this girl that ever. Even when she was telling me passive aggressive stuff, never told her nothing like that. But this night, I don't know what the hell happened or what happened to me. But I literally yelled at her that she was a hoe and she basically just sleep around with all these men. And I don't know what made me say that. I never said that to nobody before. And I just was like really going in on her in this moment. And I remember her just rocking back and forth in the back. Remember, she's already been going through a lot of stuff. She was very dark at this time. She kept claiming that some of these men were raping her. Some of them she was honest about the fact that she did stuff with. Not to say honest to say the raping thing was a lie. But it was just, if it was happening, then damn, she was really unfortunate to have gotten raped that many times. It just seems so unrealistic. But she was going through a lot at this time. So for me to kind of throw that in her face was really not good. And I wouldn't have done that had I been sober. But I had drank the juice and I was lit, and turned up. And so I'm just, we're both yelling at each other and eventually turned into me yelling at her, calling her a hoe, basically. And so I remember her, and at this time I was a virgin still too. So it was just like really bad. It was really bad. It was really bad. And I would never have done that if I were sober. So I remember her rocking back and forth, and basically just saying, "Oh, that's how you feel," and her eyes just look really dark and creepy. That's all I can remember. It's like this memory I have of just her rocking back and forth and saying, "Oh, that's how you feel," and her eyes look really dark and creepy. And so I don't know why they're hitting up the roof with that or doing that noise campaign. Anyway, so basically that same night after I told this girl all of that stuff, my ex had been texting me. Remember, him and I had started talking again. We had been talking for a good almost month at this point, but just on a friend level, just texting, sometimes meeting up, not even all the time, nothing like what we used to be, just literally on a friend level texting each other. And this night in question, after I told her all of that, all of a sudden I'm pressuring my sister to take me by so-and-so, take me by so-and-so. I was saying his name. And so my sister was like, "Huh, you want to go by so-and-so?" And I was like, "Yes, take me, take me." And I think we even stopped home at first to drop her off, my friend. And also, too, I think my sister went to check on my niece, because she was home with my brother-in-law. I think he had gotten home from wherever he was. I think he had left to hang out with his friends for a little bit and he was home again. So anyways, basically, I think if I'm not mistaken, we stopped home first, for like maybe an hour or something. But I was aggressively pressuring my sister to take me by my ex. And I don't know why, and him and I had hung out so many times. Slept over by each other's apartment so many times. This man used to live with me in my apartment. He abandoned his apartment to live with me, and I never did stuff with him. And there were even nights when him and I had gotten drunk together. Not even drunk, not drunk, but we had drank together. We had a few beers, and I still didn't do stuff with him. So it was just weird what happened. I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's not like I was drunk. It's not rape. He definitely didn't rape me. I was very much so cognizant, and I gave him permission to do whatever. But I still just don't understand my decision making. Because at this point when my sister took me by my ex's house, I had sobered up. That kind of way, like where you're drinking at night and you get lit or whatever, turned up, and then it's like 4 or 5 in the morning and you sober up. You're still having that hangover haze that's starting to come in, but you're sober. That was pretty much what it was when she took me by my ex's house. So I was fully cognizant. I remember the night to a T of what happened. But at the same time, it's just like, why did I still question why I made that decision. Not that I regret giving him my virginity. It's just that I regret giving it to him when him and I were not together. I don't know what made me decide to do that. And we hadn't even discussed the idea of getting back together at this point. So it's just like, why did I do that? I just can't, I still can't make sense of it. And I wasn't drunk. So anyways, that's what happened. Went to his house. One thing led to the other and he ended up taking my virginity. And I remember the next morning just feeling like this really dark feeling over me, like this depressed, weird feeling over me after that. I can't explain it. Because his energy towards me had shifted. Even though him and I were friends and we were talking again, it wasn't the same vibe as when we were together the first time. It was completely different. He was so himself. He's funny. That's the thing. I like funny guys, and he was very funny. He was another one that was funny. And that's something that I'm attracted to when it comes to personality in men. I like men that have a sense of humor, that are really funny. I tend to date funny men. Not all the time, but oftentimes. He was one of those. He was a clown. He was kind of similar, and not really. He wasn't, and not to say he was like this guy from high school, the one that I had the puppy love feeling for. Personalities were completely different, but similar in the sense that they both had an extreme sense of humor, funny guys. And so that was the case with this ex, but even that seemed to kind of dampered. when I started talking to him again, it wasn't the same like when him and I were dating the first time. He seemed more closed off, which is understandable. I get it. But it wasn't the same vibe. So for me to have done it with him, knowing that there was no security of us getting back together, I still kind of felt like I had it like that. And I know that's not good. I'm just being real about how I felt back then. I don't know. I just felt like whenever I wanted, I could have gotten back with him. That's how I felt, which is so stupid and dumb. He showed me, but I definitely felt that way back then. I felt like, whenever I wanted, he's there. I can get back with him. That's how it felt. And so when that happened, I even still felt like, okay, well, even though he's acting a little different, I know I can get back with him. I can get him. Like, this is how I felt. I just felt like I had it like that. And then as the weeks proceeded and I saw how he was treating me, I was like, I don't have it like that. Like, I was like, oh, you don't have it like that. I was like, oh, okay. So it was just weird. Like, he just started acting weird, and I pressured him into getting back with me because I had given him my virginity and he knew how serious that was for me. And so even though he got back with me, he was still moving hesitant. He was moving strange. The way he was communicating with me was very much so horrible. It wasn't the same as before. Not calling me, texting me, taking forever to answer my text messages. Sometimes I go the whole day without hearing from him. Sometimes a couple days I didn't hear from the man, that kind of thing like that. And to be fair, he was very close to graduation. Remember, he was a computer science major, so that's not necessarily the easiest courses to take. So I understand that. I understand that he was close to graduation, and that's what he kept telling me. And then also, too, he had a new job that was vigorous. So he had stuff going on, and I didn't expect him to pause his life for me, especially after how I had dumped him in that first relationship that we had. But it was still just like absolutely like disregard. I can't explain it. It was just like he was not this, like it wasn't even like he was making an attempt to make me feel comfortable or secure in the relationship. It was almost like a one-sided relationship. Like he was just telling me we're together to pacify me. But it was just like we were not really like we were together, but we weren't operating like people that were together. In other words, it was weird. And then more so too, he's hitting me up at the late hours, super late hours, trying to get me to slide through or him to come slide through by me to do stuff, and just like that kind of operation. It was just weird. And what else? So it was just weird. It was odd to me. And so I remember even complaining to my sister and I was crying and stuff. And she had a talk with him and she's taking his side talking about, oh, you need to understand he's busy right now. That's what's going on. He's busy. He's trying to, I talk to him. He's busy, blah, blah, blah. But I'm seeing how he's treating me. I understand he's busy. I get it. I'm not like some selfish, like stupid airhead that doesn't understand what busy is, that you're in school and you're working. But it was even the lack of communication, even if we're not linking up. And I'm not even the kind of person that likes to communicate all the time. I'm not even, for me in relationships, I'm the one who starts feeling claustrophobic. When people are texting me too much or calling me too much, I'm the one who feels claustrophobic. So for me to be complaining about communication, you have to know he was not communicating at all, like barely. It was weird. It was the weirdest thing ever with him. And I understand, I get it. But it was weird what was happening. All right, so 9 more minutes. And so just understand that got very odd with him. I pretty much started to put two and two together that he was not feeling me the same way as he was in the initial relationship. And although he wasn't breaking up with me, I think if I had just let things rock, we might have still been together. Who knows? Maybe we would have got past that patch where he was just very distant. I don't know. But I didn't have the wherewithal to try and wear him down. I was already going through whatever what was happening with me. It was at the time where, around this time I had started struggling with that third math class. Him and I weren't tight enough for me to go to him for help. He had his own stuff going on. I'm barely seeing the man in the first place. I'm just feeling vulnerable because I had like cherished my virginity in a way, like, and I had this big plan in my head about what I wanted to do with it, and it was gonna be with the man I was gonna marry and stuff like that. And then he's not even panning out to be that guy. He was just acting however he was acting, very distant. Barely hearing from him. Like I said, sometimes a couple days with me not hearing from him, or I'll send him a text, like at 8 a.m. and he doesn't answer me until 5 p.m. How hard is it to send a text? Stuff like that. He was just completely different, very distant and very cold, and I think it was because of what happened obviously in our first relationship. But it still didn't just dump me. Don't like stay there leading me on. Why would you do that? So anyways, that's what was happening. And he kept using the guise of being busy as an excuse to kind of lead me on, I guess. It almost felt low-key like revenge, but I'm like, well, it's not like he went out of his way to do this to me. I made the choices I made to do stuff with him. So, I can't really say whatever, but it just kind of felt like a get back a little bit. It did. And so I remember actually even sending him this text, after a while getting worn down and feeling used out and stuff with him. I remember I wrote him this long text message, and that's to tell you that I'm not a cold person. The text message thing is not me being cold, it's more so just my way of communicating because I'm socially inept and awkward. This is not pertaining to me trying to get him to take me seriously again. I sent him this big, long, heartfelt text message, and I remember he replied K. And that was what did it for me. I was like, okay, nah. He's acting like so weird and different. Hey, I'm sorry. So weird and different. And then I sent you this big, long, heartfelt text message, and you responded K. I'm like, nah, okay, this is a wrap. I'm over. I'm over it. I'm like, screw this. Screw the virginity. Like, I was like, F that. Like, for me, I was like, this is why I kept hanging on, because it's just like I had this OCD and this thing, not just OCD, it was beyond OCD. It was really just this want to be married to the person I gave my virginity to. I just wanted that so bad. And so I was just willing to just put up with the stupidness with him. And then I kept also reasoning with myself that it was my fault. Like, okay, well, it's because of how you broke up with him. It's your fault. If you stick around, he's gonna stop being so cold. He's gonna start to be more responsive or whatever. I just felt like the old him, and sometimes the old him would peek through. It's hard to explain it. Like sometimes him and I would chill during the daytime. Where he, I guess, had an off day or whatever, he felt like gracing me with his presence. We would chill during the daytime and it would feel like old times, and I'd be like, oh my gosh, okay, we're getting back to normal. Like, okay, I'm breaking down this cold wall that he has up or whatever. And then it's just back to the same weird treatment, with him. So I was just like, nah. I was like, I'm not gonna be dealing with this. Screw this. And so eventually after I sent that text message and he said the K, that was basically when I decided, okay, this ain't it. This is over. It's a wrap. And so I just stopped talking to him, basically. And throughout the years, he kept reaching out too. Like, even before I left Tallahassee, even after us not, me deciding that I didn't want to try to do this relationship with him, and him sending me the K, and him not even trying to pursue me after he realized that I stopped talking to him. He didn't even really try to pursue me after that. I was just like, okay, screw this. But he was still like texting me off and on. It would be sporadic. Like 1 month I would hear from him, or 2 months later I would hear from him, just sporadically reaching out to me. And stupid me still every time like a dummy grabbing the bait, hoping that okay, maybe now he's decided he punished me enough. Maybe now we're gonna make it work. This is how I felt. Because I was so desperately, I think it was psychological too. Because not only the fact that I wanted to be with the person I gave my virginity to, but then I think just the fact that he didn't want me, it's weird. I know that's stupid and weird, but I think the fact that he didn't want me made me want him more. I know that's weird, but I think that's what started happening too. I know that's weird, but I think that's what started happening too. The fact that he didn't want me made me want him more too. And then also him and I, like I said, already had this great connection, good connection, extreme chemistry. The fact that, oh my gosh, it's so many stimuli. I can't even just tell a story without, feeling awkward. But we had this really good connection, and, it was the fact that basically he could have been the one. Like the way that our personalities clicked and stuff, like that could have worked out if it wasn't for me getting in my own head and getting in my own way. And so for me, I just felt like, okay, I can actually make it work with him. I could have seen a life with him. But it was just like he was acting how he was acting, and I couldn't get him to get back to normal. And so, like I said, he would hit me up sporadically throughout the months. And whenever he would hit me up, me stupidly thinking that maybe now he's coming around to be with me, end up doing stuff with him. And then it was just that, just hit me up just to be like, again, use me. I'm just like, why? You could be doing it with anyone. Why are you doing this? Why would you keep hitting me up and doing that? And you know how I feel about this. Why would you keep doing that? He kept doing that. And I was just like, oh, okay, no. So anyways, I forgot what I was going to say. So eventually I ended up coming back home because I can't, this is another major story. I think I will tell this story because I see it's 1:26, and then I'm going to stop because I only do an hour and a half of talking. So basically, I ended up, like I said, losing my financial aid. And so I'm not even getting that little refund check that you get to help with bills and stuff. You know how you get that little personal check when you're getting financial aid that you can use to help with bills? I'm not getting that anymore. And as a matter of fact, I'm not in school anymore because I lost my financial aid. And it was stupid too, because when I actually lost my financial aid, I literally had 2 more classes to take before getting my associate's degree. It was literally that math class that I kept failing, and another class. I don't even remember. I believe it was a history class or something like that. But literally 2 more classes. And then that happened with the math class. So I remember that feeling super discouraging too. So what's happening with the ex? This class situation not working out. The new friends we made, they were just too too outside the box, so we couldn't even really vibe with them like that. It was just a lot that was going on. And so I started to get depressed myself. And so then anyways, around this time I started working at Walmart. And the reason I started working at Walmart was because I wasn't getting the financial aid that I needed to help pay with the bills. I was living with, like I said, my sister and her fiance, and I needed to help with the bills. So I started working at Walmart. Oh, and also too, I had gotten into this car deal, basically this lease with this very shady car dealership. Very shady. They're not even open anymore. But it was this really high car note that I had, and I had no money or income coming in, so I had to work. So I was doing, like I said, OPS substituting. My sister and I were substituting off and on, but I wasn't getting enough hours with that job, and just, a lot of different things happening. So I said, okay, I need to get a real stable job where I'm going to have like a stable set of income coming in. So got the job with Walmart, start working there. Everything's going fine. It's a very tedious, strenuous job because you're on your feet for hours on end. And I have like the utmost respect for cashiers, especially that type of cashiers, supermarket cashiers, because I know what that feels like. Oh my gosh, it's horrible on your feet for hours, especially something like Walmart, where it's like big basket full of groceries and stuff that people are purchasing, and not just groceries, household items and stuff. It's a hard job to work, physically hard. So I remember it was just like hard for me. It was not bad. I didn't mind it because I had income coming in. I was grateful. But my knees used to be feeling busted up. I'm an athlete and my knees were hurting me. My knees were hurting me at the end of the day, like I was an older lady or something. Like my knees used to hurt from standing there all day long. It just everything, my back, everything. So it was just a very tedious job. And then I remember that one day my sister came in. My sister, my brother-in-law, and my niece. They came into the store. And I remember getting excited because at this point, this Walmart, the thing I liked about this Walmart was that it was out in the suburbs. And the reason I like it, I don't want that to be misconstrued or taken the wrong way, was because there was a lack of traffic. Because it was all the way out in the suburbs, you only had like a certain amount of people coming in there. It was a super Walmart. It was super big, but it didn't have a big crowd. Only on holidays, so like Thanksgiving, Christmas, that type of thing. But other than that, that Walmart was very laid back, to be the type of super Walmart that it was. That's what I loved about it, because other Walmarts closer to the schools that we went to, packed. I couldn't even ever fathom working at those Walmarts. So I loved working at this Walmart for that fact, but it was still strenuous, tedious, my knees hurting at the end of the day. But my sister came in this day, and of course it wasn't really a big crowd in the Walmart, so I was happy about that. It didn't have many people in there. So I turned off my light, and I'd seen other cashiers, co-workers do this as well. They'd have a family member or a friend come in, and because there wasn't much traffic, they turn off their light and go and talk to that person. I was that comfortable at this Walmart. I didn't feel like I was being watched. Excuse me, let me pause this. Sorry, I need to blow my nose, guys. Okay, guys. So, anyways, sorry about that. I had to blow my nose. And if you've listened to my part 1 video, you'll have heard me say basically that, I have chronic sinusitis, basically. So I apologize for anytime that I have to stop and blow my nose. Or if I sound nasally. I'm sorry for over-explaining that too, but it has been an insecurity of mine for years. And I only, in recent years, like in my mid-20s, came to like some sort of resolution with it and feeling okay with it. But it has been an insecurity of mine. Anyways, so my sister came in this day with my niece and my brother-in-law. And basically they just came in there to buy Pampers and cash a check. So what they were going to do was they were going to use the check to pay for the Pampers. And so for me, I just got excited. I saw my niece, the chubby face, I saw my sister, our relationship was still good then. I turned off the light, ran over there basically, and hugged my niece. And I basically was talking to my sister, and I'm following her to the aisle where she's going to buy these Pampers. And she's telling me what she wants to do, that she wants to purchase the Pampers with the check and then get the money back, the refund. And basically that would be her way of cashing the check. And as far as we knew, this is something you can do at certain grocery stores. Even down here on this island, some of the supermarkets, you can do that. You can pay with a check and get the money back. So for me, I wasn't aware that this wasn't something that could be done. At this point, I think this was like my 2nd month of working at the Walmart. So I hadn't encountered a check situation yet, and I wasn't familiar with the rules as far as that goes. So after I followed them to the pamper aisle, we're talking, just acting natural, not feeling like I'm being watched, as comfortable as can be. I walk her back over to my register, turn my light on, and I'm cashing her out. And so as I'm doing the check thing, I'm trying to see if I can find something in the machine that can let me cash the check, basically let her pay for the stuff with the check. And when I realized I'm just not finding the option, I couldn't figure it out on my own, I start to flash my light and I raise my hand so that the CSM will come over. And the CSM is basically the manager that's over all of the cashiers. So when the CSM came over, she didn't look mean or anything like that, but she did get somewhat of a serious expression, like stoic, if you will. And she just told me, yo, you can't, not yo, she didn't talk like that. I'm just talking like that. But she said, you cannot cash checks at the register. She said, don't ever cash checks at the register. Always make sure you send somebody with a check to the money center. So I said, okay, no problem. Sure, no problem. Not a problem. And she said, turn off your light. And so I turned my light off and she walked my sister and my brother-in-law over to the money center. And as I'm waiting for her to come back to talk to me, basically the asset protection guy that I had met when I first started working at the Walmart. I'm stammering. I'm getting nervous just thinking about the man. The man made me so freaking angst. But the asset protection man that I had met when I first started working at the Walmart comes over to my register and he just like starts to snarl at me. Like he literally started to skin up his lip like this, like like a pit bull almost. I can't even explain the face. It was like a snarl. That's the best way I can describe it. But it was like an intimidation tactic, the way he looked at me, like trying to intimidate someone. And so for me, I had never been in trouble before. This was one of my first major jobs. I was in my early 20s. And I'm just feeling nervous as heck. Like, oh my God, did I mess up? Like, are they going to fire me for this? Like, what did I do? I said, I didn't cash a check. This is what I'm thinking in my head. And so I'm just there like shaking in my boots, basically, while this man is snarling at me. And he was big and burly too, very tall, big, one of those real, like your classic security guard that you see in movies, that type of build, like big, huge guy, bald head, just very intimidating. And so I just felt really awkward and uncomfortable. And so basically he then walked away. I don't know why stuff is flashing in my head. I'm sorry. So basically after that happens, after he snarls at me, he walks away and I'm shaking at this point. I'm feeling awkward because for me, him coming up to my register indicates to me that he was watching me on the cameras. This is what that means because I'm aware of the fact that the asset protection man stays in the back. And so I was just like, oh my gosh, it's that serious that they had the asset protection man come? And then the CSM, that told me to turn my light off, basically just comes back over and reiterates that I do not, don't deal with checks at the register. So I told her no problem. Absolutely not. And after that, it was just a nightmare from there. Every day after that, the asset protection man kept making himself visible. So he kept passing by my register and making sure that I saw him. Or he would actually literally linger around the aisle that I was working at. So at first, I was feeling very intimidated and angst about it. But I even got in my own head and said, well, maybe you're just thinking this is happening. Maybe he's just out here, and it's just a coincidence. But after a while, I realized it was not a coincidence. Like this man was literally casing me and following me from register to register. And the more he followed me, the more angst I became, the more anxious I was, the more nervous and guilty I acted. And it's so reminiscent of what's happening to me in this program. I'll get to that when I get to that part of the story. Anyway, this video is getting to be too long, so let me try to wrap up this part of the story. But it was just really uncomfortable for me. This man was literally casing me and following me from register to register. And the more that I realized and recognized that he was watching me and monitoring me, the more anxious and guilty, I guess you could say, not guilty because I wasn't guilty of anything, but what would be called guilty, the more that I acted like a person that's guilty. I was just acting really anxious and weird, because he was making me uncomfortable and I knew that he probably thought that I was trying to do something. So for me, I just couldn't fathom why he thought that. And I'm just like, oh my God, like this man thinks I was trying to do something I would never, I'm just there feeling so awkward. And so my basically suspicions were confirmed because I made a friend in that Walmart. And I remember him going to that friend, basically, apparently this is what he did. And there was this family that used to come in this Walmart all the time. This lady, she used to dress really nice. Again, like I said, this was the suburbs. And her husband and her kids. And basically, sorry, the computer started to freeze for a second there. Basically on the holidays, they would come and be extra nice to me and talk to me. She was always making conversation with me because I'm mannerful, polite. She liked that. She even pointed out the fact that out of all the cashiers, I was one of the most polite she had spoken to. So that developed some sort of friendship between she and I and her family. So they always used to talk to me and just be very kind to me, even giving me hugs on the holidays. And so he saw this, I believe, and I think he thought that I knew them personally. And you could see these people had money. It was the way they were dressed and everything. Not to say that if you're dressed nice, that means you have money. Some people be friendly. But you could tell they had money. And so it's just like, why would he think that she was stealing? That didn't make sense. And the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because this friend that I made in the Walmart, he basically went to her and told her that that lady that hugs me steals. Because I remember this day that she came to my register and she was making the normal conversation she does with me. And when she left, my friend came over to me and told me, be careful with that lady. The asset protection man told me that she steals. And so for me, I automatically thought, nah, he's saying that because he's seen her interacting with me. Either that or he straight up told my friend that I steal. And so she was trying to hint that to me. I'm not really sure. But that was just the confirmation for me that this man was on some type of weird stuff. And so that, needless to say, that career at that Walmart, it's not even to say it was a career, it was literally just a job. But that job was short lived. I think I worked there for like 6 to 7 months. And then after a while of dealing with this man, I just couldn't take it anymore. It was too miserable for me. And that was also my first experience with a monitoring spirit. But the reason I correlated this to the roommate, this was one of the things that made me speculate witchcraft, was basically that when we were still living with the roommate and she was going through what she was going through, she had this bad habit of pickpocketing little small items. So like lip gloss, makeup, little pocket makeup, stuff that's not major, not anything felonious, but still like you're pickpocketing. And it was always in Walmart of all stores. This was the store that she used to like, this was her hotspot where she used to like to pickpocket. And so I remembered my sister and I used to laugh at her because she was funny. Again, like I said, she was our friend, genuinely, before things got really weird. And so we thought it was funny the stupidness she was doing, and she was acting like a clown as she was doing it. But at the same time, we're aware of the fact that stealing is wrong, so we're telling her to stop, but in a joking way, not forcefully trying to stop her, but more so like, you need to stop, But it was just like little lip glosses, so we didn't think it was a big deal. But at the same time, we're telling her, you need to stop. And then the more she did it, the more we realized it was like almost like a low-key a problem, Not, I don't want to say like a kleptomaniac. It's not like she was stealing everything in sight and everywhere we went she was stealing. Actually, I wasn't even aware that she had this issue because when we were friends down here, and when I say down here, I mean on this island, we went out with her numerous times and we never saw her steal. So this seemed to be a new habit that she picked up in Tallahassee. I don't know what was going on. But she just kept like pickpocketing lip gloss and little pocket makeups and things like that. So I remember we even used to hit her hand sometimes and then joking about telling her, stop, you need to stop. Oh my gosh, you gotta stop. And so anyways, we didn't ever think it would turn into anything big or major. But for her, I guess it was a lesson from the Most High. It did turn into something. Because I remember we took her to the store to get groceries one day. She didn't have her car at this time because eventually she did get a car. And I remember that we waited in the car this day. She just went to get a few items, nothing major. And so I remember she was taking super long. I remember her telling us that it would just be a few items, but she was taking super long to come out. So we're like, what the heck is going on? We're even calling her and not getting an answer. So then when she comes out, she tells us that the asset protection man basically caught her stealing and called the police. And so that was a big thing back then too. I remember that happened. And basically I remember her telling us basically that they told her if she did community service, she might be able to get it expunged off of her record. So I don't know if that was ever the case. I don't know if she got it expunged or not. It's none of my business. Who really cares? The point of the matter is why I'm even bringing it up is because to me, I was just like, oh my God, this is odd. This is one connection. Again, at this time, I wasn't straight up thinking witchcraft because all the crazy stuff that I went through didn't happen yet. But this was the start of me thinking something weird was going on because I was like, asset protection man, oddly enough, stalking me from register to register. I didn't do anything wrong. This weird situation that arose out of nowhere. This man swears I'm a thief, but I didn't do anything. And he's monitoring me so closely. And I recalled that she got caught by the asset protection man in Walmart. So I was just like, okay, odd coincidence. I'm speculating, but still not straight up saying witchcraft. But at this time, that idea was already in my head anyways because of what had happened with my sister. But I'm still just not straight up saying, okay, this is that. I'm not gonna lie, the thought passed through my head. But then the next situation happens, and I'm not gonna talk about that in this video because we're an hour and 40 in. So I actually went over 11 minutes. And actually I was supposed to start talking about this situation before I got here, before moving out from the roommate. And this is the situation that I mentioned in my part 1 video, where I was cyber stalked and cyberbullied in my early 20s. That actually started, not the cyber stalking and cyberbullying, but the start of that situation actually started before I moved out from the roommate. When I started talking to this guy was shortly before I moved out from the roommate, which is also why I started connecting things when certain things were revealed to me. But I'll get to that in a minute. Those of you that have viewed my prior videos that got deleted, you'll know what I'm talking about. But if you're new to my channel and you're just hearing my story, I'll explain in the next video. But I'm an hour and 42 minutes in, so I'm going to stop here. So I will talk to you guys in the next one. Tune in for part 3. Peace out. Hello, welcome back to my channel. This is Sharifa. My name is Sharifa. My music name is New Lily. If you're new to my channel, welcome. This would not be the video to start at. As you can see, this is part 3 to my 3-part How I Became a Targeted Individual videos. I don't want to call it series. It's not a series, but at this point now we're at part 3, so I guess you could call it a series. But anyways, I'm going to try really hard to wrap everything up within this hour and a half. Because as I told you all, I like to break my videos up into hour and a half increbles, just because I feel like if the video was too long, you're less likely to sit through it. And I know that this information and this the story that I'm telling is interesting, so that might not be the case, but I just typically don't like to try to stuff too much information down somebody's throat in one sitting. So I'm sitting here now trying to, I'm going to try my hardest to fit everything in that remains of my How I Became a Targeted Individual story, without leaving anything out, but at the same time without going beyond the hour and a half goal that I have, time goal. And also too, I did notice with my videos, I have a bad habit of rambling and giving too much details. So yes, I want you to hear all of the details of my spiritual battle, you know, that I've gone through from age, basically you could say 22 to now, age 31. But at the same time, I want to get to the main point of how I became a targeted individual, which happened in 2020, by the way. So anyway, same day, I said the date because I don't have internet, as I mentioned in my part 2 video. So I don't know when these will get posted. But just as I did in the last video, I'm going to tell you the date. This is the same day that same day as I posted that last video, June 25th, 2023. All right, let me just check my notes, guys. And of course, once I get beyond telling my story, the other videos that I intend to post, if the Most High spares my life, are going to be the videos that were deleted. The information, in other words, that was deleted. So there will be a video about mosquito drones, and how they inject targets with the RFID chip, as well as nano. I'll have a video dedicated to nanobots and how you can clean it out of the body. One of the methods you can use is the anti-nano bucket. And there are also things that you can take to destroy the tech in the body. So I'll have a video dedicated to that. There's several videos that I intend to share that I had posted, that were deleted. So slowly but surely, I'm going to go ahead and get all of those videos re-uploaded, all of that content. But my main goal right now is to get my story out, because it was deleted. So that's what the main focus is right now. Anyway, so part 3, because I'm already starting with the rambling stuff, and I'm trying to finish the story within this video, which is going to be extremely hard because there's so many details left still to put in there. Anyways, let me go ahead and check my text. Okay, so where I left off was basically I'm going to be telling you guys about my experience with cyberbullying and cyberstalking in my early 20s, which is what more so made me start to think witchcraft. I mean, the reason, again, if you haven't viewed it, well, you shouldn't be watching this video if you haven't viewed my other videos. But in general, if you're new to my channel and you're just coming into my content, and so you're not a former subscriber that saw my videos that got deleted, you'll start to understand what I'm trying to say is, or what I'm leading up to say is, I believe a lot of the things that I went through is spiritual warfare. And it may be that somebody did witchcraft on me. I suspect that this roommate of mine might have done something. I have no evidence of that. I'm not certain. But there are a lot of coincidences and things that happened to me that kind of mirrored what was happening to her within our friendship. And then this situation I'm about to talk about right now directly correlates with her. Not like she did anything that I know of to obviously say that it correlates with her, but it's so coincidental, including the Walmart situation I talked about in my last video. It's just a lot of stuff when you hear the full story. But anyways, also one more thing I wanted to mention, when I was talking about the juice jam and the juice and the fight that my friend and I got in that night, well, when we were still friends, and I said all those horrible things to her, just understand how intense the juice is. I forgot to mention this. But before I came up to moved up to Tallahassee, remember I told y'all my sister was up there for a year, and she attended FAMU where she made some friends. So these same friends that she had made, that friendship didn't really last with, she was going out with them and she went to the juice jam with them. So this was before I had ever came up to Tallahassee. And I don't know how I missed this in my story. This is such an important detail. I just want you to understand how extreme the juice is, right? And so they were also drinking the juice. And I remember the friend that was driving the car that my sister was in got in a very bad accident. My sister almost lost her life. You know, the car flipped several times over a fence. Her nose was broken. Her whole face was swollen. She nearly lost her life, literally, in that accident. And this was before I ever came up to Tallahassee. And this was from drinking the juice. So I just want you to understand how extreme the juice really is. It's intense, you know? So so you can have some context as to my state, my mental state when I said the things I said to her. You know, again, I can remember saying those things. It's not like I was blackout drunk, but I was, you know, pretty wasted. We all were. This is why she was even fighting back. She and I both have, you know, more so of a laid back type of personality. We're not very like aggressive people. So for even her to be like yelling and going on the way she was too, was out of character for both of us. But we were drinking the juice. So I wanted to add that detail in there because I forgot to mention that and I made a note of it. Anyways, so before moving out from the roommate, so I had to kind of rewind back a little bit because where I left off in the last video was after we moved out, you know, after that night with the juice where I gave my virginity to my ex, and then, you know, things didn't work out with him and I told you we moved out from the roommate and made these new friends and stuff. I started telling you about my experience at Walmart and also my experience with the ex leading me on. But I missed an important detail and a major event that caused a major part of my spiritual battle in my early 20s. So I have to rewind a little bit to before I moved out from living with this roommate. So right before moving out with her, when things had gotten extremely strange, I mean, this was, I think, after the juice situation. You know, this was maybe like a month after the juice situation. I don't have exact timelines, but it was about a month after the juice situation. We were still living with her, but gearing up to move out from living with her. Around this time, I had created an Instagram because of this friend. You know, I wasn't ever really a social media person like that. I'm extremely private. I'm an extremely private person. So I was never one of those teenagers that had social media. I remember back then everyone had Facebook and Instagram and this and that. I didn't have those things. And this friend is really the one who introduced me to Instagram. And she was showing me how you can take nice pictures and, you know, how fun it is to be on social media and blah, blah, blah. And she told me to create my Instagram and she was showing me how to do it. Really, not that I'm tech savvy. I could have figured it out on my own. But she was showing me how the app works. And so I decided to create an Instagram. And at this time, too, again, you know, what was happening with my ex started to happen, you know, like at this time when I had my Instagram, not when she showed me how to create it. At this point, I had already had the Instagram. But my Instagram had only now started picking up, you know, shortly after basically things got really bad with she and I was about to move out from living with her. My Instagram traction, I guess you could started picking up. You know, I started putting up some really bomb ass pictures, I guess you could say. And I was really doing that to get my ex's attention after a certain while. You know, at first I was just getting into the idea of putting up pictures and getting a lot of likes. It was fun for me because I had never experienced that before. So that was fun as for any teenage girl. But for me, for the most part, it was about the ex. You know, that's what my pictures started to be about. I was trying to get his attention. I was friends with him on social media. I didn't understand why I did understand why he was acting the way he was acting. But at the same time, in my mind, I was just like, okay, it can't be that serious that you're going to be mad at me forever. You know, I felt like I could wear him down. At this point, I was still feeling that way. And so I remember with my Instagram, he started posting a lot of thirst trap pictures and just pictures, really nice looking pictures, trying to, like I said again, catch my ex's eye or whatever. And so around this time, I used to get a lot of likes on my pictures and I had a lot of guys in my DMs, you know, direct messages. And so I really, for the most part, I flirted with some of these guys, but I never really hit up any of them. I never really actually reached back out to any of them. There was probably like one or two that I actually exchanged numbers with and had like maybe some texting conversations, but nothing serious. And then I met this guy that had wrote under my picture. And basically he was an older guy. I wasn't aware of the fact that he was older until we started talking. I didn't know that, but maybe that's what the allure was, because typically I do talk to older guys. My ex was like 4 years older than me, not that much older. But in the past I have talked to older guys. As a matter of fact, my first boyfriend in high school was 6 years older than me. So anyways, this guy was like 8 or 9 years older than me. And so I remembered he was commenting on my stuff, and I think he did have a vibe like an older guy. It was just the way he was writing me. It was different to the other guys. I keep saying that. It seemed a little bit more smooth, and maybe probably because he was older. So he was writing me underneath my picture, saying different things, you know, not seeming too harsh or aggressive with the way he was coming on to me. And so I just thought it was smooth. And so I was kind of bantering back and forth with him. And eventually he was trying to get my number. So I told him that what happened is he inboxed me his number. And I never reached out to him. And so then a while after, I think like 2 or 3 weeks later, I don't have the exact timeline, he came under my picture again, basically, and said something along the lines of, did you forget about me or something like that. I forgot something smooth he said. It was the way he worded it. I'm definitely not saying it verbatim. But I was just like, okay, let me see what this is about. Because from the pictures, from what I could tell, he did look like what my type was at the time. And he did seem smooth. It was just something about the way he was writing me. Because again, I reiterate, I had a lot of guys under my pictures. It was crazy. I wasn't even used to that type of traction under picture. I didn't even know about social media like that. So for me, it was just like, cool, this person, it was just fun. But he just stood out the way he was writing me. So anyways, eventually I did end up reaching back out to him, and, I took his number and ended up talking to him. And we're talking on the phone, super cool guy, really down to earth, cool personality, similar to me, in the aspect of some of the things that he was interested in, into fitness and things like that. So he seemed like a cool person. And then also the fact that he was older, I think, like I said, held an alert to me. I didn't know he was older until we started talking, but then it made sense what that attraction was, because I realized he did have like a more mature vibe to him. And I have always been somewhat of a more mature, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess you could say an old soul. Like, I've always acted older than my age. So for me, that was the allure with him, especially when we started talking. I just liked the fact that he seemed more mature, like the conversation, versus the other guys I talked to around that time. I was in my early 20s. So anyways, I'm sorry, guys. I've told this story before, and I'm just feeling like wired about it. And it's just also, if you understand, like, I'm not going to go into the details of why it's nerve-wracking for me. And then I'm hearing noise campaign in the background. But I need to tell this part of my story, and I need to get this out there, because this is a major part of my story and a part of why I think possibly witchcraft was done. Anyways, so him and I were talking for a good few months, almost like 6 months to a year before I found out that he knew who my roommate was. And before I found out that he knew who she was, I basically was telling this man everything. Because, like I said, when he wrote me and we started talking, was in the throes of what was happening with her. And it was literally shortly before I moved out from living with her. Excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. I just drank some tea. So it was shortly after me moving out from living with her. It was during the time of me moving out from living with her and all of the weird stuff that was happening with her. I felt like I needed to tell someone. I mean, obviously I had my sister then. We were both experiencing it together and talking about what was going on. But this guy, I had grown comfortable with him. And he was almost like, I keep saying this, like an escape from my reality in a way, because this was my first virtual relation. I had never had like a long distance, any type of anything with any guy virtually. Remember, I said I wasn't even a social media type of person. Instagram was my first form of social media, and then afterwards Facebook. I did have High Five in high school for like a year, and then I deleted it. So I wasn't really a heavy on the social media tip like that. So for me, like this dating virtually and stuff, that wasn't something that I was used to. So for me, this was like an escape, if you will. It was like a virtual reality escape type of thing from my situation. Because again, I was dealing with what was going on with my ex. I was dealing with what was happening in the household with my roommate, who seemed kind of unstable. It was just an escape. To be honest, it was an escape. And then I think I just liked the idea of him. This older guy that seems mature. We have stuff in common. He seems like a cool person. From what I can see from the pictures, he looks like my type. Not that that's a big deal. And understand, let me just very clearly say this, guys. I am not like this vain, because I just have to keep clarifying that because of how they try to paint it with the noise campaign and with this program. From my prior videos that I had posted that I deleted, I'm not the vain person that y'all think I am. Shoot, I'm not even all that myself at all. So it's like, who am I to sit here and expect this, like, perfect person? Like, I'm not sitting here unrealistically expecting a perfect person. But I think it's just because I have such a peculiar personality. It's not just about looks, it's about personality too. I don't just click with just anybody. And that's what it really is. Anyway, so he was just kind of like an escape for me from what I had going on in my real world. And so I also, just because I'm the kind of person that I am, I'm so mad those videos got deleted. But if you're one of those subscribers that checked out my former videos, you'll have heard me say that sometimes I get claustrophobic in relationships, which is what I think played a part in the reason why I broke up with my ex. But that tends to happen to me, and it doesn't matter what kind of guy it is. It doesn't matter if we're clicking or not. That's just, I don't know what it is with me, but especially in person, like I start to feel like claustrophobic. I don't know what it is or why that happens. And so I think I also liked the aspect of the long distance thing because I had my space. I didn't feel like I had to have that in-person interaction. I know that sounds crazy and weird, but that's how I felt. And with my ex, like I said, he was one of the first guys that I actually even felt comfortable having in my space for a long-term period of time, you know? And even with him, I started to feel that kind of claustrophobic kind of way. So all of that played a part in things with this guy. What I loved about the situation, you know, it was virtual. You know, whenever I want to turn off the relation, I can turn it off. When I want to turn it on, I can turn it on. You know, that type of thing. He was very a good listener. You know, shit. Well, I thought he was a good listener, but maybe he was just let me not do that. But when I thought the setup thing, I was like, oh my god, that's why he was a good listener. I was just like, okay, that's how I felt at the time. But he was at the time seeming like a good listener, and I was dealing with what I was dealing with. So I was like, hey, someone to talk to, and you know, seems like everything I would be looking for, and it's a good escape, you know. So that's what it was. And so I basically told him all of my business because I'm starting to ramble, and I do not want this video to be too long. So basically, I told him all of my business, you know, all of what was going on with me, and all of what was going on with this roommate, you know. And I didn't think he knew who she was, you know. Again, he was an older guy, like 8 to 9 years older, so not in the same age group, excuse me, as us. You know, I was in my early 20s at the time. I think when I met him, I was like 23 or 24. And he was like 30 or something like that, you know, or 30, early 30s, you know, like around the age I am now. So that's what was going on. I was just like, okay, he probably doesn't know her, which is stupid because even though we're all from the same island, you know, on this island, it's like a melting pot of different people from different islands. As I told you, my father's from Trinidad. You know, I'm not even fully Crucian. Crucian is the name of the people from this island. I have Crucian in me. Like I told you, my mom has Crucian blood in her. She has Tomian blood in her. She has Virgin Islander blood in her. So I have that in me, but I'm not even a pure full breed Crucian. You know, a lot of people on this island aren't. And then there are a lot of islanders on this island that aren't Crucian at all. And so this roommate, excuse me, not she, but this roommate of mine that I was having the issues with, she was from the same island as this guy. So even though we're all from the same island, this island that I'm on right now, their nationality is from a different island. I'm not going to say the island. And so a lot of those people that come from that island that live on this island know each other. You know, of course, it's a small community. And then if you have the same lineage or the same nationality, of course, you're going to know each other. That just makes sense. So I don't know why I didn't think that in my head before running my mouth. I should have put that together when he told me what his nationality was. But I just didn't think it would be a problem. I didn't. I really didn't. And I was just happy to have someone to talk to. And again, too, I just kept soothing myself and saying, well, he wouldn't know her. You know, like he's way older than us. No way. This is what I was thinking. So anyways, I'm telling him all of her business and all of my business and basically just about the crazy stuff that was happening in the household. I think I even told him that I felt like she might have been envious of me. I was telling him everything, basically what I genuinely felt. And again, not knowing that this man knew who she was or would figure out who she was. According to him, he figured out who she was. But for me, back in the day, at the time, I felt like it was a setup. So I'm going to explain. So anyways, we were talking for a good while. You know, I'm telling him about my roommate. He never divulged the fact that he knew her. He seemed like he didn't know who she was at all. And we just kept talking. It was normal, you know, a normal relation, a normal friendship is what it was. And we continued to talk for, like I said, a good 6 months to a year. You know, I had even moved out from the roommate and everything before he revealed to me that he knew who she was. And the way that he told me it, he alleges that he just happened to be on her Instagram. So basically he's saying that he went on her Instagram by coincidence. This was his story. And that he was looking through her pictures and that he went down. Mind you, this wasn't even a newer picture. It was an older picture of my niece that was on her page. But he's saying that he scrolled through her pictures and saw a picture of my niece. And that's how he knew that she was my roommate. And so to me, that I don't know. Like now, as I'm older and in retrospect looking back, I understand that there are coincidences in life. And this could have really just been pure coincidence. But just the fact that I already knew he was from the same island as her, the same nationality, we're all from the same island, but I mean their nationality is from the same island. And then also the fact that, you know, the story, you know, you saw my niece, you went through her pictures, you just happened to coincidentally be on her page. You scrolled deep enough to see my niece and you figured out she was my roommate. The story just wasn't gelling for me back then. It really wasn't. And I wasn't a paranoid person. I'm telling you, I'm more paranoid now. Now I'm a basket case because of everything I've been through. I wasn't really I've always been, yes, kind of paranoid and like hypochondriac and funny and that type of stuff. But not paranoid where, you know, looking over my shoulder and thinking everyone's trying to set me up. I had never been through anything like that in my life with any man or any person. So I wasn't thinking that way. And even with the way that things went with this roommate, I still wasn't thinking that it was so bad that she would try to set me up or anything like that. That was never even a thought in my mind. I was more so thinking like, witchcraft, you know, like I said, what happened with my sister when we were moving out, how my sister had gotten really sick and we found her dirty underwear on top of my sister's toilet. So that's what I was thinking. That was where my mindset was, but I wasn't thinking like physical setup, like she would do that. And I'm still not saying she did. I have no evidence that she did. I'm just saying there were a lot of coincidences that started happening. So anyways, like about 6 months to a year in of us talking, he basically asked me, your roommate is so-and-so, and he said her name. And so immediately, like, my heart dropped, and then my mind just started to go into like panic mode, because it's just like, for me, I'm like, oh my God, he knows who she is. And I told him all of this stuff. This is all of what I'm thinking in my head. And I'm just like, whoa, what's this? Like I'm telling you, panic mode. Like, on those shows where you see like the red lights and it's like a big panic alert type of thing happening. That's what was happening in my brain when he asked me if my roommate was so-and-so, because I'm just like, whoa, I'm start all these different things start popping in my head. Like, wait a minute, did she set me up? Did she send this man after me? And oh my God, they're both, so, this nationality, all this is popping through my head at the time. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Oh shoot, that's that. All this different stuff started popping in my head. And then I even recalled, and this was something that I didn't really think about until after the fact, where I started mulling over the situation and really thinking it through and thinking, is this guy setting me up? I do recall in high school, my friend, that same friend that was the roommate of mine, we had a third girl that used to hang out with us when my sister graduated, and all those friends that I had graduated. I still had a few friends in high school, and it was that girl from middle school that became my roommate, another girl and a few other girls. But this other girl was really tight. It was like the three of us in high school, at a certain point that was really tight, like a main crew type of thing. And this third friend, I do recall her showing me his picture briefly and telling me that she was talking to him. But it didn't click because I didn't know his name and I didn't know who he was. But I started to think about that because he told me that, he was telling me basically that he dealt with her, not my roommate, this girl that was our friend. He was telling me that he dealt with her in high school, not like with her, but like messed around with her or whatever. And so it started to click in my head. I started thinking about the pictures of the different guys that girl had shown me, and his face did seem familiar. And so it started all clicking. You don't understand. I sat there like Inspector Gadget for a whole day, slapping myself and just putting pieces together in my head. Like, did this man set me up? Oh my God, this is all was going through my head. I'm like, oh, this connects. Oh my, he did talk to her, not my roommate, but the other friend that used to hang out with us. And I'm just like, oh, wait a minute. They're the same nationality. All these different things popping through my head. And I was just in panic mode because I'm like, oh my gosh, I told this man all her business, like literally about the stuff with her, keep saying that she was getting raped. The fact that I actually kind of started to feel like she was envious of me because of some of the things she used to say to me. I think I even told him about the guy that, on me, and then ended up dealing with her and didn't like her like that. I told this man a lot of stuff, and even stuff about me. Personal, embarrassing stuff about me too that I was dealing with. Another situation that I kind of felt was made me think witchcraft. Remember I told you that this friend had poor hygiene. Excuse me, guys, I'm sorry. Indigestion from talking a lot and a little bit anxiety. I had some tea just now, some turmeric tea, and then also just feeling a little anxious, especially when I talk about this. You don't understand, this story makes me anxious every time. I start to like bubble up when I talk about it, because it had such a major impact on my life. But anyways, so, forgot what I was gonna say. Stop. I forgot what I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. So basically, I just really started thinking that the man had set me up. I was like, oh my gosh, so she probably sent him to talk about me, to talk to me, to hit on me. And I'm just like, but what are the odds? I started to try to think reasonably, and I'm thinking to myself, well, there were so many guys in my inbox. I'm the one who chose to talk to him out of all the other guys. So what are the odds that, this is what I tried to reason in my head. I tried to come to like some sort of reason with my paranoid thoughts, and I still just couldn't find reason. I kept just feeling like this man had set me up. No matter how much I tried to spin the story in my head, I kept feeling like it was a setup. Anyway, so, what else was I going to say? I was saying something. Oh yeah, I was, to tell you that I didn't even know that this guy was in cahoots with my roommate, I was even telling him embarrassing stuff about me. One thing about my roommate that I talked about was the fact that she had poor hygiene. And I attribute that to maybe depression, because she was dealing with a lot in high school, personal issues she had, and then it carried through to college, obviously. I told you she had issues before she came by us, and then when she came by us, she had issues. So I think that led to her not really taking care of her hygiene. And so one thing with her, she did have, and it's weird to talk about, but I'm just keeping it real because this was also something that made me think witchcraft. But she had halitosis, and not just halitosis, she had body odor, BO. And I think she just wasn't brushing her teeth good. I think she was depressed, because I even remember one day watching her brush her teeth to see what was going on. And she was like very lazily like brushing her teeth like this, like not really like really scrubbing and trying to get, in there good. And I just felt like, okay, she's just depressed and not really trying to take care of herself. And I even remember my sister and I talking to her about it, like maybe that's what's going on with these guys. Maybe if you fix this or whatever, with the hygiene. And she said, I know, I just, and she just kind of like brushing it off type of thing. It was even to the point where one day she was wearing the same tights over and over and over. And I'm giving her a ride to school, and, just a lot of stuff was going on as far as the hygiene went. And it got really bad when she was living with us. Because in high school, yeah, she had BO, but it wasn't what it was when she lived with us. I think when she lived with us, she was depressed. And I think it was just really out of control. And so I do remember talking to her about that with my sister. Anyway, so that was a known thing with her though, the halitosis. And so then after moving out from her, I had always had a fear of having bad breath. It was literally like one of my biggest fears, like one of your worst nightmares, about yourself. So insecurities. And when I say insecurity, it's not like it was something that was told to me. It was just something I always feared because I have a chronic runny nose. For me, I smell everything. It's weird, and strange. I don't know if I said that in my part 1 video or if that was said in the videos that got deleted. I'm going to say it now. I smell everything. So even though I have, the deformity that I talked about in my, I don't know if it was my part 1 or part 2 video, but even though I have that deformity where my nostrils are extremely small, and you would think I probably wouldn't be able to smell good since my nose is always running, it's the opposite. Like I smell everything really well. And this is why I have the bathroom door OCD that I mentioned in my videos that got deleted. And I will mention it when I get to that part of the story. But anyways, so with what's going on with my nose, I smell everything. And one thing I did notice is people that have a cold, like people that are sick, that have a runny nose, I noticed they tend to have bad breath. I'm sure I'm not the only person that noticed that. But I did notice that people that have runny noses tend to have bad breath, especially people that have a cold. And so for me, my fear has always been like, what if the snot or the runny nose is causing me, can make me have bad breath? And nobody ever told me my breath stunk until after moving out from this roommate. But that was a fear, a chronic fear of mine, even before being told that. It was always a fear of mine. I'm like, oh my God, what if my runny nose causes bad breath? It was to the point where I scrubbed my teeth so freaking hard that I started making the enamel come off of my teeth. I had to hold it down. I used to be scrubbing the gum, cutting in the back because I scrubbed so freaking hard because of this freaking fear of mine. And she knew this was a fear of mine. Even though we talked to her about her halitosis, I also used to always be asking, does my breath stink? Always asking my friends that my sister, my cousin, and they're always laughing at me and saying, no, Reefy, your breath don't stink. Your breath don't stink. And they thought it was the funniest thing ever that I had this fear because they knew I went so ham in brushing my teeth because of this fear of mine. And so now all of a sudden, I dated so much men. None of them told me my breath stink. Had so many friends. None of them told me my breath stink. Worked all these different jobs. None of them told me my breath stunk. It was just a fear of mine, but not something that had ever been confirmed. All of a sudden I move up from this roommate and I start working at this call center. And this is in Florida. And basically the lady that was training me had to sit in close proximity to me to show me the equipment and how I was supposed to be operating the phone call. And this wasn't the first time that I had on the job training with an employee that was in close proximity of me. I'm always conscious of my breath, so I do try to move back when I speak. That's just how I have always been since high school. But I've never had anyone say your breath stinks. So with this lady in particular, I was doing the same thing that I always do, kind of just moving back as I'm speaking because of my fear of having bad breath. And so this lady, as I'm moving back, she's moving back too. And I'm like, oh God, I started to get this fear, like, oh my God, my worst fear confirmed because she's moving back too. So I'm like, oh shit, did she really smell my breath? Does my breath stink? The same fear I've always had. And so then she starts to like act funny after a certain while and really act like my breath stunk. She started rubbing her nose. This was my first, this is why I said the thing is spiritual, because this never happened to me before. I worked so many jobs, dated so many guys, never had this happen to me. All of a sudden, this is happening to me after I move up from the roommate. And my sister and I talked to her about her halitosis and her BO. It just was too many coincidences, man. But anyway, so this starts happening. This lady is moving back and rubbing her nose and, just acting weird, and I don't know if it's because how I was acting or if genuinely my breath started to stink. I just know that it was my worst fear in manifestation. Like, it was my worst fear come true because she was literally acting like my breath stunk and I was like, oh my God. Like, I was so freaking petrified. And so then it became this running joke in that call center. She started telling everyone else. And so I wasn't sitting by anyone in close proximity anymore, but that still became like this type of thing, like when I would come around, they're doing this type of thing, right? And that was the first time I ever experienced that in my life. Now tell me, how did that transfer to down here when I never dealt with that before? This is why I say witchcraft, right? So anyways, I told this guy that. I told this guy about the call center situation because I trusted him and I felt comfortable with him. That's to tell you, that's evidence. Imagine, this is embarrassing for me, but it's something I've dealt with, so I'm talking about it. I'm transparent. I don't care at this point. But with this guy, I trusted him enough to tell him that. So that's to tell you I wasn't maliciously telling him about my roommate and her business. I really didn't think he knew who she was because I even told him embarrassing stuff about myself. And so I'm telling him this and not knowing that it would be weaponized against me. It could be witchcraft, whereas in, all of a sudden now the same thing that happened to me at this call center is happening down here. Or he could have taken that information, and when I did start actually getting cyber stalked and cyberbullied, threw it into the chats, and so they all started doing that down here. I can't really explain what happened. I really don't know myself. I just know it's spiritual for sure. Anyway, so after I told him about the Brett situation, and then discovered that he knew who my roommate was, I just started to think about everything that I told this man. I started thinking about everything I told him about her, because I divulged some very personal details about her being raped or claiming she was raped, about her being promiscuous, about the fact that I felt like she was envious of me because of some of the things she used to say to me telling him about the Brett situation. I think I even told him about her BO. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I went that far. I don't think I did. I'm not sure. I don't think I told him about her BO. I don't think I took it that far. But I was really literally just venting to this man about what was going on with my roommate. And not saying who she was, not divulging her name, not thinking he would know who she was. So anyways, about 6 months to a year in, like I said, of talking to him, that's when he just randomly comes to me and asks me, is your roommate so-and-so? And so, like I said, I went into panic mode. I'm like, oh my God. So this was it was like a slow build. Like first I sat there like, wait a minute, what? And then it started to slowly become an anxiety attack. And I started thinking, oh my gosh, she knew who she was. This was a setup the whole time. And I was just flipping out, right? And because I was just like, oh my gosh, she told him so much of her business and mine. I was just so embarrassed, like mortified, petrified. And so from there, you would think I would have stopped talking to him after that, but I didn't. I continued talking to him, and I didn't straight up accuse him and say, you set me up. If that were the case, then obviously I would have stopped talking to him. But I did start to treat him different. I did start to move very cautious and paranoid with him. But it was still like, at this point, I had gotten comfortable talking to him. I was going through a state of depression myself at this time, because this was in the height of the ex leading me on, and actually to the point where I stopped talking to him because I realized that he was just on some play game type stuff. This was the height of me not being in school anymore because of that math class. Just a lot of stuff was going on, man. The asset protection guy stalking me at work. Financial struggles in my household. I'm sorry, I saw something by the window. About the insect drones. So I'm not even sure if that was a genuine insect that I just saw there by my window. But anyways, the height of things getting financially difficult in my household with my brother-in-law and my sister. It was just a lot going on at this time, and I was depressed. And so for me, talking to him was just, like I said, an escape. It was like a virtual reality for me. So even though I now started to suspect that it was a setup, I was still just like, like part of me was still trying to find reason in it all. And part of me started to try to convince myself that I was being paranoid and that I was overthinking things. And I was just like, I did not want to lose this virtual whatever it was because it was my comfort zone at the moment. I mean, not to sound like a cold robotic, beast. It wasn't just like a comfort zone. I did actually genuinely start to like him. It's not like I don't know why they're making that loud noise there. I hope you heard the noise on the roof. I'm a real person. I've never been fake, and I never ever made it seem like I didn't like him. I would never sit here and lie about that. In every video I did say I started to like him. Obviously, that's common sense. Why would I have sat there and told him all my business if I didn't like him? Yes, I definitely did like him, genuinely. At the same time, it was still just what it was, a virtual escape for me. I didn't know him in person. I don't understand why they're doing the noise campaign. Anyway, at the same time, it was just what it was, a virtual escape for me, because I didn't know him in person. And so for me, this wasn't reality. It was more so like a virtual reality. Let me give you an example. The Sims? The game The Sims, where you can have your perfect life and you can have your little avatar, your little sim that pretends to be you, and you in the video game you can set up the perfect life for yourself in that virtual reality. That's similar to what him and I had going on, what that relation was just there. It wasn't reality. And that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to be cold or anything like that. I'm just trying to explain to you that I had real life stuff going on, and this didn't feel like real life. It more so felt like a virtual escape. But I did genuinely like him, Anyways. And in a way too, he was kind of similar to that guy from high school, but not really. You know, it was almost like that, but not quite. It just wasn't the same. But he did have similar characteristics to that guy, and they were of the same nationality. You know, that same island that my roommate's from. So that was also alluring as well. I think it was just that he was the prototype, or he fell into what my type was, kind of, you know, a little bit. And so all of that was a part of it. So, anyways, what was I gonna say? I forgot what I was saying now. They always do the noise campaign to distract me. You know, I've never not been real about that situation. I've kept it 100, even to the point where I'm talking about, you know, the breath thing. Like, come on, obviously I'm keeping it real. This is embarrassing stuff. Anyway, so what happened now? So I told him, so I still continued talking to him, you know, even though I at this point suspected that it was a setup. I still continued talking to him because I had gotten comfortable in that virtual reality, that virtual relation, and it was an escape for me. And I did get comfortable talking to him. He was a good listener, whether he was pretending or not. He was a damn good actor if that's the case. But I did get comfortable talking to him. And so even though now at this point I'm suspecting that he was setting me up, I'm moving very cautious with him and actually kind of accusatory. Again, not straight up saying, you set me up. But I was moving like paranoid, and also making certain comments, and, you know, just moving very different with him. But at the same time, still like a dummy talking to him. So we spoke for about, 2 more years. We talked on the phone for about 3 years. And in this course of time, of course, I was way more tight-lipped with my information. I still told him stuff. It was almost like I had diarrhea of the mouth with this guy. But after him revealing to me that he knew who my roommate was, I wasn't as forthcoming with the information about myself. But I was still telling him stuff. I don't know what it was. That's why I said witchcraft. Because even though I had proof that he might have set me up, I still had like this diarrhea of the mouth with this man. I don't know what it was. Like, I could not stop. I could not stop giving information. Anyway, so long story short, fast forward now, I come home. I leave Tallahassee basically because I quit my job at Walmart. Because let me make sure I say every part of the story. So around this time was when my alcoholic journey started as well, which is another correlation. I don't directly correlate this to witchcraft because this could just, I'm not going to do that. There are other things that made me feel like this roommate might have done witchcraft on me, but this could have just been a straight coincidence. Because even in high school, I did discover that alcohol made me feel comfortable. You know, I didn't develop a drinking problem until, like I said, around 23, 24, after I moved out from living with her. But even in high school, I discovered that alcohol, trust me, I'm always going to keep it real. I discovered that alcohol made me feel comfortable because I'm extremely socially awkward and socially inept. And over the years, I've learned to mask, and I've learned to portray myself as somebody that can be gregarious a little bit, enough to actually survive in society and work a job and, maintain relationships. But I have always struggled in the social arena. I definitely have. And so I did start to discover in high school that alcohol made me feel comfortable. But I didn't have a drinking problem until around 23, when the situation with my ex was at full blown, whatever. That was really what started my drinking problem, was what happened with my ex, in addition to the other things that was happening in my life at the time. So anyways, around this time, before I came home, I'm now having this issue with this Walmart guy, stalking me at work, basically. You can basically say stalking me, monitoring spirit. So I'm miserable at my job. Things in the household with my brother-in-law and my sister started to get a little bit, not sketchy. I don't want to use the wrong word, just a little bit difficult because of the financial situation. Because even with me working at Walmart, we were still struggling with our bills. We have this super high car note, this super high rent, just a lot of stuff going on. Groceries had to be bought. It was just a lot. And so things had gotten financially hard, in addition to the fact that, what else? The stuff that was going on with my ex, just all these different things. Things had started to get hard. And so I did start to realize that drinking after work, after my long day at Walmart where my knees were feeling busted up and I was ducking and dodging the asset protection guy, I did realize that having a nice glass of wine made me feel good. And so that glass of wine turned into 2 and then turned into 3. And before you knew it, I had started to drink, like, heavily. Not to the point of like being an alcoholic, but like darn near close. When I came back home from Tallahassee, that was the start of my alcoholic journey. I was well on my way to being an alcoholic, but I wasn't an alcoholic yet. I was well on my way. So anyways, when I got, basically after a while, I realized it didn't make no sense being there in Tallahassee. Even though I had only 2 more courses to take to get my associate's degree, I had to pay off this big, huge, big fee to get back in school, basically, because I would have to pay out of pocket for that math class that I failed multiple times. And so because that was the case and I was struggling financially and I knew I wasn't trying to keep that job at Walmart, it just didn't feel like it made sense. I felt like I was sinking financially. And like I was just up there just to work, and work at Walmart at that, instead of being in school like what I had planned to do. So I was like, nah, let me just come home. And then also too, I was heartbroken over what happened with my ex. It was just a lot that was going on. And in the meantime too, like again, I reiterate, I was still talking to this guy virtually, and the relation was getting more and more warped. I don't know why I'm having trouble talking. The relation was getting more and more warped with this guy that I was speaking to virtually. And of course, a lot of that was my fault because of how I had started acting, because I felt like he was setting me up. But still to this day, I don't know if he was or not. It'd be sick for them to act like I was this horrible person if he genuinely was setting me up. And I don't know if he was or wasn't. Maybe he wasn't. But regardless, it's just like things started to get really bad even with that situation. It's to the point where I started hearing people laughing in the background when him and I would have conversations. This was more so to the tail end of that relation and shortly before I moved back home. Just weird stuff, weird interactions on my Facebook, just strange things. Let me just stretch really quickly, guys. Okay, anyways, yeah, so just, the relation started getting warped. I noticed that he started to do like passive aggressive things, I guess, because of how I had started acting, due to the fact that I thought it might have been a setup. So it was just really getting warped, that relation, but it was still ongoing. And so we had already talked about the fact that we would meet up in person when I came back to Ellen, because I obviously let him know that I was moving back home. So when I moved back home, I came back down with my brother-in-law and my sister. We were there for the summer, and obviously I was relocating. And I went to this guy's house to meet up with him. I went to his house to meet up with him. And when I met up with him, I'm really good at feeling people's energy. Like, I can't explain it. It's like I'm very intuitive. And so I can always tell when someone has bad intentions towards me or not. Even before I got there, like I said, things started getting warped. I was already feeling a certain energy from this guy. And I'm not trying to say he's a bad person. I'm just telling you what I started feeling from him, especially after feeling like he was setting me up. So when I met up with him in person and I sat on the porch with him, it's just like this vibrating energy from him, like bad intentions, like not to say like he was a bad person, just like I felt like he had bad intentions towards me. I could feel it. And so it was just, I'm already somebody that feels weird in person with guys as it is, and it's all about energy for me. And I was just feeling this weird energy from this guy. And I was just like, nah, he don't have nothing good planned for me. If anything, that confirmed, and it didn't confirm it. Again, I don't know if he had initially set me up or that's what it turned into because of my own actions. I can acknowledge that. But the point is, at the time, for me, especially with the way my mind was working back then and what I had going on, it confirmed for me that he set me up. That's how I felt. And so I was just like, I was like, no way. And so I didn't go to meet up with him again. I remember he reached out to me again a few times, and I met up with him one other time at his house. And I remember I went into the house, I sat on the couch with him. I think it was his dad that sat on the couch. I'm pretty sure that's who that was that he introduced me to. And his dad was glaring at me, first of all. Not in like a rude, disrespectful way. It was just more so like probably like, okay, so this is the crazy chick. I don't know. This is just the look that the man was giving me, and I felt really uncomfortable. I don't even know why I went to this man's house again. Because like I said, initially when I sat there on the porch with him the first time, I felt a strange energy from him. And when I say strange, I just mean like not good intentions. I could just feel that. And then too, at this time, he started sending me subliminal memes as well. He kept sending me these subliminal memes, alluding to the fact that I was like, somebody that was a has-been that looked like a drug addict. Like this one meme in particular I can't forget about that he sent me was of this person that used to be an actor that I guess got on drugs and had like these big black stuff around their eyes. Like, and I couldn't believe he sent me that meme. And it was also something that made me self-conscious because at this time I was extremely depressed because of what had happened with my ex. And I had started drinking. I wasn't a full-blown alcoholic yet. This was shortly before I became a full-blown alcoholic. And I did have black rings around my eyes. So I remember that being something that made me feel extremely horrible. So all of these things started happening. And I was just like, nah, this man has, pure bad intentions for me. Like nothing good. But I still went that second time to his house. And I actually totally forgot that this happened. But I went that second time to his house. And I went in the living room and I sat on the couch, like I said, and his dad was kind of just like looking at me in this kind of way. And I was just like, uh-oh, like it just didn't feel right. Like I felt like his dad did not like me. I was just like, oh boy. And then he took me into his room. And he was, I guess, trying to put on Animal Planet because I used to tell him that I like to watch Animal Planet. And so he put it on, but he's acting weird. Like I'm telling you, this man, I'm so intuitive. I'm telling you, you could be there without no body and just a soul. And that's what it is for me. It's like, it's almost as if you're just there with your bare soul, the way that I can feel energy. And it did not feel right. Even, I feel like he might have even been recording my ass, like not like a camera in the roof or anything. Like when he climbed on the bed behind me, I feel like he might have had the recorder on his phone on or something. I don't know. I just was feeling really angst. The hair was on my arms up and everything. So anyways, I went on the bed with him and he laid behind me and he had the Animal Planet on and I just hopped up. I hopped out of the bed. I hopped out of the bed and I said, I have to go. And I know that probably seemed crazy, but the whole scene was just off to me. The way his dad was watching me on the couch, me lying on the bed with him and I was just feeling this energy from him. Like it was just all bad. I just can't explain it. Not to, again, let me reiterate to say he's a bad person. I just think that situation was bad, especially maybe how I came at him and everything else that was happening. It was just bad. It just felt like a bad energy. And so I got up, I hopped up out of the bed and I left. I was like, no, no, no. I was like, this is all bad. I just knew it. I just felt it. I just could feel that it was all bad. So I left, and I never went back again. I was like, no, definitely not. I just knew, I felt it. And from there was game day. That was the start of my cyber stalking, cyberbullying journey. He just used to send me weird stuff, the memes, the passive aggressive memes, in particularly that one that I keep bringing up. And so for me, the kind of person that I am, I'm not a beat around the bush kind of person, as you all may have noticed from my prior videos that got deleted. As a matter of fact, that's what gets me into problems, is because I'm too blunt of a person. So for me, the memes he sent me was like him throwing the first sword, and so you sent me those memes coming for my looks, so I just straight up came for your looks. I didn't even bother to send a meme, and that was stupid, because in a way it was almost like I set my own self up, because all these people were involved. He knew a lot of people on island, gregarious type of person, one of those kind of guys that has a lot of friends. And so he knew a lot of people, and like I said, weird activity had started happening on my Facebook. When I would be talking to him on the phone, I would hear laughing in the background. And so I just knew the situation had turned bad very quickly, sour. But I never imagined how bad it could get. I didn't know how far the thing would go, right? So anyways, after he sent me the, a few passive aggressive memes again, I just pretty much went in on him. I started to insult his legs. I think I insulted his height, because one of the things about me is I like taller guys. As I said in my earlier video, basically I like, it's not even just about stature, it's really more so about your demeanor. I like manly men, but also I like men that are taller than me. I think it's because I'm a big boned woman myself. I come from a family of big boned people. Some people use the term big boned out of context, like they'll be heavy set, not to say this in a disrespectful way, but they'll be heavy set, like have weight on them, and call that being big boned. I'm the true definition of big boned. So I'm skinny, but I have big bones, and that runs in my family. We're almost like Amazonian. I'm not super tall, I'm 5'8", but still we have bigger bones, the women in my family. And so I think that's a part of the reason why I like rougher men and bigger men of a bigger stature. And so for me, even before I met him in person, before I even came down here, I used to keep asking him obsessively, how tall are you? How tall are you? Because from the pictures, it kept looking to me like he might have been, and this is so stupid. And I know this sounds bad. I'm just being real. What was going on back then? Especially coming from my ex who was 6'5". I wanted somebody that had at least a little bit of height, or at least taller than me. That's how I felt back then. Now it's like, it's not that big of a deal. But back then it was a big deal. So I kept asking him obsessively, how tall, are you sure? And he kept trying to tell me he's 5'8.5" or 5'9", and don't worry about it, he's going to be taller than me. But I just was obsessively, obsessing over the fact that, in these pictures, even though he looked muscular, he looked like he might have been short. And that was a fear of mine too. It's so stupid and dumb and ignorant, but I was young back then. So that was one of the things I went in on when I was going in on his looks. So I went on on the fact that I think, I said he was short, and the man is not even that short. He's actually, I think, taller than me a little bit. So it wasn't even that serious. I think I was just trying to comfort him because I felt bad about the memes he sent me first. It's not like I went in on his looks first. I just was responsive to what he sent me. And that was stupid on my part. I was reactive. Let me rephrase that, reword that. Not responsive. I wish I were responsive. I was reactive, and I reacted. And so I just went on this man, went on the fact that I felt like he was short. I went in on the fact, really went on his legs, talked about the fact that he had chicken legs, because he's one of those dudes that, although he's muscular up in his upper body, he has slimmer legs, which is not a big deal. Who cares? But that was something I wanted to go in on, because I just felt like he came for me and I'm coming for you now. So I went in on the fact that he had skinny legs, the fact that he was short. I don't remember what else I said. Stupid stuff. I think I called him long face because he has a longer face. which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad face. It's not like it's a bad long face. I was just looking for things to say. I'm telling you, I was just literally just trying to come for the man because he came for me. And that was the worst thing I could have done ever. That, I think, painted me as monster bitch on island. Like, that was it after that, after I said the things that I said to him. I even saw people, in the comment section under his picture, like, it's okay, King, and things like that. And, just people sending me weird stuff on Facebook, and just one sort of weird activity on my Facebook, a bunch of honeypots being sent my way. Like, I think they thought I was this monster bitch, that, I don't know, not led on. They couldn't be possibly thinking led on, because if they listen to the story, they'll definitely know it wasn't a lead on situation. It was more so like I felt like I was being set up. That's what that was. And so, basically, it definitely could have been that they thought I was leading the man on. But the way they painted it, and the way that I ended up getting bullied and cyber stalked after that situation, you would swear that I had led this man on, and then I just came home and dissed him up, and you would swear I had been like this monster when I was really just responsive to what happened to me. Yes, I may have reached with the thinking he set me up thing. If you look at the circumstances, you do have to admit that does sound kind of, but at the same time, I may have overreached with that. But to be punished the way that I got punished after that situation, especially when I insulted him because he insulted me first, I could say if just off of my own paranoia, I thought he was setting me up, so that's what made me insult him. Then yeah, dig into my ass, dig in me. But it's literally I insulted him because he insulted me. So I don't understand why that's not understandable. I never went in on this man's lips until he went in on mine. Subliminally. He just did it subliminally. He's smart. He just did it subliminally. He didn't straight up come for me like how I straight up, and that's just because of the kind of personality I have. I don't beat around the bush. Anyway, so that was a mess, doing that. Excuse me, guys. That was a mess, basically. Going in on him like that, but then worse yet, I put another nail in my coffin. This was the stupidest part of the whole thing. This is what really made a lot of people turn against me. Was the fact that, like I said, he had a lot of friends. And so the fact that I knew a lot of people on this island were involved, I started coming like a dummy for the island. And I'm from this island, born and raised, but I started saying a bunch of negative, stupid shit that I didn't mean. I'm not going to go into details about the island. Stuff that I truly didn't believe or feel. I just wanted to hurt him. I even said bad things about the hospital because I knew he was trying to work at the hospital. I think I insulted him for being a security guard, which is dumb because I knew he was about to start becoming a nurse. It's not like I didn't know that. So it wasn't like the situation where I'm this person that cares about money, or it was just all these bad things that they tried to paint me as. I was up and coming too, I was in school and trying to get my life together as well. So I totally understood him not being in his career yet. But the way that I came for him was to say, like, well, you're this age and you haven't even started your career yet, and you're still single at this age, and things, stupid, petty, dumb stuff that an immature young person would say, that whose feelings were hurt. That's really what it was, the things that I said about him. But it's just, again, the stupidity of me now coming for the island I'm from. That was where I really, more so than anything, put my foot in my own mouth. So I just started saying a bunch of dumb shit about the island I'm from, just because I was feeling bad. And then also, too, like I said, started talking bad about the hospital, just because I knew that's where he was trying to work. And I was born in that hospital, all of my siblings. I don't have an issue with the hospital at all. I literally was just trying to hurt this man. And so I said the things that I said, and because of the way that I write, I'm a good writer, and I'm not trying to say that to toot my own horn. I'm just telling you, as somebody that's as introverted as I am, the way I express myself is through words. So I'm really good with my words, and I mean that in the best way. I mean that, see, I can't even speak well. I'm really good with my words because I'm not good with my words. I'm really good with writing because I'm not good at speaking or expressing myself verbally. And so when it comes to even being mean and nasty, I can really cut a person with my words, is what I'm trying to say. And so I really cut him with my words, with the things I was typing. I was really a bitch. I'm going to be real with you. I even had to read some of the stuff I said. I was like, damn. Because I really went in on him just because of, being in a bad space with what I was dealing with at the time in my life, with my ex and everything else. I had already started to feel this resentment towards men, which is so stupid, because it's not like I had a bad experience with men in general. It's really just my ex. And it was my fault in the first place what happened with my ex. But I was just in a bad space at this time. And then now to boot, I felt like this man had set me up and then is sending me all this subliminal stuff. And then I'm hearing laughing in the background, so I'm feeling like Bobo the Fool. So I just went in on him, like keyboard gangster type of thing. I went in on him, and that just came to bite me in the ass. I basically became a cyber stalking, cyber bully victim for a number of years. You know, I could not live that situation down. Like, it was just so many guys, you know, like I told you, my DMs were already full of guys. But at this point, they weren't genuinely in there. They were in there to set me up. They were honeypots, you know what you call honeypots in this community? They were honeypots. A bunch of honeypots basically being sent my way to hit on me and stuff. Even in person, you know, I had people, guys in person on this island hitting on me, and then when I'm getting to know them, I'm realizing that they're a part of this thing, whatever it was. I almost feel like they had this group chat going around down here where they were laughing at me. That's what it felt like. Similar to kind of like what happens with the targeted individual program, similar to that is what it felt like. You know, I'm pretty good at reading things, and I'm pretty sure that's what was going on. Especially with the way they had their cues, it was very similar, like I'm telling you, to the targeted individual program. So the fact that I even had an experience similar to this program tells you that this is some sort of spiritual warfare. And again, this is how it connects directly to my roommate, though. Because look at how that situation started. It was literally that he asked me if my roommate was so-and-so, and then that was what made me feel like he was setting me up and what created this explosive situation. Hold on one second, guys. Yeah, so that's basically, sorry about that, guys. My brother just came back into town, so I was just that's what that was. Um, trying to remember what's going on here now. So yeah, so basically that was what that was just then. You know, it was like I basically put my own nail in the coffin there with that. I just started getting set up and cyber stalked really bad here on island. And I think also too it had something to do with the things I said about the island and the hospital, you know, because again, I didn't just talk about him. Then my stupid ass went and talked about the island out of anger because a lot of people were involved, which is so ignorant because it's not like everyone was involved. You know, at this point now with my targeting, now everyone's involved. But with that situation, everyone was not involved. So that was like one of the stupidest things that I could have done. But I wasn't thinking straight. I was in a very low state, you know, depressed, dealing with what I had dealt with my ex, among other things. And then this situation, can y'all hear the plane? Listen. And then this virtual escape or whatever burst into flames. And not only did it burst into flames, but then it also created a horrible situation for me. But this again is where I was thinking possibly witchcraft from the roommate, because I was just like, how is it that the situation directly correlates to her in some way, form, or fashion? And then it created this situation on island where I had all these freaking enemies. I was just like, what the heck? Because after that, oh my gosh, I had enemies like crazy down here. Not like now, you know, I thought it was bad back then. But I did have more enemies than I was used to having. You know, I was used to being a relatively low maintenance, under the radar type of girl, you know, drama free, not having enemies or anything like that type of female. So to go from that to now being on the map and having all these enemies, and, you know, the guys that were now in my inbox and under my pictures were honeypots. I wasn't used to that. I didn't even know about that, like what a honeypot was, you know? And so, you know, they started using a lot of kind of like what happens in this program when they send honeypots your way, you know, and then they sensitize you to certain things. That's kind of what was happening just then, back then. You know, one of the things that they did to sensitize me was using the word great. This is why earlier, or not earlier, my video from earlier, when I was talking about my ex and I said we had a great connection, you saw me cringe because I'm like traumatized by the word great now. But that was one of the words that they sensitized me to. And so I would always know it was a honeypot when they started to excessively use the word great. Another thing they used to do was put up this one eyebrow. In my initial parts 1 and part 2 video, I actually pulled up my Dropbox and I showed you some of my thirst trap pictures I used to post on Instagram back then when I was talking to this guy virtually. And in a lot of those pictures, I used to do this with my eyebrow. And I know that looks stupid and dumb, but it was like, my pictures looked popping, trust me. It looks dumb here now on camera, but that's what I was doing. And so that was one of the jokes between this guy and I, you know, the fact that I always did that with my eyebrow. But it wasn't malicious. It was a friendly banter type of joke that turned malicious after I started getting set up. That became a part of my sensitization with the honeypots. You know, a lot of them would be doing this in their profile picture on Facebook, or they would send me a picture of themselves doing this, you know, just stupid, dumb stuff, or send me the emoji that does this, you know, dumb, stupid stuff. Simple little things to sensitize me. The word bullshit became stimuli because I used that word with him a lot. So that became something that sensitized me, you know, sensitization. You know, just several other things. I'm not going to go into the details of it because I'm already an hour in. You know, I was really hoping that this video would be my last part 3 video. And then I could get into the other content that was deleted. But it seems to me like I'm definitely going to have, I should have known too. I'm probably going to have more than just 3 parts to my how I became targeted videos, because I'm already almost an hour and a half, and I haven't even really dented into the story. I'm still only in the backdrop. I'm still only in my 20s. I haven't even gotten to, what happened at 30. Not 30, excuse me. At age 20, how old was I? It was 2020 when I got targeted. It was like 28, I think, when I became a target. I was 28. So anyways, what was I saying? Trying to finish. I'm trying to finish with this story here with the cyberbullying. It was a major part of my life. This cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation that manifested from this guy. And it just seemed like it never ended. It seemed like it almost reminded me of the meme with Cardi B. You know that meme where she said, "Once we beef forever." You know that meme? Like, that's low-key what it felt like. I just felt like, oh my God, is it ever gonna end? Are they gonna ever stop setting me up? It didn't. Like, literally, it went on and on and on until to the point where I'm now in a new situation where that situation just kind of melted into this one. But it just did not stop. Like, they just kept sending honeypots my way. I kept getting set up. I was just like, you could say almost blacklisted on the island I'm from. Not totally. Now I'm blacklisted. But back then it was like the start of me being blacklisted, if you will. Especially in certain social circles and stuff like that. It was bad. It was really bad what happened with this guy. And again, I reiterate, I was somebody that used to be low maintenance, under the radar. My sister and I used to go out. We were kind of showgirls in a way, if you will, at a certain point. Like in high school, we were on the scene and we started getting known in that way. But it wasn't to the level of what happened with this guy where I was known in a bad way. That was never the case with me. I never had enemies on island before that situation. Anyway, so I'm trying to get my train of thought back. So basically, all while this is happening and I'm getting set up as you will. Now, like I said, remembering these videos, I said that I'm gonna retell my story and the videos that got deleted without mentioning certain people that I mentioned before. So rather than saying certain, I'm just gonna say the people in my circle. That's what I'm gonna say, instead of saying like, whether it was a friend, family, this person, that person. I'm not gonna specify just to avoid problems, because that's largely what caused my videos to get deleted. The computer I typically record on was confiscated. And I was told that my videos were deleted off of my YouTube because I mentioned certain people. So I'm going to tell my story to the best of my ability without mentioning, like specifying who I'm talking about. I'm just going to say the people in my circle. That's how I'm going to say it. So anyways, as the setting up starts happening, and I'm getting cyber stalked, cyber bullied, and basically like honeypots being sent my way, the evidence was clear as day. You could see that these people were doing, sensitizing me with the eyebrow, with the word great, with the word bullshit. The way they were doing it was so obvious. And then also too, a lot of these guys, when I would talk to them on the phone, you'd hear big cracking up in the background, like I was some type of big, huge joke. Like it really turned into this big freaking running joke on this island. I'm telling you, not with everyone, but with like a lot of guys. And it seemed like it didn't even matter the age group. I remember dating different dudes from different age groups on this island post that situation with that guy, and they all knew. I dated a guy that was my sister's age. He was good friends with one of my sister's ex-boyfriends. And he was like 6 years younger than me. That's the youngest I've ever dated as far as guys go. I typically date older guys. And so that was really a new experience for me. And it was literally, me being on island and just feeling like I couldn't date anyone and hoping against hope that, okay, maybe this guy's 6 years younger than me. Maybe he won't know. And even though him and I dated and we were together, we actually were in a relationship for a short stint, I still could tell that he knew. It's the weirdest thing ever. I can't explain it. I could tell that he knew. And so the relationship didn't even feel genuine to begin with. But I could tell he liked me, but I also could tell that he knew. It was the weirdest thing ever. And then just any guy that I dated, older, younger, my age, it didn't matter. It didn't matter the age range, excuse me. I even dated guys that I had talked to in the past. Guys that really liked me bad from the past. I started dipping into the pool from the past, talking to guys that liked me, and I even noticed them moving different with me. Like they really just were being really passive aggressive, and again presenting the stimuli. And so I was like, okay, so there's some sort of group chat going around down here amongst the guys, and I can't date a guy on island. That's pretty much what I came to the realization of. And all then while this is happening, this guy is reaching out to me off and on throughout the years. And it was almost in a taunting manner too. You would have thought what was going on. Excuse me. Let me just stretch for a minute, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. So you would have thought with everything that was going on with me being set up and stuff that this guy wouldn't have been reaching out. But it was almost like, and this is why I kept saying he was setting me up too. You know, it's not like I have evidence that he was sitting there with these guys doing it, but it was just the fact that he was literally reaching out to me throughout the years and also presenting the same stimuli that these other guys were presenting and saying low-key, like, passive-aggressive stuff. I can't explain it. It didn't just seem like, you know, a regular guy that's reaching out to you that you haven't heard from in a while and they're just reaching out to check on you. It never seemed like that. Even the way he said my name, Reefy, like the way he said it was just always taunting. I'm telling you, I just could even hear it. Like it always turned into like, it just felt taunting. Even just him, the way he wrote my name, it was just like all of it just felt like a big taunt. I can't explain it. Excuse me, gas. I'm sorry, guys. Really gassy. What's going on in this video is a mix of anxiety and the fact that, like I mentioned, I drank some turmeric tea. So extremely gassy in this video, guys. I'm sorry. And the camera quality is terrible too. I hate using this computer. You know, I'm so sad that I don't have the computer I used to record on. So please excuse that. But anyways, it was just a nightmare. Like, you know, what was happening with the cyberstalking and cyberbullying. And I'm showing my family not family. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Because at this point now I don't want to mention. So I think I'm just Bassity right now. But I was showing, and at this point too, that's okay. Because it's not like anything major that I'm saying. You know, I'm not saying anything about anyone's, you know, family setting me up or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying right now. I'm literally just saying that I did present some of the information that was, you know, some of this, what was going on. I did show evidence to the people in my circle. I showed evidence to the people in my circle, what was going on with these guys that were hitting on me on island. And they kept just laughing and thinking that, it, you know, it was in my head, you know, like feeling like, you know, you're just overthinking. You know, they just said that word. What's the big deal? I'm sure it's not connected type of thing. And then I would show them that this guy was reaching out to me as well and also using the same stimuli. And they would make it seem like, well, he's just reaching out to you because he likes you, you know, like, come on, you guys talked to, for so many years, that's normal. You know how much guys that I talk to that still reaches out to me, you know, that this was the type of things they were saying to me. And I'm just like, but it looks, you know, you can obviously see that stimuli was being presented and I was being sensitized, you know, and being, like I said, cyberstalked and cyberbullied. And the people in my circle just would not acknowledge that, is what it felt like. Like they were not acknowledging it. It just seemed to me like they absolutely could not see it. And they just didn't see the connection. I'm clearly showing them the connection and they just didn't see it. So it was just really a bad time for me with this guy. What else happened? So that's just how it was, you know, throughout the years. I would just have him reaching out and still, you know, presenting the stimuli in the conversation, like innuendos and what he would be writing me. And then also these guys, you know, setting me up. And it was even to the point where I even had told somebody in my close circle that I was going to hire a private investigator to prove what was happening. Because it was freaking me out because I couldn't date a dude on island. And at this point, you know, I hadn't left to get back in school yet. And I hadn't yet taken those last 2 courses that I needed to take to get my associate's degree. So I was still on this island, basically just working, you know, and at this time too, I forgot to mention this, you know, this was from the years 2014 to 2016. I was a blackout drunk, you know, so like I said, shortly before coming down, that was the start of my alcoholism. That was the start of my alcoholic journey. But then when things popped off with this guy and all these people on island turned against me and I realized I couldn't date a dude down here, and then also too, I was seeing subliminals on Facebook, you know, from people that I had went to school with or whatever, you know, writing posts, you know, similar or pertaining to the situation where I knew they were privy to what was going on. And then even talking about the situation with my ex-roommate. And I hate those kind of friends that when they're not friends with you anymore, they expose your business and this and that, those type of posts like that. And I'm just thinking to myself, oh my God, they probably think like I really just told this guy all her business on purpose, when I didn't even know that he knew who she was. You know, this is the whole reason why I thought it was a setup. Because when I realized he knew who she was, and I never told him her name, by the way, when he came to me and asked me, one sec. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and try to wrap the video up. I've already just come to the conclusion that I'm obviously going to have to do another part, and probably 2 other parts for that matter. So this will probably be like a 5-part series of me talking about how I became targeted. Again, I'm still just in the backdrop story. This is just the background of the spiritual battle that I had in my early 20s. You know, I haven't even gotten to when I became targeted in 2020. But let me just finish up with this cyberstalking, cyberbullying situation. So anyways, so I just felt like I was showing the people in my inner circle and they were just not It almost felt like, I don't want to say gaslighting. At a point, it did start to feel like gaslighting just because I didn't understand how they didn't see what was going on. But more so, it just felt dismissive. It just felt like I was having some sort of life crisis, and they were not acknowledging what was happening, is what it felt like. And so anyways, like I said, it just felt like I could not date a guy on island. And at this time now, I was a blackout drunk because of what was happening with this situation where I felt like no one was listening to me. And I also felt like now I couldn't date a dude on island. And then also just the heartbreak of what happened with my ex, not being in school, only having 2 more courses to take and feeling like I couldn't take them because I was broke. Just a lot of stupidness, man. I just was depressed at this time and I was a blackout drunk. So from the years 2014 to 2016, I was a blackout drunk, all out drunk. Like literally, I'm telling you, like missing gaps of time, like missing days, sometimes even. I was drinking that much. And at this time too, I had started hanging out with my cousin and his girlfriend and basically their friends. And this cousin of mine has had issues of his own. Sometimes he would even complain that he was the black sheep of the family because he had so many issues. I mean, really what it stems back to, I'm not going to go into too much details about it, but basically what happened is, my aunt, his mom, basically gave him to my grandma when she was younger because she had him young. Not super young, but like I think in her early 20s, if I'm not mistaken. And I think my grandma convinced her to let her keep him, so that she could finish school or whatever it was she was trying to pursue, whatever career she was trying to pursue. And so my grandma convinced my aunt to let her keep him. And basically my aunt did, and then my aunt ended up meeting my uncle, or my not step uncle, but, I call him uncle, but, we're not related by blood, but, that's my uncle. Grew up with him, slept over at the house, everything, that's my uncle. But anyway, she ended up meeting my uncle and marrying him, and then having the cousin that I told you that used to ramp with my sister and I, my older sister and I, the one that was like the Three Musketeers, that was supposed to come and live with me, instead of the roommate that did come to live with me. She basically had that cousin, and had, like this nice little life going on. And not to say that she left my cousin out, not at all. I think what happened is he perceived it as that, because he had a really good life. My grandparents were good people, middle class, decent house, they provided for him, was there for him and everything. He had a decent life and things could have been good for him if maybe he weren't so negative. And I don't want to even really come from that aspect because, again, I can't empathize with him. I don't know how he feels. I haven't walked in his shoes. So I don't know what it feels like to have a parent let you live with your grandma. And I think what it is because he has said this multiple times. I think, my cousin is his half sister. I think the way he viewed it was like, okay, well, you kept, my sister and, that you guys had this good life and you didn't keep me. I think that's how he feels. That's kind of some of the things he says. And so I think that's the way he viewed it, even though he had a good life as well, and he was in a safe, good environment. I still think it was more so than just the physical. And when I say physical, I mean assets and taken care of and money, monetary. I think it was more so emotional. And he's really an extremely emotional person, and what it manifests into is him having a temper because he's such an emotional person. And that runs in this family as well, tempers and emotions and stuff like that. So I guess you can say I'm an oddity because I'm not like that. I'm one of the, it's not that I'm an oddity because actually there are a lot of family members in this family that are like me, where we're more so disconnected and the opposite end of the spectrum where we're also emotional, but our way of dealing with that is being disconnected and very much so laid back, and you would almost think like we don't have feelings when really that's a defense mechanism. But he's the opposite. This cousin very, much so like passionate and, very emotional. And so it manifests in him having a very bad temper to the point where we call him hothead. And so growing up, he used to have a lot of trouble in my grandparents' house because of this hot temper and also because of this chip he had on his shoulder with what happened with my aunt. And so it's like basically that just led to him kind of feeling like a black sheep of the family and getting in and out of trouble. And so I'm hanging out with him at this time because for me at this point, I'm kind of feeling like a black sheep too at this time. At this point, like I said, I was a blackout drunk, wasn't in school at the moment because of that math class, dealt with the situation with the ex, dealing with all these people that don't like me on island now because of this guy, this cyber guy. So I'm feeling, kind of in a dark space myself. So I could relate to that type of energy and that type of environment. So him and I start hanging out heavy. And I even befriended his girlfriend at the time. I remember her and I had gotten kind of tight at that time. So anyways, I'm trying to think about this before I, get the timeline right. So basically, at this time I was hanging out with them. I was drinking a lot, blackout drunk, like I said. And it culminated in me getting raped, basically. I'm not going to go into the details of that story like I did in my initial part 1 and part 2 that got deleted. But just know that eventually it culminated in me getting raped. So basically, it's not like I made reckless decisions when drinking. It was it was, what's the word I'm looking for? It was selfish decisions, because I always got drunk around people I trusted. But at the same time, to get that level of drunk and expect someone to babysit you, that's what's selfish. And so for me at the time, because I was so depressed and just not understanding why certain things were happening, I wasn't thinking about that. I was just feeling like, okay, well, I'm around my cousin, he can relate to how I feel. I'm drinking my liquor, he's smoking his weed, whatever, this is what's going on. And I felt safe in that environment. And so I remember at this time, in the back of my grandpa's house, there's this little back house that my cousin used to stay in. And we were all hanging out in that back house. It was me, my cousin, his girlfriend, a few of their friends this day. And this guy that lives on that side of the neighborhood that grew up basically with my cousin, he's also Trini. And so this is why I think they were friends. They're around the same age, both have the same type of nationality or whatever. So basically, he used to be around the area, hanging out with my cousin and hanging out with us. And this day in question, I got really wasted, which wasn't the first time I got wasted around my cousin, but I felt safe. I didn't feel like anything would happen. And again, that's stupid of me to expect my cousin to babysit me as a grown woman. So basically, I didn't get babysat. My cousin was around the place. He has ADD too. Actually, he has ADHD. So it's the hyper kind. I'm the inattentive kind. So me, it's just like I zone off. I'm not hyper. My cousin is hyper, like the kind of ADD he has, like bouncing off the walls type of thing. So anyways, he's all over the place all the time. So it's not like he was back there babysitting me. And so I got blackout drunk, needless to say, in that little back house that he stayed in, and ended up getting raped. I'm not going to go into the details of it any further than I just did. But that basically is what led to me cleaning myself up, because I was just like, this is not my life story. All the stupidness that's happening with this guy, me getting cyberbully, getting set up, not in school. It's like, this is not what I had planned for myself. And now it's to the point where I got raped and I'm a blackout drunk. What is this? So I cleaned myself up. And at this time too, mind you, throughout this time, I was still holding jobs. I've always worked. Even in my darkest of days, when I was the blackout drunk, I was working. I remember at this time, I even had a job at this hotel, really nice high-end hotel, which is what's embarrassing. Because the lady that was the head manager at this hotel, her daughter went to school with my sister. They went to private school together. And then also too, I believe she was friends with or acquaintances with my mother. So this is just all embarrassing. The fact that I was a blackout drunk when I worked at this job, but still just understand I was holding jobs. Even as in my blackout drunk days, I was always working. And so needless to say, that job didn't last, but that was one of the jobs I worked. I worked a few jobs in this time of being a blackout drunk. Got myself together. I said, now you got to clean yourself up. You're going to get back in school. Cleaned myself up. I'm looking at the time now, an hour and 17 minutes in. I cleaned myself up basically. Started working at another hotel. And just, trying to save up and pay off so I could take this math course. I did. I eventually saved up, was able to pay off the math course. Took it online because they had it available online. I was so grateful. And then I took the last course that I needed to take and was able to get my associate's degree. Excuse me. So got the associate's degree. I knew that I wanted to leave Ireland and go back to school, but I wasn't ready to do that just yet. I wanted to save up first before leaving. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, well, I have my associate's degree now. I have substitute teaching experience from when I lived in Tallahassee. My mom teaches down here. Let me get into, substitute teaching is what I thought to myself. And so I went and I applied for a job with the Department of Education, was able to sell myself in the interview. I'm really good. Even though it's the oddest thing with me, even though I'm socially inept and I'm not good at socializing with people, when it comes to work and the professional arena, I'm really good at selling myself. So I can speak well enough in an interview to sell myself. And that's always why I've gotten jobs. And so that was the case with this. I was able to sell myself in this interview and I was able to get the job. And so basically I became a special ed paraeducator. So basically what that is you're kind of like a substitute teacher. So on days where there is no teacher in the classroom, they might call you into sub, but also you're working one-on-one with students that have IEPs. So I was working with the high functioning IEP students. So basically students like myself, I had an IEP in elementary, I did, because I had ADD. So basically students that have things like dyslexia, ADD, things like that nature. I worked with them, basically kind of like a tutor, you could say. So I would sit in the classroom with them while class is happening and basically just help them through the classwork. And I thought that job was pretty cool, especially since I could relate to the students. I know what it's like to have an IEP. Anyways, let me take a pause, guys. I'm feeling like I'm getting out of breath. It's too much talking. Let me take a pause. Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. I have food here that I need to eat, and I'm looking at the time too, and I'm seeing I have 10 more minutes before that time frame where I say I want to end the video. So anyways, long story short, that's what I started doing. I started working as a special ed paraeducator slash substitute teacher. And at first the job was going well, but right away the lady that was over me, basically, I guess you could say my supervisor, she was over the special ed department in the school that they put me at. Off rip, it kind of seemed like she didn't like me. And this was before she even got to know me. I'm very shy and to myself, especially at first. So it's not like to say that she would have just not liked me off rip from something I said. I didn't say anything negative or anything like that. I just got this energy like she didn't like me. And I attributed it to this guy, this cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation, because I knew the situation had spread, what was widespread. I didn't know how widespread it was, but I knew it was pretty widespread. Not like I said, to the point of what's happening now, as I'm a target where it's like all over Island. It felt like that back then, but that wasn't the case back then. I don't think every single person on Island knew, but quite a bit of people knew about that situation with that guy. And I believe this lady in this department knew, just because of what transpired with her. Before I could even talk in this lady's face, she's acting like my breath stinks, like off rip. Before I could even really talk to her, she's doing this. And that's the exact same thing that was happening to me at the call center. What are the odds that she would know exactly what to do? That's the exact same thing I had told the guy about, that I had spoke to virtually, that was happening to me at the call center in Tallahassee. So in my mind, I'm automatically thinking, oh man, so this is somebody that knows. I'm the kind of personality I have. If I were more outgoing, I probably could have outran, if you, I know that's like figurative language, but I could have probably beat the start of that rumor, whatever it was that was being created there, if I had been a more social person. But because I'm so awkward and I'm so shy and socially inept, if you will, the slightest thing can make me just be a hot mess anywhere, really. That can make me just go into myself. And the fact that this lady was doing that, and I automatically thought about that guy, and the fact that I told him what I told him, it just made my job, I'm sorry, I'm even starting to stammer just thinking about it, man. It just makes me nervous thinking about it. It made my experience at this job terrible. The job itself I enjoyed, but just my experience, especially with the teachers, because of the kind of personality that I have, like I said. And at this time, I hadn't been teaching for a number of years, like how it is now, where I had more experience. I was still relatively young. I was only like 25 at the time, around 25, age 25 when I was doing this job. And I didn't have much teaching experience. I had only had like one other substituting job in Tallahassee. So I was nervous and intimidated. This is an older lady, well established, educated, in a high position that's doing this. And I'm just feeling so uncomfortable. And then also too, I'm just thinking about all the stupid crap I said to this guy. And I'm just like, oh no. So I really went into myself. I withdrew into myself, and that just made it worse. Like one of those people that acts awkward and stupid, and so it makes people tease them more. That's basically what started happening to me at this job. And so then they're all doing this, this is what it turned into. And I think it just turned into a funny joke, after a while, because it was just funny to see my reaction. So eventually, it's so horrible to admit this, but I'm just being real. This is my story. I'm being real and candid. I did start drinking again, despite the rape, getting myself cleaned up and telling myself I would never let that happen to me again. I did start drinking again. And anytime it's gotten hard in my life, I've turned to alcohol. And this time it again wasn't like getting blackout drunk. I wouldn't allow that to ever happen to myself again. But I did turn into basically a functioning alcoholic. So if you look up the definition of a functioning alcoholic, that's basically a person that can drink throughout the day and you wouldn't know that they were drunk. Like they can look normal, like their eyes can look clear, they can speak to you without slurring, they can walk without stumbling, they can seem perfectly sober and perfectly normal, but they're under the influence. And the reason that they seem normal is because it's not like they're getting drunk. So they're drinking to cope with whatever. This is like now they're basically, they've become reliant on the alcohol, but it's not to the point where they're getting blackout drunk or drunk, because there are drunks that hold down jobs too. I was that type of alcoholic as well. Years 2014 to 2016, I was a drunk and going to work, at that hotel. This was not that. I was a functioning alcoholic. So I wasn't getting drunk, but I was drinking to do what was happening because I felt so freaking awkward at this job. Anyways, so that's what was happening. And I was just like, okay, this is obviously not working out. This is not what I want my life to be either. I knew I wanted to get my bachelor's degree. It was really just my idea and plan was to save up, and also get that experience for my resume. And then what was happening at this job, I was just like, I gotta go. Like, I was like, this is horrible. And so basically I stayed there for 2 years and I put up with what was happening, saved up, was able to, like I said, finish those 2 courses. What am I saying? I already have finished those 2 courses. This is why I got the job. I saved up and I basically left for Florida. And I told myself again, I would clean myself up again. And when I said clean up, I wasn't a drunk, but I mean not drinking at all. Get myself completely clean now to the point where I'm not even functioning alcoholic and really get my life on track. So that's basically what happened. I left for South Florida, looking at the time now to see where I'm at. I left for South Florida. I applied for Florida Memorial University, got in. I liked the university. It's a private university, kind of small, but still an HBCU. So I thought that was cool because, they do have good scholarships and stuff at those type of schools. So I was like, okay, well, let me go ahead and go here and finish off my schooling. So I went there to get my degree, my bachelor's in English. And so that's when I left. I'm sorry, I'm exhausted from talking, guys. And I'm almost done with this video. 5 more minutes. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, so basically went to the school, Florida Memorial University, and I really liked the environment when I got there. Nice setup and everything. My mom had graduated from this school. This was her alma mater. So I felt cool being there. I just thought it was cool, and I liked the atmosphere. And again, I liked the fact that it was a smaller environment. Even the community college I attended in Tallahassee was bigger than this campus. So I liked the smaller enclosed environment. And so I really did well. I excelled here because I was in my major. I was focused on writing courses rather than other courses. The only courses I was taking were my courses, my major courses. It was all writing, and I'm really good at writing. I'm sorry for the stammering, guys. I saw a bird drone outside, and then also too, like I said, I'm getting really tired. I want to finish this video. I think what I'm gonna do is eat, and then I'm gonna just do the next part to this video. So I'm going to stop here. So where we're stopping, I'm still kind of telling you about the cyber stalking situation because more happened with that. But I'm also now to the point where I've left Island and I went back to school. And so this was 2018. This is where I'm stopping this video. And then I'll start back after I eat. So I'll be back. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. Welcome back. Again, my name is Sharifa. Music name is Lily. This is part 4 to my How I Became a Targeted Individual series. I guess I'm going to call it the series. I don't know if I should call it a series because I'm almost certain there's going to be a part 5 as well. And I'm trying to knock out all the parts because today we're moving to a new house, new location. So I'm just trying to knock out at least these videos before getting there. And again, I don't know when I'll have access to internet either. So I might not be posting these on the date that they were recorded. And again, today is June 25th. 2023. So this is part 4. I think I'm actually going to do what I did before with the videos that got deleted from before, and I think I will also create a summary video. Just for those of you that don't have the time to sit here and watch these parts, part for part. This is literally part 4, and I'm probably going to have a part 5 as well. So for those of you that don't want the backdrop details and want to just hear the main story of how I became targeted, I will have an hour-and-a-half video where I just give the main details, basically starting at 2020 when I became targeted. I'll give a little backdrop story, to the things that led up to my targeting, but I won't mention all the things that I'm mentioning in this series. I'm saying series, but it's not really a series. It kind of is, but it isn't. Anyways, where I left off. So basically, at this point, I left off at the part where I decided to again get sober. And when I say again get sober, this kind of drinking that I was doing was what would be called a functioning alcoholic. So an alcoholic still nonetheless, that doesn't make it any better. But not, like I said, to the level of 2014, 2016 when I was a blackout drunk to the point of getting raped. At this point now I was literally just drinking to cope with the social interactions at work because I felt ostracized and they kept grabbing their nose and all the stuff that was happening. I just felt extremely awkward. Which is horrible, to turn to drugs, because that's what alcohol is. It's a drug. So you could basically say I was a drug addict. I have no problem with admitting that. But that's so embarrassing, and horrible to turn to that. But that's what I was turning to cope with what was happening. So that's what it was. I was basically drinking to cope. At this point now I wasn't drinking the hard stuff. So it'd be like a wine or beer, those type of things like that, but still alcohol. Anyway, so I decided after 2 years of working at that job that I wanted to relocate and get back in school and also just clean myself up completely. Not even functioning alcoholic, completely sober is what I wanted. And actually that was the goal after the rape. It was just that I didn't know how to handle that situation at the workplace. And I chose to handle it in a very poor way. So anyways, I do question, I know this might not be the case. I do wonder though, I am somebody that uses toothpaste that doesn't have fluoride in it. Now, I still at this point don't think my breath stinks. It's the weirdest thing ever. You know, it's almost like it feels like some sort of spiritual something that's happening. You know, I can actually, I'm so self-conscious about my BO, my body odor, because I've always been that way. I actually do know when I smell bad. Like, for instance, very recently, and that video got deleted too. I'm so annoyed. But there was this day when I left the house, you know, and I was walking all day long in the hot sun, you know, from morning, literally 8 a.m. all the way down to 2:30 was when I got home, just up and down on island, walking in the hot sun because I don't have a car. And I remember at the end of the day, it was literally like around 2:15. After walking in the hot sun all day long, this coworker, well, prior coworker of mine, gave me a ride. And at this point, I can acknowledge that I smelled pretty bad. You know, I was smelling my own self, and I'm sure my breath was kicking too because I had been walking all day in the hot sun. My mouth was frothing. I was so thirsty. So for me, that is a moment where I can acknowledge that I smell bad. But for the most part, I'm the kind of person, I reiterate, that is so paranoid about body odor that I scrub my mouth, you know, just very anal, especially when it comes to my mouth, scrubbing it so freaking meticulously that it's to the point where I used to be scrubbing the enamel off of my teeth. So I do wonder if this is just something they're doing to tease me because of what I told this guy that happened to me at that call center, or if this is literally like now my breath is smelling bad because of some sort of witchcraft. I don't know. I do wonder. I kid you not, I do wonder because this literally became a thing after this guy. Literally, it wasn't like it started with him. It certainly didn't. You know, it started after I moved up from the roommate. I worked at this call center where I had that experience and what are the odds that they'd be doing the same thing? You know what I mean? It's just almost like this hive mind type of thing. But that's what they were doing. And then I told the guy about it. Like I said, the guy I had been talking to virtually. And remember again, he had these, I assume, I don't want to make things up, but I think there were like group chats going around where I was being talked about, you know, after I started acting accusatory towards him and I became like a laughing stock type of thing. I do believe that's probably one of the trends that were in these group chats. If there were group chats, you know, let me not bear false witness. I do believe that was probably one of the trending topics. And so I do wonder if that's just a narrative that got spun because of what I told him, or did my breath genuinely start to stink? You know, like I do have to wonder because I know with the way that I'm scrubbing my mouth, I don't understand how my mouth could stink. Like it's literally, it would have to be something internal. It doesn't make sense because the way that I'm scrubbing my mouth, like if you were to see how I scrub my teeth all the way back in my tongue, you know, cutting my tongue getting cuts, my gum getting cut because I'm so freaking anal about this thing. The other thing I do take into consideration is that I brush with toothpaste that doesn't have fluoride in it. But that's nothing. You know how many vegans brush with toothpaste that doesn't have fluoride in it? Because fluoride is actually, you know, and I talked about this in some of the videos that got deleted. But toothpaste that has fluoride in it is bad for you. You know, it calcifies the pineal gland. Many different negative health effects, you know, mental clarity, all of those things, rotting your teeth. You know, fluoride actually causes cavities. Oddly enough, with this stink breath, whatever it was that was going around, whether it was just like to tease me or really that they were smelling my breath, I haven't had a cavity in years. You know what I mean? So it's just the weirdest thing ever for me. It's again something that felt spiritual to me. Even my teeth, you know, white, you know, it's weird. I've had classmates, not to say this, because then this is going to be something that's also going to be make me look like a bitch, right? But I literally have classmates, you know, that I graduated from high school with that are missing teeth, you know, big brown teeth in their mouth. I don't have anything, let me be careful with my words, but I don't have anything like, it's a blessing, let me knock on wood, but I don't have anything like that going on. So I don't understand how this halitosis thing is a thing now. You know what I mean? After this roommate where she actually had legit halitosis and my sister and I talked to her about it, and then all of a sudden this is also something that mirrored what was happening to her within our friendship. I just didn't understand it. For me, it all felt spiritual. It all felt spiritual. Especially just again the way that I scrub my mouth. Where is the smell coming from? It couldn't be coming from my tongue. I'm scrubbing my tongue so freaking well. It's to the point where I'm bleeding. You know, scrubbing my teeth so well, it's to the point where my gums are bleeding. My enamel started coming off. I had to hold it down. So where is the smell coming from? Inside my tummy? Like where is it coming from? That doesn't make sense to me. So for me, it feels spiritual. Anyways, let me continue. I forgot what else I was gonna say now. Because I went off on a tangent, and this is what I tend to do, and this is why my videos end up being longer than I want them to be. Focus, Sharifa, focus. Okay, so what I was talking about basically was continuing on from where I left off in the last video. So basically, this is what was happening at this job. They were doing the nose thing, you know, and I just felt really uncomfortable. And I also, too, just felt like this lady knew who I was ahead of time. I think she was probably privy to this running joke that had happened with this guy. I strongly believe that. I don't want to bear false witness, but I strongly believe that. I still do. Anyways, so that just created a bad situation for me at this workplace. I'm like, okay, here again, this situation is manifesting itself again in another part of my life. So it was just so frustrating. So anyways, I decided to leave after being here for 2 years, and working at that job. Um, I felt enough experience on my resume from working there to now leave, and also I had saved up enough money to leave. So I got into FMU, like I said, went up there, liked the campus, started taking my main courses for my major. I was an English major. At this point, I had decided to abandon the law school idea, and not totally. Even after I graduated, I was looking at St. Thomas University, which was one street over from FMU. My mother and I actually went in there and was looking at the law school program. So that was still something in my head, but more so on the back burner. I was more so now focused on teaching because now at this point I had several years of experience and I liked it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Give me 1 second. Let me blow my nose, guys. And I know you heard talking in the background. People are home, but I just my nose is stuffy anyway. So let me just blow my nose really quickly. Anyways, so yeah, guys, that's what the situation was. I'm sorry I had to blow my nose. And if you hear talking in the background, like I said, people are home. It's Sunday. Anyway, so I decided to relocate. Basically, like I said, go back to school. I like the campus. I was taking English courses, and at this time in my mind, en route to becoming an actual teacher. So no longer a substitute or a paraeducator. I wanted to be an actual teacher. My mom taught chemistry and still teaches chemistry. And for me, what I wanted to do was become an English teacher because I like writing. I love reading, poetry, all of that. I've been writing poetry for years. Check out my music. Those videos did not get deleted. Thank the Most High. So those are still posted. Um, so yeah, I've always been into reading and writing, and I knew whatever I did would be something that was ladled in that, in reading and writing. So as I'm taking these courses, I'm doing really well because it's all courses that I'm interested in, that I'm interested in. Excuse me. It's not courses that include math or other classes that I find boring. So because it was classes that I found interesting, I excelled. And then also too, I was kind of having underdog syndrome because of everything I had dealt with the cyber stalking situation that was still going on, by the way. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. But everything that happened with that situation, what happened with my ex, what happened with me becoming a blackout drunk for 2 years, I'm getting raped, all of those things kind of created like this underdog piece of syndrome in me and just basically propelled me to want to do well. I wanted to do better for myself and I knew what it felt like to be down bad. And so I just wanted to get myself together. I really did. And so that was my mindset at the time. That and the fact again that I was enjoying the courses because it was actually stuff I was interested in. A lot of the courses I took were actually not just because it was reading and writing, but the content was interesting. So I did really well. I excelled. And then also too at this time I was working 3 different jobs. So I was a substitute teacher, I was a courier for the post office, and then I was also a security job. This was around the time I started getting into working security at night part-time. And let me just say something really quickly about post office courier, right? You see post office people all the time working, the side of the road and stuff, and you don't really take into consideration. It's just kind of like white noise, except in the visual aspect of things. You just kind of see it at the side of the road and you don't notice it. But out of any job, even that job at Walmart where my knees were hurting and stuff, out of any job I have ever worked in my life, being a carrier for the post office was the hardest. And I don't even just mean physically, mentally as well, because you have to have a good mindset to do that type of job. You have to be able to keep track of the houses and the streets and, all this different mail, like a truck full of mail. It was the hardest job to this day, even teaching. I would say this was even more difficult than teaching. Being a carrier at the post office, I have mad respect for all people that do that job. It is freaking difficult. At least for me, it was physically taxing and mentally. Like that job, oh my, I don't even think they get paid enough. They were paying me $17 an hour at the time, and that was the most I had ever made at that time. But I don't think that's enough. I feel like those people deserve like $40 an hour. That job is freaking hard, especially in the States. I don't know how it is down here, but in the States, oh my gosh, that job was hard in Florida. And then they had the nerve to put me down in Miami too. Man, that job was so freaking difficult. Anyways, let me not go off on a tangent, but that's literally when I think through my mental Rolodex of every job I've ever worked. Being a carrier for the post office was the most difficult job I have to date ever worked. So I have mad respect for those people. Like it's a hard job. Anyways, so let me continue. So I was doing that. Those are the 3 jobs I was working, and then I was taking a full load of classes. still procrastinating, still very much so having my ADD. But because again, it was courses that I was interested in, I was doing well. You know, a lot of times the papers that I had to write, I would write them the day they were due. And just because I'm a good writer and I can do that, I did that oftentimes, you know, so that's also part of what helped me. It's just the fact that it was stuff that I was interested in and stuff that I'm good at. Anyway, so not drinking, completely sober, drinking socially, of course. I'm still young, you know, college student, still going out and stuff, but not drinking, not even a functioning alcoholic at this time. You know, really cleaned myself up, not even a functioning alcoholic, totally sober, and just loving it, you know, loving the feeling of having myself, getting myself back on track, basically, is what you can say. So around this time, you know, it was like 2019. I'm not even getting to the point of what started basically the events that led up to me becoming a target, because I'm very close to that. But around this time in 2019 was actually when I started recording myself musically. So remember I told you I went up there in 2018. In 2019 was basically when I recorded myself. So you can listen on my channel to those videos that didn't get deleted with my poetry. You'll hear that it's like recordings of me. It almost sounds like rapping, but not really. I don't know what you would call what I do. You know, because I've said this already, rapping is a form of poetry, but poetry isn't necessarily rapping. And so I don't know if what I do would be called rapping. It's similar to rapping, but I feel like it's almost its own genre. I don't know what you would call it. Because I do have a cadence and I am doing it to the beat. But it's not like an actual rapper, like someone like Lotto, you know, or Meg the Stallion. It doesn't sound like that, you know, like a real flow, but it's like I have a flow. It's the weirdest thing ever. I don't know what you would call it, what I do. But I love it. And I've been doing it for years, but not recording myself. You know, the recording started in 2019 by coincidence. It was sheer coincidence and sheer luck why that happened. So basically at the time, my brother-in-law, you know, he's Hebrew as well. He was in communication with these guys that are Hebrew from up north. And so basically they let him know that they do music. He does music. He's an actual rapper, my brother-in-law. Like he raps. Not no professional rapper, but I mean, it's all a hobby. You know, it's a hobby for him as well as what I do is a hobby for me. But he actually raps like a real rapper. And so basically, you know, he was seeing the fact that these Hebrews do music as well. And so they basically let him know that they were coming down to South Florida and that they would be going to the studio, and they invited him. And so he knows that I write poetry. He's familiar with the fact that, and again, I'm mentioning family at this moment because I'm not getting to the point of my story just yet. When I get to my story, I'm not going to mention family, friends. You know, I'm going to very much so keep it I'm going to be very careful with the way that I use my words. So right now, I'm still not even to the point of talking about what started my targeting. I'm still just talking about my spiritual battle and also some of the events that took place that led up to me becoming a target. So this is why I'm mentioning family right now. Anyways, I just feel like, you know, the need to over-explain, guys, because my videos literally got deleted because of mentioning certain people. So I'm trying hard to be careful with that because I don't want that to happen again. But I want my story to be out there. And you have to know I want it to be out there because those of you that follow my channel, you know, that knew about my videos that got deleted, way better camera quality, you know, really nice videos that got deleted. And I'm still planning to post these videos, even though it's like horrible camera quality. I don't even think the sound is good, but that's how bad I want my story to be out there. Anyways, so goodness, I'm sorry I keep catching my breath, guys, too. It's extremely hot right now. I'm in the islands, as you know, and it's summertime. Extremely hot. So I'm trying to like keep my breath and stuff while still speaking and articulating clearly and also not rambling and getting to the point because I have a tendency to ramble like right now, what I'm doing right now. Anyway, so basically these Hebrews let my brother-in-law know that they're coming down and that they'd be going to the studio. And so he knew that I write poetry, and he knows that my younger sister kind of does like a little singing thing. She kind of writes poetry too, you know, it's like a musical family, artistic family, you could say. So basically he let us know that that was going down and invited us to come to the studio. So of course we were down to go. We thought that would be cool. And as shy as I am, I of course wanted to go to the studio and see what that looked like. You know, I never even imagined recording myself. You know, I just wrote my poetry for fun. That's all it was. And as far as rapping goes, you know, I might do a little rapping thing over a beat with my brothers or my sister for fun. But I never thought about actually recording myself and seeing what that would sound like, you know? So I had no idea what that would sound like. So we get to the studio, a bunch of dudes in there, and these are like up north dudes with a bunch of swag, and like I just felt so freaking nervous and awkward in that studio session. You know, they're all up in there and, you know, just all in and out of the booth and just acting comfortable and stuff. And so my sisters and I, we just, all three of us sat crunched up on the couch. You know, there were a few other girls there. And the women, all of us were just submissively sitting on the couch, not really wanting to interfere with the men and what they had going on. So although we knew we were supposed to get a little bit of studio time, trust and believe we kept our mouth zipped and we sat on the couch. We did not get up and really try to do anything. I even remember my brother-in-law kind of coming over and telling us, look, if you want to do something, get up now, that type of way. And we both kind of just, and I say we both, I'm talking about my younger sister and I, because my older sister didn't have anything that she was going to record. We both kind of just sat there and didn't really get up. So that didn't happen. Nothing happened. I was too chicken to get up and do anything. So then again now, another opportunity presents itself, because at this point now my brother-in-law liked how he sounded on the recording, and so he's getting more into this recording thing. And there were other rappers, in the Hebrew Israelite community, and not just the Hebrew community. I just feel like in this day and age in general, there are a lot of people that are into music and art. It's fun. It's a good way to express yourself. So at the actual church that we went to, there were a bunch of people in there that were into music as well. And so basically, there was this guy that went to church with us that had the studio out of his apartment. And he knew that my brother-in-law had just recently went to the studio and recorded music and stuff. So he invited, I'm sorry, I just saw something, one of the bird drones fly by the window. I'm not really sure why. Anyways, so he invited my brother-in-law over basically to his apartment. And he also invited my sisters and I over because he had a fiance, actually wife. I think that's his wife now. Fiance, wife, whatever it is. He had her there, and basically, we kind of befriended her. So he invited us over there for that. And then also to my brother-in-law was like, well, now this is you guys' chance, you all's chance to get your a chance to record. There's gonna be less people there. Less, you can feel more comfortable. You can get a chance to record. So we thought that was cool. We're like, okay, another opportunity. We're definitely gonna take it this time. And my sister and I, my younger sister and I, had been working on this song together. She was singing the chorus in the background, it was a Hebrew song, and I had wrote like this little rap, and then also I had a couple other songs that I wrote for myself that I wanted to record. So I was like, okay, yeah, we're going to do it this time. We're not going to chicken out. I'm telling myself that, and when we get there, I'm chicken out again. I'm thinking, okay, well, this ain't going to happen. And my older sister literally kept egging me on and saying, come on, Reefy, come on, Reefy, come on. And even my younger sister was like, let's do this, let's do this. So I took a couple shots. Like I said, I was drinking socially at this time, not an alcoholic, not even functioning, but this was an outgoing event. They had drinks, mixed drinks and stuff. And it was kind of like a party scene, if you will, inside of this apartment, but it wasn't a lot of people there. So I did take a couple shots, and I got myself up and I said, I'm going to record myself. So I got there and I recorded myself, not me recording myself. I just went on the mic and followed the instructions of the producer that was there in this apartment. Because one of the guys that went to the church with us was an actual producer, and he had actually worked on like some big hits with some like kind of underground artists, like let me give an example of like an Iceberg type artist. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. Iceberg was really big in Tallahassee, but still he never blew up, but he was like a local celebrity, that kind of thing, that kind of like a one-hit wonder type of thing. And this guy had worked on albums like that. I don't remember exactly who it was that he worked with, but somebody like that was like a one-hit wonder type of thing, that he was a part of that record. So he had some good experience. He knew what he was doing. So this was really a good opportunity for us. So I just followed his instructions, and he directed me on how to, basically he put the earphone in my ear and told me to listen to the music, rap into the microphone, instructed me on what to do, and I did what he told me. And of course I have a cadence because, like I said, I've been writing poetry my whole life and always, kind of like rapping. I don't know if you would call it rapping, but kind of rapping-ish, kind of. Again, what I do, it's not exactly rapping. I don't know what the heck you would call it. It's almost like rapping. But it's different. It's almost like I created a new genre. Not to sound like that, but it almost kind of feels that way. Anyway, so I did my thing, and it ended up sounding really good. And we were all surprised, that it's not like it sounded amazing, like, oh, you're the next big thing. It wasn't that amazing. But it still was cool to hear that I actually sounded good. We were like, oh, okay, wait, whoa, this sounds good. That kind of way like that. And then really more so than the actual sound was my lyrics, because I'm a lyricist. I'm a good writer. And so some of the songs that I wrote, they were listening to the lyrics and they're like, damn, this is dope. My lyrics, because I'm a really good writer. So more so than how I sounded, it was my lyrics that stood out. Anyways, let me catch my breath again, guys. I don't know what's going on. That sun is hitting, boy. It's hitting. And I'm feeling like maybe it's because I've recorded so much today too. But I'm literally feeling like out of breath a little bit. Typically when I do these videos, that doesn't happen to me. So I'm not sure if it's just because of my excessive recording, because I'm trying to get all of these parts done today. At least the parts where I'm telling my story. Of course, the other content that got deleted, I'm going to slowly but surely create and re-upload. I even have notes taken in my text of what I need to re-upload. But I wanted to get these videos telling my story done before we move out of this house. And so it's just like I'm feeling a little overwhelmed because it's been like obviously hours and hours of content. This is the third video I've created today. So let me just pause and catch myself real quickly, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, just wanted to catch my breath, like I said, for a little bit and also get up and stretch, you know? So anyways, so this is how I started recording. This was in 2019. So after basically doing that recording in the studio, not in the studio, well, it was like a studio, but it was a makeshift studio in this fellow church member's apartment. After doing that recording and realizing that I sounded good, and then furthermore having further confirmation because I posted it to my Instagram. You know, at this time I still had my Instagram that was kind of popping. I had a good bit of followers, you know, not no big set of followers, but I think I had almost 3K followers. You know, I had a decent amount. I was just like, well, let me put my music up. You know, why not? I have all these followers. Let me put my music up. And so I remember I posted 3 of the videos, you know, that were recorded. I recorded something called Black Rage. And it was really just about a police killing that had happened around that time. You know, a lot of people were writing songs about that. And so I just wrote one song about that. And that's the only racial song I've ever had a history of writing. I wrote something called Levels. And then I had something called, I don't know why I heard noise campaign on the roof for that. No idea. And then I also wrote something called Love Thyself. And Love Thyself was dedicated to my ex. Because like I said, throughout the years, he had been reaching out to me off and on. Even then, when I was there in South Florida, he reached out. You know, he was coming down. Remember I told you his family is from South Florida. He reached out to me. And I remember us linking up and him still being on the same weird vibe. You know, it just felt like he never got back to himself. And maybe it was me too. Maybe because of the way that he moved with me after the fact, I was just expecting too much from him. I think I was just like extra anal and extra like, I don't know, with him because I was just like, my guard was up because of how he had moved with me in the past. So when he linked up with me that time in South Florida, it was just like, I don't know, maybe it was a me thing, I don't know. But it was just like shortly after that link up, I was just like, okay, well, he still seems to be on this vibe where he's not like really trying to take me serious or anything like that. We hadn't spoken in a while. At that point, it had been like 2 years since we had spoken. He would write me on Facebook off and on, but it had been like 2 years since we had actually seen each other or anything like that. So it's not like he's going to just come off rip and meet with me and be acting serious about me. But it was really more so just the fact that I'm still like, I guess I was still feeling kind of jaded about the situation. And so I was extra like hard on him with that whole interaction. So I can acknowledge that. Anyways, I still just was feeling some kind of way and I wrote Love Thyself. And Love Thyself was dedicated to my years of feeling whatever about him. And so those were the 3 songs that I had posted to my Instagram, and they got a lot of views and they got a lot of likes. And when I say a lot, not no big set either, not like no 80K, 40K, nothing like that. I think it was like 2K on one, 3K on another, you know, like that kind of thing, like 2,000, 3,000 views, that type of thing, which is like kind of a lot for a nobody, but still not a lot at all. And I got some likes. And then I also had a few producers reaching out to me, just basically telling me that they liked my lyrics, you know, they liked my sound, do I want to link up? Especially there in Miami. I had a few, this guy especially, you know, this guy called Cool People. And his music was, I loved his flow. It was freaking dope. And he was trying to link up too. And I was just too chicken to link up. You know, I would keep like alluding to the fact that I would. There was even a producer down here on this island that reached out to me about my music, that wanted to, he was basically telling me that he could clean up my sound. And he wasn't talking about those songs that I posted that were done for me in this house session, in the house session with a church member. He was talking about the songs that I started recording for myself on BandLab. Because basically after I started having producers reach out to me and I realized that I had some sort of potential, I always knew that I could write well. Nobody had to tell me that. But when I realized that I actually even sounded good too, I was like, well, let me try to record myself. And my brother-in-law is the one who told me about BandLab. You know, he was like, you know, Reefy, if you want to record yourself, you can download BandLab. And he was telling me that that's what he uses to record himself personally. So I was like, well, let me try that. BandLab, okay. You know, and I'm pretty tech savvy. I'm good with computers. So I downloaded BandLab, and I know I was too chicken to meet up with any of those people that were reaching out to me. So I just never did. I kept, like I said, alluding to the fact that I would reach out, you know, like that kind of conversation where you leave it kind of hanging in the air, like, yeah, we might link up and then it doesn't happen. That kept happening because of me. I was just too chicken to meet up. So I followed what my brother-in-law told me and I created a BandLab and I started recording myself. I recorded something called Queen. And that was where Levels was recorded, actually, now that I think about it. Levels was recorded on my BandLab as well. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And what was recorded in person? Black Rage was recorded in person with that producer guy. Love Thyself, and then the song that I did with my sister that was a Hebrew song. So anyway, so I had two professionally recorded songs on my BandLab, not my BandLab, on my Instagram, and then that Level song that I had done myself, that I had recorded on BandLab, and it sounded off. The sound was off. My lyrics were dope, and you could hear that my flow was something different. But even I can acknowledge that the sound was off. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm tech savvy, so I was able to figure out how to use BandLab enough to record myself and to get my voice to be over the music and to have it sounding decent, but it still sounded off, especially to somebody that has a good musical ear, you can hear that it sounded off. And so that's where this producer from this island was actually telling me that he could help me clean up my sound and stuff. And I was telling him basically, when I would be coming home for Christmas break and stuff, and we were kind of having a conversation like we might link up or meet up. But again, that was something of my own doing. I kind of just let that conversation die down, and he reached out to me several times, and I never linked up with him, and he seemed like a pretty cool person too. But for me, I was just too nervous to meet up with him in person. And then too, I was also scarred about meeting up with any dude on this island after what happened with this, the cyber situation, which was still happening, by the way. I'm about to talk about that as well. But I was just too scared to really trust meeting up. This guy could have been genuine, but I was really just too scared to meet up with anyone on island. On top of the fact that I was just too scared to meet up with anyone, period. Even the producers that were reaching out to me in Miami, like the cool people guy, I was just too nervous. So I basically, like I said, just started recording myself on BandLab. I recorded Levels. I recorded Queen. I started Queen. This guy I met from Atlanta, that was a musician and somehow came across my Instagram. He was writing me, and him and I started, he's the reason I created Queen. Because him and I kind of briefly started talking, not really majorly because I didn't know him and I had already had this bad experience with dating virtually. But I just really liked his vibe and his music, and he liked my vibe. And so I do remember that him and I had kind of started this little banter, but it wasn't anything major. I wasn't really trying to take it to the next level. I didn't trust it. Not to say trusted as in I felt like he was setting me up, but just my experience with the whole virtual thing was bad enough that I didn't want to do that. But we were more so just on the music thing, like both vibing on that music level. I liked his music. He had a different sound too. And he was saying we could do a song together. So basically he said, well, why don't we write a song about a king and a queen? And he said, you come from the perspective of the queen, and I'm going to come from the perspective of the king. And so I love that idea. And so that's where Queen came from. I literally wrote that verse, and he was supposed to be writing his verse for King. And then something happened. I don't remember what happened with him, but we ended up stopping talking. And so he didn't end up doing his verse. And so I was just left there with that Queen thing, and I never finished it. And so that's why Queen is unfinished. And I keep saying that I need to go in there and actually finish. Now that I'm sitting here just focusing on doing music, I do want to go in there and finish it because I do think it has potential, that song. But I never finished it. So those were the two songs I recorded on my BandLab back then. And then I just stopped recording music. I had so much going on. It was just a hobby for me. Even with the little bit of traction that I started to get, I didn't care about it like that. I wasn't focused on it like that. I was more so focused on school. Like I'm like literally about to graduate. I have all of these courses. I'm working at the post office. Freaking hectic as ever. That job, again, I reiterate, was super hard. I'm doing security at night, substitute teaching. I even put the substitute teaching on the back burner when I started doing the post office job because it was that tedious and rigorous, and they were paying me better than the substitute job. With the post office job, I was getting like 17, I believe 50 or 17.75 an hour. And with the sub job, I was getting 15 an hour. So I was like, okay, well, this is the most I've ever made. Let me stick with this. But after a while, when it was just too vigorous for me, I went back to subbing. Trust and believe that. And I never quit subbing either. I was one of those subs where I could make my own hours. And so I always had that option. And I just decided to go back to that because I liked it way more than the post office thing, which is too hard, the post office job. Anyways, sorry, catching my breath. So I'm slowly getting to the point that led to me becoming a target. Before this happens, I dated a few guys up there in Florida, quite a few actually. I only had 2 relationships while up there. When I went up for the second time in 2018, 2 situations that actually led to me being in a relationship. But I dated around a lot. I dated quite a few guys, but it didn't ever lead up to a relationship. And I do remember there was a point in time when I started playing with Tinder. Was it Tinder or it was Plenty of Fish, I believe it was. And that was because someone in my circle had shown me that they had created an account, and they were basically telling me that everyone on campus was doing that. And so basically they were saying that they wanted to try it out. And so they tried creating the account, but it was more so on a joke tip, like the person kind of was like looking at some of the options and prospects, but it was still more so on a joke tip. And so I decided to copy. I was like, well, let me copy this. It's like, I'm not social. I don't go out like that. I'm not meeting anyone. I had met this Jamaican guy that actually approached me outside of Publix. And although he was really good looking, it didn't have anything to do with looks. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I felt the need to mention that. It doesn't matter how he looked. But although he was attractive, you know what I mean? He seemed to have a cool personality. We were not clicking, and this is why I mentioned that. Now I know why I mentioned that, because they try to paint it like I'm this vain, person that's obsessed with looks. But this Jamaican guy was actually attractive. He was my type, but his personality, and he had a good personality. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying his personality was bad. We just had no chemistry. You know how that can happen? Where a person can actually be attractive and have a good personality, you just have no chemistry with them? That was literally the case with this guy. Like, he was attractive, like, could actually be my type and everything. Good personality, and we just had no chemistry. Like, I'm literally hanging out with this guy, and it was just like no connection. And it wasn't that he was a bad person or anything, just no connection. I even remember when I met his mom. His mom really liked me because she knew that I had a lot going for me, and she said I was a good girl or whatever the case is. And she was really trying to facilitate the relationship, and I really wanted to try to have something with this guy because I thought he would, to me, I felt like he was a good catch, but I just couldn't, there was no chemistry. And I actually thought it was cool that he was Jamaican, because that was different for me. I've dated all types of different dudes. I've dated a Colombian, Haitian, everything you could think of. Stateside, up north, like everything you can freaking think of, I've dated. But this was my first time dating a Jamaican. Oddly enough, as common as it is to meet a Jamaican in Florida, I had never dated a Jamaican before this guy. And so not to say that I don't vibe with Jamaicans, because then I dated another Jamaican after him. Didn't ever end up with this guy. Just dated him. And that, we did have chemistry. That wasn't why that situation didn't work out. He was just a player. But I'm not even gonna go into the details about that. That's irrelevant. But with this guy in particular, it was just like we had no chemistry, and I still forced it and went in a relationship with him because I just felt like I liked the idea of him. Like I liked the fact that he seemed like a good catch, and there was absolutely no chemistry there. Oh, I lied. I said 2 people. There were 3 people that I was in a relationship with in that span of me being up there in Florida from 2018 to 2020. There was also a short stint where I dated this guy from my church for about 4 months, 3 to 4 months. And I remember that basically when him and I were together, he had like a wandering eye. He had a real problem. He kept checking out women in front of me. Even in the church, we're sitting in church. You would think you would have the cool to at least, keep your eyes glued forward, at least in church. And literally, like, one of the girls, and what's so freaking buck about it all is she's a girl that hung out with my sister and I. So it's just not just some random girl in the church. This is literally like one of my friends. Hello, what are you doing? She gets up to walk out the church, and he's doing this and watching her leave the church. And so I'm just like, what is going on? And I just noticed he had a wandering eye. And I kept complaining about it to my older sister, both of my sisters, and they're both laughing at me and thinking that I'm being paranoid. But I was right. I was correct. He was really doing that. Because then after me, he ended up in another relationship with another girl, and he actually had a whole baby on her. And she still turned around and married him. So I don't know. Like, I have good foresight, and I'm pretty good at sussing out a situation. This is why, and with everything that I've dealt with, I kind of question it. Was I bearing false witness, or am I, because I am really intuitive. I'm typically good at feeling things out. I actually do trust my instincts and my intuition. Anyways, so I forgot what I was gonna say. Where am I? So basically, I was in a relationship with 3 guys in that span of me being up there from 2018 to 2020. They weren't serious relationships either. They all lasted for a few months. Each of them, I think, lasted for about 3 to 4 months. The Jamaican one even shorter. I think I was with him for like 1 month or 2 months, if that. It was a very short-lived relationship because we had no chemistry. But I just liked the idea of him, and I think he liked the idea of me. Anyways, so forgot what I was gonna say now. But during this time, like I said, I did kind of play with dating, dating online as well because of this person that was in my close circle that showed me the account they created, and they told me that everybody was doing it now. And I wasn't so suspicious or paranoid that something would happen to me like what happened with that guy that I met from the island I'm from, because I know that with the dating websites, it's completely, at least I thought, completely random people, from a sea of just randomness, like out in a big state where I don't know anyone. So I'm not thinking that the same type of situation is going to happen to me. And so I did kind of play around with dating websites for a very short stint. And while doing this, I remember that I created a POF, Plenty of Fish. And so while I'm on Plenty of Fish, and let me just stretch really quickly, guys. All right, guys, again, have to stretch. Anyways, I don't know if I created the Plenty of Fish because I was feeling like this would be, something fun to experiment with. And again, I just felt like it would be a sea of random guys. And so there was no way that it would be another situation like I had encountered with this guy that started that cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation. So I created the Plenty of Fish, and started meeting a few guys on there. Just this regular, low key banter, just talking back and forth with some of them, swiping on the guys that I found attractive or that looked like they might have had characteristics that I would be looking for. And I did actually meet up with a few of them too, So it's not like my whole thing was hacked up where every guy was setting me up. That wasn't the case, It was actually like at first my thing wasn't hacked at all. I was genuinely meeting people on there and just more so it's like the guys that I was meeting on there all seemed to be like a hot mess in person. And I don't mean how they looked either. I just mean like what they had going on. It just seemed like a bunch of like scummy type of guys on there. And I don't mean scummy in the sense like scummy as in like no money or anything. I'm not talking about financial assets or anything like that. I mean intentions. Like they all seem like they all, guys on there that are looking for hookups. And then that's basically what I heard too. I had somebody in my close circle tell me, yeah, that's what guys use these apps for to hook up, So that's what I started realizing. And so I started taking that app a lot less serious, but I was still kind of playing around with it. And so then I met this guy named Kadan on there. And this guy seemed so cool. And actually, he almost seemed too good to be true because it's like it was almost like he was sent my way. Like he knew everything that I would be interested in. He knew all of my personal interests. All things of that nature. Um, and so I just was like, dang, I wasn't feeling paranoid at all. At this point, I hadn't dealt with any weird activity with my dating apps just yet. And so for me, I was just thinking, well, dang, now I found a good one. I found a winner now. And so I'm talking to him back and forth. We're just texting through the app. And eventually we exchange numbers and I talk to him on the phone. So we have a few conversations on the phone. And I keep feeling like I'm hearing laughing in the background, similar to what would happen to me here on island with the guys that I dated down here that were like basically honeypots, excuse me. It felt like that type of vibe, but I was like convincing myself that I'm just being paranoid. At this point, I didn't know how advanced it is, especially if you're someone that's a target. And I wasn't a target yet, but like I said, I was a cyber stalking and cyberbullying victim. So even for people that are not targets, but are being bullied and targeted, these technologies can be used to cyberstalk and cyberbully someone. And I wasn't, again, aware of how the technology worked when it came to that type of stuff. I knew on island, obviously, it's a small circle of people, so it would be easy to target or bully someone, cyberstalk them. But I'm not thinking it's going to extend to Florida, to my freaking big dating app. I'm like, no freaking way. So I definitely wasn't thinking that at all. I'm just more so thinking that I'm being paranoid and I'm just having PTSD from what happened to me here on island. I'm no way in no way, shape, or form thinking that this is connected to what was happening to me here on island. I'm just like, no way. So I'm just talking to him. I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm hearing laughing in the background, but there's no way that's what's happening. I'm like, you're just being paranoid. I'm even telling myself I'm just being paranoid. But yet I'm still hearing it. I feel like every time I'm talking to him, I'm hearing it, and it's not obvious or overt. Like some of these guys that I would talk to down here, they would purposely be having very loud laughing in the background to make me feel bad. This wasn't that. It was more so like somebody in the background laughing and trying like heck not to be heard, but they just could not help it, and I was hearing them. That's more so what it sounded like. Anyways, so I still continued to talk to him and just told myself that I was being paranoid, and he probably just had family or a friend or whatever in the background laughing. So him and I talked more and more, and he asked me basically to send him more pictures of myself than what I had on POF. So at this time, I still had my Facebook, and I go on my Facebook, I dig through my Facebook, I literally scrolled down deep into my album, and I picked out 3 pictures. A picture with my mom and I with a filter on. We had like a flower filter around our head. Another picture where I had like this tight dress on. And I believe I sent him a picture with this white tracksuit that I had on. Because like I said, I've been an athlete my whole life. And in my early 20s, when I was in Tallahassee, I used to work out a lot. I used to go to the gym. I used to jog. My body was really toned. And so I sent him that picture. That was one of my favorite pictures of myself in this little white tracksuit, whatever. So I sent him those 3 pictures. And I noticed all of a sudden, after I sent him the pictures, it was almost like, gotcha, that type of vibe, because I felt like the conversation got even more weird. It was like, it turned from him saying things that sounded like he was the perfect guy for me, like into all the things I was into coincidentally, to more so sounding like he's starting to insert stimuli. Like I heard laughing in the background still, even more so this time. But then also as the conversation is ending, he told me, not goodbye, but see you later. And this was one of the things that I used to say to this guy, the guy that I had the cyber relation with, because I had this OCD, and I still kind of have it, but not as bad. It was basically this OCD where I don't like to say goodbye to people because goodbye seems permanent or final. So I like to say see you later instead of goodbye. And so I used to tell him that. And so with the Kadan guy, as we're hanging up the phone and he's talking about my pictures and that he likes them or whatever, and then we're getting off the phone now. He said, "Oh yeah, not goodbye, but see you later," he said, and then hung up the phone. And so I got chills. And I was like, oh my God, I said not goodbye, but see you later. I said, no way. I'm sitting there now really feeling paranoid because I'm like, there's no way. At this point, again, like I said, I didn't know how the technology works. And I was like, there's no way, though. There's no way that they have my dating app hacked. I'm like, there's no way. At this point, now you're being paranoid, Sharifa. This is what I'm telling myself. But I'm like, what are the odds that he would say that? That's not something common that people say, excuse me. And also, too, was the fact that he said it and then laughed. And so I was just like, nah, that's weird. That's really strange. I'm feeling really like chills, at this point, really on edge. Then to further solidify my feelings, I go on Facebook and guess who likes 2 of the pictures that I sent to this guy? 2, not just 1, 2 of the pictures I sent to this guy. I sent him 3 pictures. This person liked 2 of the pictures. The same guy that I had the virtual relation with. I see his big name that he just recently liked. That same day, as soon as I go on Facebook, 2 of the pictures that I sent to this guy. And those pictures, mind you, were not recent pictures. I could see if it were like pictures I posted a couple days ago. Should I give you a grace period, even a week ago? I'd be like, okay, this is a hell of a coincidence, but it's a coincidence. But you literally, like, these are old ass pictures that was down on my page. You really just didn't even care about blatantly showing me that this is what's going on. So he liked those 2 pictures. And I'm like, whoa, I said, you really set, this is a setup. I said, so they now gotten to the point where they hacked my dating app, basically. Excuse me. And so I showed my, someone in my close circle, I showed someone in my close circle the pictures, and the fact that he liked the pictures that I had sent to this guy. And so this person in my close circle is still trying to convince me that it's just a coincidence and that it might just be an algorithm with Facebook. So basically, how with Facebook, let me explain the algorithm. Like I said, if it's a picture that you posted about a week ago, it might float into someone's newsfeed. Or let me give another example. Those same pictures I sent him, even though they were very old, if I had interacted with the pictures beyond a screenshot, like if I had saw the picture and said, I don't like the number of likes, let me give it a like, and I liked it. Or if I had decided to put a comment under the picture, like I saw an old comment under the picture, and I said, let me respond to that comment. Oh shoot, this is a comment I never saw before. And I responded to the comment. Then I would say, okay, him liking it is a coincidence. He probably saw the picture because it floated in his newsfeed because I interacted with it. That's an algorithm. But for me to have not interacted with the picture, I literally just took a screenshot of this picture. For me to have not even interacted with this freaking picture and him to have liked it, come on, man, a coincidence? Really? You think I'm stupid? Come on, man, I'm not stupid. That at that point, that's beyond gaslighting, is what it feels like. Let me not say that. Maybe she really just thought it was an algorithm. I don't know. But that felt like gaslighting to me. Anyway, so I showed her that, and that's basically what this person in my close circle was trying to reason with me, that it might have been an algorithm. And so I was really just trying to explain to her why that could not have been an algorithm and why that didn't make sense. And so for me, I'm just like, okay, so this thing is continuing. I'm now in Florida. I've left Island. I'm back in school now in Florida. And it's gone so far that my dating app is hacked. So again, I reiterate that I understand my wrong in things. That's never been the issue with me taking accountability for my wrong in things. I understand initially accusing him, and I didn't straight up accuse him, let me reiterate that, but acting accusatory towards him for something that I had no solid evidence about. I understand that that was wrong, and I've acknowledged that. But as far as this cyberbullying, cyberstalking situation went, that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't get. I just feel like the crime is not fit. The punishment is not fitting the crime. I just feel like it's overdue, with the punishment and with the level they took it to. Hold on one second. Let me blow my nose, guys. Anyway, so I just felt like the crime was not, the punishment was not fitting the crime. And I say crime loosely. It wasn't a crime that I committed, but I did wrong him in a sense because, again, I did not have the evidence that he set me up. So for me to have moved as accusatory and as paranoid as I did with him, that was where I was wrong. I should have, if anything, just cut the whole relation off rather than continuing to talk to him and acting this kind of way with him. That was where I was at fault. I can admit and acknowledge that. But again, as far as things went after things finished, for it to spread as far as it did, You know, not only to the fact where I felt like I couldn't date a man on island, but then to the point where they're hacking my dating app when I'm in Florida. Like, come on, that's overdue. Anybody can admit that that's overdue. That's ridiculous now. Anyway, so that's what was happening. And basically after that Kadan situation, I noticed, you know, I don't have anything that happened that blatantly again, but I noticed several of the dudes that I was talking to on that app, just via texting, just via messaging, use the same stimuli. The great, you know, and I know that's such a common word, but I'm telling you, the way they use it, they sensitize me to the word. You know how it is in the targeted individual program? Again, I wasn't a target just yet, but I was experiencing target-like things with this cyber stalking situation. You know how they sensitize you to certain stimuli? And that becomes something that you become accustomed to when you go out. You start to notice the stimuli. And although to the average eye, it might seem like something regular to you, you know it's not. You know, that's how great was for me, or the word bullshit. The way that they would use the word, these bots is what I would call them on these dating websites after Kadan. It was just obvious that my whole thing was hacked. So I guess they decided to hack my dating app and have fun with me. I don't know. But I was just like, let me get off of this thing, you know, and I didn't even really care to be on it anyways. I didn't even really totally trust using the thing anyways. I was just doing it for fun. Um, anyways, so that happened. And I again, you know, just kind of felt gaslit in the situation. I won't say gaslight because that's bearing false witness. Maybe the family member really felt like it was just an algorithm, but I just for the life of me couldn't understand how she didn't see that this was not an algorithm at this point. You know, and there was other weird things that was happening with this guy throughout the years. You know, not anything blatantly. It's not like he was stalking me or anything like that. It was nothing like that. But I do feel like virtually he was still kind of like harassing me, you know, because I was being teased, like I said, by different fake honeypots that were being sent my way. And then he would send me these like low key, to me it felt this way, passive aggressive messages. To me it felt that way. It felt passive aggressive because it didn't feel like he was just reaching out to genuinely see how I was doing. You know, I know you hate me. You know, and I with what's happening, come on, I know you don't like me as a person. So let's be real here. You're not reaching out to see how I'm doing. You know, it was more so like a low-key taunt in a way. I can't explain it. It was weird what he used to do. And so that's what was happening for years. All the way, like I said, just recently there in 2000, this was 2019 when this happened. So anyways, so that was still happening, you know, 2019, how old was I? I was 28, 27? 27 in 2019. I'm 31 now. So I want you to understand that, you know, it's really been an ongoing battle, spiritual battle, since my early 20s. With this situation that manifested from that guy, to me, that felt like it was connected to my roommate. You know, the Walmart situation, that was a situation that mirrored what she had in our friendship that happened to her. The breath situation, that was something that was going on with her, even in high school. All of a sudden, that's something going on in my life. You know, you could almost maybe say the liquor thing, but I won't put that there because, like I said, I can acknowledge that even in high school, I recognized that alcohol made me feel comfortable. So I'm not going to correlate that to being a connection. She happened to be drinking because she was depressed within the friendship or just in her life in general, what she had going on. I don't think that's correlated. I really don't. And I'm not going to try and make it like it is. But the rape, you know, me getting raped, you know, I remember she kept complaining about getting raped, you know, and after a while we kind of didn't believe her because of the way that the circumstances, you know, were lining up. It just wasn't lining up. You know, just so many weird things. You know, eventually my relationship, well, I'm not going to say this, you know, I can't mention certain things. But I even started to get a strained relationship with someone in my close circle that mirrored her strained relationship that she had back in the day. Not totally, it was different, totally different, but still similar. And I'm just like, it's like all of these different connections that I started making. I'm like, wow, either this is like a heck of a coincidence, one real, you know, prime example of synchronicity where all of it seems like a coincidence that's connected, but it's totally not connected, or something's going on. So it was just really weird, you know, especially, you know, more so too, like the fact that I know a sign of witchcraft is getting sick, you know, like physically ill, but the doctors can't find nothing wrong with you. You know, and that happened to my sister after we found the underwear on her, the dirty underwear for this girl on her toilet. You know, and then also too, like another symptom is everyone turning against you. Like these weird, impossible circumstances keep arising in your life where things just aren't working out for you and everyone's turning against you. That's literally been my life since my early 20s. And now it's snowballed to the point where I'm at now, where I'm actually in a targeted individual. What the hell is that? What's a target? I didn't even know something like that existed on this earth. So I'm just like, what the heck is that? And now I'm in this weird program. You know, it's just like weird spiritual, like astronomical things that's been happening since my early 20s that either mirrored what happened to this girl or directly, like with this guy, connected to her in some way, shape, or fashion. Excuse me. Anyway, so that's what was happening with that situation. You know, it was just really odd. Um, and then what else happened? Ugh, I'm trying to think. You know, I just want to talk about everything that I did in my video that got deleted. Oh, another strange thing that happened. This is the last thing I'm going to talk about as far as the situation and this guy goes. You know, because I kind of felt like I had to prove myself because for years I was being, I don't want to say gaslit, I don't want to bear false witness. But for years, I was being made to feel like I was crazy as I talked about this situation, and I was really dealing with real life stuff. But then I also remember this same guy that I had the virtual relation with. I do remember when he had his son. He sent me the name of his son, basically. And the name of his son, he didn't just send the name. It's not like he just randomly messaged me the name of his son. He sent me a picture of his son and told me he had a child. And then he told me the child's name. Now, again, this would have been normal if this had been a guy that I talked to from the past that was not like connected to me. You know, I mean, that I did not have him. Sorry, I felt like something pushed into my brain just then. It was so weird what happens with this dot manipulation. I'm sorry. But anyways, it wouldn't have been weird if him and I had just had like a regular relationship or relation, whatever you want to call it, friendship that ended normally, amicably. But it's the way that things ended. And then what ended up happening with me being cyber stalked and cyber bullied. And even at this time, when he sent me the picture of his son, I was still, excuse me, I don't know if neural monitoring is happening now or not, or maybe it's just for me talking so much because I've recorded several videos today. But whoa, it almost felt like something pushed into my head and then I started getting gas. But anyways, all then, when he sent me the picture of his son, I was being cyber stalked and cyber bullied, you know, and gaslit. And so for me, that's where it was just like, it felt weird. You know, it wouldn't have been weird if our friendship had ended amicably. That wouldn't have been weird. That would have been like, okay, you had a baby. Oh, how sweet, how nice, you know, whatever. But it's just what was happening to me and him knowing full well what was happening too. I didn't understand why he was sending me a picture of his child. And then he also told me that the name of his child was, I'm not going to say the name, right? Just for privacy's sake, I did say it in my videos that got deleted, but I'm not going to say it in this video. And they did send this name to my pool game. I had the evidence and everything. This was in the videos that got deleted. Those of you that have been following me, you know what I'm talking about. But basically they hacked my pool game. I'll get to that a little bit later in the video. But some of the things that they used to do would be play against me with avatars that had names of people that were relevant to me, you know, or with pictures alluding to death, you know, or things of that nature. Or they would play against me and click on the message, one of the automatic messages, and one of the messages would say, the clock is ticking, you know, stuff like that. And so this is how I was being gang stalked via my pool game. And one night they actually sent me the name of this guy's son twice in the same hour, and it's a unique name. It's an extremely unique name. And so for me, it was just like, that's why I made that phone hacking harassment part 2 video, where I showed the picture of the name that they sent, you know, and I gave the backdrop story. So I will give the backdrop story, but I'm not going to say the name. So anyways, basically, the name of his son, remember I told you that I'm Hebrew. And so if you're familiar with the 12 tribes of Israel, with the Hebrew Israelite understanding, we basically believe that African Americans are the true Jews. Now, let me just reiterate and say this clearly. I believe everyone has grace. So it really doesn't matter. The understanding of that community, really, the general understanding is that African Americans are the true Jews. And that basically we're the ones that are going to lead all of the other nations to the kingdom of heaven, basically with the Most High, you know, just as it's written in the Bible. And so if you're familiar with the 12 tribes, you'll know the different names. You know, you have Judah, you have the tribe of oh my goodness, what is going on? You have Gad. I don't know why I'm freezing up. You have the Benjamites, you know, the different names of the different tribes. I'm not going to name them all out. And so the name of the tribe that my brother-in-law is from is the name that he named his son. And it's a unique name. Again, I'm not going to say the name. So basically, listen guys, listen to the plane. I don't know why they just did the plane. I really don't. I'm so confused. I really don't know why they just did the plane. But I'm going to continue to tell my story. You know, I've said this in my prior videos, so I really don't know why the plane was done just then. But anyways, So basically, your tribe is wherever you are from geographically. So let me give an example. People from the islands are considered the Benjamites in the Hebrew Israelite understanding. African Americans from America are considered Judah, the tribe of Judah, so on and so forth. And so where my brother-in-law is from, basically, his tribe has a specific name. And the name is rather unique. It's not like I've never heard the name before, but actually I've never met anyone with that name before on this island. To be honest with you, I never did. So it is a relatively unique name. Um, so anyways, when he sent me, and the reason, oh, this is what I left out. Oh my goodness, now I have to rewind a little bit. I'm not gonna rewind too much. But basically, in that time when I had came down on the island with my sister and my brother-in-law, and I met this guy in person. Remember, I told you I met up with him 2 times, and I just wasn't feeling the vibe. After him and I stopped talking, because I really felt like it was just all bad and like he had bad intentions for me. He was doing security at this time. Remember, I told you he was doing security en route to becoming, the profession that he ended up becoming or doing. And my brother-in-law was working security as well because he was a college student at the time and he was down on the island just trying to make some quick bucks. And so he knew who my brother-in-law was. He was friends with a lot of my family members on Facebook. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So after him and I stopped talking, he still befriended my brother-in-law, which I thought was odd, especially more so on my brother-in-law's part, because I'm like, I actually, not to talk bad about my brother-in-law or anything, and I'm not mentioning people in the story, I'm not saying he's setting me up or anything like that, this is the only time I'm mentioning family, but I'm just trying to tell you how I felt at the time, not like my brother-in-law was setting me up. But I did feel at the time that it was odd because I had came back and literally told my sister and my brother-in-law they were following the story. We were all close and they knew I had this virtual relation going with this guy for a good 3 years. So they were all into the story about me meeting him in person and what's happening. And, they were listening to the story, as you would with a family member. And so I came back and I told them, yo, look, I really feel like he has bad intentions. I told them all about when I met up with him and, even the interaction in his house and how it felt weird and whatever. They knew the story. And I just said, I really do feel like he was setting me up. I just felt like, at the time, now in retrospect again, maybe he was just acting that way because of how I treated him, acted accusatory with him. I don't know. I'm not sitting here trying to bear false witness. I've learned my lesson. But I'm just telling you what my mindset was at the time back then. For me, the way he acted in person, the way he was acting strange, and the way my intuition works, I just felt like it had been a setup the whole time, and he was probably trying to, like, I don't know, whatever. I just felt the intentions were bad. And so I was just like, I didn't feel good about it. And so, forgot what I was going to say now. Think, focus. So anyways, after I stopped talking to him because I felt like the intentions were bad, my brother-in-law and him became friends. Like he went up to, and when I asked my brother-in-law, because I found it sus, I was like, why would you befriend this guy? He told me basically, he told my sister that the guy had came up and approached him and made friends with him. Basically said, hey, aren't you Sharifa's brother-in-law? Basically approached him and befriended him. And so for me, I just, at this time, I felt like it was flawed that my brother-in-law actually commenced in having a friendship with him. Not to say like, oh, because you're my brother-in-law, you can't be friends with this person because I'm not cool with this person. That's so stupid and immature. But literally, I told you, I feel like this man might have been setting me up. It's not even just a thing where, okay, him and I stopped talking. You know what I mean? It's not like, okay, we just stopped talking. So you whatever. You can't be friends with him. It was literally like I actually had felt like he was setting me up. And so that's why I was just like telling my brother-in-law, basically like, why are you, I just felt, I'm a shy, quiet kind of person. I'm sorry for the stammering guys. They're doing noise campaign and stuff and it's making me feel uncomfortable. Let me pause the video so I can stretch. Yeah. So basically, like I was saying, excuse me, what was I saying now? For me, it just felt flawed on my brother-in-law's part, especially back then. Now that I'm older and more mature, it's not a big deal, but it's just like, back then I do remember it feeling uncomfortable for me because I was already feeling on edge because at this point I had already started getting set up online with the honeypots, weird activity on my Facebook, and I came back and basically had already told my sister and my brother-in-law what happened with this guy and the fact that for me, I felt like it was confirmed that he had been setting me up. And even if it wasn't confirmed, he definitely did start setting me up after the fact. There's no denying that now. And so I was just like, I didn't understand my brother-in-law befriending him. I can understand if y'all had like some sort of banter or camaraderie at work, but to the point where he's picking you up and taking you to the bar, that made me feel weird. And at this time, my relationship with my brother-in-law was a little bit weak. Was struggling because when I left Tallahassee, as I told you, we were struggling financially. And because of what was happening at my job at Walmart, I quit prematurely. So a lot of the brunt of the bills and stuff started to fall on my brother-in-law. And so at that time, shortly before coming home, I did start to kind of feel that annoyance from my brother-in-law. I did start to feel like he almost had started to not like me in a sense. Not totally. It's not like he was being horrible to me, but my brother-in-law is an introvert, and he's an ambivert, like my older sister. So not an aggressive person at all, more so quiet and introverted, but also has outgoing tendencies. So he's not going to be outwardly nasty to you if he's annoyed with you. But my brother-in-law is really good at being passive aggressive, and he's a Scorpio too. He can be passive aggressive when he's ready. He wasn't being very nasty to me, but he was being passive aggressive in the sense where I could tell he was annoyed with me. And I didn't blame him either, because again, I understand the financial situation got kind of hard towards the end of that time for me living there up there with them. So I understood that. And this is also something, by the way, that I shared with this guy before coming home. So for me, I just had this fear, like, what if he twists what I said to him and tries to lie to my brother-in-law and make it seem like I was saying bad stuff about my brother-in-law? All that was going through my head, because at this time I'm getting set up on Facebook. I'm realizing the guy hates my guts and he's going so far as to have me set up. I'm like, oh my God, what more is he going to do in my life to wreak havoc? And I'm like, oh gosh, now he's befriending my brother-in-law. So at the time I was just like a basket case, and he's picking up my brother-in-law and taking him to the bar down here. I almost said the name of the bar. And I just started to, I don't want to say side eye my brother-in-law, but I did start to feel more so like, oh gosh, so you already kind of seemed like you were having like annoyance with me before we left Tally, and then now you're hanging out with this guy that's almost like an arch nemesis at this point because of what's transpired. And I just felt weird about it. It made me feel uncomfortable. So anyways, fast forwarding now back to when he sends me the pic of his son. This is years later. This is before let me make sure I'm saying the right thing. I believe, yeah, this was, I think, shortly before I relocated to Florida to go back to school. So I believe this was around 2017, 2016. I don't want to say the wrong thing. It's not like I have the timeline written down, but I believe it was around 2016, 2017 when this happened. Because after a while, I did kind of start to try to keep track of things because I wanted to really figure out and get to the bottom of the setting up, especially once the gaslighting started and no one was believing me. So I believe it was 2016 or 2017 when he sent me the picture of his son. And basically told me that the name of his son was that name of the tribe that my brother-in-law is from, basically. The Hebrew Israelite tribe that my brother-in-law is from, basically. And he had that name, my brother-in-law, all over his Facebook page. It's not to say like it wasn't something that this guy knew. This guy knew this very well. Because when this guy and I used to talk, him and I used to discuss the Bible, almost debate it, if you will, because he was a 7-day Adventist and I'm Hebrew. Not debate as if I'm pushing my beliefs on him, but because I do like to debate, and he kind of does too, in a way, at least back then. At least maybe I was bringing that side out of him. I don't know if he's naturally like that. But we were debating back and forth about this thing and about our belief system. Like I said, I don't push my belief systems on anyone. But with him, it did turn into somewhat of a debate. Even my sister got involved in it. And he was well aware of the tribe thing, and the fact that my brother-in-law was from this tribe. And then also, too, he was friends with my brother-in-law on Facebook. And my brother-in-law literally had the thing all over his page. He even had the big flag with that name all over his freaking Facebook. So when he sent me the name of his son and sent me the picture of his son, and at this time, this is in the height of me getting cyberstalked and cyberbullied, and he tells me that the name of his son is this name that I'm not going to say, I'm just like, I definitely thought that that was like passive aggression. And I know that sounds so freaking narcissistic. Like, really, Bimbo? You think that he went out of his way to name his son after your brother-in-law's tribe just to malign you? I know that sounds crazy, but with the level that this cyberstalking and cyberbullying went to, yes, I do think so. I do think that was done. I know that sounds crazy, but I think it was done. I do. With the level that my cyberstalking and cyberbullying went to, I do think that's what was done. And then even throughout the years, him reaching out, and being passive aggressive, not straight up aggressive. He never has been. It's never like he's straight up saying, hey, bitch, or anything like that. Excuse my language. But he's just like, it's just these things that I can't prove. It's worse what he does. I really wish he would just write me, hey, bitch. Because the stuff he does, it's like I can't even prove what's happening. It's more so like I look like a nut, but I know what's happening. You know what I mean? I can't explain it. Anyways, so that was what was happening for years. And I could not prove it. Just like I kept feeling like I was getting gaslit with that situation. And then even recently I was talking to my sister about it in the room, and she's making it seem like I messed up. That's the only time that I'm going to say anything. I'm not trying to, I'm really trying hard not to say names. I'm trying hard not to even identify whether it's friend or family. That was a mess up there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But anyways, I was discussing with someone in my close circle recently about the situation. We were talking about it. And basically I felt like in that conversation again, I felt like whether it was intentional or not, I felt like I was being gaslit. And she kind of made the comment that, it's like I'm harping on the situation, and I'm overreading or overlooking into things, and it's not that serious, basically, making it seem like him reaching out is just normal, and like, oh, that happens all the time. And I'm just trying to explain to her there's nothing normal about it. And then she even made it seem like I was, I don't know, it almost felt like, I'm not trying to go into it, too deep into that. It just kind of felt like, more gaslighting and making me feel like I'm crazy or reading into things more than what it is. And she said, these people are living their life. And, I'm like, well, yeah, because they're living their life because it wasn't sabotaged like mine. And I'm not going to make it seem like he sabotaged everything. It's not like he really literally grabbed every guy that I was trying to date and sabotage. That's not the case. No, but a lot of situations were sabotaged because of that situation. Who knows who I would have met on this island had it not been for that situation? Even with the dating app situation, that was weird too. And so she made that comment like, it's like these people are living their life and trying to make it seem like I'm just harping on the situation when it's something that traumatized me. So of course I'm harping on it. And I never got closure for it either. It was something I never got closure for. And so then I told her, well, actually, I'm not just harping on it. I said he actually wrote me was it last year or year before last? It was either last year or year before last. I think it was last year, beginning of last year, or it was year before last, when I had created my Facebook again. I had literally just created my Facebook again. I've been off and on Facebook for years because of this situation. And I had just created my Facebook again. And literally about a month after creating the Facebook, I get a message from this guy, and he said Reefy. He said my name, Reefy. And it just gives me chills because of how I started getting bullied and stuff. It just felt taunting to me. It might not have been, but it just did. It felt taunting to me. Of course, I didn't answer. I just blocked him. But I had to show her the message. She's like, show me the message. She's like, let me see. Like as if she doesn't know that this has been happening, because I've been literally showing her throughout the years and everyone in my close circle what's been happening. And it's just been getting brushed off, like I'm crazy. And so it's just like, I feel like they just felt like I was a biatch in a situation. I deserve what manifested from it. This is what it kind of feels like. And so I literally had to show her that message. It was just like crazy, man. Crazy stuff with that situation for years. And it was just like a spiritual battle for me. It just adds to me feeling, because I actually feel like that guy in all of it, I know this sounds crazy, was just a pawn in it all. Maybe I'm wrong. This is where I could extremely be reaching. But again, it feels something like something spiritual is going on. It might not even been a roommate. Maybe she didn't do anything. She's probably, would probably be flabbergasted if she knew that I thought this. Maybe she didn't do anything. But there's so many freaking coincidences that kind of mirrored, like I said, what happened to us in that friendship, to her in that friendship. And then this situation that came from this guy that kind of directly correlates to her in a way, because the whole reason I thought he was setting me up was because he basically claimed he knew who she was. So all of that to me just felt spiritual, and I kind of just felt like maybe he was even just a pawn in it all, like that whole situation might have been just like some type of demonic spiritual thing that happened in my life because of something that was put on me. That's what I started feeling. Anyway, so that was the situation with that. That was my cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation. And it kind of like, you can say intertwined with my recent targeting. And I'm going to explain how in a minute. So I'll come back to this situation. I'll revisit it in a minute. I now have to explain to you what started my targeting, what made me an actual target and a part of the targeted individual program. So basically what happened is, so this was 2000, think about this, think. 2020. 2019. So the same year, basically, where I started, at the beginning of 2019, I told you I had did a few of those recordings and then I just stopped because I wanted to focus on school and stuff. That same year, I had kind of started realizing I didn't want to stay in the dorms. So basically, it was just like the toilets, the bathroom was nasty. I have a bathroom OCD. I'll explain that now because that's a part of what started my targeting. But basically, and I talked about this in my prior videos, but I can't swallow my spit if the bathroom door is open. And also, too, not just that, it's like I feel like I'm swallowing toilet particles. I can actually smell it. And, I explained this earlier, even despite whatever's going on with my nose, I can smell when the bathroom is open. And so for me, it's like I literally feel like I'm drinking toilet water when the bathroom's open. And so I do remember my brother, one of my brothers, not to mention family or anyone, but this is lighthearted what I'm saying. I do remember one of my brothers telling me that my OCD was validated. This was a few years ago. He was like, yo, Reef, He's like, you kind of right with the bathroom thing, because he was saying he found out that when you flush the toilet, there's toilet particles floating in the air for about 30 minutes. And so I was kind of right with this OCD. It's like you're literally swallowing toilet water when the bathroom's open sometimes. So for me, I can't swallow my spit if the bathroom door is open. And so I do not like a nasty bathroom. I mean, it's not like I can talk, especially recently as depressed as I've been. I haven't been keeping my bathroom as clean as I would like. But it's nothing like what this bathroom was like in the dorm. Excuse me. It's nothing like what this bathroom in the dorms was like. This bathroom in the dorms was so freaking nasty and disgusting. Like, it was horrible. There was poop all over the seats. Sometimes it would almost seem like there was a girl purposely pooping on the toilet. Because the way that the poop was just on the seat all the time was the weirdest thing ever. Bloody pads all over the floor. Just real nastiness going on. Bloody pads in the shower. It's like, how hard is it to walk over to the garbage and throw your pad away? I understand, again, this is college and, some people just getting out the house. And so, it's going to be wild in the bathroom. I get it. But some of this stuff was just pure, bare nastiness. And I even used to feel bad for the cleaning lady, my sister and I sometimes. So that was one of the issues. Because I have this OCD with the bathroom, I just couldn't take the bathroom. It was just like literally like almost barfing every time I had to go shower. And then also too, it was just like the noise at night, which, not to be a negative Betty, I totally understood it. But as an older college student, it used to keep me up. I'm a light sleeper and it used to wake me up. The slamming of the doors, the screaming in the hallway. Also too, just being in this little small cramped room with a roommate, at my age, I just wasn't feeling it. I was like, nah, I should have done this when I was younger. Trying to have this dorm experience right now ain't it. It wasn't horrible, like unbearable. And I actually, in retrospect, I wish I had just duked it out, bared it out. But it was to the point where I was just like, nah, I want to, I'm just checking the time. I was like, nah, I want to get my own apartment. So let me pause and stretch real quick, guys. Why am I hurting like this? Damn. Oh. Whew. Whoa. Whoa. Hey. Whew. Hey. That shit is hurting. Whoop doop. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. That's embarrassing, guys. I just realized I didn't hit pause. And then when I sat down, I went to unpause it and realized that just paused it. So I realized I hadn't hit pause. So I guess you guys heard me. I'm sorry. I think it's because I've been sitting on this corner of the bed and it's kind of hard. And this is, like I said, the third video I've recorded for the day, So that's like 3 hours worth of content, 4 hours. So that's why I'm hurting. I'm so sorry about that. But anyways, where was I? Where was I in the story? Focus. Where was I in the story? Oh, I was getting to what led to me being a target. So anyways, how I got into this program, the coup de grace of the whole story. This is the main thing here now. You heard the backdrop story of the spiritual battle that I've been through. But now you're going to hear what actually created my targeting. And I will, in retrospect, like I said this already, I'm going to create a summary video, because not everyone's going to sit here and watch all of these parts, but I still want my story to be posted. So I am going to do a summary video where I just leave out all the background details and just get straight to the point of what started my targeting, like what I had posted before. Anyway, so basically decided I didn't want to stay in the dorms anymore, and that I wanted an apartment. So I started talking to my mom about it and telling her that I wanted an apartment, discussing with her what was going on in the dorms and the fact that I just felt like I was too old to be there. At the time, I think I was 27 years old. Because I graduated at 28. Yeah, I was 27 years old. And so I just felt too old to be on campus, man. It was just too much. I wanted my own place. So anyways, what was I saying now? I spoke to my mom about it, and my mom was basically telling me, well, why don't you get an Airbnb? She said that would be... Hold on one sec. So where is that? Let me quickly say this because I have to go. So obviously I'm going to have to create the other part afterwards. So this is going to be cut short a little bit. I like to do the videos an hour and a half long. This one's going to get cut short a little bit. But basically, yeah, I started speaking to my mom about wanting to stay in an apartment, and she suggested Airbnbs. Because she said that would be quicker and it's not like I'd be getting locked into a lease. And she also thought it might have been cheaper to do it that way. Excuse me. So I listened to her. and I started getting Airbnbs, and she was helping me find them and I was paying for them. And so for a while I was doing that, for a good 3 to 4 months, just staying in different Airbnbs, and having good experiences, even getting good reviews. I had a video with my reviews from Airbnb posted. That video also got deleted. But post what ended up happening, not post, pre. I did that by accident in my part one video too. I said post instead of pre. But prior to what ended up happening, what transpired, my experiences in the Airbnbs were good. And I even had good reviews. So anyways, for months I was staying in different Airbnbs, but it was just stressful because literally like I was moving every week or every other week, and it was just too much. It was too much trying to move that often, so I literally found myself basically feeling overwhelmed. It was to the point where I gave away a good amount of my clothes. The rest of my clothes got given away in the height of my targeting. You'll hear that in a minute. Well, not in a minute. I'm about to end this video. But you'll hear that in the next video. But a good bit of my clothes was given away back then, when I was still in the dorm. I mean, not in the dorms, when I was staying in Airbnbs and still in school. Because it was just like I was moving so often that it was just too difficult moving with all the clothes I had. I had a big wardrobe. I used to like to dress nice. So anyways, my mom suggested, well, why don't you try and get a long-term Airbnb? So it can kind of be like an apartment situation, but you're not going to be constantly moving, and I like the idea of that. So this is where I'm going to stop. So I'm stopping at the point where, I had been staying in Airbnbs for a few months, and my mom now suggests that I get a long-term Airbnb. This is where I'm going to pick up at in the next video. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Hello, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa. My music name is New Lily. Please start at my part 1, how I became a targeted individual video, as this is part 5. So welcome back, guys. Those of you that are keeping up with my 5-part saga, I guess. I'm trying very hard. I know that I said this last video, but I'm really trying very hard for this to be the last part of this how I became a targeted individual, I guess you could say, series. So I'm going to really try my darndest to fit the rest of the story into this hour and a half. So I'm going to try to not stammer, which is difficult. I'm not a good public speaker, as I've said in prior videos, but I'm going to try my best not to stammer. Also, I've decided that I'm going to emulate what I did before and create a summary of how I became targeted video, just for those of you that are not able to sit down and watch each part of my How I Became Targeted series. So I'm going to put in the title full story for all 5 parts of these videos, and then I'll create a separate video called Summary of How I Became a Targeted Individual, similar to the video that I had posted before. And then slowly but surely, I'm also going to start to recreate the content that I had posted, giving information about the mosquito drones that are used on targets, the nanobots that are injected into targets, the RFID chip, ways to take the nano out, ways to shield from the nano, all of the information that I provided before, the video that I had with the FBI COINTELPRO thumbnail, where I just basically provided irrefutable proof that this is an actual program. And I also shared, different inserts in that video. Well, I didn't share it. That wasn't my video. It was a clip that I shared from a fellow target. But basically, he shared inserts in that video from, targets that are from high classified programs such as the FBI, NASA, the CIA, etc. There were like 30-something targets within that video clip. So I will be re-uploading that video as well as the videos, the military videos I had uploaded that discussed the mosquito drones used on targets, as well as the bird drones that are used on targets. So all of that information that I had posted that got deleted, I will take my time and slowly but surely recreate those videos and re-upload, what I can, try to salvage what was lost. Anyways, so let me finish up with the story. Let me just check my text real quick, guys. Hey. So basically where I left off in the last video, and let me just say the date. Remember I said I'm going to say the date of these recordings, because when I post them, I don't know when the date will be, but I don't have internet right now. So I'm literally creating these videos with no internet. So today's date is June 26, 2023. So the part of the story that I left off on was where I basically decided I didn't want to stay in the dorms anymore, And so I decided to stay in Airbnbs. I had basically spoken with my mom at the time, and I just basically told her that I was not feeling the dorm situation. I was an older college student, age 27, and I wanted my own apartment. So my mom suggested Airbnbs, just so that I wouldn't get locked into a lease, especially since I was so near to graduation. I only had like one more year left. And then also, too, just, rent down in South Florida is extremely expensive. So we felt like it would be more lucrative to try to rent out Airbnbs. So, anyways, I started doing that. Every week my mom was helping me find Airbnbs. I was paying for it and, just constantly staying in Airbnbs. But it was taxing, having to move like every week or every other week. It got so bad that it was to the point where I think I mentioned this in my last video. I gave away almost half of my clothes. I had so much clothes before, like this large wardrobe, and I gave away half of it because it was just tiring trying to move all of that clothes every week or every other week. Every week or every other week. I'm sorry, guys. So, what happened is basically, I complained to my mom. Not complain like, like really being, it wasn't like that, like negative Betty or anything like that. I was just more so saying this is kind of tiring. It's hard moving every week. I was just letting her know the struggle that I was having. And so then I recall her telling me or suggesting, why don't I see if I can do a long-term Airbnb? So basically with one of these hosts that I was staying with, because I was getting good reviews. One of the videos that got deleted was a video from my Airbnb. I actually went into my Airbnb account and screen recorded some of the reviews that I got back in that time before the incidents ensued. So anyways, I was staying with this guy at the time, very nice. He had multiple properties in Miami. And I basically asked him, I proposed that I have a long-term agreement with him. I asked if I could, stay in one of his Airbnbs long-term. And so basically he told me, sure, no problem. He told me that I was a really good guest. He had done this with a prior college student. He said, as a matter of fact, he would move me to the dorm that he let her stay in long-term. So I said, cool, that sounds good. That was exciting for me because it was going to be basically like my own apartment, my first apartment, you could kind of say in a way. So he moved me from the Airbnb I was in, which I still to this day regret. I just wish he had left me where I was at. But he moved me basically to this Airbnb that had a connecting door and a connecting unit. Now, mind you, I said this already. I had been staying in prior Airbnbs for about 4 months at this point. So I had stayed in numerous Airbnbs with connecting doors. Almost to the point where I actually stayed in people's home. You know how some people have like shared Airbnbs where they literally will rent out a room in their house? I've even stayed in that type of Airbnb and had no issue. So this thing literally just came out of nowhere. What happened? And so I'm going to explain to you what happened. And it's always just some random innocent, situation that creates the monitoring. And this is reminiscent of what happened to me in the Walmart, in my early 20s. So it's just weird. It feels spiritual. But anyways, so I went into this Airbnb with him long term. He moved me to the one that this college student had stayed in for him prior. And it had a connecting door to a connecting unit. And I'm sorry for the exasperation, guys. I've just told this story so many freaking times now at this point. Anyway, so there was this elderly couple staying next door. And basically right next to the connecting door was a bathroom. And as I mentioned, I think it was in my last video, I have an OCD with the bathroom. So basically I can't swallow my spit if the bathroom door is open because I feel like I'm swallowing like toilet water. I explained this OCD like I said in my last video. It's stupid and weird, but it also is somewhat, it's been validated. There's scientific evidence behind it. Like every time the toilet flushes, there's toilet particles in the air for about 30 minutes. So I don't know. It's stupid and dumb. And, there's particles all over in the world. So it's a dumb OCD, honestly, but it's been with me since childhood. So anyways, I was having the hardest time ever in this Airbnb because the bathroom was right next to the connecting door and it was a sliding bathroom door. So basically it had like this big gap, this huge gap that just remained. And I could smell the bathroom, and it wasn't a stink bathroom. I'm not going to say that. His units were very clean, this man. But for me, the way my nose works, like even if it's a clean bathroom, I can smell the toilet. I can't explain it. I know that sounds weird and crazy, but it's true. There's even been times where the bathroom was opened. And I said, I screamed to a sibling, close the bathroom door, and they're asking me how did I know it was open. I can smell it. There's a smell. I can't explain it. And to somebody who it doesn't bother, you're nose blind to it. You don't smell it. But for me, it bothers me, so I can smell it. Anyway, so I was just miserable. I felt like I couldn't eat in the apartment. I felt like I couldn't swallow my spit. And so I even remember calling my mom and complaining about it. And so she's like, well, why don't you ask me to move you to a new unit? And so for me, I'm like, I don't feel like that. It was in a nice location. It was near my school. I'm just like, okay, let me just stuff up the door is how I felt. And I kind of regret doing that too. Not kind of, I majorly regret doing this as well. So anyways, at this time, I think it was summertime if I'm not mistaken, but there was a comforter and then a sheet on the bed. I didn't need the comforter. So I said, well, let me just stuff up the cracks with the comforter since it's nice and plushy and thick. And I can stuff it in the cracks anytime I'm not using the bathroom. So basically I went and I started stuffing up the cracks to the sliding door. And on the other side of the connecting door, because remember I told you this bathroom door was right next to the connecting door, I start hearing the elderly couple like pushing stuff up against the door. I'm hearing them locking the door, like obviously, and so it's locked already, but they're still like doing stuff with the door. It sounds to me like they're pushing stuff against the door. They had like this little small dog. I'm hearing the dog barking by the door, and so I just immediately stopped what I was doing as far as stuffing up the cracks went. And I just kind of felt bad too. I was just like, oh boy, I hope they don't think that the noises they're hearing is me messing with their room door, because the door was literally next to the room door. And so I felt really uncomfortable about that. I've always really cared what people think. Even now, at this point now, for survival purposes, I have to stop giving a rat's ass about what people think about me. But even now, I do care what people think. Obviously, that's partially why I'm making these videos. Not just to get my story out there, but also, too, because it's like I am looking for justice. It's like I'm in a situation that's completely unfair. But anyway, so I just really cared. I really felt so bad that these people possibly thought that, had the wrong idea about what they heard. And so I remember I went to sit on the bed, and I just, in my head, I'm like, I'm feeling bad, but I'm not thinking it's going to turn into anything. In that moment, I'm just feeling embarrassed, but I'm like, I don't think it's going to turn into anything. I'm not thinking in my head that this is going to create a situation for me. So anyway, I noticed after that, every time I'm moving in the room, whether it's that I'm just getting out of bed, to get ready for work, even if I'm not going in the bathroom, even if I'm not even going in the fridge, any type of movement in this room, I'm just noticing that I'm starting to hear movement by the door. Like they would have the dog barking by the door, they'll be pushing stuff up against the door. I mean, how many times are you going to push something up against the door? After you barricade your door, because this is a connecting door, we're not using it. So they could have barricaded the door and then just left it alone. But it's like they purposely kept making it obvious that they're pushing stuff against the door every time I started to move in the apartment. It was the weirdest thing ever. Or they would put the dog by the door and let the dog start barking. It was just weird what started happening. Very weird. And so I remember, it was just really uncomfortable for me. And I even called my mom and my sister and I was complaining to them. And I remember them laughing at me because, they know the kind of personality I have. Like I'm finicky, I'm hypochondriac, OCD, like just one of those family members you laugh at and it's like a joke. Like you think it's just one of those stupid situations with me. But it wasn't anything serious at the time. They were just more so just laughing at me like it's hilarious, the funniest thing ever. Anyways, so sorry guys. I've told this story a million times. Anyways, they're just making jokes with me and basically telling me that if it were them, they wouldn't have gave basically a rat's bum and that they would have been doing this on the bed and that, and they're just making jokes about how they would have been moving around, extra to be on purpose, because it's stupid. The fact that I felt like I couldn't move comfortably because of this dumb situation. But for me, I'm just thinking to myself, like I felt so freaking angst about the whole thing. It was so reminiscent of the Walmart situation where because this person thought I was doing something, I felt like I needed to try and move this kind of way to make the person comfortable. And instead, I'm actually more so acting awkward and making myself uncomfortable. It's just the weirdest thing ever. So after a while, I was just like completely miserable in this unit. And I think I stayed there for about a month, if that. And then I asked him to move me. My mom said, why don't you have him move you? And this time I took that advice. And so I didn't tell him what was going on, because I really didn't even know how to explain the situation. I really just asked him if there any way that he can move me a little bit closer to my school, because this unit was in Miami area as well. I stayed in Miami Gardens. Well, I went to school in Miami Gardens. My university was located in Miami Gardens. And so this unit was near Miami Gardens, but it was still more so Miami. So the second unit he moved me to was also Miami, but it was a little bit more closer to Miami Gardens. And so he moved me under the premise of me trying to get closer to my university, but really and truly my real reason for asking him to move me was because of this weird situation. So anyway, when he moved me, he was very nice to me. He didn't indicate that the lady had said anything to him. He was still acting polite. He didn't, nothing in his demeanor had shifted or changed. But I noticed where he moved me, it was basically another area full of units, because he owned several properties. So he moved me to a unit that was around, it was in a compound with other units, which was not a problem. I actually liked having neighbors. I didn't want to be isolated or by myself. Not like now, what's happened to me, where I do want to be isolated. I was glad to have neighbors. But at the same time, the unit he put me in, it didn't have a connecting door, but it basically had a wall. And then on the other side of the wall was a storage unit, if that makes sense. So this is my Airbnb. And then there's this storage unit that he has built into the compound right next to my Airbnb, and there's no connecting door, but there's a wall in between my unit and this storage room. And literally, there was this maintenance man that used to be in the storage room like all day long and even all night long. You know, it almost seemed like he was in there, like monitoring in a sense. You know, it almost seemed like he was staying in there. And with the amount of units this man had, there's no reason why he would need to let the maintenance man live in the storage room. You know, that doesn't make sense. So I remember around this time, before I even moved in, I was dating this Colombian guy, and I asked him if he would stay with me because what happened in the first Airbnb and me feeling uncomfortable. I asked him if he would stay with me. And this wasn't, you know, because I'm already starting to hear some noise campaign. I really don't know why. This wasn't anything where I was trying, because they did this before when I was telling this part of the story, and I'm really not sure why. It wasn't a situation where I was using him or anything like that. I actually genuinely liked this guy. It was more so just a situation where I felt nervous about what was happening. Listen to the play. Anyways, it wasn't a situation where I was using this guy. And if I wanted to use him, this man's parents were loaded. This man actually came from a rich family, and he was very spoiled. So if I wanted to use him, I really could have just went and lived with him if that were the case. So I definitely wasn't using him. It was more so just like, I'm dating this guy right now. I feel comfortable enough with him to ask him to live with me because I'm dealing with a weird, peculiar situation, and that's what it was just then. And I had been dating him for about a month at this point. So he moved in with me. He had no problem with moving in with me. And he was hearing the noises as well. So basically, similar to what was happening in the first Airbnb, but not as extreme. You know, it's not like it had a dog up against the wall and every minute pushing stuff against the wall. It wasn't as extreme, but it definitely felt as though this maintenance man that was in this room almost 24/7, it felt as though he was monitoring us. You know, even at night, sometimes, you know, you wake up in the middle of the night or whatever the case is, hearing this maintenance man over in the next room, it was just weird. You know, he was doing somewhat of a noise campaign a little bit, but not to the extent of that first Airbnb. But it still was weird. It was like this spiritual thing happening again. You know, it was like it took a pause. You know, I just had that random situation at the Walmart in my early 20s. Then years went by where I didn't have any type of situation like that. I had spiritual battles. You know, you heard about what I dealt with the cyberbullying in my last video. But and that you could kind of say is a monitoring thing too, where your apps are being hacked, you know, and you having honeypots sent your way. You know, it's almost this situation where I keep getting stalked or cyberbullied, you know, in this kind of way, or you know, just this kind of weird type of like cloud over me that I can't escape. These weird situations that keep coming up since my early 20s. So anyways, this was reminiscent of that Walmart situation though, with the monitoring spirit type of thing. That was what that felt like. It just felt like it kept happening out of nowhere. So it happened in that first Airbnb, then in the second Airbnb where I'm staying with this boyfriend, and then now comes the third Airbnb. And I stayed in this third Airbnb. This did not belong to the same Airbnb host. It actually belonged to somebody in my close circle. The third Airbnb that I stayed in, you know, and at this point I had broken up with the Colombian guy, and it had nothing to do with anything bad or, you know, me using him. It was really just that he had a temper problem, and I just realized I didn't want to date him anymore. He had a very bad temper. And there was even an incident on the highway with him where like I felt like he was gonna crash the car. So that was why I broke up with him. It wasn't anything bad or negative. Anyway, so well, it was bad and negative, but I mean, it wasn't anything on my part where you know, it wasn't anything of my doing or like that was my fault. Anyway, so I forgot what I was gonna say now. So I get to the third Airbnb for this. I got to the third Airbnb for this close. I'm sorry for the stammering, guys. The plane threw me off. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so I got to the Airbnb for this person that was in my circle, in my close circle, and I'm staying in the back unit for this person. So basically, it was like this house that they were renting out, and the house had 3 rooms and then a living room and a kitchen, and then off of the kitchen, there was a connecting door and this private unit in the back. And I purposely asked to stay in the private unit because I'm awkward and because I wanted privacy. I'm really shy. You know, the whole reason of me trying to get an Airbnb in the first place was to have privacy and to not feel like I'm hearing loud noises, you know, like I can truly get rest, because I was working 3 jobs, very vigorous jobs at that, well, the post office one at least, and I was taking a full load of courses, writing courses, you know, so like I had so many papers every week that I was writing in addition to what was going on. So, anyways, I definitely felt like nothing would be happening in this third Airbnb. Totally different host. Not to talk bad about the other host. He was completely nice man. Obviously he had all these units. I just think this is something spiritual going on. But anyway, new host, a host that's actually in my close circle. So I'm definitely thinking nothing's going to happen. I'm going to be good to go here for sure. I'm thinking I'm good. So I get into the unit. It's nice. It's comfortable. I set myself up nicely. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I set myself up nicely, and I'm just feeling like everything's going to be okay now. And so it was at first, this person that's in my close circle even stayed with me a few nights in this Airbnb, just, I guess, to make sure that I was settled in nicely and stuff. Everything was okay. And then this lady comes, she moves into the unit, into the main house. It was a shared Airbnb. But the main house was even more so like that shared vibe because, like I said, that was a main unit where there were 3 bedrooms, like a regular house. I mean, you're sharing the living space and everything. For me, again, I was in my own private unit that was connected to the main house. So even though it was a part of this shared space, it was different. I still had more privacy, but I did have to come into the main house to get into the kitchen. So that was the case with that. I did have to go through the barrier, the connecting door, so that I could get into the kitchen and utilize the stove, the fridge. I didn't even use the stove. That's how awkward I am. I had my own stove. I had my own electrical stove in my room. I literally only went over there to go into the fridge. And in retrospect, I wish I didn't even do that. I wish I had just purchased my own personal fridge. But anyways, so this lady comes down from Chicago. And the first night she stays there, the person in my close circle who the Airbnb belonged to, stayed in the private unit with me. I guess just to make sure that this guest settled in good. And this was her first, aside from me, Airbnb guest. She had just started doing Airbnb around this time. So I was I was her first guest, as a matter of fact. Anyways, or one of her first guests. I believe I was her first guest. Anyway, so this lady was her second guest. And she just stayed the night with me in my private. And so she's hearing this lady. This lady was super loud, like literally all night long, all the way till 4 a.m. in the morning. Both she and I were up talking about the fact that this lady was so loud. She was which is understandable again, too. Let me make sure that I say it's understandable. It's not like I was sitting there, oh my gosh, she's so loud. No, that wasn't the case. I understand this lady is coming into town from Chicago. You're coming into like basically a vacation state. Florida is very nice. It's a very nice, they call it the retirement state or the sunshine state because it's such a beautiful state. It really is. Actually, I used to love Florida until I experienced what I experienced there. And I still love the landscape. It's more so my experience with the people that turned my mindset sour towards Florida. But anyways, beautiful place though. So I understand her coming from Chicago up north where it's cold and it's more urban and city-like, and you coming out to this vacation state, you just want to party. I get it. So she was partying, and that's not a big deal. But I'm just trying to explain to you that she was a night owl that liked to party. I don't want to say like to party, but she was a night owl, and she was kind of loud. She really was. Even my sister, the person in my close circle, heard what was going on. So my God. Anyway, so the person in my close circle even heard what was going on. Anyway, so basically after that first night, the person in my close circle left. She wasn't staying in that unit with me. It was just her staying the night that time to make sure that the guests got settled in good. And the noises persisted, not the same way it was that first night. It wasn't like she was partying and, guests over and all this loud stuff that was happening the first night. But she was still being very loud and not really like conscientious or considerate of the fact that you're in a shared Airbnb. She was a night owl, as I said, slamming through stuff, slamming through the front door every minute, back and forth, slamming through the cabinets, just very loud, on the phone, like one of those very loud speaking type of people. Not a big deal, but at the same time, it was somewhat annoying because this is why I left the dorms. I wanted to have some peace and quiet, and I'm a very light sleeper. Again, I say that I think this is genetics. My dad is always up, like, at night. He does sleep, but, like, for the most part, my dad barely sleeps at night. He's like a night owl, out for hours. I'm super late. And so this is how I've always been, too. Not so necessarily, like, sitting up, but it's more so that I go to sleep. So I'll go to sleep, like, 10, 11, and then wake up throughout the night. And not constantly, either. It's worse now that I'm in this program. Like, I'm literally having insomnia. But me of old, I'll wake up, like, once or twice, possibly twice, but really just, like, once in the night. And then I get back to sleep rather quickly. But it is something that I think is genetic. So I'm a very light sleeper, and then I do also have a sporadic sleep schedule. So it's to the point where, like I said, sometimes I wake up at night. And so it's just like to be living with somebody that's super loud, I just can't. I'm going to wake up. I'm a light sleeper, and I already have the tendency to wake up. And then too, at this time, I had, like I said, started doing night security. So my sleep schedule was different. I was even more so of the kind of person that would wake up at night. So it was just a lot going on. It was just too much. And she was being too loud. Way too loud. Like I said, similar to how she was the first night, but just not as bad. It wasn't like she was partying. She was just being super loud. So I do remember I spoke to my sister about it. She spoke to my well, this part of the story is okay. I'm not trying to mention family, friend, whoever in the story. I'm definitely trying to keep names out of it, and even relationships. Like, this is why I say people in my close circle, so you cannot, know if I'm talking about family, friends, whatever. But I keep slipping up with this part of the story, but that's okay. This is not me saying anyone setting me up or anything like that. I'm literally just telling you what led up to me becoming a target. So I'm still gonna say people in my close circle, but I don't think that little slip up is a big deal at this part of the story. Anyway, so I told the person in my close circle about it, the noises, that it was still happening, and actually not as bad as before, but it was still happening, and it was disturbing my sleep. And so she told her husband, who was running the Airbnb with her, and basically he spoke to this guest. And the guest was very, right away she stopped being loud. She was still up at night, but she was very much so not being loud anymore, so it was no problem. We were fine in there, there was no issue between the two of us. Whenever I saw her good afternoon, she told me good afternoon, just normal stuff, nothing weird or strange going on, the loud noises ceased right away. I'm sorry, I'm hearing the plane very slightly, which I don't know why. But anyways, so the loud noises ceased. She was very considerate. Once she was talked to, they spoke to her, right away, she didn't catch an attitude or anything like that. She literally just stopped the loud noises, and she started to be more quiet at night. And so if I did wake up at night, I would hear the TV and I would hear her out there, but she wasn't being loud, slamming doors and cabinets and in the fridge. The fridge is right next to my room, slamming into stuff, talking super loud on the phone. That wasn't happening anymore. So anyways, so basically, a good month passed, about a month passed with no issues. I would definitely try not to go over there unless I wanted to go in the fridge to get my stuff. I even, like I said, had an electrical stove in my room. This is how much of a hermit I am. I didn't even want to be over there long enough to cook on the stove. That's how shy and awkward I am too, and just wanting my own space. So I literally only ventured over there to go in the fridge. So anyways, good month passes by, no issue. And then this night in question, I believe I had just gotten off of work, if I'm not mistaken. It was like 7 or 8 at night, and I went over there to get my food out of the fridge. At this time I was making wraps. I've always been into holistic health and eating healthy, but around this time I was on something called the keto diet. So I was eating extremely healthy, and I was eating things like wraps with kale and, salad and different things like that. Very light, rabbit type food, if you will. And I wasn't even necessarily cooking much at this time either, even though I had the electrical stove. So I ran over there basically just to get the stuff to make my wrap, and I came back over to my room. So after I ate, I looked up and I noticed that I forgot to lock the connecting door. And I remember my mom telling me, please make sure you lock the door. You don't know these people. Not to say anything negative or looking down on anyone. It's just literally you're staying with a stranger with this Airbnb thing. So my mom just kept reiterating to me, make sure you lock the door. So I would always make sure the door was locked. And so after I had got my wraps and stuff, typically what I would do is as I'm closing the door, I lock it. So you wouldn't even hear that I'm locking it. So it's not like you would feel offended or anything like that. As I close the door, I turn the lock. But I forgot to do that this night. So I got up and I'm hearing her on the couch, and I tell myself I don't want to offend her. I already felt bad about the fact that you could basically say I ratted on her about being noisy, and she handled it pretty well. And I don't want her to think I'm like some type of bougie bitch that's now locking the door and acting like she's going to do something. So I very quietly tried to lock the door. I tried to do it very quietly. And to this day, I regret this. I wish I had just locked that damn door loudly. But I tried to lock it quietly, and then I heard her turn up her phone. So she was sitting there watching TV. I was already hearing the TV, but it's like she played something loud on her phone. Now, this could have just been PTSD for me because of what I dealt with in the other 2 Airbnbs. I don't know. But for me, when she did that, that triggered something in me, and it made me feel like, like she had started to do the noise campaigns, like what I had experienced in the other 2 Airbnbs. I even told myself, nah, maybe that's not the case. Maybe that's just in my head. So then I sat on the bed, and I noticed she did it again. She turned up this loud thing on her phone. And so it was just literally after that moment, And I know this sounds crazy and like madness, but I'm telling you, this is what was happening to me. It's inexplainable. The best way I can say is that it's something spiritual going on. I keep saying that. But anyways, after that, it was basically like she started to do noise campaigns, similar to what the elderly couple was doing. Not pushing stuff up against the door or anything like that. But basically, like anytime I'm moving, she's making noises out there. Like very subtle too, but still doing it. Like making noises. Like every time I move, just to let me know that she can hear me moving. It's the weirdest thing ever, and I can't really explain it. But I felt like every time I got up, I would hear her turn up something loud on her phone or slam something down on the table. Just something like that, after that locked door situation. So for me, I started to feel really uncomfortable again, similar to what was happening in the first and second Airbnb, but also frustrated because at this point, now this is the third time it's happening to me, and I'm like, I'm going to do it back. I didn't do it back to the elderly couple. I didn't do it back in the second apartment with the maintenance man when I was staying with my boyfriend. But in this apartment, I'm like, I'm going to do it back. And I regret that to this day. I just really wish I had just ignored it. And obviously, it probably would have just stopped. It's the fact that I was not respondent, saying stupidness. It's the fact that I was reactive to what I felt like what was happening to me is what I think made it blow up into something more. So anyways, I start doing the noises back, and it turns from subtle to loud, where we're both just purposely like making noises when we hear each other, this weird, stupid thing, similar to, like I said, what was happening in the first Airbnb, except now I'm participating in the noise campaigns. I'm doing it back. So anyways, this is happening for a good week or two. And then these two new guests move in around the same time, two guys from two different states. And I wasn't aware of the fact that they had moved in. So I just noticed one day the noise campaigns were really out of control. I was like, dang, what she got going on today? I was like, she must have some friends over. Because we're both still doing the noise campaign thing, back and forth at each other. But I'm noticing that it's just like sounding really crazy. Like it's sounding like it's way more than one person at this point. I'm like, okay, what is this? So for the next few days, I noticed that, and because I'm such a person that stays to myself, I wasn't aware of what was going on in the main Airbnb. I didn't know that these two new guests had stayed there or moved in, and I guess whatever, she told them whatever, and they started to participate. So after about a week of them being there, this is when I discovered that there were new guests. And so that's basically what started this big, I'm sorry, I heard noise in the background. That's basically what started this horrible situation for me in that third Airbnb. Because all three of them, before I even got to know the other two guests, or them hear my side of the story, they just, automatically got to know her, because they're living in her space and decided to participate. So it was all three of them basically against me, just, one set of noise campaign. Somebody's turning on the faucet. There was a faucet in the kitchen right next to my connecting door. Someone else will be slamming the cabinet, and then the third person will be out slamming the front door. Just a bunch of different stuff. And they were going ham, like, all day long, and it turned into even 24/7, you can almost say monitoring, similar to, like, the targeted individual program. But I wasn't a target yet. But they were literally in-house gang stalking me, you could basically say. It would even turn into the point where, like I told you, I do wake up at night sometimes. I would wake up at night, turn over on my side, and I'm hearing the sink turning on. I'm hearing the sink turning on. So it almost seems like it turned into this thing where they were like taking shifts. I know that sounds crazy, but it seems like they were even taking shifts, like taking turns staying up so somebody could stand by the sink and literally just wait for me to shift or move or anything of that nature so they could turn on the sink. It was the weirdest thing I had ever experienced, even weirder than the other two Airbnbs. I'm telling you, this third Airbnb was the purest gang stalking experience I had before coming into this program. That was the closest thing to true gang stalking I had experienced before getting into this actual program and becoming a target. Anyways, it was really scary and horrible for me. I even remember there was one night that I had woken up. It was like, I think like 5 a.m. or something like that, like right before the sun comes up. I had just woken up because I was having a bad dream, and it felt like I was having trouble breathing. Because as you guys know, I do have like this chronic sinusitis thing going on. I don't think I snore, not really, but sometimes I can, if it's one of those nights where I'm extra like congested or whatever the case is. So I remember I woke up and I was like gasping for air, not totally, but like kind of snorting, trying to catch myself. And then when I came to, I'm basically hearing the person that stays by the sink monitoring me doing snorting noises, going, like teasing me, and then I heard laughing. And so it's just like, these people are so crazy. They're staying up 24/7, monitoring me by the sink. And it's to the point where they're laughing, at this time of the morning at the fact that I was, gasping for air, and snorting with my nose or whatever it was that was happening. So I remember I even called my sister crying because at this time too, there was a fourth guy that moved in. He was there for a very short stint. You know, a young guy that was in the military. He was very young. He had just joined the military, as a matter of fact, and you could tell he was a very nice guy too. It was really just that he had heard whatever he heard, so he was moving kind of weird with me. But I remember even him, he was staying on like this cot right by the internet router. And he started to purposely like plug out the internet because what I had started doing was playing music on my computer or movies really loud with my speakers just to block out the noise that they were doing, the gang stalking noises. And so what they started doing was purposely plugging out the internet. You know, this guy was staying on the cot right next to the internet router and he's purposely plugging out the internet. And so I'm now being forced to go over there because I would call the person in my close circle and tell her that the internet keeps coming off. And she would tell me, well, you probably have to go over there and try and make sure that it didn't get plugged out. And so I would have to literally now, because I had stopped going over there. Once all the gang stalking and stuff started, I literally it got to the point where I was eating room temperature stuff, drinking room temperature drinks, you know, anything that didn't have to be refrigerated, because I did not want to cross over into this Airbnb, into the main area with these people. And so it got to the point where I had to start going over there just to plug the internet back in. And every time I would go over, he would have like this smirk on his face and they're all laughing. I'm hearing laughing in the back of the room. And he'd be like, oh, sorry, it must have plugged up by accident. My bad. You know, like just stupid, dumb, petty stuff where you can tell like they're doing it on purpose. So it was just like horrible in this Airbnb. You know, it got so bad. I was so uncomfortable to the point where I started to even live in my vehicle for a short stint. You know, it was stupid because I was still paying rent. You know, I was getting a discount because this was someone in my close circle that was renting the unit out to me, but I was still paying. So it was literally like I was paying for a unit just to have a place to bathe because I wasn't staying there after a certain point. I was literally just going there to take a bath and then leaving because I was so uncomfortable. At least the activity wasn't following me outside the house like what's happening now with the targeted individual program. It wasn't following me outside the house. So I could escape. You know, I could go in my vehicle, leave, escape, have some sort of normalcy. But it was so bad I was staying in my vehicle. I was like, damn, I should have just stayed in the dorms. At this point, at least no weird shit like what started happening in these Airbnbs was happening to me in the dorms. So I'm like, I should have just stayed in the friggin' dorms. I had free food in the cafeteria. You know, I wasn't having issues with anyone. Sure, the noises at night was annoying to me. The bathroom was nasty, but I was fine. I wasn't dealing with gang stalking activity and all this other weird stuff that started happening. And let me reiterate, it didn't happen right away either. You know, I was staying in Airbnbs for a good 4 months, so many, with no issues. Even staying in houses, not even just connecting Airbnbs, in rooms in people's houses with no issue. Then all of a sudden, these three Airbnbs, these three back-to-back Airbnbs I stayed in, you know, this weird thing starts happening, this monitoring spirit thing. And this is shortly before graduation. This is why I think the thing feels spiritual in a sense, you know, and I keep thinking about the fact that, you know, when I was still looking into witchcraft, you know, when I was still looking heavily into that stuff before they tried to throw accusations at me, and I'll get to those videos as well. You know, it's like so much stuff so much content I have to now recreate. It's so frustrating. But anyways, before the accusations were thrown on me, I was heavily in my part 1 and part 2 video talking about the fact that I felt like someone did witchcraft on me. And I was even looking up videos on how you know if you have witchcraft on you. You know, they talk about the fact that humiliation, you know, these situations where you're completely humiliated to the point where you're being seen naked. I remember this girl named Nikisha Wise. Check out her channel. She was talking about this girl. Oh my gosh, I forgot the name of the girl. The girl was killed on camera and she was half naked. I forgot the girl's name. Kenneka Jenkins, I think. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I might be saying the wrong thing, so don't quote me. But she was talking about one of these viral deaths that happened where the girl was basically killed on camera and half naked. And she was saying that looks like witchcraft. She said, like, literally with these witchcraft things where people put witchcraft on you, it's oftentimes humiliation type of stuff where you get seen naked on camera. She said that's a main sign that your witchcraft was done on you being seen buck naked on camera. She said there's actual rituals like that. This is what Nikisha Wise, check out her channel, was talking about. The fact that oftentimes if you're seeing yourself being seen naked on camera or being seen naked by a lot of people, that is a key sign of freaking witchcraft. So for me, I was just like, oh my God, you know what's happening to me? I'm like, somebody put witchcraft on me for sure. That's one of the things. So many other things. All these near-death experiences. You know, near-death situations. You know, like my car blowing up. What I talked about in my first. Did I talk about that in these videos? Oh God, I still have to talk about those too. Did I talk about that? I'm trying to recall if I talked about that. I gotta rewatch my part 1 video. I'm not sure if I talked about that in these series or if that was in one of the videos that got deleted. Several near-death experiences that I've had. One of them to the point where it was like my car actually exploded with me in it and I had to bust my way out of the car. I'm telling you there's something on me. But anyways, it's just all the signs are there. People, mass amounts of people turning against you, these weird anomalous situations. You know what I mean? It's just weird. But anyway, so at the time before I was accused of doing witchcraft and I was heavily looking into it because I thought it was on me, I had looked up some videos where they're basically talking about the fact that people who do witchcraft on you can oftentimes use your pictures to do it. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, I had a Facebook, I'm pretty prideful. I was flaunting all of my stuff, all of my accomplishments, the fact that I was about to graduate, the fact that I was teaching, just all this damn stuff I was flaunting on Facebook, not ever thinking that could be used against me, or weaponized. I wasn't ever thinking that would be a thing, so there was so much freaking pictures of me that I had posted. And so all of that is in my head. I'm thinking to myself, well, I definitely had a lot of pictures posted. I'm a prideful person. I've pissed off a lot of people throughout the years. And actually the lot of people thing really started shortly after moving out from this roommate, like I said. So I don't want to, again, say for sure she did something, but I'm just saying it just all the signs are there. And it just feels weird, especially with the dirty underwear on top of my sister's toilet. Another sign, again, like I said, getting sick and the doctors can't find anything wrong with you. And then after we moved out from her, my sister got her health back. We started going to church. Just a lot of weird stuff. I'm telling you, a lot of weird shit. Just a lot of weird shit. But anyway, so I forgot what I was saying. I went off on a tangent. What was I saying? I went off on a tangent. Focus. What was I saying? Oh my God. I was in the Airbnbs. So it just seemed, okay, that's what I was saying. I'm sorry. So it just seemed like it came out of nowhere, because literally I had been posting about the fact that I was about to graduate on Facebook and just, again, being flaunty. And it was literally shortly before graduation that randomly these weird monitoring spirit type of situations arose in the Airbnbs to the point where it was like I was living in my car, yet I'm paying rent. It was the weirdest thing ever. So anyways, fast forward and I graduated. And in my mind, I was thinking that I might have stayed in Florida to teach. I had I was on the line with that because I wanted to come home and teach as well. I had always wanted to do that. But because of my experience when I was a paraeducator down here and just really stemming back to this guy with the cyberbullying and stuff, I was also questioning whether I even really wanted to come home or not. And then also, too, I was thinking about the fact that obviously I would want to date and get married and all of those things like a regular person. And I was single at this time. I had broken up with my Colombian boyfriend. And I was just thinking to myself, well, I don't know that I could even come home and date someone. As a matter of fact, I know I can't with everything that was going on with that situation. So for me, I was just like, do I want to come home or do I want to stay up here? I was more so leaning towards staying in Florida and teaching, if I'm being honest. But it was really just the weird Airbnb situations that kept happening that actually geeked me out and tweaked me out and made me think that this would have been a better option coming home. I thought would have been a better option despite what had happened with the cyberstalking situation and, my prior job with the Department of Education. It wasn't a bad situation with the Department of Education in general. Actually, I really enjoyed working for the department. It was really just at this school in particular. And I really feel like the way this lady treated me really just stemmed from that situation with this guy. I really do. I still think so. But anyways, so all of that was in my head. I was just like, these are things I might still encounter if I come home. But I was like, home though, that seemed like, it just felt like, I don't know, it just felt like in my head, I just felt like that would be the best option. It just felt like a sigh of relief just thinking about coming home because of what I was dealing with in Florida at the time. So anyways, I was still on the line though. I had even applied to several schools that I had subbed at before. One of the schools, there was this lady, Miramar High. I remember the receptionist, she kept giving me hours and she kept telling me that they had vacancies. And so I applied there and I also applied to MacArthur High School because I subbed there as well and I really liked it. I remember I got the interview at MacArthur first. And so when I got the interview, I was in the car with my mom. My mom was up there at the time. And I was in the car with my mom and I had the interview. Basically, it was a phone interview. This was around COVID. This was shortly before the start of COVID. So I had the phone interview and basically the lady really liked me. And right away, she basically decided that she wanted to hire me. And I think it's because, like I said, I'm just really good at selling myself when it comes to jobs. I think now with what's happening, I would probably be a basket case in an interview. Just because I feel like everyone is aware of my situation. But me of old, when things were normal in my life, I'm really good at selling myself in an interview. That's why I'm always getting jobs. Well, used to always get jobs. And so with this lady, I was just basically selling myself and being myself. And I was telling her my teaching style is that I like to change it up because I know that there are different learners. And I even told her that I had an IEP growing up. I was transparent. And I told her basically that I I know what it's like basically to have teachers that don't change up their learning style, because there are auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, visual learners, etc. I was just telling her that type of stuff. And so she really liked me. And so I remember within an hour, I was in BurgerFi with my mom, and she called me back and gave me the job right away. Initially she was telling me that after the interview, she would discuss with a few of her coworkers and go through, talk with a few other candidates, and then I would hear from her in a few days. But after the interview, I heard from her in an hour. And so in BurgerFi, she literally hired me. She offered me the job, and I was like, oh my gosh, because in my head, from what I had seen, I knew I remembered seeing that I needed a teaching certificate. I literally had just graduated. So I was like, what? I was like, wait a minute, so she's gonna let me teach and I don't have my certificate? I was like, okay, this is dope. I was so excited. And in my head though, in the back of my head, I was still thinking about that. So anyways, my mom was telling me congratulations and stuff. And then the lady basically had to backtrack. When she called me back again a couple days later and found out I didn't have my teaching certificate, she basically was looking for a loophole so that I could start teaching without having the certificate. So basically what she was telling me was that I could be an interim sub. And so basically what an interim sub is one of those subs that you basically get paid, you basically get paid the same salary as a teacher, and you're also, so it's a little bit more than a regular substitute, and then you're also on more so long term on board. And so you might take the place of a teacher, a real teacher, long term. So basically, like, let's say a teacher leaves for maternity leave for a year, or a teacher leaves because they have some sort of grievance or something's going on. You can actually take that teacher's place for an extended amount of time, like a year, maybe more. So you're actually like a real teacher creating lesson plans and stuff, but you're under the moniker of interim sub. And so that was the loophole that she found. And she told me that I could do that in the meantime until I was able to get my teaching certificate. And so I thought that was so freaking cool. And I was thinking about that and I was considering it. But I was more so still leaning towards going home because of what I had dealt with the Airbnb situation. I honestly did miss being home. And to me, I kind of reasoned with myself that that situation, because it had been 2 years, I don't know, I just in my head reasoned that it would be okay. And so I came home. I just reasoned that that situation would be okay. All right, so I came home, 45 minutes in, I'm doing good. All right, let me pause and get something to drink, guys. I'm sorry, it's a lot of talking. Let me pause. So where I'm at now is that I moved back home. I decided that I wasn't going to stay up there in Florida, and I moved back home. I'm pausing. All right, guys, back again. All right, so basically I moved back home and decided to move in with people in my close circle. And I'm living there with them, and I traveled down with two younger relatives of mine to live with people in my closer circle. And these two relatives live stateside with their parents, but they basically just traveled down with me. I've traveled with them numerous times before, but they basically traveled down with me because it was summertime. And so basically they were just coming down to spend the summer with these people in my close circle and myself. And this was nothing new or out of the ordinary. Like I said, these younger relatives had traveled down with me many times, and I've also babysat these younger relatives many times before, no issues. So basically, I traveled down with them. We're basically having a full house at this point because a lot of people was home for the summer. So it was just basically, like I said, a house full of people in my close circle. And it was such a full house. It was to the point where I had to stay in the room with these two younger relatives of mine, excuse me. That was nothing out of the ordinary. I had done that many times before. So when I initially got down, when I say home, I mean on the island. When I initially got home and I started staying with the people in my close circle, everything was fine. I remember even laying back on the bed and just taking a deep breath. Because the air, I stay in the islands, the air is just different to the air in the States. It's just like fresh air, it's like literally a breath of fresh air. Obviously there's more greenery and shrubbery too, less buildings and stuff. So it's just like it felt like fresh air. So I just took a big deep breath of fresh air and just feeling like I would not be dealing with that situation anymore. The Airbnb situation I'm talking about. So I remember that being a relief for me when I first got back, and I'm just relaxing and just like, yes, I'm home. That kind of way. And so it was just like normal at first. But then I did notice that in the household with the people in my close circle, I don't know, it just felt like the vibe was a little bit different. And it could just be because I had been gone for 2 years, and me being the person that I am awkward and introverted, and as I've just realized recently, have Asperger's. So all of that, even though the people in my close circle out of anyone are the people that I've always been the most comfortable with, just dealing with that Airbnb situation and being gone for 2 years, having been gone for 2 years, might have played a part in things. I don't know. It kind of felt different in the household. I just felt, I don't know. I just felt somewhat of a rift. Not any type of drama or anything. Not like anybody was being mean or disrespectful to me at all. It wasn't anything like that. It was really just a me thing. And I think maybe it was really just what I had dealt with in the Airbnbs. It might have just been PTSD, because as I said, things were so bad, I was staying in my car. So anyways, staying in the house for a good month or whatever, it's summertime, like I said, no issues. And then I did start to notice that this person in my close circle, kept mentioning the fact, whenever I would leave out with the car, there was a car that I was using at the time, I would leave out just to drive around, basically just go to different parts on the island. I hadn't been home in 2 years, and I do have a hot foot. I love to be on the road and stuff. So I would leave with the car for a few hours and come back. I'm not stammering, I'm not acting drunk, I'm not slipping or tripping over myself. And as a matter of fact, this person in my close circle knew for a fact that I was sober because I had been at school for 2 years and I did extremely well. It was to the point where I graduated magna cum laude. I held down 3 jobs. I was working at the post office, which is a very hard job, as I mentioned in my prior video. So they knew at this point I was sober. We had been in communication, obviously, throughout my course of being in school. So they knew that there was no issue with drinking at this point. So when I'm leaving out, it's just summertime, I'm just trying to enjoy myself, and I keep coming home and this person keeps asking me, I hope you're not going out drinking. I hope you're not out there drinking. I don't know why, but that just really bothered me, because I felt like the person was being negative, and I know it wasn't coming from a bad space. I'm just saying how I felt at the time. I felt like the person was being negative and more so focusing on the bad parts of my past. Because remember in 2014 to 2016, I was a blackout drunk. And then 2017, when I did that paraeducator job, I did start to drink again. I was a functioning alcoholic. So you can basically say it was like 3 years of me being an alcoholic, 2 years blackout drunk, and then 1 year of me being a functioning alcoholic. So I understand that there was a history with this, and this is why you would be thinking that way. But now I've been gone for 2 years. I got myself together, literally graduated magna cum laude. I felt like already as it was, and I think that was, again, a me thing. I didn't feel like I felt like this person in my close circle wasn't, not like you have to be like, oh, baby, great, good job. Nothing like that. But I just didn't feel like my accomplishments. And again, it's not like this thing where I feel like you need to be like, oh, put me, anything like that. But I'm just saying, I felt like you didn't really even acknowledge the fact that I did get myself together and do so well. It was acknowledged, but I just felt like it was barely acknowledged. And then you're more so focusing on asking me if I'm leaving out and drinking when you know that I cleaned myself up. It's been 2 years of me doing extremely well. So it just really bothered me. I just felt extremely offended. I don't know why they're hitting the roof or making loud noises. I've said this in my prior videos that got deleted. I'm a real person. Even after they weaponized some of the things that I said in my prior videos that had gotten deleted, I'm still going to say the same things. Obviously now I'm leaving names out and stuff, but I'm still saying the same thing because I'm an honest and real person. I'm just saying how I felt. This is the genuine truth. This is how I felt. And I can acknowledge that maybe it was just stemming from insecurity. And again, just feeling insecure about that time in my life, those 3 years where I was a drunk. Especially those 2 years where I was a blackout drunk to the point where I got raped. That is a very low state for somebody to be in. So it was something that triggered me, especially when I did get myself together, and I worked so hard to do so well. And it feels like that's what you're focusing on is the past. That bothered me. Anyways, so again, coming from an older and more mature perspective, I can see that maybe she's just looking out for me and hoping that I don't slip into my old ways. That could have been what it was, because obviously I'm not in school right now. I just graduated and I'm taking the car and I could easily slip into my old ways is maybe what she was thinking. So I don't think it was coming from a malicious place, but at the time I just remember it grinding my gears and making me feel upset. So anyways, forgot what I was going to say now. So that all that was happening, all that was offending me as well, all of that was bothering me. And so, and I even talked about this as well, and I didn't want to talk about this, again, because they did use it to weaponize it against me in my targeting. They definitely weaponized me saying this in my targeting, but I'm still going to say it again. Even after they weaponized it, I didn't take down those videos. I left them up, and now that they were deleted forcibly, not for my consent, I'm still going to say the same thing. I did have someone in my close circle in that time frame where I was a blackout drunk, where I had 2 people in my close circle. I'm going to try to tell this story without mentioning who the people are now. Obviously, those people that have heard my story, those of you that have been following me, that heard this story already, you know who I'm talking about. But basically in those 2 years from 2014 to 2016, when I had just came home from Tallahassee and I was, like I said, a blackout drunk, in those 2 years, I did start to have a strained relationship with someone in my close circle. And to me, that also felt like witchcraft because that resembled something that was happening to this roommate. But I did start to have like this strained relationship with someone in my close circle. And part of the reason was, first of all, I felt like I wasn't being heard when I'm telling them about what's happening with the cyber stalking situation. But then also too, I did feel like in that time, and again, that was probably just a me thing, because of what I was going through. I did start to feel like in that time, this person in my close circle started to treat this other person in my close circle better than me. In this way, not better than like I can't really explain it. It almost felt like I can't really explain it because I can't tell the story the same way, so it's awkward and hard to talk about it. But at that time, I did kind of just feel like passive aggressive things were being said towards me, in relation to this other person in my close circle in those 2 years. I did feel like that, and probably being under the influence added to those feelings. I'm probably being depressed and in a dark state, and also just like I said again, feeling like I wasn't being heard, added to those feelings. So I don't even think that this was anything that was the person that I felt my feelings towards fault. I didn't feel anything other than I did start to feel somewhat of an envy towards this person that I felt like this other person. It's so hard to tell the story without saying, but I'm going to do it. So this, like I said, I'm talking about two people in my close circle, and the relationship started getting strained with this one person in my close circle because I felt like she was starting to treat me differently, and obviously probably because I was a drunk at the time, but she started treating me differently, and then I did also start to feel like she was saying passive aggressive things towards me as it pertained to someone else in my close circle. So that did create feelings of envy at that time, and I have no problem admitting that. I'm a real person. And so to me, again, that related to or reminded me of that situation with the roommate because I felt like she was feeling feelings of envy towards me based off of some of the things she was saying. So to me, it was just like I had never experienced this before with the people in my close circle. I explained to you the type of life I had. That was never an issue. Those feelings were new to me. And so for me, again, that also felt like witchcraft. And I also too attribute it to what was happening in my life at the time and also being a drunk. So that was also something that was an insecurity of mine. At this time now I'm back in the house and I'm still like just kind of feeling, and at this time now, not really feeling those feelings as much as I did in those 2 years. But I almost felt like, and it's so stupid now, I kind of regret saying that because I think I put my foot in my mouth, and again, I think overthinking something. It almost felt to me like, and again, I admit, probably me overthinking. It felt to me like you were almost like trying to, it felt in that moment when I had came home, like this person in my close circle was putting me down because things were not working out for that other person in my close circle as far as school went at the time, which is so stupid because when I really think about it, things didn't work out for me in the beginning with school either. Remember what I told you what happened with the math class? So a lot of my mindset, I just think, was warped back then when my targeting started. I think mainly I was just offended that this person in my close circle kept bringing up the drinking thing. And so that reminded me of my past with this other person in my close circle where I started to feel this envy because I felt like this person in my close circle that kept bringing up the drinking was saying passive aggressive things to me in that time. In my part 1 and part 2 video, I actually gave examples of some of the things that was being said and I mentioned who I was talking about and stuff. I'm not going to do that right now, but I'm just expressing to you how I felt because that was weaponized against me in this program, and I'm just an honest person. But I regret it kinda to a sense, to a degree, because you can't be honest in this program. They weaponize everything against you. So anyways, let me pause real quickly and blow my nose, guys. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Anyway, so that was what was going on back then. I just believe, like I said, I was in a warped sense because I had just came from that situation that was happening, that monitoring spirit situation in the back-to-back Airbnbs that I stayed in, 3 back-to-back Airbnbs out of nowhere. I had been literally living in my vehicle. So I don't think I was in the best state of mind when I got home, and so that also played a part in things. And then too, again, I think it was more so just insecurity because of the type of past that I had, those 3 years of being a drunk. I felt bad about it, and I felt like I had really tried hard to turn my life around, and that wasn't being acknowledged. And I think that's what the issue was at the time. Anyways, so that created basically like more tension in the house. It wasn't tension in the first place, but for me, I did feel kind of awkward, like this awkward energy. And again, it's a me thing. I can admit that. I think I was just in a weird state of mind, like I said, a warped state of mind from what had happened in the Airbnbs and stuff. So I was feeling strange around people in general, even the people in my close circle. So I just felt awkward in general, and then that started happening, that thing, and then basically it led to a fight. You know, I ended up having a fight with with the person in my close circle that I felt like kept bringing up my past. I had a fight with that person, and that really made things awkward in the household. Things really got, now there really was tension. You know, it's not just me feeling awkward. There was an actual tension in the household between myself and the people in my close circle. Things got odd after that. And so then at this time, you know, like I said, I was staying in the room with these younger relatives of mine who had watched many times, stayed with many times before, no issue. And all of a sudden I start to feel, I wasn't hearing this before, but shortly after the fight, I start to feel like I'm hearing noises in the hallway. I know this sounds like madness, but I did. I started to feel like whenever I would wake up at night, because I still wake up throughout the night, this has been it's still happening now in this program. I mean, actually now because of what's happening with the program, it's to the point where I don't go back to sleep sometimes, you know. I'll wake up in the middle of the night and either toss and turn for hours or not go back to sleep until like the sun is coming up. That's what's happening to me now because of what's happening with this program. But prior or pre-program, excuse me, before the program started in full effect on me, I used to wake up throughout the night and then just go back to sleep. So this is what was happening as I'm in the room with these younger relatives, similar to what was happening in the Airbnbs in the dorm, same thing. And so I woke up and I heard what I thought I heard. You know, again, maybe these people in my close circle were not doing what I thought I heard. Maybe it was, like I said, spiritual. Remember, I've been saying it feels spiritual. I don't know what it was, but I heard. I didn't bear false witness because I heard what I heard. I didn't bear false witness. I didn't make it up. I didn't lie. I heard what I heard. Now, whether it was them or it was spiritual, I don't know, but I did hear stuff. Um, so basically, I just kept feeling like I was hearing noises whenever I would wake up at night, like in the hallway. So I would feel like I would either hear somebody like stomping by loudly on the floor, or like they would start to like jingle keys. And so keys became a part of my stimuli when I became a target. I'm going to explain that in a minute. So basically, I would hear like stomping by in the hallway. I would hear keys. Nothing major, not like what it turned into after I sent the text message. But basically very slight stuff, but it still felt like noise campaigns. It felt similar to what was happening in the Airbnbs, but on a minor scale. And I really kept feeling like I was hearing that, but I was like, no way. I was like, this is in my head. You know, and then I'm also knowing I can't really bring it up to them because of how they acted when it happened in the third Airbnb. When it happened in the first Airbnb and the second Airbnb, it was more so a joke. But in the third Airbnb, it was more so like them looking at me like something mental was going on. And I'm trying to explain to them that I think it's spiritual, and they're more so thinking I'm having some sort of mental disorder. So now when I come home and I'm living in this house with my people in my close circle, and this fight happens, and then I'm thinking that I'm hearing the noises in the hallway again, similar to what was happening. Listen to the plane. Listen. I don't even know if this computer is picking up on it, because in some of these videos I've recorded, it did pick up on the plane sound. And then some of these videos, it's not picking up on the plane sound. So I don't know if I'm sitting here quietly, because I might as well keep talking if the video's not picking up on it. I'm only stopping because I want the documentation. But I don't even know if the video's picking up on it this time, because it doesn't sound like it's as close to the house. It sounds very near, but not near enough that I'm not sure if the video picked up. I hope it did. You know, I made this joke in one of my videos that got deleted. It seems like they might have some type of alien land strip in the sky, because I can't understand how they have the resources to waste to have this little small plane stalking a target 24/7 up in the air, up in the sky, an innocent civilian that you just don't like as a person. How do you have that type of manpower to waste? You know, I actually saw this video from this other target, and she was talking about the fact that it's not funny, it's actually really sad. But she was still just kind of laughing towards the end, not at the incident, but more so at the ludicrousness of it all. But basically, there was this lady in the States, and I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I just want to quickly say this. And basically, the clip that she shared, you know, was in one of these smaller towns. There was this lady basically, and her abusive ex-boyfriend was basically trying to break into the apartment. And so they had the live 911 call. This target shared it in her in her video clip. And basically they're telling the lady that they don't have any officers to send out at the moment. And so she's like, how is it that they don't have officers to send out to this lady whose boyfriend is about to break in, or ex-boyfriend? And by the way, he did break in and rape her, so it's terrible. But how is it they have no officers to send to this lady who's basically about to get assaulted by her ex when they have so many cops set up to harass targets? If you check out YouTube and you just look up targeted individual videos, you will see the amount of manpower they waste on targets who are typically innocent people that are just annoying or say offensive shit. They have the manpower to waste when there's actual crime going on with real criminals that they're not trying to deal with. This is why there's so much, let me be careful with my words, but I feel like this is why there's a lot of unsolved crime in America. They're not using the resources in the correct places. So this is just what I'm thinking with this plane situation. I don't know if that's even law enforcement or I don't know how, or the military, or if it's just somebody that's a private plane, that they get people that agree to do it. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I just don't understand how they have the resources to waste. It's like you're flying by. I know that's costing a lot of money in gas to be hovering over. This is why I said there has to be some sort of alien land strip in the sky, because I can't fathom that they would be flying overhead 24/7 just so that they can fly by at the right moments to noise campaign me. How do you have the resources to waste like that? But anyways, let me stop focusing on that thing. It's just madness to me, real madness. I forgot what I was going to say now. What was I going to say? Oh, okay, yeah. Back to they're good at that, boy. They get me distracted. I'm trying to finish. I want this to be the last part of this series. And the next set of videos for me to be now trying to basically recreate the other information that I had shared on my channel that got deleted. Anyway, so basically, like I said, I started feeling like I was hearing the same type of stuff that was happening in the Airbnbs, basically in the hallways. And so I didn't want to tell these people in my close circle, because I recall that in the first two Airbnbs, they made a joke out of it. And then in the third Airbnb, they were more so like kind of treating it like I had some sort of mental illness or mental thing going on. And so I'm just like, okay, the fight already happened. They already started to feel like I was having some type of mental thing in the third Airbnb. So I'm like, let me not say anything and let me just go sleep on the couch is what my mindset was. And so I left the room with these younger relatives, basically, and I went to sleep on the couch with another person that's in my close circle. There's nice, comfortable couches out there. She had her own couch. I went on my own couch. Basically, that became an issue. I remember that this person in my close circle that I got in the fight with kept saying, why aren't you staying in the room with so-and-so, the younger relatives? She kept asking me, why am I not staying in the room with them? Why am I staying on the couch now? And I didn't want to tell her, because I think I'm hearing y'all in the hallways at night. I just knew that wouldn't be good. I didn't know. I keep saying I really didn't know. I knew it would be bad. Like, if I told them, and bad, I just mean, like, it would probably make more tension in the house is what I thought. I didn't think it would turn into what it turned into. I never could have fathomed that it would turn into what it turned. I'm telling you, I wouldn't have said anything had I known. I had no idea what this thing would turn into. But anyway, so basically after being told several times, it was like pushing stuff in my head. After being told several times by this family member, not told, but asked why am I staying on the couch, I just decided, okay, let me just go back in the room with these younger relatives. So I did that, and I still felt like I was hearing the stuff at night. Especially and particularly the keys. And a weird thing about it, I just don't believe in coincidences anymore. I noticed other targets kind of talking about this too, the fact that they sensitize you with the color red. It makes me think about the red pill, like in the Matrix. When you take the red pill and then you wake up in the Matrix and you realize that everything you basically knew was a lie, that kind of way. Like even the bird drones, the fact that the birds you see on the power lines, most of them are fake birds. That the fact that they have a bunch of insects around the place that are eyes for the government, so they can do the Patriot Act, like just little things like that are actually major things that you start to realize when you take the red pill, i.e. the red color sensitization with this program. So even with the keys, Truth Hurts Hypocrisy America, he's the target that I follow. I always promote him in these videos. I shared some of his video clips in some of my videos that got deleted, where I was showing you the technology that they have to target you through the TV. With him, Truth Hurts Hypocrisy America, he was even talking about in one of his videos the fact that keys is used in this program, and it's a form of MK Ultra. It's a sign of mind control. And so for me, I'm just thinking to myself, it's not like these people in my close circle purposely did the key thing to mind control me. That's not what I'm saying. But I do feel like with this program, because they have said this before, they said that this program, I've heard many people saying this is a theory that's out there. There are different theories. It's ran by reptilians. So basically, like, you have the government, obviously, and then you have these Masonic programs. This is not made up stuff. You can look up the fact that they have these Masonic lodges, Eastern Star, all of these things are ran by witches and covens and, fallen angel demon type spirits. There are a lot of people that are Masons that don't even realize it's bad. But when you get up there in the higher degrees, you start to realize it's bad. And if you're still in it, then obviously you're just down with that. Like Walt Disney, for instance, was a 33rd degree Mason. Very wicked. If you look into the stuff with Walt Disney, you want to know about somebody who was doing stuff he shouldn't have been doing? Walt Disney. I'm not going to go into the details. I don't want to get into problems. But it's scary stuff when you look into it. But a lot of these major corporations, when you look at the very top, I'm not talking about the face of these corporations, like your everyday military man, your everyday police officer, or even those people that are Masons that are at a low level that don't realize what the program is about. I'm talking about those high level government officials who are at the very top. They're in some wickedness. And a lot of them are being basically controlled by fallen angels, i.e. reptilians. That's what aliens are. They're out of let me catch my breath. I'm sorry, guys. Whew. But that's what aliens are. They're basically fallen angels. You know what I mean? So that's why they're called aliens. They're not from this earth and stuff. A lot of the alien stories that you hear are about fallen angels. The reptilian people, those are fallen angels. And so those people at the very top, I'm talking about the elitists. Those are the fallen angel, reptilian type people. And there's a theory out there basically that those beings are kind of basically having their eye on the earth. Remember, the world is the hand of Satan. This is if you believe in the Bible at the moment until the Most High comes back. So I'm not saying everyone's evil. That's not what I'm saying. You have a world full of good people. That's not what I'm saying. But there is a lot of wicked influence in the world. That's a known fact if you believe in the Bible. Let me not even say a known fact. This is all subjective and coming from my perspective. It's opinion. But that is a concept out there in the world if you believe in the Bible. That the world is in the hands of the wicked in a sense at the moment. And I'm just talking about elitists. So anyways, forgot what I was going to say now. I'm losing my train of thought. So that's a theory that's out there, though, in this community, basically, is the fact that these unseen beings, fallen angels, run the program, and there's something about chosen ones or targeted individuals that they see in us that makes them put us in this program and want to basically try to destroy us. It's something about us. That's one theory that I've heard, and I kind of do believe it. Because oftentimes targets have had like this long, vigorous spiritual battle throughout their whole life, and it doesn't really make sense. And, I keep hearing stuff like that. So I'm on that wavelength, and I'm also on the wavelength of witchcraft, where I feel like this roommate might have done witchcraft on me, but maybe all of that was connected. I don't know. I'm trying to really make sense of it. I'm trying to make sense of it. I don't want to sound like a cuckoo nutbat. At this point now with what's happening, I think it's understandable why I keep digging deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, because I'm trying to figure this thing out. It's so weird what's happening to me. But anyways, something's going on, something strange, and obviously targets are picked for a reason, so something odd is going on. But anyways, back to what I was saying, because I went off on a tangent. So Truth Hurts Hypocrisy America talks about the key thing, and the fact that has something to do with MK Ultra. So I do wonder if the fact that I kept feeling like I was hearing keys, if that's a coincidence or not, because that's part of my sensitization with this program. That's part of the stimuli used in my targeting program. Different targets have different stimuli. I remember seeing some lady saying it was biting nails for her. And I think maybe she's an older lady. Maybe they're trying to say she's nerve-wracking. I don't know what they're trying to say with that. This other guy said his stimuli was the fact that they kept grabbing their crutch. So just different weird stuff that they do that becomes your stimuli dependent on whatever your programming is. So for me, it's keys. Anyways, so I went back in the room with these younger relatives, and I kept feeling like I was hearing what I was hearing in the hallway. And so I sent a text message, a very long text message that I wish I could take back. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, this thing is just tied so tight on my head. It's like, whoa. Sometimes I tie it too tight. And I already have a lot going on with my mental. So it's a bit much. If you're somebody that's been following me and you saw the content, my recent videos that got deleted, you'll know that I'm also dealing with thought manipulation at the moment, among other things. So it's just like putting this thing too tight does not help with everything else that I have going on. Anyway, so that's basically what happened though. I was hearing the keys outside in the hallway. the second time I went back in the room with these younger relatives, and I said, let me send a text message, because that's how I am. I'm a straightforward person that doesn't beat around the bush. And I would have never fathomed that it would have turned into what it turned into, because trust me, I wouldn't have said a thing had I known. I would have just dealt with it. But at this point, I was so uncomfortable in the room, because I'm feeling like I'm waking up and hearing the noises. So it's to the point where I'm laying in the bed like this, not even wanting to. You know how uncomfortable that is when you wake up at night and you want to turn on your side or something, and you feel like you're hearing noises, so you don't want to move, so you're laying stiff. Like, this was what was happening to me. I'm trying to explain to you the mental turmoil, because I felt like they were doing noise campaign in the living room, not the living room, excuse me, the hallway. And so I said, no, let me just confront the situation. That's the kind of person I am. Stupid. And so I sent this big long text message basically saying, I didn't even straight up bear false witness either. I didn't say, you guys, I don't remember verbatim what I said, but I know for sure I didn't straight up say, you guys are out there making noises. How could you? It wasn't like that. It was more so like, are you guys doing this? Are you guys in the hallway at night making noises? Because I feel like I'm hearing noises. I know that you wouldn't gang stalk me, right? I didn't say gang stalk because I wasn't a part of the target. Well, I wasn't familiar with the targeted individual program at the time, so I didn't know the terminology. I said, I know you guys wouldn't gaslight me, right? Is what I said. Something along those lines. And basically just also too, I said I would never hurt them or the younger relatives that were in the room with me. So because I kind of basically felt like they thought I was unstable or something. This is what I started to feel because of what happened in the Airbnb situations, and the fight happened. And then I'm feeling like I'm hearing these noises in the hallway. So I started feeling like maybe they thought I was unstable or something. So that's why I felt the need to say that I would never hurt them or my younger relatives. But in retrospect, if they thought I was unstable, I don't think they would have pressured me to come back in the room to stay with my younger relatives. So I don't really know or understand what was going on. But sending that text was the worst thing I could have ever done. That literally solidified my being sealed into this program. And that's how I got put into the program. That's how I became a targeted individual. There's so much more to tell of this story, and I really don't want to have any more parts than this one. So I think I'm going to pause the video and come back and finish because this is too tight. I don't want to pause it and then, somehow the video like shuts off. That's what I'm scared of. I don't want that to happen. But I don't want to create another part. I want this to basically be the last part of this series. I don't want there to be another part. The next video I create, I want it to be a summary where I just tell the main details and leave out the backtrack story. But my head is hurting. This is too tight, and I literally just want to take a break, because I'm sore everything from sitting here talking so long. So I think what I'm going to do is pause it and take a break, and I'll come back and finish this video. So I'll be back, guys, because there's a lot more to say, and I want this to be the last part. So let me just pause, and I'll be back. So I'm stopping at the point where I sent the text message, and I became a target. This is where I'm pausing. All right, guys, I'm back. It's been hours. Although it just, when the video is playing back, it'll seem like it had only paused for a few seconds. It's actually been hours. I actually even took a nap, so I feel more energized. Anyways, like I said, I don't want this video to be, I don't want to have to create any more parts to this saga of how I became targeted. The only other video I want to create as it pertains to my story is the summary video, where I'll just sit there for an hour and a half telling the main details of my story without all the backdrop story. So without all the spiritual battle that happened in my early 20s, just basically getting straight to the point. But I don't have any other parts to this series, I guess you could call it. So, although most of my videos I said that I'm trying not to go beyond an hour and a half, I'm giving myself a 2-hour grace period with this video. So I have basically about 45 more minutes to finish my story, and there's so many more details to include. So I'm going to try my best, again, like I've been saying, to not ramble and to get every detail in and not miss anything within this video. So you will see that this is probably going to be the longest video out of all of the videos. Okay, so where I left off, I was at the part where I sent the text message to the people in my inner circle or close circle that I was staying with here on the island I'm from. I sent this text message because I came back in the room with the younger relatives, and still felt like I was hearing the noises. And so I decided to confront the situation, which I, again, really regret. So I hope you guys keep hearing that tap on the roof. I've talked about this in my prior videos that got deleted. But that's the bird drone, I believe, that they have on the roof, and they make it tap on the roof at certain times, as a part of my noise campaign. So if you keep hearing that tap sound at certain parts, that's what that is. That's the bird drone. Anyways, so I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, so I sent this text message, and from there you can basically say it was game day, because if you're a part of this program, you know that it feels like a game. Like your life becomes kind of like the Truman Show. If you're familiar with that movie, I think most targets are. At least if you've been in the community for a while, you've had to have come across the name of Truman in that movie. But that's basically what happens when you become a target. It's like it almost seems as though the whole world is revolving around you. Like it's to the point, like I mentioned earlier, where they'll waste like copious amounts of manpower on you. You know, it's ridiculous the amount of manpower, and it's not even more so to contain you as much as it is to psychologically harass you. If that makes sense. It's really just to make you feel crazy. It's like the wildest thing ever, what happens when you become a target. Anyway, for me, it was a slow build with that, because after I sent the text message, it's not like I was just thrown straight into the program. As a matter of fact, I don't even think the program existed on this island before me. I don't think the program existed on this island before me. Um, I think from what I can tell, I'm the only person to have ever been targeted. You know, I never heard about this before in my life until I became a target, and I've been living here my whole life. You know, I literally left after graduating from high school. So you know, I would think this would have been some sort of, even if it was something that happened back in the day before I was born, I would think that would have been some sort of story my parents or somebody on this island would have told me that I would have been familiar with. But I had never heard about this before, so I'm pretty sure, you know, to my knowledge, I'm the only person that's ever been targeted, at least to this capacity, on this island. But anyways, so before I became an actual target, because this was when I became a target, but I wasn't yet in the program, and I'm gonna explain what I mean. So even though target, you know, I became a target, and some of the activities basically that happens in the program started happening to me, I was not watch listed yet. I wasn't on the watch list. You know, not everything that happens to a target was happening to me. I was more so just dealing with like gang stalking activity and 24-hour surveillance, excuse me. The other things that come along with being a target, that's with the COINTEL program. I wasn't dealing with that until I tried to relocate off island. So basically, after sending the text message, it was pretty much game day in my household, with the people that are in my circle. You know, I did really now start to very, very obviously hear them in the hallways at night. So it wasn't even like this subtle thing where I'm hearing keys, or, you know, where it can make you feel like you're going off, you know, because you know you're hearing something, but it's not super loud. This is why I even sent the text in the first place to confront the situation. It was more so now very loud and obvious that I'm hearing stuff in the hallway. Like I'm hearing doors slamming. I'm hearing, you know, very loud stomping at this point, just different things. Like for sure somebody was up and making noise, like loudly at this point now. Not even just like slight noise campaign or whatever it is that I thought I was hearing. It was very loud now at this point. Um, and so it was just like it got really awkward in the household after that for me, because things got really strange. You know, there was tension in the household already from the fight that happened. And actually with that fight, you know, I talked about this in my prior video. Oh, but I can't mention people, so that I'll just leave that part out. I'll leave that part out. That's not really important to the story, anyways. Anyways, so it was just horrible what started happening in the household. So, anyways, it continued to happen. You know, it kind of turned into what was happening in that last Airbnb that I stayed in before I came home, where it's like everyone in the household is doing the gang stalking activity. At the time, again, I didn't know the terminology. I didn't even know what a target was. But everyone was doing the gang stalking activity. You know, everyone's moving strange now. I'm definitely being monitored. You know, I'm definitely now knowing that people are staying up at night. You know, I definitely, at this point, I decided to leave the room with the younger relatives again, because things got so bad with the noise campaigns. And I went to sleep on the couch, because I figured if I was outside on the couch, they wouldn't be out there gang stalking, if that makes sense. You know, they wouldn't be able to be outside the door in the hallway gang stalking, is what I thought. So I went to sleep out on the couch, and then even the family member that was sleeping out on the couch, I noticed she's like staying up. I'm seeing her eyes watching me at times, you know, if I would wake up at night. I'm just, you know, I was even having more trouble sleeping at this point because of what was happening. I was so angst, you know, I'm feeling like I had made some big boo-boo when I sent the text message. So I really was having insomnia now. It was even way worse than what naturally happens to me. I was really like waking up and actually really having trouble getting back to sleep around this time, actually similar to what's happening now. Because now at this point in the program of what's happening, I'm having insomnia again. But it was just really bad. And just a lot of gaslighting and stuff like that happening because I sent the text message. So eventually, a lot of the people in my close circle that were in the household for the summer, including the younger relatives, went back to Florida. And I was just left here with two of the people that are in my close circle, basically staying in this household. And I did eventually, like I said, start teaching as an English teacher down here on the island I'm from. And so that was actually a good job. And for me, it was a blessing. At the time, it's not a blessing that COVID was happening. That was horrible. And actually, I had COVID twice and it was nothing to play with. So I'm not saying COVID was a blessing, but I'm saying what's the word I'm looking for? The quarantine was a blessing for me because of what was happening with my situation. That was in the height of it just starting. The quarantine and not being in person was a real blessing for me. So I was able to teach virtually and it was a lot better for me. First of all, I'm shy anyways. So even if this thing wasn't happening, I would have enjoyed the virtual setting. You know, it's better to be in person and have that in-person interaction. But with the kind of person that I am, the virtual would have been something I would have enjoyed anyways. But then now to boot, this new situation was brewing. And so the COVID quarantine was a blessing for me. So a whole year and a half, I was teaching virtually, you know, with no issues, you know, and not no gang stalking at work because it's virtual. But in the house, gang stalking was happening. You know, it continued. You know, it actually got so bad it was to the point where I purchased a vehicle because at this time I was teaching full time and then in the night I was doing security. Single young female, I had money, you know, so I was able to buy a car very quickly. And I decided that I did not want to be in the household anymore because of what was happening. So I figured if I escaped to my car, you know, and at this point I hadn't decided to get an apartment yet. I figured if I escaped to my car, you know, I could get some sort of semblance of normalcy again. So I kept leaving in my car. I set myself up in the first car that I had. You know, I even had like an electric stove in there. I had, what else did I have? I had a cooler with different things. Like I had myself set up. I was living out of my car and I knew how to do it because I had done it in Florida. This is what I think is so funny about the whole thing because if you hear what made my targeting go viral, it has something to do with this homeless man. When I've been homeless so many times in my life, I know what it's like to be homeless. But anyway, so I was a professional at this point. I had lived in my car before. So that's what I did. I pretty much set myself up in my car and was living out of my car. I even got a MiFi, you know, those little small portable Wi-Fi units. And I had that and I was using that to get internet in my vehicle. And that's how I was teaching out of my car. And so I recall that somebody in my inner circle, the person that one of the people that I was living with, kept asking me where I was and telling me it wasn't fair that I wasn't coming home. And to me, I'm just thinking, well, you know why I'm not coming home because what was happening in the household, it was like 24/7, someone out in the hallways. You know, this was slowly but surely the beginning of me becoming a monitored under 24/7, monitor surveillance. You know, it hadn't started yet, but it was pretty much the lead up to that because basically anytime I was in the house, I was being surveilled. So that's why I kept leaving in my car. I just felt really uncomfortable with what was happening. But eventually I did come back home, you know, and I stayed for a short stint. And then I decided I want to get my own place, you know, because I didn't figure that, I didn't think again that this thing would go as far as it did. I never imagined that it would have even left the household. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'll get my own place and things will go back to normal, is what I'm thinking. And they'll get over the text message. This is what I was thinking, foolishly. So I went and I started surfing online for a place to stay. And I found this cute little apartment for cheap. You know, it was like $600 and it was in a good location. I was like, okay, well, let me try this out. This will be my first official apartment because as I told you, I kind of had my own apartment in Florida with the Airbnbs, but those weren't really my apartment. They were literally Airbnbs I was staying in long term. So this would have been my first official apartment. So I was excited about that, not only just the fact of getting my own privacy and I thought escaping this weird situation that was brewing, but then also too, just again, like the excitement of having my own first apartment. So anyways, I got the apartment, started staying there. Everything was good at first. Like I would say a couple days it was good for a couple days. You know, even as if I'm being honest, was moving in, even as I was cleaning the cabinets and stuff, I was feeling a weird energy. Like I noticed I was starting to hear stuff upstairs. You know, I was in a downstairs unit, and the person upstairs basically would start to stomp on the floor as noise campaign eventually, right? But in the first few days, as I was cleaning the cabinets and stuff, I noticed I was hearing slight noise campaign, but they weren't doing it overtly. So I was questioning whether or not that was happening. But I was like, nah. I was like, no way. Because at this point now I hadn't experienced what I've experienced now. The situation was still relatively new, and it's not something that you hear the dog barking. That's noise campaign, by the way. I don't know if the video is picking up on it, but that's noise campaign, by the way. And it's because I'm talking about the fact that I heard noise in the apartment when I got the apartment. But anyway, so at this point, I hadn't, dealt with being watched on camera yet. I never in my wildest dreams would have imagined that it would have gone as far as it did. And I didn't even think that it would have spread, like I said, outside of the household. I really just thought they kept doing the stuff they were doing to punish me for sending the text. And so I'm just like, okay, well, I'll just get my own place, just thinking to myself, it's not going to go any further than what it did. So I'm in the apartment, like I said, for the first few days, cleaning the cabinets out, packing up my stuff, just buying kitchenware I like to cook, stuff like that, just getting the apartment together. And then, like I said, I'm noticing I'm hearing stuff, but at this point, I'm not aware of the fact that I would be being watched on camera. So for me, if anything, I was thinking, don't tell me that somehow these people around here know about what was happening in my house, and that they're like somehow, I'm not even fathoming that I'm being watched on camera. I'm more so just thinking that they knew about the situation and were just like making noises, at random to harass me, not thinking that they're actually watching me on camera. So anyways, as I'm cleaning, I'm noticing, like I said, I'm hearing slight stuff, but I'm in my head, getting in my own head, telling myself, no way. There's no way. There's no way this left the household and that it followed me to a new apartment. And to boot, like I said in my prior videos that got deleted, my real estate agent was somebody that I went to school with back in the day in elementary school. And she was acting cool and normal, like very normal, with the transactions. I'm just not thinking that anything weird is going on. I really wasn't. I had no clue. It was literally like a freaking shock for me what happened. So anyways, I cleaned up and I moved everything and all of my stuff in, packed the apartment, went shopping, got one set of groceries and stuff, cooking ware, all that type of stuff like that, because like I said, I like to cook. Got comfortable, got settled in, stayed there for a couple days, and literally a couple days after staying there, I became aware of the fact that I was being watched on camera. It started slowly. They weren't very obvious about it at first. But like I said, they kept doing little slight things like the stomping on the roof as I would be getting up to go in the bathroom or getting up to cook or getting up to go in the fridge. But they weren't doing it overtly. And I think what it is they didn't have any personal issues with me at the time. They didn't know me yet. And so I think they just had heard whatever they heard and they were participating. But I don't think they had any personal issues with me yet. I think when they started to get more nasty was when I started to become responsive or reactive to what they were doing. So I started to play like passive aggressive stuff. Like there was this thing called Obsessed on Netflix, and I kept purposely putting it on, or just stupid little dumb petty stuff like that. It's not like I was saying anything nasty or anything like that, like what happened when I tried to relocate off island. But the little stuff like that, I think, started to offend them and make them get more nasty over there with the things they were doing. And then I even remember someone in my close circle coming over, and I wasn't aware of the fact that my apartment was bugged. We had certain conversations with me actually kind of trying to tell her what I thought was happening, and of course I was being gaslit. And she started to say certain things, all of that, I'm not going to go into details, but there were certain things that were said that I think made them get more nasty about what they were doing, but they were already doing it to me before they even knew me. So while over there, like I said, I just slowly but surely started to realize that not only did this thing leave the household that I was in, but somehow I was being now watched on camera. And I was in denial too for a good, I want to say, week. I was in denial about it. It was obvious that I was being watched on camera, but I was in denial because I was like, there's no way they would take it this far. I just kept saying, no way, no way, no way. So anyways, as I'm going into the shower to bathe and stuff, not only are they stomping heavily overhead, but then that was when I got introduced to Ref Campaign. I didn't know what Ref Campaign was. And if you're new to the targeted individual community, I'm not sure if I mentioned this in one of my prior parts or if it was mentioned in the video. I know for sure I mentioned it in my videos that got deleted, obviously. But I don't know if I mentioned this in one of my former parts. So I'm going to say it again now if I did. Excuse me. Ref Campaign is a part of the noise campaign. As a matter of fact, I know I did because they did the big loud Ref Campaign in my part 1 or part 2 recent videos that I did here. So y'all know what Ref Campaign is. I explained it. So it's basically a part of the noise campaign when they'll basically rev by with a motorcycle or a buggy or a, like a Honda Civic, one of those vehicles that has the loud vroom, vroom kind of rev engine. They literally use that as noise campaign to startle the target and just sensitize the target, basically. So that was when I first got introduced to Ref Campaign. So this is why I say, even though it seems like the program wasn't down here, it was down here. It's the weirdest thing ever because they were doing things that's done in the program. You know, the color sensitization wasn't happening. Certain things that I see happening in the States with this program wasn't happening, but they were doing the program on me. You know, they were doing the Rev campaign. I was being watched on the mosquito drones. So obviously the program was down here, but on a minor scale. I don't know. I can't really make sense of it, to be honest with you. But they were doing the Rev campaign before I ever even became watchlisted and before I ever even relocated to the States and my targeting went viral. Things just got worse when I came back, and I'm gonna get there. Excuse me. With this viral talk, because those of you who are not familiar with my prior videos, you're gonna be like, you're targeting with viral. What are you talking about? I'm about to get there. So anyways, so in this apartment, it just progressively got worse and worse. You know, like I said, the more they did, the more passive aggressive I was, and not even really. You know, it's not like I was sharing anything offensive like what I did in my car in Florida, but I do think I started to act bitchy. I did start to, like I said, play certain movies or on purpose, basically. Not even movies, really. It was more so like that obsessed thing. I kept putting it on every time they would do the noise campaign. I would put on the movie Obsessed on Netflix, because to me, I was just like, oh my god, first of all, I don't know you guys from anywhere. So then why are you getting involved in this? And then it's just like, to the level that it was like 24/7. At this point, I hadn't learned about the program and the fact that it's, you know, noise campaigns and being watched 24/7. I wasn't aware of that. So again, like I said, this program was down here, obviously, because they were doing that. It was like noise campaigns 24/7, basically just letting me know that I'm being monitored and surveilled, just kind of harassment, you know? So that's why I kept playing the obsessed thing, because I wasn't aware of the program or the tactics that they use in this program. Anyway, so I still tried to make the best of the apartment because I was so excited to have my own place. And so I kept cooking, and, you know, like, I was cooking a lot of food over there. I was having a good time. Well, not really a good time, because it's hard to have a good time when you're being watched and your privacy is being infringed upon. But I was trying to have a good time to the best of my ability, and I really didn't have the confirmation that I was being watched until a few weeks in. Because, like I said, they were very slight with the things they were doing. They were obvious about the noise campaign, but not directly obvious about the fact that I was being watched. You know, they didn't make that obvious until I finally realized for sure that I was being watched. And that was because I just kept noticing every time I went in to bathe, first of all, the heavy stomping overhead, the neighbor upstairs stomping heavily, and then me hearing the rep campaign in the road. But then the other thing that was happening too was the fact that, you know, it's just like, even when I'm trying to tiptoe, you know, I'm realizing that they're doing basically what was happening to me in the Airbnbs in my apartment and what was happening in the house that I moved out of. So I remember I even tried to tiptoe because I thought it was that they were hearing me. I still hadn't realized, I just didn't think it would go that far. I just could not fathom that they would be watching me on camera. So I remember trying to tiptoe quietly in the apartment and put my computer down quietly and get on the bed very quietly so they wouldn't hear me, because I figured they were somehow by my door putting their ear to my door, listening and hearing when I was moving and then doing the noise campaigns. At this point, I still was just like, no way they're watching me on camera. And so I noticed even when I'm moving super quiet and the AC's turned up, they're still somehow knowing when I'm moving and doing the noise campaign. So I'm just like, wait a minute, am I being watched on camera? You know, that's what I started to think. And that's when I started to realize that. And so I even ordered one of those camera finders, you know, those infrared. Actually, I have one of the ones that I had. This is from my apartment. Let me go get it. Hold on one second. Guys, listen to the noise campaign. When I got up to get this, the dogs started going ham in the neighborhood. Listen. Crazy. Anyways, let me not give that too much attention. So this is one of the camera finders. This is literally 3 years old. This is from when I had my apartment in when did I get the apartment? It was in 2020. Actually, I got the apartment in 2021. So this is about 2 years old. But this is one of the camera finders. You know these infrared camera finders? This is from back then when I had my apartment. I ordered this. And not just this, I actually had a more advanced camera finder too. I forgot what it was called, but you know the kind where you can actually like turn on the radar, and then it also has the little circle with the same little red light. You know, I forgot what it was called, but it was a more advanced camera finder as well. And I'm just looking all over the apartment, turning off the light. I'm sure these people were having a field day laughing at me. Because this thing was, you know, I was being watched on mosquito drones, and I wasn't yet aware of the mosquito drones. This is why I'm so adamant about putting this information out there for new targets, because I know it's how confusing it can be when you're new to the program and you know you're being watched and you can't figure out how. And you're just looking for the camera, and it's because they're watching you on freaking insect drones that can move. So I was there like an asshole, looking all over the camera for the looking all over the apartment for the camera and not finding it, you know, and trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So after a while, I just gave up on the hunt because I knew for a fact after a certain while, they became very obvious about the fact that they were watching me on camera, but I could not find these cameras. I could not find them. Uh, so I gave up on the hunt to find them, but I knew I was being watched on camera. I just figured they had some really advanced, microscopic cameras, which I was right. But I still didn't even realize how advanced. But I was just thinking they had it really advanced and it was well hidden and I could not find that thing with the infrared light. And I'm just like, okay, they're definitely watching me though. I even went as far as to take out the smoke detector. I took the smoke detector out of the roof because I kept looking up videos on how you can find cameras that are in your apartment or in your hotel or whatever. So I saw the smoke detector is a common place where they put these things. Took out the smoke detector. I had this looking all up in the smoke detector, thinking for sure I had gotten the camera when I took the smoke detector out. They were all done probably just laughing their asses off at me because I could not figure this thing out. So, anyways, after a while of being there and just feeling miserable and uncomfortable, again, it was another situation where it got so bad and uncomfortable for me. Even when I'm leaving outside, they're doing weird stuff, just weird stuff that was making me uncomfortable. After a while, it got to the point where again I started staying in my car, and I'm like, there's no way that I'm going to be paying a big rent at an apartment and staying in my car. This does not make any sense. So eventually, I basically turned in a 30-day lease, and I got out of that apartment and I decided to move back in to the initial home that I left with the people in my close circle because I'm like, well, if I'm going to be dealing with this, I may as well just go into this home with the people in my close circle and pay, a little money here than a big rent. Just pay them money to stay in the room rather than renting out a whole apartment, where I'm being tortured and feeling miserable because they really start to go ham on me. It kept getting worse. You know how that's how the program works. It starts slowly and it builds and it builds and it gets worse and worse. That's literally what was happening in this apartment. That's why I eventually just totally didn't even want to stay there anymore. Especially with the ref campaign and stuff. They were going ham while I'm trying to take a bath. They did ref campaign, all kinds of crazy stuff. And even then while all that was happening, I'm uncomfortable. I was still like cooking and trying to do my thing, and be as normal as possible with the weird circumstance that was happening. But I was just too uncomfortable. And at this time I hadn't become desensitized to being on camera. Even now, I would say I'm not totally desensitized to being watched on camera, but it's been happening so long. As a survival mechanism, I am somewhat desensitized to it. The idea of being seen naked, again, humiliation ritual, witchcraft. But the idea of all of that, at first, it was so freaking petrifying to me because of the kind of private person I am. I don't even want men seeing me naked when I'm in a relationship. I'm such a shy, awkward person. It's like it takes the most for me to get comfortable much as to have random strangers, seeing you naked and stuff. It's just like, it's literally a humiliation ritual. I'm telling you, it's a big sign of witchcraft. Anyways, so I pretty much now at this point became desensitized to it. Not totally, I'm still perturbed and disturbed, but I'm desensitized to it to a degree. Not like how I was back then when I was like totally devastated about what was happening. So anyways, what was I saying? So I left the apartment, ended up going back into the house with the people in my close circle. And of course, the stuff is still continuing. And at this point now, I'm aware of the fact that cameras are involved. Still didn't learn about the mosquito drones. I didn't learn about those until I actually tried to relocate off island and then ended up coming back. That was when I learned about the mosquito drones. But at this point now, I know that cameras are in the mix, right? So even as I'm back into this house now, the house where I'm staying with people in my close circle, I'm aware of the fact now that I'm on camera, and it also started to make sense too. I believe the mosquito drones were in play even before I got in my apartment because I remember some of the stuff that was happening when I was in the house with the people in my close circle before I got the apartment, where the noise campaigns were happening outside. The same thing, like in my apartment, I remember sometimes I would try to move very quietly, and I could tell I didn't make no noise, and they would still make the noise out there. And so I was like, dang, they are really standing there listening good. How are they hearing me? At this time, hadn't figured out about the cameras. So after the apartment where I realized that cameras were at play, it made sense to me now. I realized, wait a minute, cameras were probably at play all the time before I even got into the apartment, in the house with the people in my close circle. So anyways, at this point now I'm aware of the fact that the thing has not only are cameras involved, but obviously the thing has spread to the island. It was not no longer contained to the household with the people in my close circle, obviously with what was happening at my apartment. But I still wasn't aware of how far it would spread. I didn't know that it would be island wide. I just again couldn't fathom that this thing would blow up so big. So anyways, after I moved back into the house with the people in my close circle, I'm just feeling really upset and devastated about what's happening, and the fact that, something as simple as a text message could blow up so big. To me, it was insanity, and I was at that point definitely thinking witchcraft too. For years I had been actually telling the people in my close circle when the thing that had popped off with this guy virtually, where I had a bunch of people not liking me and I was having guys set me up with honeypots and stuff. From that, I was actually telling the people in my close circle that I suspected that this roommate had done witchcraft on me, because we were all thinking along that line. When my sister had gotten sick and we had found the dirty underwear, that was not just my thought process. It's just that we actually abandoned that thought and idea when we came out. We moved out of that house and my sister got better. We stopped thinking about that. But again, my mind went to that thought when these things started happening to me. So for years I was telling my family that I think this is something that's happening. I didn't straight up say she did this, but I was saying, yo, like, what if it's that? I remember telling them that, and they just brushing me off, and like they didn't think that that was the case. I just mentioned family and I didn't mean to. But I'm just talking about, the thing with the thinking that witchcraft was done on me. I'm not talking about this targeted program. I'm just talking about with that guy that was the cyberbullying and cyber stalking situation. That's what I'm talking about. Back then, even back then, I was telling family that I thought that maybe this was what was going on with this roommate. But I'm not mentioning family as far as the targeting situation goes. I was just rewinding and reminding you guys about that. So at this point now, again, I'm thinking, yeah, this is definitely something spiritual going on, is what I was thinking. I didn't know how big the thing was going to blow up, right? I could not have fathomed. I probably would have never tried to relocate. Because even though it was island wide, at least it was contained to the island. So I still had the prospect of somehow someday leaving and starting over. Now that this thing has spread and gone viral, and I'm now in this program and watchlisted, America is no longer an option. So at this point now, I'm considering Africa and trying to figure out how to do that in a way where I'm not tracked and stalked. And I'm looking into different things and I'm learning different things. But at the time, I didn't even know I had to do that. I didn't think this thing would go so far that I would be tracked to America. So I didn't even move carefully. I just didn't. I don't know why I kept thinking it wouldn't go so far. I don't know why I kept thinking that. Why not? When it went so far on island, why wouldn't it go so far? I don't know why I kept not using my head. I don't know. I just think for me, I just didn't think something as menial as a text could blow up the way that it did. Anyway, so I moved back to the house with the people in my close circle, still teaching virtually. And things are just like horrible now at this point, because at this point now it's no longer just in-house gang stalking. It's now to the point where it's obviously spread to the whole island. And not only had it spread to my apartment, but somehow my car had gotten bugged, and before the car got bugged, the first car that I told you all about, I crashed. I got in an accident. I don't know if I talked about the near-death experiences in these videos or the ones that got deleted, but I'm so annoyed that I have to say all of this stuff again. It's so frustrating. But I've had a series of near-death experiences, which is also why I was saying something spiritual was going on. And a part of those experiences were 3 car accidents that had happened after my targeting started. Excuse me, I almost want to sit here now and tell y'all about all of those near-death experiences, but I might talk about those in my summary video, just because, we're already at an hour and 45 minutes, and I have so much more to tell. But just now I was in 3 back-to-back car accidents before I tried to relocate off island. So basically, this first car that I told y'all I was living in before I decided to get the apartment, I was teaching virtually out of it. Like I said, I had the MiFi. And I was all the way at one end of the island. I used to park up in this nice shady location in the west side of the island to teach my classes. And then I remember that I got a call from one of the administrators that was on campus at the school, on site, and basically was telling me that the lady that had my teaching certificate, because basically the same scenario that the MacArthur lady in Florida was trying to do with me is what ended up happening down here on the island I'm from. I didn't have my teaching certificate, but they actually have a program down here where you can basically teach and actually be a teacher too. It's not even to say like I would be under the title of interim sub. At first, for the first few months, I was under the title of substitute until I was able to get my teaching certificate. But what they do is they give you a provisional certificate. And so basically you have 5 years to take the courses required to make that certificate become like your actual teaching certificate. So you can teach as an actual teacher down here, and just use the provisional certificate that they provide you. And so for the longest time, I had been trying to get this provisional certificate from this lady that works down here at the Department of Education. And because she's so busy, first of all, because she's the only lady that deals with the certificates, and then second of all, because it's also not her fault, it's a process, that has to happen, and there's so many other people trying to get their certificate, it took a while for me to get the certificate. Like I said, it had been months of me trying to get the certificate. So they let me know basically that she was there at the school and she had my certificate. So you know me, I hopped ready to get the certificate because I had been trying to get it for the longest time. So I basically sped. I sped trying to get, and also too, when I first started, I wasn't getting paid right away. You know, my paycheck was on hold because I was getting paid through the system that they have when you're just new to the system. And I think that also had something to do with me not having my certificate yet. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I can't really remember. But all of that was a part of the reason why I really wanted to get my certificate. So I was speeding, and this first car that I had was an RX. You know, it was an Acura RDX, excuse me, an Acura RDX with a turbo engine. You know, and I'm somebody that has a hot foot. I like to speed. I'm a really good driver, and actually, out of all of my siblings, I recall my dad saying that I was one of the best. I was the best driver. My mom too, because I drive really well. Even when we were younger, you know, and I remember we went to bumpers in Florida. I was a child, like fourth or fifth grade, and I was speeding. I had never driven in my life. Speeding on the go-kart and just knowing how to handle it. I'm just good with cars and stuff like that. So I'm a good driver, needless to say. And typically when I'm in the States, not to incriminate myself, I do drive pretty fast. Safe, but fast. You know, I'm one of those people that can swerve in and out of traffic lanes, you know, and like need for speed type of thing, but not in a bad way, not in a reckless way. Never been in an accident before these three accidents back to back that happened after I became targeted. It was the weirdest thing ever, which is also another sign of witchcraft, by the way. But anyway, so I'm speeding, trying to get to the school basically because the administrator kept writing me like, "Where are you, Miss Nurse? Where are you, Miss Nurse? You're gonna miss her." She was literally about to leave, and I knew I had been trying to get, you know, my certificate for the longest time. So I was like, "No way, I'm not going to miss her. No, I'm not." So I started to really speed like crazy and skip cars even, you know, really stupid stuff. Because on this island, it's not the same thing like in the States where you have, you know, the big open lanes and stuff. It's relatively thinner roads down here. And it's just not the type of roads that you speed on, especially not in big broad daytime. But I was speeding trying to get the certificate, you know, to the point where I even skipped a few cars. And when I skipped my third car and I was basically on the home stretch to get to the school, you know, it was right there up the road, I started to notice that the car started to feel like this, you know, like I was going so fast that I actually, like, the car was losing control. So even though I felt like I had good control over the car, it was like the speed was too much for the car. Even though it's built to speed, it was just too much for the car, and the car literally started to do this, you know. And so I was like, uh-oh. And so then I tried to get control of the car, and it fishtailed, and I ended up going off into the gas station to the left of me. And thank the Most High, I ended up slamming into the back of this very old car. Those old cars are built really well, honestly, you know, because my car was relatively old too, not super old. It was like a 2000, if I'm not mistaken, 7. It was a 2007, so it wasn't super old, but it was an older car. But the car I hit into the back of looked like it was from the 90s or something. Really old car. I believe it was a Buick, if I'm not mistaken. But rammed into the back of this car super hard, and the car barely took any damage. It had like a little scratch in it, yet the whole front of my car was destroyed. And I could have actually gotten real bad damage in that accident. That accident could have gone bad in so many ways. You know, but thank the Most High, nobody was hurt. The person that I hit didn't take any damage to their car or their body, thank the Most High, and then I wasn't hurt. I lost my car, but I wasn't hurt. And so then also too, the officer gave me a break. So I was just like, it was such a blessing the way that whole thing worked out. So I was just like, oh my gosh, you know, I need to take it easy with the speeding. You know, you can't want your, you know, your certificate that bad that you know, this kind of thing happens. That's stupid. So even the lady that heard about, that had my certificate, you know, like I said, this accident happened very near to the school. She even heard about what happened, and she drove over to the accident site and brought me my certificate. And she gave me good advice, and she said, "Miss Nurse, it's better to be late than to be the late." I'm basically saying, in other words, it's better to be late to where you're going than to end up dead. I'm just telling me, don't be speeding like that, you know, be careful. And so I thought that was good advice, and I was just grateful that I was okay, and that more importantly, the person I hit was okay. So anyways, that was the first accident. The second accident happens. You know, I got another car, you know, and this is where I'm leading up to say that I started being tracked and followed on island. So anyways, I got the second car. And at this point, like I said, I'm living now back in the house with the people in my close circle. And in the second car, I noticed that it seemed like I was being tracked. Like they had some type of GPS system in my car. But what I think it was, what it was that they had the mosquito drones. Because with the first car, I don't think they had the mosquito drones yet. With the second car, I was in my apartment because I forgot to mention the accident and stuff. The accident actually happened before my apartment, so I'm messing the timeline up. I think that's why I wasn't being tracked at that point. I think the mosquito drones were not involved yet. With the second accident, when I had my other car, that was the car that I had in my apartment. And that was when I discovered I was being watched on camera. And I also had started to be like gang stalked on Island. Like somehow they were following me. They knew where I was. And I didn't know how. And now I'm realizing that it was likely the mosquito drones that were in my vehicle. So I had a second car. I had a nice Toyota Camry. This one was newer, a 2010, not super new, but still a newer car. One of the newest cars that I had ever owned myself. Very nice car. And I got into another accident at this point. So at this point now, things had gotten so bad for me on Island that I was literally not even coming home. So again, kind of similar to what was happening with my first car before I decided to get the apartment. This is what was happening with the second car. At this point now, I realized how far this thing went. The video paused for a second. Okay, it's still going. At this point, and look at me at an hour and 53, and I was trying to stop at 2 hours. I'm going to really try to speed through now, guys. Anyways, and I hope you heard the loud noise campaign on the roof. Anyway, I realized at this point now how far this thing had went. It was to the point where not only, did it expand or extend outside of the main house that I had been initially living in with the people in my close circle, but it was island wide now. It was in my freaking apartment. People were watching me on camera, taking a shower and things of that nature. Rap campaign was involved. I left that apartment, came back to the house with the people in my close circle. And at this point now, like I said, I had this second car, but I'm also aware of the fact I'm being watched on camera. For me, I'm not realizing, like I said, that it's mosquito drones. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, somehow they've bugged my car, my new car, because I realized the gang stalking activity had started to follow me outside of the house. That wasn't happening with my first car. So I was like, okay. I was like, so now it's to the point where they're actually following me around Island in my second car. So it's like somehow they put some GPS in my car is what I was thinking. I was thinking when I was inside my apartment or something, someone must have went in and put like a GPS something in my car, underneath my car or something. So even with the camera finder, the new camera finder that I bought, the more advanced one that I don't have right now, it actually had like a GPS tracker as well. So I'm looking in my car for the GPS, could not find it, not understanding that mosquito drones were now involved and were in my car, my second car. So anyways, the activity, like I said, started following me on the road, and things were so bad in the house with the people in my close circle that I started to not stay home again. I started staying in my car again, but this time it wasn't peaceful. They were now following me around Island, gang stalking me on Island. And again, it still wasn't as bad as it is now. This is a whole different thing what's happening now to what was happening then. Even though everyone on Island seemed to have known about the situation, I was being followed around, it still wasn't what it is now. I'm telling you. It didn't even seem like the things that I was saying was being broadcasted. Maybe it was all back then, and I just didn't know that. But it didn't even seem like the things that I was saying was being broadcasted to everyone on Island back then. But now knowing how the mosquito drones work, I'm thinking maybe even back then they were probably privy to my conversations in my car and stuff, which I don't give a rat's ass. I have nothing to hide. But it's just perturbing to think about that. Anyway, so I was being followed around Island, stocked heavily in my car and still staying in my car regardless. I literally was finding like old people homes or places like that where I could park up and feel safe. And I was sleeping in my car and living in my car again. The setup was nowhere near as nice as in my first car. And also, too, it was almost fruitless because I was still being gang stalked. I knew somehow they were seeing me even in my car. I came to that realization shortly before trying to relocate. Still not aware of the mosquito drones. I was just like, damn, they went far. I even thought that maybe my mechanic was involved because I remembered I had to take my car to the mechanic several times. And I was thinking maybe that was when the GPS got inserted. Maybe that was when the camera was planted in my car. Again, not knowing about the mosquito drones. This is why I tried to push this information out there to new targets. Because if I had known certain things ahead of time, I could have moved so differently, I'm telling you. All done when I had at least had finances to help myself. I could have moved so differently had I known. And I didn't know. Anyway, so with the second car now, I'm driving up and down on the road every day. Literally like a freaking robot. I'm doing security at night. So literally night shift. I was working from, what time was it? 11 or 10 at night to 6 a.m. in the morning. And then literally in my car getting ready, driving straight to work. So I brush my teeth in my car, get ready. I bathe the night before, for work. Then the next morning go to work, go to teach. So that was what I was doing. So obviously that's exhausting. And then I'm driving up and down on the road all day long because these people were gang stalking me on Island. Literally after they started following me, I started realizing that I didn't want to stay parked up and stationary. Like what I was able to do with my first car. That wasn't happening with my second car because I was being followed and gang stalked. So I literally started to drive up and down the road like a mad woman, trying to escape the gang stalkers or evade the gang stalkers. Sorry, I saw loading sign and I thought the computer was stopping. Anyways, trying to evade the gang stalkers. And also at this time too, I did start drinking again. Remember I told you all whenever things got hard in my life, I started to drink. So I basically reverted, you could say, back to those 3 years of when I was an alcoholic. But it was more so, I would say, like the third year where I was a functioning alcoholic rather than those first 2 years, 2014 to 2016, where I was a blackout drunk. I wasn't blacking out or anything of that nature. I couldn't afford to with the two jobs that I had and everything else that was going on, but I was drinking to cope with what was happening because I didn't understand what was going on. Being seen naked on camera, being stalked on island, things going as far as it did over a text message. I didn't understand it. And I'm a very extremely awkward, excuse me for the poor grammar, but I'm an extremely awkward person. As I mentioned, I have Asperger's. So I'm already the kind of person that's petrified of people, and I feel like I'm always being watched anyways, not in a paranoid way. I'm more so in that kind of way, like, when you're awkward and you step into a crowded room and you start to get anxiety, I'm one of those type of people. So for me to be in this program, it's like a nightmare. Nightmare on Elm Street. That's what it's like for me. And so back then it was just too much for me to handle. So I was drinking to cope with what was happening. But not the hard stuff, was more so like beer, wine, that type of thing. Basically like similar to 2017 when I had become a functioning alcoholic. That started happening again. I basically became a functioning alcoholic again. So that's happening. I'm driving up and down on the road every day like a freaking mad woman. I'm working two jobs. I'm kind of starting to feel like I'm going off because they don't understand what's going on, but I'm very mentally strong. So when I'm saying going off, I don't mean like I'm going crazy, but more so just like starting to think like, is any of this real? I even at one point started to sit there and think, do I have schizophrenia? I even had to start thinking that because I'm just like, there's no freaking way that this situation blew up the way that it did. I just could not fathom. Anyways, so they were just stalking me like crazy all over island, following me up and down, just doing weird stuff. Similar to what happens in this program, really. But it just, again, wasn't as hardcore. It was on a minor scale. And minor, I use that word loosely because they were definitely following me up and down. But it's not like they were presenting me with stimuli and things of that nature, sensitizing me. The only thing they sensitized me to was being watched 24/7 and ref campaign, but there was no other stimuli present. They were just following me and making it very obvious that they were following me. Weird stuff like that. When I'm staying in my car trying to sleep at night, I'm hearing the noise campaign outside, like them moving whenever I shift in my car, similar to what was happening in the house, to let me know that they're watching me. That type of thing. So, anyways, the second accident happens. I had been driving up and down all day this day, and then there was this little park that I used to like to park at in this neighborhood. It was like this little quaint, it wasn't even a park. I don't even know if you would call it a park. It was like this nice little field in this little quaint neighborhood. And something about that neighborhood just used to make me feel not nostalgia too, because I do recall when I was younger, and we would go on family drives. That was one of the neighborhoods we would drive through. And my mom would show me this property in there and basically say that that property belonged to the family of her half sister. And it was really beautiful. I don't know, something about that neighborhood was just really beautiful to me. Quaint. That's how I would describe it. It looked quaint. And so I remember liking that neighborhood, and I realized that there was like, it's not really a park. It's almost like a park because it's like this big open field, but it wasn't really a park. I just call it that. And sometimes, they would have like this archer school out there, like, so basically like set up these different arrows out there, and they would have like archer class out there. And so I just thought that that area was so beautiful. So I used to like to park up there and chill. And it was also really off grid. So even though I was being stalked, like I said, even outside of the house, they would do ref campaign in that area, like they would purposely drive by and do ref campaign. But it's not like they were parking up next to me or anything like that. There was this guy that used to maintain the field that I think after a certain while was alerted to the fact that whatever was happening, because he did start to, kind of do weird stuff a little bit, but not majorly. So if ever I did park up at this time when I was being stalked in my second car, it was in that area, basically in that little nice neighborhood. So I remember having driving up and down this day, and I was really tired. And I parked up in that neighborhood, I think for like an hour or two, and it was starting to get dark. It was dark, actually, not starting to. It was dark. It was like 8 or 9 at night. And so at this point now I'm like, okay, let me get home, because I know I was extremely tired and I didn't want to drive, feeling too groggy. And this is what I used to do. I would stay out super late so that I wouldn't have to deal with the in-house gang stalking. So by the time I got home, I would just basically knock out, that type of way. But it wasn't even that late, but I was so tired. I was like, okay, this is good enough. Let me go home, type of way. And so I was leaving that place where I was parked at. And as I started driving, I got a call from someone in my inner circle. And as the person called me, I went to pick up the phone and I said, hello, so-and-so. And as soon as I said hello, bam, this car hit me. And at this time I was not even speeding, With the first accident, I was speeding like crazy. This second accident, I wasn't even speeding. I was driving slow in this little back neighborhood. And I literally went to pick up the phone, and then bam, I get hit, as soon as I went to pick up the phone. So I was even discombobulated. I remember my arm had taken like a hit. Like I had gotten like this, the way that the accident happened, my arm had got hit real hard, and I was feeling pain in my right arm, in my right arm, yeah. So anyways, as we pulled over and stuff and we're dealing with the accident, I told the person in my inner circle what happened, and she came out to see me. But while this accident is happening and they're figuring out who was at fault, I really thought that the other person was at fault. I didn't think I was at fault for that accident. And then when they measured the road, they said I was the one that was at fault. So for me, that was shocking. I'm like, I'm at fault. With the first accident, obviously I knew I was at fault. And when you hear about the third accident, I definitely knew I was at fault. But this second accident, I was like, what? Because I wasn't even speeding. I was still back here in that little nice neighborhood, driving slow, literally went to pick up the phone, and then bam, this car sped out of nowhere and hit me really hard. So I was just like, where the heck did you come from? In the first place, is how I was feeling, because it was like this little back road. It was nighttime, and I did not even see this person. I just felt the impact. So anyways, apparently I was wrong with that accident, and it was horrible. I felt bad about the whole thing, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't catch a break. Like my first car got destroyed already, I'm being stalked up and down on the road. I'm like, something weird and spiritual is going on. I'm like, what the hell is happening? I just cannot catch a break. I had never been in an accident in my life. At this point I was age 29 or 30, 29. I was age 29 when this was happening. So obviously I've been driving for years. I got my driver's license at age 17. Even in my years of being a blackout drunk, I drove and didn't get in no accidents. So to me, this is wild. I'm just like, all of a sudden at this age, when this weird situation is starting, I'm getting in all these back-to-back accidents. It hadn't even been a full year from the other accident, and this accident happened. So I'm just like, what the heck is really going on, is what I was feeling. Still feeling that way, actually. Anyways, so long story short, I was wrong for that accident. The car got totally mashed up in the front, but not to the point where it was ruined, but it was immobile at the point. So, for a good few weeks, I was off the road, which sucked, because that meant I was forced to stay in the house where the in-house gang stalking was happening. I like to stay mobile and moving so that I wouldn't have to deal with that. So, of course, that was miserable for me. At this point now, I'm immobile, I have no car, I'm so used to now being stuck into this weird situation. But back then, I wasn't even used to the idea of dealing with what I was dealing with. So I was like, no way am I staying still. I still had this my mentality like I can get away from it, and I'm gonna get away from it. This kind of way. That was my mentality. So anyways, forgot what I was saying. Oh my gosh, what was I saying now? So that happens. My car is immobile for a while, and I'm in house basically while this in-house gang stalking is happening. Finally, I save up enough money, because I'm still doing the security at night and obviously teaching during the daytime. I very quickly was able to make the money. Excuse me, sorry guys, to fix my car. The whole front of my car, the right tire area, was messed up by the axle part. And apparently that's the type of damage that this person's car took, except it was in the back. Her back axle and tire got messed up. So basically it was like the tires hit each other. It was the weirdest thing ever. And so basically I had to pay for a whole new axle, a whole new arm for the tire, a whole new tire, all of that stuff like that to get back on the road. And I was able to do that, and get back on the road. And as soon as I got back on the road, I kid you not, I probably had been on the road for a couple days, if that, like maybe one day or two. I realized that my mechanic told me I would need a new rim, basically. So I was able to drive. I was driving, but I needed a new rim. So basically, I went to this junkyard on Island, and I was speaking with the man trying to figure out, if he had a mashed up car that had a good rim, a car that matched my own, and he did. So we discussed the price and everything. I'm feeling excited. I'm like, yes, got my car back. Yay. I get in my car. I'm texting my mechanic all as I'm driving up the road, headed to the house, basically. Texting back and forth with my mechanic, letting him know about the prices and stuff like that. I get on the highway. Big mistake. Speeding. I was speeding here. I'm not even going to fake the funk like I wasn't. I was speeding. And I was texting my mechanic, and I'm not saying that this is okay. I'm definitely not saying texting and driving is okay. And I'm also not saying just because it never happened before, why did it happen now? Because obviously you can't keep flying in the Most High's face, and I'm aware of that. But I'm just saying it's just the way that these accidents happen back-to-back. 3 back-to-back accidents all of a sudden. It's just freaking weird, especially if you look at what's happening in my life at the time. It's something spiritual going on. So anyways, I'm just like, I'm texting the mechanic, and I look down to text him something, just one word, not even like I'm trying to text him like a whole sentence or a whole paragraph, one word. And as I look down to send that hit send, I look up and the car in front of me had stopped. The light basically had turned red. And so the car in front of me had stopped, and bam, I hit into the back of this car super hard. And out of all the accidents, I feel guilty for all of the accidents. Don't get me wrong. I feel guilty about every accident. But that last accident I feel the most guilty about, because that was where I caused the most damage. So this person's car got ruined and my car got ruined. At this point, with this accident, my second car totally kaput. This is not the second car I ever owned, but my second car since the accidents started, totally ruined. And this lady's car as well, because I hit her trunk so freaking hard that her car got destroyed as well. So I felt horrible about that. And also too, from what I understand, I think she said she got whiplash. So that's terrible. Thank the Most High she's okay, and thank the Most High I'm okay, because literally the officer said I could have, I don't want to say, if I weren't wearing my seatbelt, basically the way the accident happened, I could have, that's what he was saying, I could have flew through the dash. So again, another near-death experience, because not only is it back-to-back accidents, but it's near-death experiences. These are all signs of witchcraft, just so you know. And I've had other near-death experiences. Before I even came down here to this island, shortly before the Airbnb situations happened, when I was still in Florida, in 2019, I had another car that I owned. I paid for it in full. That car, it's like I can't even own a car. It's like every time I pay for a car in full and I own it and it's mine, I can't keep it. And this was not anything of my doing, nothing that was my fault. Literally just went to this mechanic, this Jamaican mechanic that was like an under-the-table mechanic that my brother-in-law used to go to, and he basically told me about this mechanic. So I'm kind of rewinding in the story. This was before I came home, before I graduated from school, when I was still in Florida Memorial. I had a car up there as well, So I went to this mechanic, and I talked about this in my videos that got deleted. And basically, long story short, there was some sort of electrical issue going on with my car. He had fixed my AC for me, proved to me that he knew what he was doing, at least I thought. I guess the AC is a simple fix. But he fixed my AC for me, and he had fixed several things for my brother-in-law. So I feel like, okay, he's a decent mechanic, and he was stationed outside of AutoZone, didn't work there. But, there were several mechanics that they allowed to stay stationed outside of AutoZone. And I didn't mind giving him business. He was a fellow island person, and like I said, my brother-in-law trusted him. So I said, okay, cool, I trust him. So I went to him, like I said, he fixed my radio and my AC, did a good job. So I'm like, okay, he knows what he's doing. So for me, it was like finding a gem. Like when you find a hairstylist that's really good, but they don't have their license, so they're charging you a cheap rate to do your hair. It was kind of similar to that, except in mechanic world. At least that's what I thought. I thought I had found a good mechanic that was cheap because he didn't have like a major license or whatever. He wasn't stationed out of like an actual mechanic shop. So I was like, cool. All right, so this thing starts happening with my car, like this electrical issue, where the back window and the front window, they were going up and down really slow. So actually, I thought the battery was dying is what I thought. And when I went to him, he said, no, it's an electrical issue. He said, I could fix it. Made it seem like it was something simple. And so I let him go under my car and fix it. He was in my car for like an hour, not even that long. Told me I was good to go, paid the man, left, headed to FMU, to my campus. And the reason I'm talking about it like this, because I'm almost like perturbed with this man. It's not even because he ruined my car. It's the fact that he didn't even give me a refund after he did what he did. He gave me half of my money back for the jacked up mechanic job that he did. But anyway, so, and I don't know why they're making the noise campaign either. These people are so sick and twisted. I didn't even understand, because if this was something that happened to a family member of theirs, they would have been upset. But anyway, so I'm driving, heading back now to campus, and I'm noticing that the thing is flashing like this, like the lights in my dashboard, flashing like this. So I'm like, okay, what the heck is going on? But I'm still thinking, okay, I don't want to drive all the way back to this man. I'm like almost halfway to the school. So I'm like, and I lived at the time, and my school was in Miami Gardens, and this was before I had stopped staying on campus. And even when I stopped staying on campus, the Airbnbs I stayed in were even further than Miami Gardens. They were down in Miami. So I'm like heading back to that area, and this man was stationed out of Fort Lauderdale. So that's a good drive, that's like a 45-minute drive. Let me pause and stretch real quick, guys. So anyways, so basically, I'm sorry, guys, I had to stretch. I'm questioning in my mind, do I really want to head back to this man? Because I had already reached like halfway to campus, and I'm seeing the flashing thing, and I knew I couldn't let that sit, too long, and then him try to say that it was something that I did or something going on, a new thing going on with my car. I had to head straight back to him. So I was questioning in my mind if I really wanted to turn around and head back to him, and then the hood starts smoking, and so I'm like, oh heck no, I'm definitely heading back. So I did a U-turn and I'm heading back to him, and I got almost a good way close to being back by him basically. And then all of a sudden the smoke starts to get worse and literally the car actually seizes in the middle of the freaking freeway. Excuse me. And all this smoke starts coming out of the hood. And so I'm just like, what the heck is going on? And so at this point now I'm getting scared because I know when that starts to happen, the car can explode. And the car, like I said, at this point sees it's not even driving anymore. So I'm now trying to open the door to get out. And I'm realizing because of the electrical thing is happening and it's flashing like this, I could not get out of the car. I'm trying to open the door and I'm like, oh my God, this thing is not opening. This thing is not opening. Another near-death experience basically. Now let me tell you something. They just did loud noise campaign. Listen, listen. Anyways, let me continue, guys. Now this is what happens with the program. Remember, this is basically a slow kill program, you can say, if you allow it to be. But that's basically, remember these people have like demonic entities on them with this program. Remember I told you it's ran by unseen entities in the unseen world. It's basically like a satanic program ran by the Masonic Lodge. So basically when you become targeted, like they start to literally insinuate that your time is running out. They'll insinuate death like things. Remember I told you on the videos that got deleted, they were literally sending things to my pool game, alluding to death. Like it's like a demonic entity on these people. But that's what happens with the program. So the fact that I'm saying that I almost burned in my car is why they're doing the noise campaign, basically. But obviously the Most High saved me. Let me not fly in his face. I'm grateful that he did. But at the same time, this is just to show you something spiritual is going on. Because when it comes to witchcraft and things like that, and you having some sort of demonic, thing happening where it's trying to take you out, that's all a part of it. Constant back-to-back near-death experiences. And literally my surviving is the Most High. Because remember, he's in control of everything. So even with the story of Job, remember what happened to Job? Where Satan kept testing him and sending all these different things to him. And it was to the point where he even got boils on his skin. He was sick, all that. And he still was surviving because the Most High kept him afloat. That's pretty much what's happening to me right now. Anyway, so this was shortly before the Airbnb situations, by the way, this burning situation with the car. This was shortly before the Airbnb situation. So to me, I feel like this was all a sign that things were about to go really bad in my life. Things had already been going bad since my early 20s, by the way. I had been in spiritual warfare. But this was just another sign or a hint of what was really coming, right? So anyways, things smoking too bad and I'm stuck in the car, can't get out. Literally could not get out. And then by the grace of the Most High, I did get out. And so the car exploded literally while I was on the side of the road. I also had another near-death experience. I said I was going to talk about this in my summary video, but let me just talk about these things now and get it out the way. Another near-death experience that happened after the roommate was literally shortly after moving out from the roommate. I remember that I had borrowed my brother-in-law's truck. And him and I had that type of relationship where we would both borrow each other's vehicles. Actually, before I broke up, that same Christmas vacation where my sister and I came back home to Island, and I broke up with my ex, the one that took my virginity. In that time frame, I remember that my brother-in-law had borrowed my vehicle. The vehicle that I had up there, that was another vehicle that I had that got destroyed in a different way, though. It wasn't anything to do with no near death or accident or anything of that nature. That was just a super old vehicle. But yet another vehicle that I had that I couldn't keep. But anyway, so I remember my brother-in-law borrowed that vehicle when we had went down for Christmas vacation. And something happened where he ended up messing up, I think, the radiator. But he fixed it for me, which I'm grateful for. But that's just the kind of relationship we had. So even when I had my car, I was letting him borrow my car. So when he got his truck, he let me borrow his truck. And so at the time, I used to be a bookworm. I'm still a bookworm. But because of what's happening with this program, with this 24-hour monitoring, I like to read romance novels. I have like hundreds and hundreds of books in my Kindle. But because of them hacking your apps and, making you feel miserable and looking at what you're looking at and reading what you're reading, I realized I can't read my romance novels anymore. I can, I could just not give a shit and read them. But with the kind of person I am a very modest person. I don't feel comfortable reading those books with them reading it with me and doing noise campaign. But back then I did used to like to read those books a lot. And not just those books, all kinds of different books. And so I used to like to go to Barnes and Nobles or Borders when they still had the Borders franchise open. And so I was borrowing my brother-in-law's truck basically to go to, I think it was Borders that day that I was going to. And so the apartment that we had was basically in this area where when you're leaving, you have to go down this hill. So you have to go around the corner and then go down this very steep hill. And then the hill would lead to 4-lane traffic. And so his brakes were not working good. He basically had no brakes, but we were still driving the truck. It's just we were under the understanding that you have to really press hard on the brakes to get it to work. His brakes were basically gone. So this day in question, when I borrowed the truck, I wasn't aware of the fact that the brakes were completely gone. You know, we were still in the apartment, mind you, with the roommate that we were moving out from. At this point, this was the last apartment we stayed in with her, and I believe at this point she had already moved out. So I was driving down the road from this apartment, and as I'm going down the hill, I'm starting to realize that I'm trying to press the brakes, and there's no traction, none whatsoever, completely not working. I'm stomping on these damn brakes, stomping. They are not working. I'm like, oh my God. You know, I'm scared because I know I'm going to 4-lane traffic. And so immediately I go into survival mode trying to figure out what to do. Literally, again, the MOSI took the wheel and protected me. And literally, I have to say this was a MOSI because I can't say that I thought to do this in that scary moment. But literally took the wheel and turned the truck like this. And so I turned over like this. There was a gas station on the right-hand side as I'm going down the hill. And because I did that, there was like this shrubbery outside the gas station, like bushes and stuff, that the truck ended up flying over. And the shrubbery slowed down the momentum of the truck. So it was still heading fast in this direction, but at least I had changed the trajectory of it. It wasn't heading down into the 4-lane traffic anymore. So when I got over the shrubbery, like I said, it slowed down the momentum of the truck. And even though the brakes weren't working, I shifted it into park. I was able to shift it with my hand into park. And that basically was what stopped me from being in like a tragic accident. And so basically, again, another moment, near-death experience where the MOSI saved me. I forgot what I was going to say, though. But his truck got ruined, my brother-in-law's truck. So that was something that was horrible because I believe he paid like $5,000 for that truck, you know? So I did feel terrible about that, and that was something that I intended to pay back. And I never got a chance to pay it back, simply just because of what was happening with the financial issues. I owed a lot of money when I left, you know, for rent, the truck situation, and I recalled paying slowly. I was paying them back slowly but surely, my brother-in-law and my sister, for what happened with the truck, and then also when I quit my job at Walmart because of what was happening with the asset protection man. Those few months, it was like 2 months of me staying in the house without paying rent. I owed for that rent, and then I also owed for the truck. You know, and so I did start making little small payments to them when I got back on island and I was working. And so for me, I have this memory of paying them off. I keep saying this, and my mom even recalls me saying this too, but my sister keeps telling me I never paid them off fully. You know, so that is something in my mental Rolodex. For me, I recalled paying them off as much as I recalled paying for that class, that math class that I had to pay for. But this is what she keeps saying. She's saying that I never fully paid them off. So I keep trying to ask her, well, how much did I owe? And she keeps telling me, don't worry about it. And I'm just like, don't tell me don't worry about it. I want to pay it off. You know, that's one thing about me. I always pay off my debts. And so I did not understand why she kept saying, don't worry about it. So anyways, what was I going to say now? They're doing the plan. They're trying to be passive aggressive. Again, these people don't know me. They're going off of whatever worth perception they have of me. I've always paid off my debts. You know, that's one thing about me. I don't go around just thinking of making one set of debt and not paying it off. That's not me. Anytime I've ever borrowed money, I've paid it off. So I really don't understand what they're going on with the noise campaign with that. Anyway, so let me go ahead and finish. So that was another near-death experience for me, basically, was with that truck situation. And that was, like I said, in my early 20s, back when I was still in Tallahassee, just having moved out from the roommate. And then the first near-death experience I had in childhood when I was so innocent, an innocent child, never pissed anyone off or anything of that nature, just a child. You know, I was like 3 or 4 years old. I remember that, you know, the video's getting too long, so let me try to hurry up. Basically, I remember for summer camp, you know, we had went over to this fellow classmate of mine. We went to his parents' house, his house, obviously, you know, where he lived, and they had a big, nice pool. And so I remember I was in the shallow part of the pool, and all of the kids that couldn't swim were in the shallow part. I remember the counselor telling us to stay there, and the kids that could swim could go to the deep end. So basically, this child who the pool belonged to, his floaty basically floated. It was like one of those big floaties that you can lay on. It was a big pink floaty. I cannot forget it. It floated over to the shallow end, and my stupid self, I don't want to say stupid, I was just a child, but still, you know, this was a stupid move. I climbed on top of the floaty, you know, and I'm hanging off of the floaty, and basically it floated me out of the shallow end and over to the deep end. And so basically, I remember that this kid who the floaty belonged to, he came over and started pulling it from me and basically saying, "It's mine, it's mine." And I remember saying, "I can't swim, Paul, I can't swim, Paul." And I was trying to grab the floaty from him because I was literally about to drown if he grabbed it. And so he grabbed it from me and I did start to drown. I went to the bottom of the pool. I remember looking up and seeing bubbles. This is what I literally remember. And then nothing. I was back into summer camp. And so from what I understand, I almost drowned that day. And I was a child. And the Most High saved me then too. So it seems like there's been some sort of spiritual entity trying to take claim or stake into my life since childhood. I don't know. So I really don't know. I don't understand it. It's weird. But I keep seeing targeted individuals talk about that. Like, for instance, New Breed Self. I saw a video for him where he talked about that. He said a lot of targets have had near-death experiences their whole life. He said even in childhood, I bet you remember a near-death experience. And he said from his perspective, he's one of those people that's under the belief that targets have something special about them. Like there's some sort of entity that knows something about us. That's the reason we're in this program and we can't figure out why we're in it or we didn't do anything. That's kind of like what it is. I don't know. For me, I'm under that belief too, in a sense. I do think it's spiritual, but I'm more so coming from the aspect of witchcraft because of what I've been through and all of the signs being present. That's more so what I'm thinking, but I'm really not sure. I do know something spiritual is at play for sure. There's no doubt about that. Anyway, so fast forward back to where I was at where was I at? Because I started telling y'all about the near-death experiences with the third accident. So I felt terrible about the third accident because I was reckless driving on my part. All three times reckless driving, but the first and the last time, really reckless, like speeding, on a main road. Come on. The first time I wasn't texting, calling, or anything like that, but I was literally speeding trying to get this teaching certificate. And then with the last accident, texting my mechanic. You're speeding already as it is, and then you're texting your mechanic. Again, I reiterate, I've done this numerous times throughout my life. I'm a really good driver. And so to me, it's just odd that all of a sudden it causes an accident. 3 back-to-back accidents in this time frame where I'm being targeted. Come on, that's something spiritual going on. It's obvious as the day is blue. But anyways, whatever the case is, so those 3 accidents happen, and basically my car is totaled, as well as this girl's car. And so at this point now, I'm like, let me get off island. Because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to try and sit here now and save up for another car. It would be hard for me to do security without having a vehicle. I'm just thinking to myself, even at work, as I'm teaching at this point now, we were now back in person. Remember I told you I had taught for a year and a half, and it was quarantine. For for the latter duration of my 2-year teaching stint, oh my God, I'm saying this the wrong way. So basically for a year and a half, I taught for 2 years down here on island. For the first year and a half, I was virtual because of quarantine. For that last half a year that I taught, we were in person. And at this point now, my targeting had ramped up to the point where I was being stalked in island and all these different things were happening. So it was really, it was happening even at work, basically. Everyone at the school was very nice to me. It wasn't a situation like that first school I worked at, in my early 20s, not early, it was like mid-20s. When I was a paraeducator, it wasn't like that experience where, literally I had people like doing certain things that were mean. Like that was not happening at this new school. They were very kind to me. It was really actually only 2 teachers that I even got a hint that they might not like me. And even those teachers, I keep reiterating, were kind to me. It wasn't like obvious, it was like just because I'm intuitive, I could tell they didn't like me. Only like 2 teachers. But even again, like I said, those teachers were kind to me. So it was nothing like that first school that I worked at, but it was still like gang stalking activity happening because the program was happening. So I think they were just following orders. So I don't blame them for that and I'm not upset with them for that. But I felt uncomfortable. The mosquito drones were in my classroom. I knew that they were there. There was this house, this neighborhood across the field from the school I was teaching at, right across from my classroom. And there was a dog that they would make bark at certain times. So I was aware of the fact that I was being watched. The bird drone, the fake bird drone that they use on targets, right there by my window, doing the stuff, making the weird noises, the weird bird noises. And you can tell when it's a bird drone. It doesn't sound like a natural bird. A lot of these bird drones sound very fake. So that was happening. Sometimes a little bit of street theater outside of my classroom as well. I could even tell like my students were privy to the situation. You know how embarrassing that is when your students are privy to what's going on. It was just a hot mess, man. Not necessarily my teaching experience. My teaching experience there was pleasant, especially when I was virtual. It was definitely pleasant, and the administrators were kind to me, and understanding and listening despite what was happening, the weird stuff that was happening. But there was stuff happening, and I was aware of it. So I ended up resigning, and deciding that I would try to relocate to Florida, because at this point now I owed for 2 car accidents. The second car accident I was at fault for, and the third car accident I definitely knew I was at fault for. So I wanted to get that girl's car back. It was basically like a new car. So I was like, let me relocate. My gang stalking had gotten really bad on island, literally to the point where, I didn't even have a vehicle anymore. They were gang stalking me up and down on the road. I'm driving up and down like a zombie. I do attribute that as well to why my accidents happened, because I was driving up and down all day because I was being stalked ruthlessly. So I do also attribute that to my accidents. But anyways, so I did get into those accidents, and I knew I had to pay them back. So that was going on. I knew I couldn't do the security at night anymore, because they had also started to gang stalk me at that job as well. I remember I was even working at this old people home where I was stationed at, and outside of the booth, one set of fake cricket noises. I was literally hearing noise campaign outside of the booth I was working at. Actually, similar to what happened recently when I was working for that same security company here on island, but it wasn't as bad as what's happening now, because of course my targeting has amped up. So now it's like ref campaign, street theater, real street theater, just different things like that. And again, the coworkers, the manager, none of them are being nasty to me or rude to me. It's literally just what's happening with the community around me when I'm at work. It doesn't matter what job I work. This situation is ever present. Give me a minute. Let me just stretch, guys. Okay, I don't want this video to be too long. Absolutely not. So I'm really trying to speed through now. And again, it's not that I'm giving too many details, but remember, this is the full story. I'm titling this full story. So all of this is important stuff that has to be included if you want to hear the full story. But I will do the summary video that's going to be much shorter than this. But I'm realizing this video is way too long, so I'm trying to speed through now. Anyway, so basically I just realized things had gotten really bad on island, and also too, I needed to pay those accidents off. And I didn't feel like security would be an option anymore, because I didn't have my car, and the gang stalking was happening at that job as well. So I was just like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to do the security job comfortably without a vehicle and with the gang stalking happening. So for me, I was just like, let me relocate. And then also too, like I said, things had just really gotten bad. It was island wide at this point, and I just still didn't understand what was going on. I didn't know what a target was. I didn't know what the targeted individual program was. And for me, this was just still a crazy situation that was blowing up because I sent a text message. So I was just like, there's no way I can stay here and deal with this, And also, too, I forgot to mention this. The neighborhood that I live in, because that just reminded me, I just heard a bird drone outside, and that reminded me. The neighborhood that we were living in at the time, actually the neighborhood I'm still living in at the moment, oh gosh, I don't know how I'm going to talk about this without mentioning certain things. Ugh. But this neighborhood is basically the neighborhood where that guy that I had the cyberbullying situation arise from. That same guy that I spoke to virtually, that made this situation arise on island. The first targeting, I guess you could say, situation I dealt with, I wasn't an actual target then, but I was dealing with target-like things. Somehow my parents ended up renting a house in his family's neighborhood. And basically, I know that wasn't a part of anything. I'm not trying to say that either. This was way before things had blown up with my, I'm sorry, I heard a noise. That was way before I had become a targeter in this program when they moved into this neighborhood. So that had nothing to do. I know that was just a coincidence. That had nothing to do. I don't know now. When Myron, I really don't know. As far as I know, that had nothing to do with that situation. I think they literally just rented this house because it was cheap and in this neighborhood. And we've always lived around this area anyways. But oddly enough, this is again why I say spiritual. Ended up renting a house in this neighborhood that's in the same neighborhood as this guy's family. Like literally, like most of his family lives in this neighborhood from what I understand, from when I used to talk to him. So it's just, you can imagine the noise campaign obviously is amped up when this program started. So for me, that was also something that made me feel like it was something spiritual going on, because I do recall even going outside, when my targeting had started, with the people in my close circle, when my targeting had started. I'm sorry, I got awkward because I heard noise, guys. I'm sorry. I do recall though, like I said, going outside because one of those type of situations was happening. I had put a whole face mask on, and I hopped in the shower, and then the current was gone. And so I do remember going outside on the porch, just being upset about what was happening, and then hearing laughing downstairs, like, conversation about the fact that, oh man, the current's gone. It just felt like, like fake conversation is what it felt like. And I saw one of the people in my close circle basically talking to this guy's dad in the bush. And so this is also why I started mentioning him in my videos, because that situation was already such a detrimental situation to me in my early 20s. And then now that this new situation started happening, it just feels like that situation intertwined with this one. Because a lot of the noise campaign that happens in this neighborhood, I assume comes from this person's people. I literally, like I said again, I reiterate, saw somebody in my close circle talking to this man's dad in the bush by my house. So this is where I started talking about that situation and why it felt like such a extreme thing for me. But anyways, I'm not gonna go into the details about that. Anyways, not gonna go into the details about that. That was just what I wanted to mention, though, as far as that goes, because I did say I was going to talk about that a little bit more. But anyway, so I decided that I needed to relocate. At this point, I realized I needed to relocate because of what was happening on island. Hold on, guys. Let me just pause real quickly. So anyways, at this point, I decided that I needed to relocate because of what was happening, things being island wide. At this point now, this was the third accident I had been in, and the second car that I had totaled. At this point now, someone else's car was totaled too. And also too, just the thing had, like I said, spread island wide. It was to the point where it was in both places of employment for me. So I was just like, no, I need to leave, and also too, around this time I had started seeing videos of truck driving, and I'm somebody that loves driving. I love being on the road. I love traveling. And so I kept seeing videos about truck driving. I felt like it was a sign. I was like, this is something I could do. I saw that they made big money, buku money, being a truck driver. I saw that you made really good money doing that. So I was like, well, actually, I could do that. And that's how I can pay these cars off very quickly. So in my mind, I was thinking I could get into truck driving. I could pay off the second car accident I got in where I messed up that lady's back tire. And I can pay off this third girl where her whole car got ruined. I was like, I can do that. I'm thinking in my head, okay, I can pay these two car accidents off and I can get basically settled in the States is what I was thinking. Not thinking the situation would follow me. So I'm like looking into truck driving, looking into how I can get my CDL. I started doing research on, states that had cheap cost of living, low cost of living, but still decent employment rates. So I'm looking into all of that. I was even taking into consideration teaching. I was also looking for states where teachers got paid well, because I didn't intend to stay in truck driving. I just wanted to do that so I could make money real quickly, pay off the car accidents, basically get settled down, and then I was going to start teaching again. So I saw Indiana. Upon my research and looking into different states, I found Indiana. And I saw that Indiana basically had a low cost of living. The groceries weren't expensive. I looked into all that. I'm telling you, I sat there and did my research. The cost of groceries low in Indiana and good pay rate. Teachers get paid well. They have good employment rates. So I was just like, okay, Indiana. I was like, I could do that. I'm just thinking Indiana Jones. Like, I'm just like, this is going to be cool, is what I was thinking. I'm like, I'm going to relocate. I'm going to forget about everything that happened, and I'm going to start over. This is what I'm thinking in my head. So it's like, pick myself up again time, basically, is what I was thinking. And shortly before leaving Island, too, I decided that I needed to sober up because I'm like, there's no way that drinking is helping my predicament. If anything, it's more so propelling and making things worse for me. So for me, I'm just like, I'm not going to keep drinking to cope with what's happening because it's not helping me. And that's the thing I keep trying to promote to targets, too, because if you're dealing with what you're dealing with, sometimes the natural reaction is to turn to a substance to try to cope with what's happening, and that's the worst thing you can do. That only makes it worse, especially with this program. This program is like, it villainizes you, it paints you as a bad person. It's just a lot of stuff that goes on with this program. So the best thing you can do is to be clear-minded and sober. And so I came to that realization before I even tried to relocate. I'm like, okay, you did it for the amount of years that you did it for when you cleaned up the first time. You can do it again. It's like, why would you even go back to drinking in the first place? That was the stupidest thing you could do, dum-dum. This is how I felt. So I was just like, clean yourself up. And so that's what I did. For a good 4 months as I'm planning out how I'm going to leave and stuff and relocate, I was cleaning myself up. So a good 4 months I was sober before I relocated or attempted to relocate. And I did my research. I saved up $4,000 en route to leaving to Indiana with this plan to get into trucking, make enough money to pay off these car accidents, and basically start over. So as I'm leaving, I'm again not thinking this thing would follow me, and I don't know why I didn't think that. In retrospect, it was so dumb to not think that this would follow me. Why wouldn't it if it was island wide? That doesn't make sense. But for me, I just kept thinking that this was similar to the first situation. You know, I kept relating the two, you know, where I was cyberstalked and it kind of spread island wide as well. I was just saying it's similar to that. This is just a bit more intense. That's all I was thinking. I'm like, this is the same thing as I've dealt with this before. It's similar. It's just more intense. Not thinking the thing is going to follow me. So I um, basically, like I said, saved up, bought myself a Greyhound ticket, bought a ticket to Florida. And from Florida, I bought a series of Greyhound tickets en route to Indiana. Big mistake. Not looking down on the Greyhound, not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that's what made my targeting go viral. And traveling on the Greyhound is very strenuous and tedious. The reason being is because, you know, oftentimes the bus drivers, they have like a shortage in drivers. So basically, your first bus might be late because of your driver. And if that first bus is late, then basically, if you're somebody that has connecting buses to catch like I did, every connecting bus is you're gonna miss it basically. And so you'll be sometimes sitting at a Greyhound station after traveling and driving for hours on end. You'll then have to sit at a Greyhound station for hours waiting for a bus to come, basically to replace the bus you missed because your first bus was late. It's just a nightmare, you know, that system that they have going there. It's terrible. Um, Excuse me, and then to boot, you know, I'm traumatized now because this is what made my targeting go viral. One of the things, this was the initial catapult that made my targeting go viral, and then from there, more things because of my stupid reactions made my targeting go more and more viral. So, anyways, 2 hours 38 minutes. I'm almost feeling like I might have to do another part, and I don't want to. I really didn't want to have all of these different parts, but it's just like I don't want videos to be too long. I just know it's hard for somebody to sit through a super long video. Oh, you know, we're approaching 3 hours at this point. Let me just try and finish. So, anyways, as I'm on the Greyhound riding up, you know, I like I said, caught the Greyhound from Florida, and that first bus was late because due to the shortage in drivers. But I was able to get on the bus. You know, went to my first series of stops. You know, one of the stops is Tallahassee, which gave me nostalgia because I remembered my days in Tallahassee. Stopped at Georgia, different places, you know. And actually, before getting to Georgia, I believe it was around Tallahassee, or a stop right after Tallahassee. I remember before we got to Atlanta, we stopped at a place in Georgia, basically. So it was one of those stops that was right after Tallahassee, right as you get into Georgia. But shortly before reaching the Atlanta Greyhound station, I remember that we made this stop, and that was when I made, basically, you could say a friend or an acquaintance on the bus. And all the time, too, while this is happening, the ride is happening, remember, this is still during COVID. This is like right post-COVID. I wouldn't even call it post-COVID. COVID was still happening, but this was literally right after quarantine. So I had a can of Lysol, and I was sitting in the very back of the bus, and I would spray the seat, and I would sit in the very back of the bus, like the last seat on the left-hand side. And this seat was right next to the bathroom. That's how you know I'm an introvert. Y'all know, you know, from listening to my videos, how much I hate the bathroom. But that's how much of an introvert I am, that I didn't want to sit near anyone, not because of scornfulness or anything like that, because of being awkward and not wanting to sit next to a stranger for a whole series of hours. I was forcing myself into the very back, into a seat that was basically straight across from the bathroom. So the way it's set up, you know how a bus is, you have your middle aisle where people walk up and down, then you have the left aisle where people sit and the right aisle where people sit. Well, the left aisle extended a little bit further back than the right aisle because the right aisle was cut short because the bathroom was right behind the right aisle. So I purposely kept sitting all the way in the back of the left aisle and across from the bathroom. So I didn't have to sit next to anyone because I was so awkward. And then to boot, I was a little bit paranoid too, because I do recall someone in my close circle telling me, "You're catching the Greyhound? You gotta be careful." You know, she's basically telling me that the Greyhound, that they put like mentally unstable people on the Greyhound sometimes. And she was telling me the story that she heard about this man that had just gotten out of the mental asylum that basically like stabbed up, I hate to say this, but this younger person, you know, like he was mentally unstable. And so she told me that story, and I looked it up and saw that it was true, and I was feeling paranoid. So on top of the fact that I'm already awkward and shy and not wanting to sit next to anyone anyways because of my own awkwardness, then to boot, I was told that story. So I was making sure to sit to the very back of the bus. I was spraying the seat with Lysol because it was during COVID, and I had COVID twice already, and I was just sitting down and minding my business, not telling anybody anything, not being rude to anybody, you know, just regular normal stuff, not even feeling like I'm being watched. Again, at this time, I wasn't aware of what the mosquito drones are, or the fact that they even had traveling cameras. So for me, I'm not thinking that this thing is so advanced that they're gonna have the bus tapped or anything like that, you know. And for me, it's like, again, it wasn't tapped; it's a mosquito drone. So I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of that at all. So for me, I'm thinking I'm getting away from this weird situation. I'm thinking, okay, it's just a bad situation that blew out of proportion, similar to the one that I dealt with in my early 20s. This one was just a little bit more worse. But that's okay. I can relocate, start over, be fine. I'm excited about the truck driving thing because I'm thinking it's going to be fun to travel from state to state. I'm seeing how good truck drivers get paid. I'm like, okay, I can do this. I can do this. So that was the thing. That was the plan there. So, anyways, I'm on the bus, driving up, like I said, made the first few stops, no big deal, nothing major. Then we make the stop at Georgia, shortly before the Atlanta Greyhound station. And basically, this guy that was sitting there, he was on the right hand side, and he was sitting a little bit higher up than me because remember, I told you the right hand side stopped a little bit before the left hand side because the bathroom was behind the right hand side aisle. So his seat was a little bit up from mine on the right hand side, and I'm on the left hand side a little bit back like this. And so basically, this homeless guy that was extremely dirty, I guess you could say, like he had like stuff on his clothes, went to sit next to this guy. And mind you, on this bus, I'm well aware of how the Greyhound works. I used to catch it when I was in Tallahassee, when I was in my early 20s with my older sister, when we were still in community college together, because we used to travel from Tallahassee to Atlanta to our aunt's house for the holidays. So I do recall that we used to catch the Greyhound all the time, and I'm aware of what happens on the Greyhound. You have different people from all walks of life on the Greyhound, including homeless people. I've dealt with that before, and it's not a big deal. I never had any big viral issue happen before. So I didn't understand what ended up happening. Again, it feels spiritual. But anyway, this homeless man that was dirty, I'm just keeping it real. He was dirty, which is not a big deal. Who cares? There was plenty of people, homeless people on the bus. It wasn't that big of an issue. As long as the person is not getting in your personal space and trying to grab you, I don't see it being that big of a deal. But this homeless guy did go to sit next to him, and he started making a big deal about this guy. I guess because he had stuff on his clothes. I'm not really sure what the issue was, or I think he was saying the person smelled bad. I'm not really sure what he was saying. I didn't say anything. I don't even know this guy. I'm sitting in my aisle in my seat. So anyways, I don't know why they're making the noise campaign like I had anything to do with that. Anyway, so basically this guy is just flipping out, basically like, you sitting here? Like basically he's saying this to the homeless guy, and he was very flamboyant. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way, I'm just saying that he was a character. Like this guy was very much so a character. And so he's like, you sitting here to the homeless guy, and the guy just kind of did like this nod. And so I saw him look around like this, and then he looked back at me, and he said, can I sit by you? And that's what he told me. And so I just said, sure, no problem, and at the time too, my heart kind of dropped, not because I had any issue with anyone sitting next to me, but it's literally just because, like I said, I was awkward and didn't want to have that awkward, have anyone sit next to me type of thing happen. But I said, sure, because of the kind of person I am. I'm not going to say, no, you can't. I was just like, sure. And so he came to sit by me, and he was like, girl, oh my God, I did not want to sit by him. He was stank. Just going on him, just like this one of those kind of characters. And actually, he did seem kind of like not the bad personality, not the bad parts of him where he was saying nasty stuff. But the fact that he was very outgoing, and outspoken, he did seem like the type of person that would typically befriend me, because those type of people that are very outspoken are typically the kind of people that I make friends with. Because usually any friend that I've ever made, or even relationship that I've ever had, it's always been that person approached me because I'm so quiet and introverted. So typically I attract the opposite of me. So typically I attract very outspoken people, whether it's in friendship or relationships. So he did seem like the type of person that would have typically befriended me. He was very outgoing, the yin to my yang, I guess you could say. So he sat next to me, he's going ham, basically talking about this man, and the fact that he was, he stunk, and I was just like, oh boy, and I'm not going to stop him because I'm awkward, I don't want him to now flip and start, going in on me. So I was just like, it's kind of way like where you're not necessarily agreeing or interjecting, but you're just like, that kind of way. I didn't stop him because I felt awkward. I was just like, I was like, And he said, I didn't know what to say. And so then he was like, girl, I saw you spraying with the Lysol. You right. With COVID and everything, you right. I should have had a Lysol. He's like, you right, girl. And so then I interjected. I said, yeah. I said, I don't want to catch COVID. I said, I already had it twice. So he's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. He's just one of those people that's talkative. So, one of those people that can make even a quiet or shy person talk. Hence the reason I said he would typically be the kind of person that would befriend me. He was making me talk. He was making me feel comfortable enough to talk because he was so freaking talkative. So anyways, the conversation shifts from that, and we're just talking about regular stuff, and he's introducing himself and telling me about where he's from and, asking me where I'm going. And I'm telling him, I'm not obviously telling him that I'm leaving because some weird thing was happening back home, and just telling him I'm from the islands and that I'm relocating to Indiana and I'm excited, and just regular conversation. And then these two homeless people that were sitting behind basically the homeless guy that he got up and moved from, they started to cough, like really hack, like cough, you know? I mean, to me, it didn't even sound necessarily, I don't know what COVID sounds like, to be honest. I had it, but I was blessed enough to not have the coughing syndrome. So both times I had COVID, I didn't have coughing with it. But I have heard the coughing on like videos and stuff. So I don't really know what that sounds like, but to me, it more so sounded like people that smoke cigarettes. And I'm not trying to say that in a disrespectful way, because that also became stimuli within my targeting. You'll hear that in a minute. But it was more so to me what it sounded like. It sounded to me like two people that probably smoke cigarettes, chain smoke or something like that, and have like COPD or something of that nature. You know, just that kind of hacking mucus that you get sometimes when you're a cigarette smoker. That's what it sounded like to me. It didn't seem like COVID. Really, I don't know. And again, this was just post quarantine, so there were still active COVID cases happening. And I heard it was really bad in Atlanta too. So I can understand where his fear came from, but again, it was just the delivery, the way that he was saying what he was saying is what was wrong. So basically, they were coughing and they were hacking and whatever. And for me, I'm more so just thinking, I think they're chronic smokers. I don't think that's COVID. But I'm not saying anything, and they're just coughing, and I'm wearing a mask too, so I'm feeling good. I sprayed the seat, I'm wearing my mask, I'm not concerned. But he was flipping out because he didn't have a mask and he had like this big scar in his chest. Apparently he had asthma and he also had open heart surgery or something like that. So he was telling me basically that he's one of those people that would be considered vulnerable to COVID. So to me, I'm thinking to myself, well, it would have probably been a good idea for you to wear a mask then before coming on this bus, is what I was thinking in my head. But I didn't say that, of course, because I didn't want drama. But he was just complaining about these two homeless people that were coughing and just really complaining and they had a lot, and I said, well, yeah, you're right. I said, because he's complaining that they weren't wearing a mask. And so I said, you're right. I do think everyone on this bus should be wearing a mask. And so I said, why don't we just go at the next stop and get a mask, is what I told him. And he said, yeah, girl, let's do that. I said, okay, so, we'll come on, we'll get you a mask. So before that happened, though, before we even get to the next stop, he said, girl, give me a Lysol. Let me spray. And he took the Lysol. I'm thinking the man is just going to spray like around his seat or something. He literally sprays in the direction of the two homeless people that are hacking and coughing. And so I'm like, oh shit. So I don't stop him either. Again, I felt awkward, but I'm just like, okay. And I'm pretty sure this man wasn't targeted as heavily as I'm being targeted. My targeting literally went viral because of the things that happened on this Greyhound bus. But I don't think that moment is what made my targeting go viral. But I'm just saying that moment did happen where this man literally, not to throw him under the bus, he's a cool guy, but I'm just saying literally that moment happened where this man literally sprayed at homeless people. And he didn't get heavily targeted and monster this and that. That's to tell you this thing is spiritual. But anyways, and my reason why I did what I did was because in reaction to something that happened on the station. I'm going to get to what ended up happening with me. But anyway, so he's spraying at these people. I'm like, oh God. So anyways, after he does that, things go back to normal. We're just talking about normal stuff. And then we get to the next stop and I come off with him and we basically go into the store. I almost feel like I'm going to stop the video here because this is 2 hours and 50 minutes. Ridiculous. I did not want to have, at this point now, I just kind of wish I had stopped at the hour and a half, like what I've been doing. But I just didn't want to have a super long video. But I still don't want to have multiple parts. I just feel like this last part is just going to have to be super long because I don't want to have another part to this series. I don't. Let me pause and get something to drink, guys, and I'll continue. So anyways, guys, I'm back. So after basically we stop at the gas station, him and I come off to get some snacks and to get a mask. I even remember I bought the mask for him. And so then we get back on the bus and we travel the rest of the way to Atlanta, to the Atlanta Greyhound station. Meantime, while we're making this trek, excuse me, I just drank some juice. Meantime, while we're making this trek, him and I are just talking, having a regular conversation. And ever so often, he is still complaining about the coughing, but it's not as bad. And more so just regular conversation. And he made me feel so comfortable, I even fell asleep next to him, So anyways, basically, once we get to the Atlanta Greyhound station, I'm sorry, I just started thinking, I don't know what just happened there. I just started thinking about the situation. Anyway, once we get to the Atlanta Greyhound station, he sits next to me, and he actually decides to wait with me because my bus was missed. Obviously, like I said, not obviously, but like I said a few moments ago, basically, my first bus was late, so several of my other buses at the other Greyhound stations I missed. And this experience here was the worst one yet, because the bus I missed, the other bus that would replace that bus wouldn't be there for another 4 hours. So I remember feeling so freaking upset about that. So I was basically waiting there for so long, basically waiting for this next bus to come. And he actually told me he would wait with me for a good while, because he told me he lived nearby. So he stayed with me for almost like a good 2 hours. We even bought breakfast and stuff. We're talking. He did kind of have a little bit more banter about this homeless lady that was sitting next to us. She started coughing loud too while we're eating. And he's just like, oh my God, I need to cover them. He's just one of those, that's just the kind of character and personality he had. Complaining about this lady because she was coughing and not covering her mouth. But still not, at least not spraying at her or anything like that, but still just making that comment. And so I'm eating my food and he's eating his food and we're just chilling. And in retrospect, I even think about this incident that happened with my phone. Even that I believe was a gang stalker at this point. No, I'm starting to think so. My Target thing hadn't gone viral yet, but I believe there were eyes in these different places watching me and I just wasn't aware of it. Because I even remember before we got breakfast, we were sitting, on the chairs with our suitcase. And I remember this bald guy coming and sitting next to me. I had just bought a new phone because I was aware of the fact that my phone on Island was hacked. And so I'm starting over. And so I made sure to buy a brand new phone before leaving, so that I could start over basically. Actually, as a matter of fact, I got this phone in Florida before I had caught my bus. I made sure to get the phone in Florida. And so I was trying to dig out the back of the phone with a hairpin, and this random bald guy sat next to me, and it was just his eyes. I didn't feel like I was being followed, but now thinking even back to that, I believe he might have been a gang stalker. But I remembered him telling me how to take the back to my phone off, and he still kind of sat there and lingered a bit. And then he eventually moved away from me. So to me, I just felt like it was like a guy just being creepy. I didn't realize that it might have been a gang stalker. So anyways, whatever the case is, this guy stayed with me for a good while, like almost 2 hours of my wait. And then he left, his ride came. We went outside for a little bit. We were chilling outside. I do remember another guy came and started hitting on me from the bus. And now thinking about it, I think he might have been a gang stalker too. Who really knows? I'm now thinking about all of those things felt like regular interactions to me. But now in retrospect, I'm thinking maybe all of that was gang stalking. I just didn't know. I feel like my targeting again hadn't gone viral yet, but I do feel like they had eyes at the station. So anyways, as a matter of fact, I know they did because of what happened at the Tennessee Greyhound station. I know they had eyes at the station. I don't know how many. Anyways, it wasn't on a large scale though where everyone's involved. It was more so like some of the videos I see from other targets where it's like a few people gang stalking them in the area and it's not everyone involved like what happens to me now that my thing is viral. But anyways, so I was outside with him for a little bit and eventually, like I said, his ride came. And so I went back inside, but I was feeling awkward inside by myself because the Atlanta Greyhound station is extremely packed and dense. It's huge and it's full of people. And I just felt uncomfortable once this guy left. Um, I just felt uncomfortable once this guy left. So what I did was I decided to go outside because I was feeling uncomfortable once this guy left. I decided to go outside basically and sit on my suitcase and wait for the duration of my time there, because I was just feeling really uncomfortable inside. And so while I'm outside the station, remember this is Atlanta, big metro city, you're going to see all kinds of stuff. And I wasn't used to that. I'm a small town girl from a small little island. And even when I did live in the States, was in Florida, in different places like that. I never lived in the city. In Tallahassee, that's kind of a city, but it's more so like a small town type of vibe again. So I had never been in a big metro city like that. I've visited metro cities before, but not like that, especially not sitting at a Greyhound station. So I wasn't expecting to see some of the things that I saw outside, outside of this Greyhound station, one set of crazy stuff. And I don't even think it was street theater. It didn't feel like street theater. I know what street theater is because I've experienced it hardcore. So I don't think it was street theater, but I do think some of the interactions that I had might have been street theater. I'm not sure though. Actually, I don't. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm confused. Because I'm thinking about that guy. There's this guy basically that came up to me while I was waiting outside, and he was disheveled. He was like a small kind of guy. Like when I say small, not even short, just skinny. Like small frame, very skinny guy, but he wasn't short. But he just seemed like small, bony. And then he had on like this big shirt and this big pants that looked too big for him. And then he had like this do-rag tied haphazardly on his head. And he had this bag hanging off of his shoulder. And then hanging out of his pocket was a gun. And so he's like running after he got off his bus. He's running and trying to pull everything up and just looking, a hot mess. And I don't mean it in a stuck up way either. I just mean like he was really struggling. When I say a hot mess, I mean like everything was falling apart. Like he did not have it together, and he was running trying to get into the station. And so I remember I was sitting on my bus watching him, because it was almost like a spectacle watching this guy trying to get everything together, trying to balance the bag, the clothes falling off, and he's trying to get into the station. And so I'm just watching like this because I had already just seen like this crazy interaction in the street. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but that didn't feel like theater. That actually felt legit. And I remember the police officer just acting like it was normal, like an everyday thing that you see every day at the Atlanta Greyhound station. And everyone else too was pretty much acting like it was normal. A lot of crazy stuff was happening out there as a matter of fact, but everyone else was just talking and not paying attention to it. And for me, I'm just looking like this because this is all stuff I'm not used to seeing. Hold on one second, guys. Let me blow my nose. So anyways, I'm just like, just looking around because I'm just seeing like so much stuff that I'm not used to seeing. It was just like way too much stimuli. And I don't mean stimuli as in targeted individual stimuli. I mean stimuli as in crazy metro city. Not even crazy. Let me not say crazy. Look, I keep putting my foot in my mouth. But like wild, not even wild, wrong word too. Like metro city, basically. And small town girl sitting there seeing stuff she's not used to seeing. That's what was happening. So then now I'm seeing this guy running, trying to get into the station. He didn't even make eye contact with me. So this is why I also don't think it was theater. He legitly looked like either that or he's a good actor. And typically with this program, from what I've acknowledged in other targets, these people are not good actors when they're doing the street theater. So I actually don't think this was street theater. But I do remember the incident freaked me out. That he was literally just running, trying to get into the station. Everything was falling apart and his gun falling out of his pocket and stuff. And he's looking around like this. And then he just looks at me, and goes to me, because I was closest to the door. I was literally, because of what was going on in the street and all the craziness I was seeing, I had myself stationed right next to the door so I could run inside if anything popped off. And so he's just looking around, and then he just go to the closest person that's by the door. And he comes to me and he's like, yo, can you watch my bag for me, man? He said, I need to go and try and catch, basically trying to get in there to catch his bus. I guess the same situation what happened to me. His first bus was probably late. And so he was probably trying to catch his next bus and not miss it like how I missed mine, excuse me. So anyways, he asked me to watch his bag. He had like this garbage bag with clothes in it. And he's like, what, can you watch my bag, man? Okay, so please, can you watch my bag? I said, okay, sure, no problem. Just put it right there. And he's like, man, because all this effing, he starts just cussing and going off about all this effing something. I think he was complaining about the bus situation or whatever. And just basically like these people better not F with him today type of thing. And I'm seeing the gun hanging out of his pocket. I'm like, oh God. I'm like, whoa, because he's kind of seeming unstable, falling apart, and then I'm seeing the gun hanging out of his pocket. If it wasn't for the gun, I wouldn't have cared. To me, it would have just been like, okay, this guy doesn't have it together. He has whatever going on. It's fine. Leave the bag there. That's fine. But it's the fact that I've seen the gun hanging out of his pocket is why I'm getting nervous. Because I'm like, okay, he seems a little unstable. Like he has a lot going on, and then the gun's hanging out the pocket. But it was really the gun hanging out the pocket that freaked me out. But anyway, so I told him, sure. I said, just put the bag there. And he ran inside, and I guess. Anyways, guys, as you can see, that video ended, and I didn't end it the way I typically end the other ones. That was not by choice. Sorry, the camera just froze there. That video ending was not by choice. It was literally too long, and my computer basically said that the file was too large, and so they saved it, and I had to start a new video. So I'm pissed, because I wanted my videos to be short so that it would be easier to digest, and the only reason I abandoned that idea with that last video was because I did not want to go beyond 5 parts to my how I became targeted saga, if you will. But, now look at what's happening. I'm still having to go beyond 5 parts, and now one of the parts are 3 hours long. So I'm super annoyed. But that's okay. It's fine. Hopefully now I can, let me just try and finish this darn story, okay? So anyways, like I said, I was talking to that guy, and I told him to just leave his bag by me. And so he ran into the station, I guess found out whatever information he needed to find out, and then he came out and got his bag and thanked me profusely. So he wasn't disrespectful or anything like that. And so I just told him no problem. I even remembered while he was inside, though, I did call my sister because I was scared. Just simply for the fact that the gun situation, I didn't care about anything else that he had going on. It was literally just the gun thing that was scaring me, and I was already seeing a bunch of crazy stuff happening in the street. Anyway, so I called my sister, and I remember telling her about what was going on, and she's like, oh my gosh, a gun. She's like, well, go inside. Why are you inside? Go inside. Is what she was telling me. And I was just like, no, I'm going to just stay out here, because the inside to me felt worse. It was like full of people, and I felt awkward. I kept having guys come up to me and trying to talk to me. It was just like really feeling just, like scary to me. And now all then I feel like maybe those were street theater interactions. Those do, now that I think about it, if anything, feel like they might have been street theater. Just these random guys approaching me trying to talk to me. That's what that might have been, street theater. But anyways, so basically, he came and he got his bag and nothing major happened. And then eventually my bus finally came. And so when my bus came, I took the ride. I'm like, oh my gosh, finally, So it was just like hours and hours and days of me traveling because of that initial late bus. It turned into like a 3-day trip with me not showering, and just feeling nasty and ucky. So anyways, I get to the Tennessee Greyhound station now. And I'm sitting basically on my suitcase. I went to use the bathroom. I had went and got food to eat. At this point, I'm still not realizing that I had been followed, still not realizing that I'm being monitored or surveilled, because at this point, again, my targeting hadn't gone viral. So I think they probably had a few eyes at the station watching me, but it's not like every single person at the station was involved, like what started happening after my targeting went viral. So basically, I took my suitcase, put it up in the corner, after I had eaten a meal, after I'd used the bathroom and stuff, moved about a little bit, stretched my legs, and I sat there. I had my thing plugged into the charger, my phone, and I was just sitting on my suitcase, just relaxing. This is to tell you I didn't even feel like I was being watched. Just to the point where I even started nodding off, because I was tired. I had been traveling for days, and I was exhausted. So I started nodding off. I even believe I took like a little mini nap. And so as I'm waking up from this little mini nap, and I'm shaking off and I'm just coming to, I guess you could say, and I'm just looking around and stuff, this heavyset Rasta guy, and remember again, I told you guys that this program is ran by Masons. So when I found that out, and mind you, I found that information out after I made my part 1 and part 2, how I became a target to the individual videos that got deleted. When I found that out, it made sense to me, this interaction that happened. So whoever this guy is that was a part of the program that was watching me at the Tennessee Greyhound station, he was obviously a Mason. And I see a lot of targets when they're recording these people that are targeting them, gang stalking them. These are Masons. You can see the big Mason sign in the back of their car. Some of them have the 3 number, the Mark of the Beast number, as their plate number. So this is a Masonic program. You can look into that yourself. Anyway, so basically after waking up, like I said, and coming to, and I'm sitting on my suitcase, this heavyset Rasta guy walks by and he has this big black leather sweater on, and in the back of his sweater is the Freemason symbol. And so I just remember feeling really creeped out about that, and even had a pyramid on the back of his sweater as well as the Freemason symbol. So I remember that being creepy for me, him walking by with that on his sweater and me hearing what I heard. He walked by and I heard the bird chirping sound. Remember, the bird chirping is a sound that they use within this program. They use military birds on you and bird drones, and bird sounds, like bird calls. So I guess he had some sort of bird thing playing on his phone, or maybe it was some sort of device that they use in this program. I'm not really sure. But he walked by me and I was hearing the bird sound, and he had the Freemason symbol on the back of his sweater, and he looked at me like this. Like, I can't even really explain how this man looked at me. It was weird, like a predator, the way he looked at me. It was just, and not the predator in the way like you're looking at a female, like you're trying to check them out. More so like a predator that's ready to eat its prey, that type of way. The way he looked at me, it was just creepy. It gave me chills. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, this thing followed me, is what I immediately thought. Because of the way he looked at me, what I saw in the back of his sweater, and at this time, again, I didn't know what a target was, so I didn't know that the Freemason thing was symbolic of the program. I didn't know that. All I know is I saw that symbol, I heard the bird chirping sound, and the way he looked at me, and I'm like, this shit followed me. That's all I was thinking, like, oh my gosh, it followed me. Because up until that point, I was not thinking that it had followed me. Again, I was a little suspicious because I was like, this is going a little bit too smooth. I'm just like, really, at the time, again, I didn't think it would follow me, but there was a little part of me that felt like it might have. And I was just feeling like, because it had, again, at this point been about 2 years of me dealing with what I had dealt with. Remember, I had been teaching for 2 years when I resigned. And this program started on me before I became a teacher. So it was literally 2 years that I had been dealing with this weird situation. So for me, it was almost seeming too good to be true that after 2 years of what was happening, I could just leave and it be over with. So I was kind of feeling that kind of way, like, this feels a little too good to be true. But at the same time, I still wasn't feeling like it would follow me. So when I saw this guy with the sweater and that happens, he looks at me basically, and I'm hearing the bird chirping, and then I see the thing on his freaking sweater. I'm like, oh my God, this thing followed me. And so at this point now I'm para. And para just means, this is what we say in the islands, it means paranoid, like para, like I'm paranoid. I'm looking around now like somebody that's freaking paranoid and tweaking out at this point, because I now know that the thing followed me. So I'm like, who else knows and who else is watching me is what I was thinking. And then I'm also now too thinking, are there cameras involved? Again, did not know about the insect drones or the fact that they have military drones that they use to surveil targets. So for me, I'm more so looking up in the roof for like actual cameras to see if I'm being watched on camera. And I'm looking around, at this point now trying to see who else is watching me, to see if I see anybody that looks suspicious or like they're watching me. So anyways, at this point now, I'm in a whole different mindset. I'm not in that relaxed state that I was in to the point where I was taking a nap. I'm now more so alert and up and looking around like, oh my God, what's going on? This thing followed me. So, I'm sorry guys, I've been talking for hours and I've again already told this story before. So it's really frustrating having to tell it again. But anyways, so basically after waiting for a while, and at this point now I'm on edge and looking around, we have to line up to get on the bus. And of all buses, this is why I keep saying this thing is spiritual. Like, how does things keep working out so perfectly that I get screwed every time? So now on this bus of all buses, every other bus I was able to get a seat in the very back. On this bus of all buses, it's a reboard. And so basically what they did was they let the people that was on the bus initially get back on, and then the people that was waiting at the Tennessee station, because this was another set of hours that I had to wait at this Tennessee station before I was able to get on the bus. But this time it was a reboard situation. So basically the bus that I was getting on had people that were on it already. So they were allowed to go back on the bus first before I was able to get on the bus. And oddly enough, the guy that had me hold his bag for him at the Atlanta Greyhound station was in the seat that I typically sit in the very back of the bus. He was one of the reboard one of the reboard passengers. So anyways, we're having to do this reboard thing now. And at this point now, I'm feeling like I'm being watched. I'm feeling paranoid and on edge. And then when I get on the bus to boot, I can't get my seat. My seat in the very back where I don't have to sit next to anyone. So at this point now, I'm on edge. I'm feeling like I'm being watched by God knows how many people. This is what I'm thinking to myself. I don't know who's a perp from who's not. And I'm using the terminology perp because I know about the program now. But back then, I didn't know to use that word. I was just thinking who's involved from who's not involved is what I was thinking. I didn't know. I just knew that I had been followed, and at this point I am being watched, and I don't know who's watching me from who's not. So I'm on edge, and then I can't even get my seat in the very back of the bus like I had been doing on all the other bus rides. So I'm like, of all buses, when I now realize that I'm being watched, this is happening. Oh, and also one of the reboard passengers was this big, burly, heavyset Rasta dude that had the thing on the back of his sweater. So I'm seeing him sitting there, and as I get on the bus, again, he watches me this weird kind of way. It's just like this weird way he was watching me. So I was just feeling really on edge. And I really didn't notice anyone else watching me. Trust me, I was looking around like paranoid. It was only him that I kept noticing, but there were so many people. I just kept feeling like someone else was watching me, and I just didn't know who. So I basically had to sit in any old seat, and the seat that I got, unfortunately, was closer to the front of the bus. And it was next to this, I believe he was Hispanic or Indian, it doesn't matter. But next to this guy, basically, and as soon as I went to sit by him, he did this face, before I could even sit down, I had just stopped at the seat where I would sit. He did this face, like this annoyed face, and then he scooted over in his seat. So for me at this time, what I had been dealing with on Island, where basically everyone was involved in my targeting, I was thinking to myself, well, damn, is everyone on the bus involved? This is what I was thinking in my head, and I was feeling like this guy might have been involved. So I sat down next to him, but I'm feeling on edge and I'm feeling uncomfortable, especially since he made that face and he kind of moved over in his seat. So I purposely sat up and I moved all the way away from him, and I basically was acting like he was disgusting. And I was acting basically like everyone on the bus was disgusting. Stupid reaction, more so just, again, a retaliatory, I guess you could say, for what I what I knew was happening to me. Again, it wasn't viral. It's not like every person was involved, but I didn't know who was involved, which is so dumb. So why would you react like that? You don't know who's involved. That was stupid in retrospect, thinking back. But, at the moment, that's how I felt. I just didn't know who was involved. And so for me, everybody was guilty until proven innocent is how I felt. So I was just moving on that premise. I moved away from him and I'm acting like he's disgusting. The man across from me, there's like this middle aisle, basically. And then you have your seats on the left side, like I said, your seats on the right hand, and then you have your middle aisle on the bus. And so basically over on the right-hand side, there was this homeless man, and he had his feet off, and he kept looking up at me and coughing. Now that could have just been mental. That could have just been, he could have been just genuinely coughing and genuinely just looking at me innocently. But because I felt like I was being watched and I was paranoid, I felt like he was watching me and coughing on purpose. This is how I felt. But he kept coughing and looking at me and coughing and looking at me. And so I'm just really now at this point going ham. I'm acting like everybody's gross. I'm making annoyed noises at him every time he coughs. I'm rolling my eyes. I'm rolling my eyes at the guy next to me. I'm squinching up in the seat. You can see through the whole ride if these things are being recorded as I suspect they're being. As a matter of fact, I know it's being recorded because this is what made my targeting go viral. They can see everything I'm saying is true, that this is what happened. But I'm literally now moving this kind of way like everyone is disgusting on the bus. And so I took my Lysol spray because the homeless man eventually started to go more ham. When I was acting how I was acting, he started to purposely act even more, go more ham with the coughing. He basically stuck his foot out, and he wasn't wearing shoes, and purposely made his foot touch my leg. And so I remember, and the guy that was sitting next to me too kept purposely laughing, like doing this little snicker and making his leg touch my leg. So I purposely was acting like they're gross and like this kind of way. And I took the Lysol spray and I didn't even spray at them, mind you, like how my little acquaintance that I made back in Atlanta did. I didn't spray at them. I could have done that. I didn't even do that. I sprayed my leg. So I poisoned myself, really. Sprayed my leg just to act like passive aggressive, like it's disgusting that they're touching me. That kind of way. This little moment here that I had on the Greyhound station with these people made my targeting go viral, just so you know. Everybody on the bus started to act a fool. So I was correct. I was being watched on camera, and it seems to me like everyone was privy to the cameras. They just weren't being obvious about it. This was probably what was happening every Greyhound ride. I just didn't know that. I think they weren't acting obvious about it because my targeting wasn't viral. They had heard whatever they heard, but it wasn't anything to the point where everyone felt the need to get involved. But I think in this moment where I was acting how I was acting with these two people that were sitting next to me, that's when they all got involved. So everybody all of a sudden is privy to the cameras, which tells me they were always privy to it. And everyone on the bus is acting freaking ridiculous. They're really now doing noise campaign. Every time I even look to move a little bit in my seat, they're making noise in the back, making noise in the front, so I'm aware that I'm being watched on camera, similar to what was happening in my apartment. And they're just going ham. It was like basically like being on a bus full of school children bullies, basically, is what it felt like. It felt like I had reverted back to childhood and I was being bullied. This is what it felt like. So it was like the most uncomfortable, annoying ride that I ever had in my life. And it was hours and hours of riding too, because it was from Tennessee to Indiana. So it was like 3 to 4 hours of driving. It was terrible. Anyways, so basically once I got off the bus, after acting the fool with those two people that were sitting next to me and then things going viral, and I even remember this, I might be just being paranoid, because I know you're like, oh gosh, again, witchcraft again. But for me, it's because of the way that I was raised and the stories, I had a grandmother, like I said, that was from Trinidad. And she used to tell us so many stories about people that had witchcraft done on them. So for me, it's just like, maybe that's what's made me paranoid. And then I actually started looking into the shit myself when I felt like it was on me. And I'm seeing that I have all of the classic signs of witchcraft. Maybe that's why I keep looking into that stuff. But I also even remember this interaction that happened on the bus. And maybe that initial, whoever did whatever whatever they put on me, it might have alerted other witches to me. I don't know. I'm probably sound crazy right now. But I'm just trying to make sense of the madness. I don't know if somebody put something on you, if it makes other witches start to smell you or something. I don't know. But I remember this heavy-set lady that was sitting behind me on the bus. She was literally like right behind me. She was sitting actually in the seat next to, so basically she was sitting behind the Hispanic guy that I was sitting next to. And then behind me was sitting this girl that was sitting next to her. And they both seemed to have been traveling together. And they were doing the noise campaign as well. But I remember at one of the stops, we stopped at like the gas station. I remembered her getting up and passing by. And before she got up, she was like, I really need to go to the bathroom. But this kind of comment she made, like, you know what's going on with me, with the foot thing, because the guy was sticking out his foot and me moving this kind of way. I think she was trying to make it seem like she didn't want to have to walk by me or whatever the case is. So I already felt bad about her saying that because I'm like, I'm thinking in my head at least, I'm only acting like this because I know I'm being watched and because of what's going on. But I didn't say anything, obviously, because I didn't have proof that she was talking about me. But when she came off the bus and came back on the bus, she had to pass behind my seat. And she literally grabbed onto the seat like this, and I felt her pull my hair. Like, she literally pulled a piece of my hair. You can watch this on the camera. Obviously, these things are being recorded. I don't know if she just did that to be passive-aggressive or if she took a piece of my hair. But I remembered her saying, sorry, I didn't mean to pull your hair. It was the way she said it. And then she sat down in her seat. So I don't know if she did it because she thought I was a bitch and she was just trying to pull my hair to be passive-aggressive, or if she collected a piece of my hair. I don't know. I think I'm just so paranoid because of the weird shit that's happening that I feel like everyone's trying to do something to me. But this lady literally pulled a piece of my hair out. So that was also something that was in the back of my mind that I have not mentioned. Because I know it would sound crazy, especially with the other things I've been saying. But that is something in the back of my mind as well. Like, could that have also made things go even more viral? Like, I don't know. Or maybe she was just really pulling my hair because she thought I was a bitch. Like, I don't know. But that also was something that freaked me out. Anyway, so that happened as well, and that should be on the recording that they have going around. Anyway, so that happened. And the ride is just terrible. I'm feeling miserable. They're just doing noise campaign. They're making a bunch of noises as I'm sitting there. I'm trying to sleep. I at a certain point tried to fall asleep. And I'm laying there stiff like this, trying not to move because every time I move, they're making loud noise in the back of the bus and, just everywhere and just laughing and just doing crazy crap, man. Just having a field day with my ass. They all started sticking their leg out like this, like how the homeless man's leg was out. They all started doing it and cracking up. This younger couple was sitting in front of me. They both started sticking their leg out like this and cracking up. It was just ridiculous what started happening. So for me, this tells me that the whole ride, every ride, probably everyone was aware of the cameras on me. I just didn't know it because they weren't acting obvious about it. I think it's because I hadn't done anything to make them feel offended, I guess. But for all of these people on this bus to all of a sudden been privy to the cameras on me, that's telling me that they were always privy to the cameras on me. That had to be the case. Or maybe when I acted how I acted with the homeless man, whoever was running the cameras, I don't know, sent out some type of signal to everyone's phone. I really don't know how the technology works. I just know that they do have this technology where they can send out, this live feed that's being projected, with the mosquito drones. So basically, you're being watched on mosquito drones, so you're being watched on a live feed from these mosquito drones. And the live feed can be sent to everyone's cell phone in the vicinity. So I don't know exactly how the technology works, but I know that this technology exists. So that whole ride was just miserable for me. Clear mind. I'm trying to catch myself. I'm feeling like lightheaded right now. Anyways, that whole ride was miserable for me. So anyways, when I finally got to Indiana, at this point now my targeting is going viral. I think as the ride was happening, my targeting was going viral. I'm pretty sure everyone on that bus was sending out whatever they were sending out, and my targeting was going viral. All while this bus ride was happening and I was being tormented, my targeting was going viral. So by the time we reached Indiana and I get off the bus, I'm now feeling anxious because I'm like, oh my God, this thing followed me. I've taken so many bus rides. I'm all the way here, basically in Tennessee, about to head to Indiana, and I've been followed this whole time. So now I'm on edge thinking that this thing is just like a whole bust. At this point, I'm thinking the thing is a bust. I'm just like, my God, this thing followed me. It's really that serious that they really went out of their way to follow me when I'm trying to start over, is what I was thinking. And so I'm just sitting there in my head just freaking out because the bus ride was horrible as it was. And then I'm just thinking to myself, how am I going to make this work? How am I going to get away? All then in my head, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe I should just run and leave everything. This is what I'm thinking in my head. All these different crazy thoughts. Because at the time when I didn't know I was being followed, I was moving like a regular person. I wasn't moving like somebody on the run. I was even contacting people in my close circle and giving them updates of the different Greyhound stations that I was reaching to. And so then all of a sudden, it was just weird, it was just like, I realized I had made a mistake. Like, I should have probably moved like somebody that was on the run, and I didn't realize that. So anyways, when I reached Indiana and I got off the bus, they just already had all types of stuff set up at that Greyhound station. Everyone at that Greyhound station was involved. This was when my targeting started to get really crazy. It was no longer like the other Greyhound stations where things felt normal, at least appeared normal. They made it very obvious when I reached to that Greyhound station that my targeting was viral. Everyone at that Greyhound station was acting strange. This is where I started encountering a lot of weird street theater, and gang stalking activity, with everyone around. It was just crazy what started to happen. So basically, I caught a taxi, and already off road, the gang stalking starts happening. Because the taxi that I called, basically it was like this weird scenario where the guy pulled up and I was almost certain it was him, and then he acted like it wasn't him and drove off. And it kept happening until I finally was able to get a ride. And so for me, I started to realize now in retrospect, looking back, that all then it was probably gang stalking. They were probably getting like an alert that I was a target and leaving me there. So anyways, I was finally able to get a ride. I called someone in my close circle and I alerted her to the fact that I had reached Indiana. And in my head, I'm thinking, should I just drop everything and run? I kept thinking that, like thinking I could outrun this thing still. But I was like, that doesn't make sense, because it's like, I need my clothes, I need my money. This is a new state. I don't want to get kidnapped or anything like that. I need to get a rental. All of these things I'm thinking in my head, but I'm thinking if I actually take my time and go to get a rental and stuff, they can track me. All of this was running through my head at the time because I realized that this thing had followed me. But I'm still in my head, and I kind of too, I don't know, it's like intuition. I knew that Greyhound station situation would work. I just knew, I felt it. I just felt things getting worse as it was happening. I felt it. I can't explain it. I just knew things were just bad. And then once I reached a Greyhound station in Indiana and I saw the type of stuff they had set up, I was like, oh yeah, this is bad. So anyways, I got on the taxi and I went over to the Marriott because I was trying to get a room at the Marriott. And I saw that they had some decent rates, it's a really nice hotel. So I went over there and I tried to get into the Marriott, and I recall the lady telling me basically that there was some conference going on in town. And I know this to be the case because I had called a few hotels already and a lot of them were booked due to this conference that was happening in town. And so she was explaining to me that they were having a conference and that the hotel was booked. So I remember leaving the hotel and going outside and basically sitting down trying to contact another taxi. And as I'm trying to contact another taxi, I'm hearing the bird drone. So I'm like, what the heck? How is it that they have the bird drones following me? I caught the taxi to this place. How did they have the bird drone set up here already? All of that was crazy to me. It was wild to me. I was just like, how did they do this? How did they have the bird drone over here is what I was thinking to myself. At this time, again, not aware of the program and how advanced the technology is and how well put together this system is, as far as targeting an individual. I didn't know about this stuff. So I'm just in my mind like, dang, how did they get this going so quick? Like how did they get it up here so quick and to the point where they have the bird in the tree already and all that was going through my head. And up to, too, I wasn't even thinking about the fact that they could have been tracking me through my phone. Because at this point, I'm pretty sure I didn't have nano in my body yet. So I'm pretty sure they were tracking me through my phone. And then also the fact that I'm literally having to catch taxi and use my phone to call these places to catch taxi and stuff. So obviously they can hack your apps and stuff and contact who you contacted. So that's what was going on. I really should have just threw my phone away at that point and just ran. Just called it, took my chances and just ran with nothing. And I might have fared better. But anyways, so I couldn't think of my way out of this thing. So I was just like, well, I need to just move along with the plans that I had and try to make things work for myself. Sorry, just trying to catch my breath, guys. It's just a lot. So anyways, I caught the taxi to another hotel. Basically, I went online and I said, you know what, instead of going to the hotels I had before booking, let me try to book online and then take the taxi to the hotel. So I was looking for cheap rates and I found a cheap rate at this Red Roof Inn. And so I basically booked with them online and then I had the taxi take me over to the Red Roof Inn. So when I got over to the Red Roof Inn, I remember that it was like this nice Indian family that owned the hotel. And they seemed friendly. They seemed very welcoming. There was nothing in their expression or in their actions that was indicative of them being involved in the program. But I knew they were involved. What was happening, and then also to my intuition, even though they were being nice, I could still feel it. I can't explain it to you. I can always tell. I knew they were involved. And so they're basically just asking me regular questions like any regular host would ask, like where I'm coming from, what I have going on, just being very normal, not out of the ordinary or anything like that. Kind of normal. But at the same time, I could tell that they were involved. And so it's just like, oh God, it's at this hotel now too, is what I was thinking. So I got up there, went into the hotel room, and I just knew I was being watched on camera. Again, didn't know it was mosquito drones, but knowing what I had been dealing with for the last 2 years, and now seeing what happened on the Greyhound bus and stuff, and hearing the bird drones and all that, I was even hearing the bird drones at this Red Roof Inn. I was like, okay, so I'm on camera. There's definitely a camera in this hotel room. And of course I was right. As soon as I went in the shower to bathe, because remember I said it was days of me traveling without having taken a shower. I was trying to get a shower. I was feeling really nasty. And as I was taking the shower, I'm hearing noise campaign in the hallway. Basically them doing noise campaign as I'm taking my shower. But I still took my shower, got myself together, sat on the bed and was basically just trying to, like I said, catch myself. And I'm hearing noise campaign outside in the hallway. One set of noise campaign, as I'm moving through the hotel room. Excuse me, let me stand up and stretch for a second. Okay, back guys. Sorry, I just have to stretch. Anyway, so basically I'm just hearing like a bunch of noise campaign in this hotel, and I'm knowing that I'm being watched on camera. And so I remember even calling someone in my close circle, although I knew that this person, if anything, would be familiar with the situation since this was happening in this person's house as well. I don't know, I was in denial or whatever was happening. I'm not really sure what was going on. But I called this person basically that was in my close circle, and I'm telling her what's going on. And I'm telling her about what happened at the Greyhound station. And basically the way I'm telling her the story is like saying basically that I don't know what happened. I think I pissed some people off at the Greyhound station. Of course, I know the situation that's happening because I've talked with that same person in my close circle many times about the situation, and before I even tried to leave Island, I talked to that person that's in my close circle many times about the situation, and I was basically just, you could say, gaslit. Like, they didn't really tell me what was going on, or made it seem like it was in my head, like I was hallucinating or crazy or something like that. So when I called this person, I'm explaining to her what happened on the Greyhound bus. Although I'm knowing that this person obviously is aware of the situation, I still was like in some sort of denial or something. And so I'm telling her about what's going on, and I'm telling her that I think there's cameras in my hotel room, and that I think I pissed a lot of people off at the Greyhound station. That's all I kept saying, not really going into details. I kind of alluded to the fact that there were people that smoked on the bus that kept coughing all day, and that I thought they might have had COVID. And I think that basically me thinking that they might have had COVID pissed everyone off. And I said, basically, I was kind of telling her the story with my friend, and that he sprayed at them or whatever, and that I think he thought that they had COVID, but really what it was that I think they were smokers, is what I said, basically, which actually made my targeting get worse, by the way, this conversation. So when I was talking to her, I was basically saying, how everyone there's such an ignorant comment that I made, and I didn't mean it offensively. Remember, I have Asperger's, so I tend to say things offensively, not meaning to. But I made the comment that, everyone up here smokes, is what I said, and I didn't mean marijuana either. I was talking about cigarettes, tobacco. But I basically made that comment. I was telling her about what happened with my friend or acquaintance, how he had sprayed at those people that were coughing, and the fact that I didn't even think that it was COVID. I think that it was from smoking. Everyone up here smokes, is what I said. And then I started telling her about what happened with the homeless man. And so that comment about, everyone up here smokes went viral as well, by the way, made my targeting even more worse. Cigarettes became a part of my stimuli. So basically, just a bunch of gang stalking activity in this hotel. I eventually left to get a rental. And when I got the rental, my rental obviously was bugged. Again, at this time, I wasn't aware of the mosquito drones. So I was thinking there was some sort of wired camera in the car, not knowing that it was actual flying drones that they were using to surveil and stalk me. So basically, I was being stalked on the road heavily, like by droves and droves of vehicles. I had never experienced anything like this in my life. Even on the island that I tried to relocate from, where I was being followed by multiple people, it still wasn't as bad as what I was experiencing in Indiana. Literally, like how you have the road, with traffic, thick traffic, where you have a bunch of cars in the road. Imagine every freaking car in the road with you being privy to these drones that are on you, and having some sort of live feed where they're staring at you, and they're following you angrily and aggressively. This is what was happening to me in Indiana. So basically, I was being followed by all of these freaking vehicles, on the road. I'm sorry, I just feel like stuff is pushing into my head as I'm trying to talk. It's the weirdest thing ever. It's the weirdest sensation ever. But anyways, I basically felt like all of these vehicles were following me. Well, I was not felt like, I was being followed by all of these vehicles on the road. They were literally gang stalking me. The way I described it in my video that got deleted was that it felt like legions of people. It felt demonic. Just following me in their vehicles, just stalking me heavily. And just presenting stimuli. A lot of them would stick their hand out the window and do this with their cigarette. They would be doing this with their cigarette outside the window, because of that conversation that I had with the person in my close circle in the hotel room, where I was discussing with her what happened at the Greyhound station. Another thing they used to do was like to park their car to the side of the road and stick their leg out like this, emulating what was happening with the homeless man. So that became my stimuli in Indiana. The leg out the car thing actually died down. Like, when I got down to Florida, that was no longer happening. They were more so just if anything, doing the cigarette thing or other stimuli. As a matter of fact, they weren't even so much focused on the cigarette thing as they were other stuff in Florida. But in Indiana, that was my main stimuli. It was the cigarette thing, and them sticking their leg out the car like what the homeless man was doing on the bus. So that made my targeting go viral, that situation on that bus with the homeless man. Even though I was just reacting to what I knew had followed me, it didn't matter. That was irrelevant. The point was they caught that moment on camera and ran with it and used it to propel my targeting, basically. And that's how the program works, really. They do these things called poking the bear. I had that video posted as well with this former military agent that was talking about the techniques used in this program to basically incite a reaction out of the target. But that video got deleted, so I'm going to try to track that video down as well and repost it. But that's basically how the program is designed. So it's basically designed to get the target to react negatively, and then they use those reactions to propel the target's targeting, basically. And so that's what happened to me. I'm like a cautionary tale. I'm literally the prime example of what not to do when you're in this program. So my reaction on that Greyhound bus was basically like putting, how you take like a lighter and you light it, and then you can take like a aerosol, like maybe Lysol or something, and spray it, and then it's like this big huge flame. That's kind of what that moment on the Greyhound bus was just then. I already had the fire going on island with the weird stuff that was happening, and that moment on the bus with the Greyhound, on the bus with the homeless man, was the aerosol spray being sprayed. So my targeting just went viral after that moment. So all of these people in Indiana were involved. As a matter of fact, when I actually learned what a targeted individual was, and I started looking up targeted individual videos, I remember I had found some targets that didn't even, to me, they were being gang stalked. I don't want to take away from their experience, like my horse is bigger than yours type of thing. But for me, what I saw them going through, I was like, they are lucky. They had a few people stalking them, which is what I believe was happening to me until this moment with the homeless man. But for me, with my gang stalking, literally every person in the vicinity of where I'm at is involved in my targeting. And that's how it's been for me since that moment with the homeless man. I mean, that's slowly what started to happen on island before I relocated. That's basically what it developed into, where everyone around me was involved. Everyone around me were involved. Everyone around me was involved. But basically, when I got to Indiana, I feel out of breath, guys. I'm so sorry. It's so much talking. You saw that last video. That was like 3 hours and change of talking, and now this is, so it's almost been 4 hours of me talking. But I want my story to be out there. Um, Anyway, so I'm just feeling really exhausted, and to boot, I've told this story numerous times before. Those of you that have been subscribed to me, you know what I'm talking about. Excuse me. Anyway, so trying to remember what I was saying. So my targeting went viral after that moment with the homeless man on the bus, even though it was just in reaction to what I had seen literally at the Greyhound station with this freaking Masonic dude that walked by me with the bird chirping. I basically reacted to what I saw there, and I let that get in my head. I got paranoid. And then I saw how that guy that I sat next to reacted, and it just really made me act like an ass. And I made an ass of myself. And then not only that, I also helped them basically propel my targeting with that reaction. Because I'm pretty sure they took a little screen grab or recording of that reaction. I'm sure they didn't record what happened at the Greyhound station with this man, with the bird that walked by and watched me how he watched me. Of course not. They're not going to include that in the recording that they're sending around. They're just going to send around that viral moment on the bus with the homeless man so I can look like monster bitch, to support whatever, So that's what happened, and my targeting went viral. So anyways, in Indiana, it was just really terrible. I was being stalked mercilessly, ruthlessly. I had never experienced anything like this in my life. Like I said, what was happening to me on the island could not compare to what was happening to me in Indiana. So it was really bad, all up and down on the road. They're just following me ruthlessly, like every car on the road involved, and they're just being very nasty to me when I'm going to the store and stuff, just weird stuff, weird stuff. They're just being weird and doing weird stuff, just like what happens in this program. And they started sensitizing me. I wasn't aware of any color sensitization, even in the States. I wasn't seeing, maybe red cars were happening and I wasn't aware of it. It was just, to me, every car was involved of every color. And really and truly, my stimuli was more so cigarettes and people sticking their foot out the car. And then I do remember too, I kept having calls from people in my close circle, trying to talk to them about what was going on, and they're acting like they don't know what I'm talking about. Basically, I'm like it's in my head. And so I'm basically just having these conversations with them, and they're more so just warning me about the state and telling me that it's a sundown state and to be careful. At this point, I hadn't said any racially charged things, because when I get to that part of the story, you're going to hear how my targeting went even more viral than it already was. But at this point, I hadn't said any racially charged things, nothing. In fact, I was more so cringing at what my the people in my close circle, my God, in my close circle was saying on the phone to me. When they were telling me about this state, Indiana, they kept just trying to warn me that it's a sundown state, and instead of being worried about cars following me on the road, I need to be worried about getting in the house before the sun goes down, because it's a sundown state and there's a lot of racists in Indiana, and just basically things of that nature that I need to be careful because of it being a sundown state, and that it could be it's a predominantly basically white state, and that I need to be careful because there's a lot of incidences, excuse me, of racism in that part of the country. And so these conversations obviously were being heard. My car was bugged. And so I even recall as these conversations were happening, I'm hearing ref campaign in the road, and of course it's amping up what was already happening around me. So I even remember trying to shush some of these people in my close circle sometimes when they were saying what they were saying. Because to me, I'm just like, oh my God, like what you're saying, if it is true, is happening, and that my car is freaking tapped, and even if it's not true that they're that this is a sundown state and this and that, or whatever the case is, the point is that my car is tapped. These people already hate me. It's so many people that's stalking me, and now they're hearing this, so they're probably thinking, okay, oh, this bitch is racist too, or prejudice, excuse me. I can't be racist, but prejudice. So I'm just like, oh gosh, like this is just making things worse. It was really making things worse. My targeting started to get kind of racially charged, but it didn't really turn totally racially charged until what happened with the police officer. So at this time, no police officers were involved. I mean, I'm sure they were involved, but they were not making themselves visible. They had to be involved because the military drones were involved. So this is why in my prior videos, I hear some targets not sure if the military is involved with their targeting, and I'm here to say likely yes. Because of how the program works and you being on the watch list and watch listed, I mean, you're not always watch listed when you're in this program either. Because if I'm keeping it real, I don't think I was on the terrorist watch list until Florida. I'm not sure. Maybe I was. What was happening? Maybe I was, but just based off of what I saw in my background check, with them saying that I'm associated with extremist groups, I kind of feel like I got watch listed in Florida. So when I left Indiana, went down to Florida and shared some of the stuff I shared in my car, I believe that's when I was watch listed, but I'm not certain. Because for me to have been a part of the program and experiencing what I was experiencing in Indiana, to me that's indicative of me being watch listed. So all then, I might have been watch listed and just didn't know it. And the extremist group comment was probably added afterwards, after what happened in Florida. But I believe all then I was probably watch listed because that's what being in this program is about. You're watch listed. You've been on the terrorist threat assessment list. You've been placed there and you're being watch listed. Give me a minute, guys. I'm going to blow my nose. And guys, again, I do apologize for the camera quality. I know those of you that have been following me, I know you saw how nice my videos were that got deleted. But the quality of the camera I'm using now is terrible. Again, I reiterate, this is an IdeaPad Lenovo. So I will try to have better quality videos in the future. Hopefully I can purchase a better laptop if the most I experience my life. But for now, the content is going to have to be on this horrible camera because this is what I have and I'm still going to post and get my information out there. Anyways, I forgot what I was saying. So basically, yeah, my targeting is just getting worse. It's already extremely bad. Like everyone on the road is involved because of what happened with this homeless man. And then the conversations that was happening in my car with the people in my close circle about it being a sundown state, I believe was making things worse. Because all them when those conversations were happening, REF campaign was happening in the road, and it was just like amping up, the gangsters. It was like egging them on in a way. So anyways, the police, like I said, I believe were involved the whole time, and the military, but they just were not making themselves visible, so I believe they were watching the whole thing, but sitting back and not actually getting involved. I wasn't seeing a helicopter yet. I wasn't seeing EMT yet. I wasn't seeing the fire trucks yet, and I definitely wasn't seeing police cars. It was literally just vigilante civilian harassment. I hope y'all heard that loud noise. I don't know if the video picked up on it, but it seems to me like my room is booby trapped because there's this thing in this room that makes this noise sometimes. But I heard that, and then I saw the big fake birds run outside. But at the moment, it was basically just vigilante, civilian harassment. Like they were trying to come from this altruistic standpoint, and more so it was to me counteractive. Because in your attempts to be heroic, excuse me, you were more so being a villain, if you ask me. But anyways, whatever the case is, that's what was going on. It was just like a bunch of civilians on my ass because I think they thought that I was somebody that abused homeless people. They didn't know the backdrop story. And then to boot, I think they thought I was ignorant because of the comment I made in the hotel room about everyone, everyone up here smokes. I mean, I didn't mean that in an offensive way. If anything, I was more so trying to say that I don't think the coughing was COVID. I think it was literally just people that smoked cigarettes. The video started to pause up a little bit there. I mean, I didn't mean that. Oh, I know what's going on. The computer needs to charge. Okay, let me pause and take a break, guys, and I'm going to charge the computer. So I'll be back. So I'm going to pause, guys, for a bit so the computer can charge, and I'll be back. So I'm stopping at the point where my targeting had basically gone viral. I'm in Indiana. You know, the sundown state comments were being made, and my targeting was getting worse. Police were not involved yet, and I'm about to get to the part where they were involved when I come back. All right, guys, back to finish my story. I charged up the computer for a little bit. So where I left off is basically that I'm in Indiana, you know, after trying to relocate off island, discovered basically that this thing followed me. You know, I had the incident on the Greyhound bus where things basically, I don't know why I'm giving this little recap as if the camera would obviously when I play this back, the little pause will be just that, like a second pause, even though I was gone for a while off camera. But basically, the part I was that my targeting has now gone viral because of what happened on the Greyhound bus. You know, the fact that this whole time I had been being surveilled and I wasn't aware of it. And so that incident with the homeless man went viral basically, and my gang stalking in Indiana was astronomical. And I was, like I said, had a rental. You know, it was in my hotel room. I was being followed on the road, gang stalked heavily. You know, droves and droves of cars, legions and legions of people gang stalking me in Indiana. The police and the military, I'm certain, were involved, but they were taking a step back. I was not seeing them. You know, I was not seeing any helicopters, no EMT, no firefighters just yet, no police cars, nothing of that nature. But my car is bugged. You know, again, I'm being followed by a bunch of people, and then these conversations are happening in my car with the people in my close circle, where they kept basically just saying sundown state, and you know, just saying racially charged things. You know, basically just warning me to be careful, and it was agitating the gang stalkers. So, anyways, eventually, I end up going into one of these little small towns to get some gas, and I went to get like some snacks from the gas station. And as I'm leaving the town, this is where the first police officer makes an appearance in my targeting. And this incident with this police officer made the targeting go more viral, and this is when all of the other stimuli that's presented within the program got involved. I believe this might have been when I was watch listed. I'm not certain though. You know, there are 3 times when I think I may have been watch listed. It could have been even before I left Island, I was watch listed. That's why the program was happening in the first place, because that's what this program is. It's about being watch listed. It could have been with this incident with this police officer, because obviously he had enough pull to get me put on the watch list. Or it could have been in Florida when I shared the controversial stuff that I shared in my car. I'm not sure when the watch listing happened, but I am watch listed. I am on the terrorist watch list for America. So anyways, at this point, you know, I'm leaving the small town, and there's this stoplight that I'm not familiar with. You know, I had lived in the States for a number of years, but I was not familiar with this type of stop sign. So it was a stop sign that was presented in a light, you know, so it looked similar to like a stoplight, but it served as a stop sign, basically. So it was like this flashing red light. And basically what it means is you're supposed to stop as if it's a stop sign. So for me, I did like a rolling stop. I kind of stopped, you know, I wasn't aware of the fact that this was supposed to serve as a stop sign. So I kind of stopped. I did like a rolling stop, you know, a little brief stop where I looked and then I drove. You know, it's called a rolling stop is what it's called. And I didn't completely stop. So I'm driving out of the town now, and I see this police officer basically, and I had already saw his car parked up as I drove by. You know, before, like I said, I was not seeing cars. But when I went into this small town, from the time I entered, I had seen the sheriff car parked up. But that wasn't a big deal for me. That wasn't stimuli for me just yet, because I hadn't been seeing police cars in my targeting. But again, like I said, I'm sure that they were familiar with what was happening. If all of these civilians are in my car, obviously the police is as well. You know, and obviously they're using military drones, so common sense. But I guess maybe he got the alert, you know, I was coming into his town, and so he made himself present. So as I was leaving the town, I did this rolling stop, and I wasn't aware of the fact that I had done that. Wasn't even aware of the fact that this blinking light was supposed to serve as a stop sign. And so I'm leaving the town now, and I hear boop boop. You know, so I look in the light and in the rearview mirror, and I see this police officer behind me, the sheriff, as a matter of fact. And so I started to shit bricks, because I'm like, oh no, I had already been being stalked for days in Indiana, all this gang stalking activity. And so at this point, I'm thinking, okay, he's definitely involved. At this point, the conversations that had been happening in my car had been happening. So, in my head, I'm thinking Sundown State for real. And it was about to be sundown. And at this point, too, like I said, I had been getting some poor treatment in Indiana and I was being stalked heavily. So I was shitting bricks. But regardless, I was just going to have a normal interaction with him. I've never had an issue with authority. Let me make that very clear. Police officers, military people, never. As a matter of fact, in college, I wanted to join the Air Force. I remember that well, I can say this, I remember I did have a conversation with my mother about this, the fact that I wanted to join the Air Force because I knew that they had good benefits, and so I was thinking to myself that might be something good to do. And also, my older sister has a friend, the same friend that I told you she made in FAMU. The one girl from Ireland that she made friends with, the only friendship that basically lasted out of all the friendships she made at FAMU, and that girl is from this island. That friend of hers was in the Air Force, and so I'm aware of the fact that they have good benefits. And I recall thinking to myself that that might be something that I would enjoy doing. And also, I thought it would be a good experience. And I thought that it could help me financially. I was in school at the time. And this was before I had started working my 3 jobs. So I was considering the Air Force. Even in my early 20s, I was considering the military. I remember that as well, especially when I was having the financial struggles with my community college. I even contacted, in my older years recently, when I was talking to my mom about it. I remember I even spoke to a sergeant, and he was telling me all the things that I would have to do, and I just didn't feel like it, because I was already in school. I was like, okay, just forget this. When he was telling me the process and how long it would take, I was just like, nah. I was just like, this doesn't make sense. Anyways, so I just needed to make that clear. And I even tried to be a police officer here on island, not a complete police officer. I was trying to be an auxiliary officer. Went through the test and everything. Actually got hired. Went through the background check, and that was where it seemed to be some sort of issue. Because I remember everything was going fine, and even the background check cleared. Like I said, they told me I had the job, I had the interview. I even went as far as to do the test. I did the psychological evaluation. And this was when I was down here on island. This was after my targeting had started, but it hadn't blown up yet. And it hadn't even spread island-wide yet. But obviously it had spread enough. Because I think that's really why the job didn't go through. Because they had actually given me the job. It was to the point where I took the physical, the test that you have to take, and I was one of the people that passed. There were a few people that failed and I passed, even though I was out of shape. But I'm just naturally athletic. But I remember I struggled so hard with that freaking physical because I'm out of shape. But anyways, passed the physical, took the freaking psychiatric evaluation, all of those things. And then all of a sudden, I realized I'm not getting the job. So it was just like, I just felt like something, it had something to do with what was going on here on island, with my brewing situation. But anyways, I say that to say that I don't have an issue with law enforcement, never did. It was to the point where I was trying to work for law enforcement. That's what I wanted to do in place of security. I was going to do the auxiliary officer job and let that replace my security job at night, but it didn't work out. So never had an issue with law enforcement, never been in trouble with the law. Actually, the only kind of trouble I had been in with the law prior to this situation was a speeding ticket that I got in my early 20s. So it's madness to me, what ended up happening and how they tried to paint it like I have an issue with law enforcement because of what happened with this officer. So anyway, basically he pulled me over. And obviously, if he had explained to me what was going on in a calm, rational way, I would not have reacted the way I did. But again, I reiterate, I was scared. I had been being stalked heavily on the road for days. And then also in my ear, I had people in my close circle warning me about this being a sundown state and be careful and this and that, and the sun was about to go down. And so then this officer, the sheriff, comes out of his car and he's automatically screaming at me. He came out of his car on 10. He slammed the door and he screamed at me, where did you learn how to drive? You Florida people don't know how to drive. Get to the side of the road. And so to me, I'm just thinking to myself, how the heck does he even know I'm from Florida? So I'm just like, this man definitely is privy to the situation, is what I was thinking in my head. And then also too, it was just like freaking me out, the fact that he was screaming at me off rip, because I'm like, oh God, so he's one of these vigilante people, like all the other people that have been stalking me. That's basically like, whatever. So in my head, I'm just thinking to myself, this situation can go left, because for me, if he's already screaming at me and he hasn't even spoken to me, I'm terrified and don't know what he's going to do to me. So I pull over to the side of the road because really I got Vassity when he did the boop boop and I was already, like I said, being stalked by civilians, hundreds and thousands of them. So I just started to shit bricks. As soon as I heard the boop boop, I just stopped right where I was at instead of pulling over. And so the way he was screaming at me, though, this man was screaming at me. So I pulled over. I said, okay, no problem. I pulled over. He slams out of his car and he walks into my car and he's screaming, basically just screaming at me, basically saying that I need to learn how to drive and just screaming and acting crazy, right? And basically asks me for my license and snatches the license from me. And so when he gets to his car, I immediately start to think fast. I'm like, okay, this situation can go left quick because of my situation, what I'm dealing with, and the fact that this officer is obviously on 10 because he knows I'm a target or whatever. I didn't know about the targeted individual program, but I'm just saying he was obviously privy to what was going on with me. So I called my family knowing that my car was bugged and knowing that obviously this officer was in my car with me, like all of the other civilians that had been stalking me ruthlessly. I basically called my family and I was just basically telling them what was going on with this officer. And I was just telling them basically that I might have to record him. I might have to record him because he's acting crazy. Now, mind you, I've never had an issue with recording an officer. Never been tempted to record an officer. As a matter of fact, when I got pulled over for speeding and I got that speeding ticket in my early 20s, the officer almost wanted to give me a break because I was so mannerful with him. Such a kind officer. But he didn't give me the break. He gave me the ticket because I was really pushing it. I was speeding really bad. And so I didn't mind. I didn't argue with him. Not even a thought about recording this man. And he was a Caucasian officer that gave me that ticket in my early 20s. I was not even thinking about recording this man. But with this situation, I know what's happening. I've been stalked on the road for days. He's screaming at me off rip. I'm just like, nah, I gotta record. I need to record and I need to say it so he can hear that I'm gonna say it too. So I said that. I said, I think I'm gonna have to record him. I'm gonna start recording. And so as soon as I said that, this man comes out of his car and his whole demeanor changed. He's being super kind. He's all of a sudden being soft-spoken. He's not screaming anymore. He's telling me to get where I'm going safely. Of course, he gave me the ticket, but he's telling me to get where I'm going safely and be careful and, just being really kind. But after that, that's when my targeting blew up even more, if possible. I didn't even know it could blow up more, but it did. At this point now, I, again, believe all of these people were already involved, but they started making themselves present. At this point, after what happened with this officer, that's when I started seeing ambulances. That's when I started seeing fire trucks. That's when I started seeing helicopters flying overhead. And that's when the police got heavily involved in my targeting. And basically what happened is I was still on the phone with my family when I left that scene with that officer. And I was just on 10 myself now because I was still like amped up and anxious about what had just happened. And sometimes, oh man, I would have recorded his ass. He was screaming at me, blah, blah, just acting irate because of what had just happened. And not even irate like you think. I'm not a temperamental person. So it's not like I was like screaming or anything. But I was kind of hyped up and I was like, man, I would have recorded his ass and blah, 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 and da, 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 saying things of that nature. And so obviously he can hear me. He's a sheriff. He has pull. And again, that's another way that you can get watch listed. I'm going to see if I can find that video that was taken down. I had a video that I shared from a former target, not former, a fellow target who shared this government document talking about the ways you can get watch listed. And one of the ways is literally if you piss off somebody in power, they can literally watch list you. All they have to do is suggest it and you're watch listed. That's how stupid this program is. There's no due process. This is why a lot of people, there's actually like a lawsuit going on, this class action lawsuit, and they're trying to get a lot of targets involved where they're trying to fight this program because it's so unjust. There's no due process. Anyways, literally someone in power, you can piss off someone in power and get thrown on this list. But anyways, of course my situation is deeper, but I'm just saying this was a part of, a part of the elements that made me get watch listed and made my targeting get worse and worse. So anyways, after this incident with this officer, things just got worse for me. I didn't even know that it could possibly get worse, but it did. Now law enforcement, again, they were involved, but now they were making themselves present. Everywhere I went, I was seeing police cars. They're setting up street theater with police officers, at all the inns and hotels that I was staying at, because I didn't just stay at one hotel. Eventually, I left the Red Roof Inn and I started staying at different hotels and inns. At each inn I would stay at, they're setting up these fake arrests outside of the inns with white officers, and they're always arresting somebody black. It's always that type of scenario. One time it was a different scenario where it was just like a bunch of people that looked like they might have been homeless, and like they might, the reason I'm saying homeless is because they literally like, they made these people purposely look like similar to kind of like the people, I'm trying to be careful with my words and not offend anyone, but they literally looked similar to some of the people that were on the Greyhound bus. Like the person that was sitting across from me, that homeless man, it was that type of look. I remember there was one scenario like that where they did street theater, and it was like a bunch of them in the hallway sitting down on the floor, and the officer was just glaring at me like this. They just kept setting up these weird theaters outside of my hotels and my inns with officers arresting people, and typically it would be racially charged. I even remember this one incident where they actually set up street theater outside of my inn, and they were arresting this black girl, and she's such a bad actor too, terrible actor. And she's screaming, "This is so unjust! This is unjust! I do it for Mike Brown! I do it for Eric Garner!" Just yelling out people, like black people that got killed by the cops. And she's staring at me while she's doing it. So I don't know if they thought that I was stupid and that I was gonna stand there and record what was happening. As if I didn't know that. I mean, even with me not being familiar with the program at the time and what street theater was, I knew that this was some sort of skit that they were setting up. And so for me, I almost laughed in their faces, what I almost did. And so to be spiteful, I purposely pulled my car up right in front of them because there was a bunch of police cars there, and this girl there screaming and putting on this big show. And I was doing laundry this night and I had soup in my car. So I purposely pulled my car up right in front of them, with the headlights on, and I came out the car and I saw them all looking like they were hoping that they were going to get the reaction that they wanted, me recording them. And instead I pulled up right to the very front of the hotel, right where they were parked up. And I walked right past them and I went to get my laundry clothes. And I threw it in the car. I parked up. As I'm doing that, I'm seeing them watching me like this and I'm totally ignoring them. And I grabbed my soup and I went inside. And so I think they thought that I was pulling up on them to record it. I think they thought I was that stupid that I was going to pull up on them and start recording them as if I didn't know this was some sort of stupid, retarded skit. As if they have manpower to waste like that when there's real crime going on. Like I talked about earlier with that target that shared the clip of what happened with this girl and her ex-boyfriend. There's real crime happening where they're having shortages of officers, but yet they have the resources to waste and setting up officers, a big, huge set of them, to set up these dumb, retarded-ass skits with targets. It's so frustrating and infuriating when you think about it. But anyways, so that's what was happening, and that's what started happening. They started setting up these dumb skits in front of the hotels that I would be going to, and it would always be a white officer, always, every time, a white male officer, and it would always be, if not some scenario where someone black was being arrested, then somebody that looks homeless, that type of situation. But it was mainly just black people being arrested. It was always that, every time. And so I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is so dumb. And I wasn't, again, aware of street theater. So for me, I'm just like, wow, they're doing all this for me? I didn't know this was an actual program that I was a part of. So I'm just like, wow, little old me, you're doing all this for me? Not realizing that I was a target. So anyways, what else? Before I even left the Red Roof Inn, let me mention this as well. Before I left the Red Roof Inn, the first hotel that I stayed at when I was in Indiana, another stimuli that they presented was children. But that didn't really become stimuli until Florida. Indiana, they kind of did the children thing, like twice, literally twice. I can tell you 2 times where they did the child thing. But mainly in Indiana was race, cigarettes, homeless people, smoking, that type of thing like that. It wasn't really, they weren't focused on the child thing, even though that's obviously what started my targeting, me sending the text message. Let me explain that. Basically because I sent the text message when I was in the room with my younger relatives, I don't know, it seems like the situation sort of started to spin into this weird warped thing. If you're somebody that's subscribed to me and you saw my prior videos, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not really going to go into further details, but they started to spin it into this weird warped thing. And so it really made me uneasy and uncomfortable with what it started to spin into, the narrative. But anyway, so even though they knew full well that I was having these issues at the Airbnbs before I even ever came home. But anyway, so as I was leaving the inn, I do remember, not the inn, excuse me, this was a hotel, the Red Roof Hotel. No, it was an inn, the Red Roof Inn, duh. As I was leaving the inn, I was on the 3rd floor, and I got on the hotel elevator, basically, and it's like they sent this little girl up, and obviously she belonged to the people that owned the hotel, because she was the same ethnicity as them, and I had seen her with them before. Basically, the little girl, looked like she was 2 or 3 years old, and it seems to me like they literally let her ride up from the 1st floor, just to be in the elevator when I got on the 3rd floor. Weird thing, weird. And she even looked lost and confused, like, why are they putting me on the elevator, And so I rode down with her to the 1st floor, and then she literally got off on the 1st floor with me. So that's obvious that they literally put her on just to ride up, for me to get on and have to ride down with her. And then as I'm leaving the inn, I see her run over to one of the owners of the hotel, and she had like this smirk on her face. So I'm like, okay, so that's what this is about, obviously. This is about still the text that I sent. They're trying to spin it into whatever they're trying to spin it into, or I felt like they were really just trying to tease me. Because another thing I didn't mention I forgot to mention this. I said this in my part 1 and part 2 video that got deleted. After I sent the text message, remember I said things started to get even weirder in the house, and then they really obviously started to do gang stalking activity. When that happened, I did stop talking to my younger relatives very briefly. Not totally, not like ignoring them or anything like that. But more so like when they would come to talk to me, like I'll give them a hug, but then I just tell them to go play. Like, I would stay in this room during the daytime. And when they would try to come in and talk to me, I would basically just tell them to go play. Because I was so uncomfortable with what happened after I sent the text message. So I didn't want to, like, I ran them, but it was almost like I was pushing them away. And it's not like I was trying to punish them. I was more so just so perturbed with what was happening. I didn't even want to be around them anymore because it started spinning into this weird thing because I sent this text message. And to me, I didn't understand when they knew full well that I had been dealing with the same thing in the Airbnbs. So for me, it was just like I was offended. And I actually just, like, you could almost say it seems like took this thing out on these younger relatives, and I wasn't trying to take it out on them. I wasn't mean to them. It's not like I screamed at them, get out my room. It was nothing like that. I was still like, go play babies, that type of way like that. But I just didn't want them to be around me because of what was happening. I just felt so uncomfortable with what was happening. And I even remember someone in my close circle telling me, it's not their fault when they came in to try and, interact with me like what typical. I remember telling them to go play, and then basically this person that was in my inner circle opened the door and said, it's not their fault though, it's not their fault. And so that tells me that you were by the door monitoring me though. You were listening in. So obviously this is why I'm acting the way that I'm acting. I'm uncomfortable. So anyways, basically they tried to turn it into like this child thing as well, because these younger relatives were children, 2 children that were staying in the room with me. Now look, the mosquito drone flew by. They're just being spiteful, just so you know. But this is the narrative they tried to spin. They tried to turn it into this weird warped thing. That's all I'm gonna say with that. So anyways, so that they did present that stimuli to me in Indiana, but not really. It was just like twice, like that at that first inn that I stayed at, and then the second time was at another inn that I stayed at. I just noticed when I was leaving because there was a bunch of gang stalking activity happening. I tried to leave, and I remember seeing 2 young kids, that wouldn't typically be outside by themselves, basically sitting crunched up in the bush, like just sitting there. And I'm just like, why are they out here by themselves is what I'm thinking. And it literally looked like they had them set out there for me to walk by them. But it only happened twice, like I said, in Indiana. That was not the main stimuli. The focus was race, homeless people, cigarettes. Those 3 main things were my stimuli in Indiana. And then obviously the police officer, the white male police officer arresting the black person that's supposedly being mistreated. That became my stimuli in Florida. And it's not even to say like in my conversation I said he was a white racist or something like something of that nature. I didn't even say anything like that. I just more so said I was gonna record his ass and da 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 da. And they just turned it into this thing, it was just so stupid. Anyway, so yeah, all of that was happening in Indiana, and it was just obviously so terrible that I knew I couldn't stay. It started to freeze up a little bit there, guys. That's why I stopped talking. Because in the past when that's happened, I would have been talking and missed like a large chunk of the recording. And just so you know, while it froze up, a mosquito drone flew in my face. As soon as I started talking about that stimuli, the mosquito drone, they're just trying to antagonize me. Anyways, so forgot what I was gonna say. So basically, I came to the realization I couldn't stay in Indiana. I had started looking at the truck driving schools and stuff, but most of my money was depleting. Because I was instead of staying in one inn and like saving my gas and saving my money, I was doing strippiness and staying in my car a lot of nights, driving up and down. I kept driving all the way to Chicago. I drove to Ohio. Just driving in between states, trying to avoid these gang stalkers, which is stupid because they were in every freaking state. I went to Chicago, all of them, all these cars involved. And Chicago was so beautiful. It was actually a state that I would have really enjoyed had it not been for what was going on. Like Chicago, I could actually see myself living in Chicago. I've heard all these horror stories about Chicago, and for me, I actually really liked the vibe, aside from what I was dealing with. Chicago was cool, but a lot of crazy shit happening. I drove to Ohio, a lot of the same stupid shit happening. I actually kind of liked how Ohio looked too, but I was more so feeling Chicago. But just all this stupid shit happening with the gang stalkers, every state that I went to. So I started realizing that this was something that was following me. Again, not knowing that this was a program, but as I'm experiencing what's happening, even with the ref campaign and them doing certain things as I'm in the car, I'm realizing that I'm obviously being watched on some sort of live feed. I wasn't familiar with the mosquito drones yet. and I realized that this thing was spreading, you know, and I knew at this point that it had to be viral, even though it wasn't the type of viral where you go on, you know, like the Shade Room, or you go on like YouTube or TMZ and you see a story about some random nobody that went viral for whatever stupid thing that they did. It wasn't that type of viral. It was even worse. It's the type of viral where I couldn't even find the information, but I knew my shit had went viral because of what was happening. So anyways, and so many people being involved, you know, like I'm hopping, doing state hopping, and literally everywhere I go, all of these cars involved. There's no way this shit is not viral, you know? So anyways, after a while of driving up and down for days and days and days and weeks and basically just depleting my money because I'm also paying for the rental while I'm paying for gas and driving from state to state instead of doing what I had planned to do when I went to Indiana, my money dwindled down. You know, I was down to like $1,000 from the 4,000 I had saved. You know, I had found a nice apartment. You know, the rent was 700 a month. You know, there was no big deposit fee. You know, I had things set. I could have really done something if it weren't for that situation. But because of what was happening, I just kept moving. I kept trying to, kind of similar to what I was doing here on island, where I just kept driving up and down on the road, except there's more road to drive on up there in the States. So I was literally state hopping, trying to escape what I couldn't escape. And so basically after a while, I was like, this doesn't make sense. You know, I may as well just go back home is how I felt. Because at this point now I'm in a place that's not familiar to me. I don't have money. You know, my money is dwindling down. And I'm realizing that this situation is just escalating, getting worse and worse. And it's to the point where helicopters are flying over like this is America's Most Wanted. And I haven't even committed a crime. So I'm just like, what the hell is this? You know, at this point, I'm really thinking heavily now, witchcraft. Somebody did witchcraft on me is what I was thinking. Even more so than before. This like solidified it for me. So I'm just like, nah, I need to get back home. I'm like, this is crazy. So basically, I decided that I was going to drive down to Florida, where some people in my close circle live, you know, and we're still attending university as well as just living there. You know, I had family members that actually just lived there as well. I'm not family members, it's like people in my close circle. And so I said, let me just get back down to Florida en route basically I wasn't sure that I was going to come back to this island because remember, it had been all over island when I left. So to be honest with you, I wasn't even sure what my next move would be. I was very much so flabbergasted and not knowing what my next move would be. But I knew it would make sense to go by people that I knew rather than staying in a random state with people I don't know with this happening and with no money. So basically, I drove down with my rental. I basically had to switch out my rental for another one that I could drive across country with. Cross country with. Excuse me, let me stretch for a second, guys. All right, guys, back again. So basically, where I left off, I had changed out my rental, and now I'm en route to Florida, where I had people in my close circle that lived. And I'm still not sure what I'm gonna do next, you know, because my whole reason for leaving was because of what was happening on island. So for me now, I'm in this impossible situation. The money has dwindled down, and I'm in my head just like not knowing what to do next. I just know for sure staying in a state where I know no one, you know, and this situation is happening and blown up so big doesn't make sense. And so I basically started driving with this new rental that I had down to Florida. And on my way, I'm in my head just thinking, you know, should I just abandon the car and just run? Like, all this is running in my head all throughout this trip. But I'm like, they already are treating me like a convict. The last thing I need to do is drop off this rental and not turn it in to give them an excuse to really put me on America's Most Wanted. With everything that was happening with the helicopters and stuff, literally every state I drove into, they had the helicopters ready to fly by in the air. Every state, like literally like a scene straight out of America's Most Wanted. You would have sworn I was a notorious serial killer or something. The way they were using and misusing manpower. So anyways, when I got to Tennessee again, this time now not Greyhound but via vehicle rental, I remember stopping at a Goodwill and basically just giving away majority of my clothes because in my head now I'm thinking escape. So I'm still not sure how I'm gonna do it, but I'm knowing traveling with all the clothes that I had that just wasn't gonna work for me. So I'm thinking I need to have like a small little duffel of clothes. I'm gonna give away majority of it so I can pack light and move how I need to move because I'm still not sure what I'm doing. I have no game plan. My mind is racing now, you know, because I didn't anticipate what happened to me. So I gave away most of my clothes at Goodwill. And this is why now too, even in my prior videos that got deleted, you know, those of you that have been subscribed to me, you'll have heard me say that, sorry if you see me re-wearing the same outfits, I don't have much clothes because I gave most of my clothes away in Tennessee. So anyways, after I did that, I got back on the road. Sorry, the video froze for a second. After I did that, I got back on the road en route to Florida. And as I'm driving through these different states, the gang stalking activity is continuing. Every freaking vehicle on the road. This is why I said I've yet to find a target as heavily targeted as me. I've found a few, but most of them don't post videos. The targets I've seen that have described what I've been through are usually people that are writing, on Quora. Quora, that app where you can basically find different forums to join. And I joined a targeted individual forum on there, and I've only found a few people, a few targets that seems to have gone through what I went through, and I've seen it via their writing rather than videos. The targets I find on YouTube, I found a few that seem almost as heavily targeted as me, like Truth Hurts Hypocrisy America, who's at this point not even posting anymore. It's been 2 years since he's even posted, so I'm concerned about him. Because he posts a lot of, well, he used to post a lot of good info. I'm praying he's okay, and maybe he found some way to get off grid or to get out of the program, and that's why he's not posting. I'm trying to be optimistic about it, but he's not posting anymore. But he was really heavily targeted, like bunches of cars. I see Michael Barton is really heavily targeted as well. I'm seeing a lot of activity on his page as well. He seems like someone else that might be as heavily targeted as me. Whereas where it seems like almost everyone on the road is involved. Not just a few cars stalking you. Like literally all of the cars on the road are involved. Everywhere you go, every person in that area is involved. Like you're pinging out this mass message to every cell phone in the area where you are. And they do have different threat levels, by the way. I learned that. I'm so mad I lost that article. But I found this article about the watch listing system and the fact that they have threat levels. So you would think I was Osama bin Laden the way that they're doing what they're doing to me. I think out of spite they have me at the highest threat level, and I've never even committed a crime. It's insanity. But that's what's happening with my programming. I'm like really, I think, one of the highest level targets you can be. You would swear I had done some sort of terrorist action, aside from sharing offensive things in reaction to what was happening to me. But anyways, so I'm just I'm actually ready to stop the video and start the last part. And the reason I say the last part is because finally I'm far enough into the story where I know for a fact that the next video will be the last part of this series, with the most experts in my life. So I'm definitely gonna sit here right now and just finish the story. But I'm just trying to decide if I want to stop right here and start the next video. I think I'll go a few more minutes. So anyways, got down to Florida, and like I said, as I'm driving through these different states, every state I'm going in, they're having helicopters flying ahead. And not just one helicopter, two helicopters, at the same time, like two helicopters. Why do you need two helicopters? Two helicopters up in the air, big barricades in the road, big fake, theater, and on my way to Florida, I actually stopped at Louisiana. This is what happened. I wasn't even on my way to Florida. I actually forgot about this part of the story. I did kind of mention Louisiana in my prior videos, but I said I was on my way to Florida, but that's not what happened. What happened is I started to look into a trucking school. I can't believe I forgot this part of the story. I started looking into a trucking school that was in Louisiana. That's how I ended up in Louisiana. I'm sorry, guys. I actually did mention Louisiana in my prior videos, but I just said, I kind of worded it like it was just en route to Florida. That wasn't the case. So before I decided that I would head down to Florida by the people in my close circle that lived down there, I was more so thinking of one other option. And I was thinking Louisiana, even though I knew at this point that this thing was following me. I was thinking somehow I could get down there, and I don't know, figure shit out, is what I thought. And I was looking into trucking schools that had good programs, and I saw that Louisiana had a program where they could basically house me, because some of the trucking schools don't do that. That was really what the issue was. I was looking for one that could house me, and Indiana had a program like that. So then I found that Louisiana had a program like that as well, whereas as you're doing the trucking school and stuff, you can actually be housed. And so this is why I headed down to Louisiana, because I'm thinking to myself, even with what's happening, I can still just ignore it, get into trucking, make up enough money, and then figure out how to get out of this, is what I was thinking in my head. Anyway, so when I got down to Louisiana, same thing, bunch of crazy, street theater, gang stalked by every freaking vehicle on the road, went to the rental agency. The guy, he helped me and everything, but he had an attitude, just people everywhere I went having attitudes and moving this kind of way because of whatever it is that they're hearing about me. And I'm just being gang stalked heavily in this area. And I actually thought Louisiana was beautiful too. In a different way to Chicago, totally different vibe, but I really liked Louisiana also. Out of all of those states that I drove through, The two that I really liked, you know, more so than just Florida, because remember I told you I used to love Florida until what happened to me happened. Louisiana and Chicago are the two states out of all the states that I drove through that I really could see myself living in on a regular day if I weren't a part of this program. They were really nice, really beautiful places. And I like the fact that like Louisiana was swampland. I don't know why. I just thought that was pretty, that scenery. But that was also where I started to notice the bird drones even more so. Like I said, they had been using it on me since on Island, so I was aware of the fact that they used birds in this program. But I wasn't aware of the fact that they were drones, like the mosquito drones. But this is where I, you know, was driving on the freeway in Louisiana, and I literally remember that there was like this big herd of birds. I had never seen anything like it in my life that flew across the freeway in front of my car. And I was just like, oh my God. I remember thinking to myself, this is witchcraft. I'm sorry to keep saying it, but I really thought that in my head when I saw all these birds. I was like, it's to the point where they're able to control the birds. Because I was like, I know this can't be remote control birds. At this point, I hadn't realized that they were drones yet. You know, I'm realizing that they use birds or bird sounds in the program, but I wasn't aware of the fact that they had actual bird drones. I didn't learn that until I got to Florida. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, is it something, some kind of way where they can control the birds? Because there's no way they're willing to buy this many freaking remote control birds to harass me is what I was thinking, because it was such a big swarm of birds that flew over the freeway in front of my car. So I remember just looking up flabbergasted again. You know, everything I've seen in this program was literally like I took the red pill. I started learning all of this shit that I had never heard about in my life and seeing weird, astronomically strange stuff that I didn't know existed. So I remember I was just saying, like, you know, like this, as the big herd of birds, you know, it almost looked like a migration. You know, when birds migrate, you know, to a different place because of whatever season it is, it almost looked like it was a migration. This is how crazy it was. But you could tell that they literally just flew across right as I was driving by. It was so crazy, the amount of resources these people were using on me. Anyway, so in Louisiana, excuse me, same thing happening even in my hotel. You know, street theater. I'm hearing stuff outside. They didn't set up a fake arrest outside of my hotel, but they were still doing the street theater. You know, still things with cops. You know, cop cars, big droves of cop cars in the road. Them pulling over, flashing their blinkers. You know, literally like sometimes 8 cars in a row just parked to the side of the road with their blinkers flashing. You know, I heard something that they use in this program is the one headlight thing. That hasn't been the case with me. And I almost regret saying that because remember I told you on this island they start to emulate the things I talk about. I might now start to notice the one headlight because they're now doing the red car or white car shit to me down here. But that was something that had never been a part of my program, not even in the States. I didn't ever notice the one headlight like I see some targets dealing with. So I believe like there are different, you know, even though it's all connected, this program, I believe there are different entities within this big unit that run different sectors of the program, if that makes sense. So I think different targets experience different things. I mean, obviously we experience different stimuli dependent upon what made us a target, but also not just the stimuli. I think even the way the program is running is dependent upon certain things. I don't know. I'm still trying to learn. I'm still trying to learn it. You know, I've learned a lot and there's still a lot I don't know. Anyways, so needless to say, Louisiana wasn't working out for me. You know, I had spoke to this lady that was really nice to me and that was ready to get me on board. But basically from what she was saying, she couldn't get me on board right away. And then I'm pretty sure they reached out to her because then after a while I got an email from her telling me that she could no longer hire me. Upon the background search, they found something. So it just didn't make sense. And I just knew that they had contacted her. So I was just like, nah, I gotta get back home. Basically, you know, because at this point my money was completely depleted. And so basically I ended up going back to Florida. I caught Greyhound. You know, I had turned in my rental in Louisiana because I had no more money. And I caught a Greyhound to Florida. And as I'm on the Greyhound, street theater happening, you know, a lot of weird stuff. At this point, I knew I was being watched. You know, they were doing pretty much similar stuff to what they were doing to me on the Greyhound bus with the homeless man when they all started to act stupid. You know, even the driver was getting involved in doing strippiness. It was horrible and an uncomfortable trip and journey back to Florida. So let me stop right here now. So I'm going to start the other video and tell y'all what happened to me in Florida. Because Florida was the worst. Out of every state I was in, you know, I thought what was happening in Indiana was bad. In Florida, I keep saying this and I said this in my videos that got deleted. They were a different type of beast in Florida with the targeting. But anyways, let me stop this video and start a new one. And that will be my last part, please, if the most I spares my life. So I'll see you in the next one right away. Alright guys, back again with the final part to this full story of how I became a targeted individual series slash saga. My goodness, I did not intend to have so many parts, but at this point I'm grateful because now instead of like how I had it before with the videos that got deleted, where I kept creating new videos to add to the story that I had left out, like the clarification video, the venting video, the this, the that. Instead, all of those videos are now compiled in my How I Became a Targeted Individual full story. And then I'm going to create a summary as well for those people that don't have time to sit there and watch all of the parts to my story. So welcome to my channel. If you're new to my channel, my name is Sharifa. Music name is New Lily. Please start at part 1 of this video if you're new to my channel. This is actually part 7, as you may have seen already. So this is the last part to, like I said, my 7-part series of how I became a targeted individual. In these videos, I include the whole story, including my spiritual battle from my early 20s up until now, age 31. In my summary video, I'm just gonna leave out all of the backdrop story and I'm just going to say the main details of how I became targeted. So I won't include the situations that I dealt with in my early 20s leading up to now. Anyways, so basically, where I left off in the last video was that I was catching a Greyhound from Louisiana back to Florida to be by the people that are in my inner circle because I realized it didn't make sense being around strangers with no money and with this crazy situation happening. What I thought I could escape, I realized that I couldn't. And I realized that this was way crazier than what I could have ever imagined or fathomed. And at this point, it didn't make sense being around people that I didn't know with no money and with this weird situation going on. It was dangerous at this point with the way these people were acting. It didn't even feel life threatening though, oddly enough. Even though what was happening, I never felt like my life was in jeopardy until Florida. Literally in these other states, it didn't feel life threatening. It more so just felt antagonizing and just completely draining and like, oh my God, what is this? Like the scariest, weirdest, astronomical thing I had ever dealt with. But it didn't feel life threatening until Florida. So when I got to Florida, oh my gosh, same thing. They're still doing the campaigning, the noise campaigning. They're still following me on the roadway. Oh, I forgot to mention this. In Louisiana, before I left Louisiana, remember I told you they kept setting up street theater in the road with the cop cars? They set up this huge barricade. In no other state did this happen to me. Yes, they kept setting up this weird street theater with cop cars, with multiple cop cars in the road. But again, in Louisiana, I don't know what it was with them and having herds. Remember I told you they had the herd of birds that flew in front of my car? They also had this weird street theater one day near the rental company where I was getting my rental, where I was turning my rental in. They literally had like almost the whole street. It was almost like a parade of cop cars, like from one block to the other, filled with cop cars, and you see the big lights blinking like this, and I was like, oh my gosh, what is this? And a lot of them were standing outside the car just watching me like this. And I'm not going to fake the funk, it was not just white officers, there were black officers too. And actually I think I even saw more black officers than I did white. So it was just crazy. At this point, they weren't even trying to do the race stimuli, they were more so doing the officer stimuli. I think it's because of, again, what happened with this officer, obviously, in Indiana. So I was just like, oh my gosh, what the heck is this? I was like, whoa. It was crazy. I can't believe I forgot to mention that also. Anyway, fast forward from that scene there. So I get back to Florida now. I get to Florida, and at this point, I still had good credit. Despite my money dwindling down and what was happening, I still had a good credit score. I actually had a 700 and change credit score. Because throughout the years, I had been working on my credit, paying off my debt, paying off my bills, taking care of business, working decent jobs. So at this point, my credit was really good. So even though what was happening, in Indiana, I was actually trying to get a car with Carvana. That was the plan. I was going to get a car with Carvana, was going to get an apartment because it was extremely cheap in Indiana, and then start trucking school. That was the plan. But the Carvana person kept playing games with me when I was in Indiana, like for days and days. One sudden, they kept coming up with excuses. They were supposed to be delivering my car to me. All of a sudden, there was some sort of irreparable damage that was unforeseen that happened with the vehicle. And so I couldn't get the vehicle for a few more days. And they knew I had to pay for an expensive rental. This was all a part of the program. And so it was just days and days of me not getting my vehicle to the point where I actually left Indiana in my rental and still did not have my vehicle. I even offered to pick the vehicle up. And they kept making excuses as to why that couldn't happen. And then eventually they told me I could go to Kentucky to pick the vehicle up. So I was just like, screw it. So I basically abandoned the Carvana idea until I got to Florida. But that all that was supposed to be, the idea. Because my credit was good, I was able to get a very cheap car lease. And had the perfect picked out for me and everything, and they just sabotaged the whole thing. Like literally, all of a sudden, there's this irreparable damage that happened that they couldn't foresee, and now they're sending me something else, an exact car, the same car, whatever stupid crap lie they were telling me. Basically just to gang stalk and make me have to pay for a rental for more days and waste my money away. So anyways, I got down to Florida and I eventually went through with the Carvana. Despite what was happening, like I said, I had people in my close circle living in Florida. I definitely felt like I was being gaslighted with these people, but I'm not going to go into the details with that. But still, I was able to at least stay at the house of the people in my close circle for a few nights, and get on my feet. And so as I'm doing that, I'm setting up this Carvana thing because I still had just enough money left in my name to basically pay the first month for this car lease, the first payment, and be able to get the car basically because my credit was so good. And then in my mind, I was just thinking, okay, I need to get a job, so I started looking into DoorDash. I started looking into Uber Eats, things of that nature, things that I could do where I could constantly be on the move. So these gang stalkers couldn't stay harassing me. Basically, they would stay harassing me, obviously. But I mean, it wasn't like I would be stationary. I also started looking into security. And I remember that somebody in my close circle, her boyfriend or fiance, basically had this prior, he had several actually, jobs that he had worked security at, and he suggested a few to me. And so I even picked up a security gig for a short stint. I had this security company that I had this good repertoire with, that I had a really good track record with. But because of what was happening, I literally was just too embarrassed to contact them. I didn't want them to find out about this situation. In my head, I was just like, let me get out of this situation before I try to do that. Because literally anyone that I contacted became privy to the situation. And so for me, I did not want my name to get tarnished with this company because I had such a good track record with them. All throughout college, when I was in college for the second time, when I was going to Florida Memorial, I worked for that company. So for me, I could have easily gotten a job with them again, but I just did not want to tarnish my name with this company. So I did not, they just were not an option for me. So I remember, like I said, this person in my close circle, helping me out as far as like telling me about some of the companies that her person worked for. And so I remember calling several of these companies and applying and stuff. And initially, several of them would talk to me, and I guess the gang stalkers would reach out to them, and then all of a sudden I can't get in touch with them. But this one guy decided to go out on a limb, I guess, despite whatever it is he heard, and he hired me and gave me the job. But he was definitely doing some gang stalking activity. Like even with the conversations that we were having on the phone, it was just very much so full of innuendos, just strange conversations, really strange conversations. But you could tell that he would be a cool guy if it weren't for my situation. It's hard to explain. That kind of way where sometimes you meet people in this program that outside of the program they would be a cool person if it weren't for what's going on. He was one of those people. Because it was just like some of the things he used to do. Like he even used to, as far as my check went, sometimes he would forward me my money early because he knew what my living situation. I explained to him that I was living out of my car. I knew he knew the whole situation, the whole scoop, more than what I told him. But of course he pretended like he didn't know. But even despite him doing nice things like that, he still was also doing mean things, and gang stalking me too, and saying like innuendos in the conversations we would have, some of them. Some conversations, like I said, he'd be being friendly and trying to like give me advice and stuff. And then in other conversations, it was laced with innuendos. And I think it also had something to do with the heavy gang stalking that was happening to me in Florida, and some of the stuff I started sharing in my car in response to what was happening. Because I was living out of my car at this point. I didn't feel comfortable staying at the house with the people in my close circle because everyone around was involved with the gang stalking. I'm being watched on camera. I'm aware of it at this point. Again, hadn't learned about the mosquito drones, but I knew I was being watched on camera. I'm sorry that it's getting dark, guys. It's literally like 6:28 over here. So I'm trying to now just finish off the story. Hopefully I won't have to turn on the light or anything like that. But that's why it's kind of dark in here. Anyways, so forgot what I was saying. So at this point, I just didn't feel comfortable staying at the house of the people in my close circle because literally ref campaign outside of their house, just weird interactions that made me feel extremely uncomfortable. And so I just wanted to stay in my vehicle for the most part because of what was happening. And so I do remember at this time, like I said, I was doing DoorDash, I was doing Uber Eats, and then I was doing the security at night. And he had stationed me all the way out into Miami. And so I remembered every night when I'm going to work, they're setting up street theater in the road. I had to hit the freeway, big EMT, fake, always every night, a fake accident. Every freaking night. You mean every night I'm hitting the freeway, there's an accident? They have these fake accidents set up. So basically, I have to start leaving earlier just to get to the security job because of what was happening. Then when I'm actually at the job, oh my gosh, so much gang stalking at this freaking job. To the point where I didn't even feel comfortable watching shows. Every show that I watched seemed to be a trigger for me. And I wasn't yet aware of the fact that they can target you through the TV, through the radio, through the ads. This is what was happening to me in Florida, and it was making my targeting get worse. This is one of the videos that got deleted that I plan to recreate. I had 2 videos showing evidence that they target you through the TV, and they target you through the radio, and they target you through the ads when you're a target. And so I remember the fact that this is what was happening to me in Florida, way more than even Indiana or these other places. Florida is where it was at with this program. I don't know what it is, but they have this thing on lock, and they have it on lock in every freaking state. It's a big grid lock, and all of it's locked in. But Florida, they had this thing down pat. They probably have more targets in Florida or something. I don't know. But they had this thing down pat in Florida, especially as it pertains to targeting you through the TV. So like I said, I will recreate those videos that got taken down. But I did create a video, first of all, where I shared 2 clips from Truth Hurts Hypocrisy America's page, where he's literally showing you evidence of how they target you through the TV. And he's showing you how they targeted him through 2 different TV shows that he was watching. It was crazy. To the point where the person in the show had his name, had the same things in the room as him, just weird, creepy stuff. They can target you through the TV. And so at this time, basically, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. So for me, again, it all felt spiritual, like witchcraft. And so it's just like every freaking show that came on. And remember, again, I'm living in my car. These people are watching me on a live feed. And they're zooming by, ref campaign, making noise campaign in the background. Anytime anything with the stimuli pertaining to my targeting came on. And for them, in Florida, they were more so focused on the child thing than anything else. They were more so focused on the child thing than the smoking thing, the homeless man thing. They were on those things as well. I think they thought I was a big bitch. But they were more so focused on the child thing. Like, this is what they were honing in on, and the stimuli that they kept presenting to me in Florida. And I believe it's because these younger relatives, people in my circle that had been in my room with me the time I sent the text message that made my targeting go viral, they lived in Florida. So I believe that's why things were amped up in Florida. Because I literally was having these awkward ass interactions with these people in my close circle anytime I would go to their house, because I knew this whole situation derived from that situation. Now listen to the noise campaign. I hope the video's picking up on this. Now, mind you, that's gaslighting, because for me to have been stalked for days, at this point it was probably like a whole month of my stalking before I ended up back in Florida, as heavily and as vigorously as I was stalked in all of the states I was stalked in before I got to Florida, and I'm knowing it derived from this text message. For me to have gone through the things that I went through, and then the ref campaign and these people trying to run me off the road and stuff, and them to act like it's odd that I'm acting uncomfortable around these relatives that the whole situation derives from, is gaslighting, and it's idiocracy. That's what it is. And it's just them trying to antagonize me. They know what's going on. But anyway, so I'm not really concerned about the noise campaign. To me, it's just more evidence for my video. So thank you, hovering alien plane, aircraft that has the gas to float up and down in the air all day long. Anyways, let me stretch for a second, guys. Okay, so let me go ahead and finish up, guys. So anyways, that's why my gang stalking was basically getting more and more freaking brutal, you could say, in Florida. Because I'm such an anxious person, and I know that I'm being watched on this live feed with all of these freaking, it seems almost possessed people, antagonizing me and chasing me down on the road and zooming behind me. I even had this interaction with this freaking nut that I was on the road with. Like I said, all of these cars were chasing me. But this one car was on my ass, boy, because I was watching shows, like I said, in my car. I felt so awkward at a certain point when I was in Florida that I was watching movies on my phone as I'm driving on the freeway. Because I felt so awkward. It was to the point where I'm driving on the big highway and I'm watching movies like this and driving like this because I felt so freaking weird and awkward. And remember, again, I told you they were targeting me through my shows, and I wasn't aware that they had the technology to do this yet. So literally every show that I watched, had the stimuli pertaining to what started my targeting. It was the child thing more so than anything else in Florida. So every time a child would come on the screen, I'm like this, and I'm looking around because I know they're gonna start to do the ref campaign. So I remember this child came on the screen, and I was like, like this, and literally this freaking nut zooms up behind me. He had the big rev engine, and he's going rum, 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 really loud behind me. Like, I'm telling you, my heart was doing like this. And it pissed me off, because again, it had been about a month of me being stalked ruthlessly and I didn't do anything wrong. So you can imagine the level of angst and anger you feel when that happens to you. So when this guy did this, and they had already been doing the ref campaign all day to me on this day, I was ready to take him out, is how I felt. And this is what the program is designed to do. It literally is designed to get the target in a state of basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Mental insanity, basically. Mental chaos. That's the word I'm looking for. That's the word that the military guy in the video that was describing the program, the former military agent, in that video for me that got deleted. I'm definitely going to find that video and re-upload it again. But basically, the program is designed to get the target in a state of mental chaos. So they either want you to react and get angry enough at what they're doing to you that you react adversely enough to get thrown in jail. They want you to act crazy enough or turn crazy enough that they can Baker Act you. So what that is, look up the Baker Act, is basically against your will throw you in the mental asylum. Or C, excuse me, the most wicked of all, they want you to take yourself out, to end yourself, basically. You heard the noise campaign. They're going to hell for that. I'm telling you, they're going to burn. But that's basically what they want. It's like a demon on them, a demonic entity that takes them over. So when I said the end yourself thing, you heard the noise campaign on the roof. And in one of my videos that got deleted, you heard that again. In one of my prior videos that got deleted when I was describing the situation, what I've been through, and the fact that it's literally like this program is designed to take you out. And if you're too mentally strong, they start to up the ante, basically because they really want you to end yourself. It's like literally Satan inside of these people. And so they want you to end yourself with this program. It's literally like a slow kill program. And so basically, that's what it was in Florida, especially more so than anywhere else. In the other areas, obviously, I'm sure that's what they wanted too. Like I said, this is a demonic system and a demonic program. These people are literally like this nanobot shit, fallen angel technology. It's literally what you read in Revelations with the chip, where they're going to be chipping you in the end times, New World Order. A majority of the people are going to be down with it. That's what's going on right now. And so this is why they're like, on you and wanting you to end yourself when you're not down with that type of stuff. So anyways, so that's basically what was going on, though. They were literally like trying to get some sort of reaction out of me, and this man almost got it, because this was before I knew how the program worked. This is where I made the most ass of myself. I think even more so than on the Greyhound station bus, where I did the thing with the homeless man. That also helped to propel my targeting. This moment right here in Florida, all of the things that I shared in my car in reaction to what was happening to me was me doing the work for the program, because I wasn't yet aware of how the program worked. I didn't know how it worked. And so for me, I wasn't aware of the fact that I was acting just how they wanted me to act and helping them to propel my targeting. I didn't know that. And so this man literally almost got the best part of me, and I'm saying that sarcastically. I literally almost hit him and rammed him off the road. Because at this point, it had been days and days of them stalking me on the road and literally trying to knock me off the road and all this crazy shit that they were doing, wicked shit. And this guy, like I said, revved up behind me so freaking loudly, and he looked freaking nuts. The way his eyes, like you could tell a demon was in him. And so I was just like, nah, let me get this demon off the road is what I thought in my head, because I wasn't thinking straight. I was losing it at this point with what they were doing to me. And so I zoomed up next to him, and I said, you want to rev up on me? I'm going to run you off the road is how I was thinking. I almost did it. And then the Most High hopped into me and stopped me, because I literally almost rammed this man off the road. I'm telling you, I almost rammed, like they probably would have had me on manslaughter. I almost rammed him off the road because of what I had been dealing with for about a month, and then him doing that to me. And so basically, I like the Most High came in me and stopped me from what I was about to do to him. And so I stopped, and I was like, okay, you're still paying for this car. This is a relatively new car. Despite what's happening, relax is what I had to tell myself, because I almost ran this man off the road, like I said. But anyways, it was just like a bunch of crazy shit happening in Florida. It was just horrible, my gang sucking. They were targeting me through the radio. Everything was about children, predators, America's Most Wanted, weird shit like that through my shows, through the radio, all of that, just weird stuff, weird freaky stuff, right? So I remember I literally parked up, and when I was parked up living out of my car, I basically stopped watching shows and just started watching biblical videos, because at this point now I was certain that some type of witchcraft was on me. I knew it, but what was happening. Especially with the death and stuff. You know, there's actually witchcraft where they can put like death rituals on you. I've seen all of these type of stuff as I was looking and doing my research before they tried to accuse me of it. There are actually things like that where not only everyone turns against you, but it's like a death ritual. So this is why I have all these demonic entities wishing death on me. That's what it is. It's witchcraft. And so it's like determined to try to take me out. So anyways, what was I gonna say? So I'm forgetting where I was at in the story. So basically in my car, you know, at this point I started watching biblical videos like crazy because I'm like, there's definitely witchcraft on me is what I'm thinking. I know I haven't done anything wrong, and all of this crazy astronomically strange shit is happening. I've never heard about this program in my life. As viral as my targeting was, why have I never heard about this program? You know, that didn't make sense to me why I never heard about it. And all of this crazy shit was happening to me. So I started watching biblical videos in my car, basically trying to like get protection from the Most High. I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe it's because I lacked faith throughout the years. You know, maybe it's because of my years as an alcoholic in my in those years in my early 20s. You know, from years it was mid 20s, from years 2014 to 2017. You know, this is what I'm thinking in my head. Not 2017 to 2016. I'm sorry, I'm saying 2017. It was 2014 to 2016. And so I'm thinking in my head, maybe it's from that time in my life, you know, because I did have an incident in that time. I do remember when I was really depressed and I was going through what I was going through around that time, you know, all the things that I told you was happening to me around then. I do remember one night getting drunk and actually yelling that I was an atheist. I do remember yelling that, and I remember immediately regretting it and repenting, you know, and calling my sister and asking her, you meant the ultimate sin? Is that the unforgivable sin? You know, I remember I was freaking out about that, and we did our research and realized that that's not the unforgivable sin. But all done in my head, I'm thinking, well, maybe that's why the Most High didn't protect me from this witchcraft, because I didn't have faith, because I yelled something like that, you know, in my drunken rage. You know, all of these things I'm thinking in my head is why this is probably being able to work on me. I didn't understand what it was, but I just knew it had to be witchcraft, because at the time, again, I did not know that they had the technology where they could literally send the stimuli that caused your targeting to every freaking video you watch, to the radio. So at this time, it felt like some sort of spiritual intervention. And I know for a fact I didn't do anything. So for me, I'm like, okay, this is witchcraft. You know, not knowing that they had the technology to do this, you know? And so for me, this is what I'm thinking in my head, witchcraft, witchcraft. And the more, excuse me, something's in my eye. The more that they're targeting me, excuse me, I'm hearing the bird drone outside. The more that they're targeting me through these videos and through these ads with the stimuli that caused my targeting, the more the gang stalkers are going ham in the background and basically trying to act like this is some sort of spiritual intervention. Because remember, Satan is the greatest imitator. So with this technology, they try to play like it's a God thing, like it's coming from God. Even with the voice to skull, where they're putting the voice in your head. I've seen other targets say that the voices that are being projected into their head are telling them about the Bible and stuff. So that's telling me that these people are trying to play God. You are trying to play God at this point. And then some other targets say that the voices in their head are saying lascivious, nasty things, you know, ludicrous things. Like I remember this one target, her name was Tamika Smothers. She was in Florida as well. She was talking about how the voice to skull was in her head saying very nasty things, really disgusting, vile things. Tamika Smothers, look her up. So it's just like they say different things depending upon what your programming is. But it's still them trying to play God when they're beaming this voice in your head. You know, look at what they call the technology, the voice of God. That's so blasphemous. No, it's not the voice of God. You are not God and you will never be God. So don't call your technology the voice of God. It's the voice of fallen angel or the voice of Satan is what you should call it. So anyways, this is what they try to do with the program though. They try to make it seem like it's spiritual intervention when it's not. You know, they even mess with harp at times. You know, they're messing with the freaking, I know this sounds insane, but if you learn about the program, you'll understand that this is true. Truth, hypocrisy, America talks about this as well. They even mess with the weather, with the harp system, with this program. It was happening to me in Florida. It happened a little bit down here as well. I had recordings of that as well on camera. I believe that's why all that got deleted. So it's just crazy stuff that they do. You know, and then when you respond negatively, you get painted as a monster. You know, this video wasn't negative. I was literally just telling my story. And then as I said the death thing, they bang on the roof. So of course that makes me offended now when I start to react, and then they use that to paint me as a monster. But this is what they do with the program. Listen to the bird drone. Listen. Look, now try to quiet down. Listen. Yeah, so that's the bird drone right there. Look. They purposely keep quieting it down when I start to talk, and then when I stop talking, they make it get louder again. Good, you hear it. It sounds almost like a real bird, but no, you can tell that's a drone. Let me turn the light on at this point. It's getting dark, guys. So, anyways, forgot what I was saying now. Anyways, um, so that's what was happening in Florida. It was like literally heavily targeting me through the ads, through the TV shows, through the radio, and all of it about being predators and children, and just really trying to warp that text message and turn it into something that it wasn't, and then literally campaigning like crazy on the road, and I actually at this point, like I said, I was living in my car because of what was happening to me. And like I said, started watching biblical videos like heavily at this time. And at this time, I wasn't even trying to watch the videos for the gang stalkers. I was watching it for myself because I felt like witchcraft was on me. I still feel that way. But anyways, as I'm watching these videos, I'm noticing that when certain things are said, and again, not knowing that they're targeting me through these videos, when certain things are being said, I'm hearing the REF campaign. So every minute, no matter what biblical video I put on, I noticed it kept saying things like, things in the dark come into light, and what was it? Things in the dark come into light, and angels always watching. And remember, they like to watch it with the program and play God. So basically, with this program, they're emulating the Most High. The Most High has eyes everywhere. The angels, as well as him, eyes everywhere. He can get in your head and hear your thoughts. Satan is the greatest imitator. And so basically, these are the type of videos that kept coming to my phone. I'm just like, oh my God, I can't get a break. Because every time these things would play, the gang stalkers are going ham, bonkers, bananas. Anything that like that. And it kept being that type of theme, recurring theme, no matter what video I put on. Every freaking biblical video I put on, it's like it seemed like that was the recurring theme. I wasn't even looking that theme up. And again, I was not aware of the fact that they can target you through the TV, that they have the technology to do that. So I'm just thinking to myself, oh my gosh, this is really witchcraft. It's like I cannot catch a break. Every video I put on is talking about angels and things in the darkness coming to light. What's in the darkness coming to light? What did I do? Because I knew I didn't do anything. So I was just like really losing my mind in my car. And the more that these things were playing, the more that the gang stalkers were having a field day in the background, ref campaigning, driving by, eventually throwing shit on the roof of my car, just really crazy, out of control stuff and behavior. Trying to act like this is some type of spiritual intervention when it's really fallen angel technology that they're using to spin the narrative they want to spin. And so at the time, I was just terrified and mortified and petrified and whatever other words you want to freaking use that sounds horrible. Because I'm just like, I know I didn't do anything, and it's like almost feeling like I'm being framed. And so I felt like it was some sort of negative spiritual intervention, like some sort of witchcraft is what it felt like. So I was just like, oh my God, what is this? And I kept trying to watch these videos, and the more I tried to watch it, the more these things are playing. So I'm like, what is going on? Because I know I'm trying to get good with the Most High. Why is this happening? Not knowing again that they had the technology to do this. So of course, Angel became stimuli in my programming, among other things. And then also to another thing that became stimuli for me in another moment that they ran with to try to incriminate me as if it's abnormal that I had this reaction. Basically, when I went to the house of somebody in my inner circle that had the younger people in my inner circle that were in the room with me when I sent the text message. Basically when I went to this house, these younger this is the bird. I just want to have that documentation on camera. Anyway, basically, as I'm going through their house, I was acting very strange with these younger relatives because I understand I was being stalked heavily on the road. Helicopters flying overhead. I'm aware of the fact that there's some sort of live feed. REF campaign outside of this person in my close circle's house. REF campaign. They already know me. These people. These are people that have known me my whole life. They know I'm very awkward and introverted. It's to the point when they used to call me Granny in high school because under regular circumstances, just going back across my neck is doing this. Much less for the type of weird shit that was happening when I'm being stalked by all these droves and legions of people trying to run me off the road. All the strange stimuli constantly being sent to my phone, them zooming, revving by, crazy shit. So I felt very uncomfortable whenever I would go to this person in my close circle's house where these younger people in my close circle lived. I started acting very strange with them. I always acted normal with them. Nothing odd. Oh, they're pushing weird stuff in my head. What? Whoa, they started pushing weird stuff in my head. Weird stuff. Oh my goodness. Anyway, they have that technology. They do thought manipulation, and that's what I've been dealing with since last week. But where are we at now? Actually, week before last, because we're now in a new week. Week before last, they started doing thought manipulation on me, like pushing these odd, like intrusive, I described in the videos that got deleted, like Tourette's of the brain type stuff in my head. It's the weirdest thing ever. It's really creepy, and they have this technology. I had all of that evidence posted. It all got deleted. Anyway, so as I'm going to these family members' house, not family members, not family members. I didn't mean to say. I don't know what stupidness I'm saying. But these people in my close inner circle's house, I was always constantly on edge. The ref campaign was happening. All these people outside watching and just doing weird stuff. Just the helicopter overhead, just very anxious. And I remember going to their house basically and sitting on the couch. And when these younger relatives came out, I'm literally feeling so angst that I don't even want to like see them. It's like I'm terrified to even, I'm literally terrified to be around them. It's not like what was happening down here, where it's more so like offense, like I'm offended at what was done with the text. So I'm not talking to them in that way, not in a way like I'm trying to punish them. I did speak to them. It's not like I completely ignored them. That wasn't the case. It was more so that just like I was like, go play, baby, that kind of way like that, because I didn't want them around me with what was happening. But in Florida, when they came around me, it was more so now like, I'm actually terrified of you, and you haven't done anything. You're innocent. You didn't do anything, but I'm just terrified because of what's happening to me. And so I'm literally feeling scared when they come out. And then I remember one of the younger relatives came out, and she went to reach into her toy bin to grab something. And I know these people are watching me. I know what's been happening for days, especially with the Predator and the weird shit that they were sending through the TV, like I said, and through the ads, how they can control this technology. And so immediately she did that, I hid my face like this. And they took that moment and they ran with that shit and let it go viral. That became a part of my stimuli. So all of a sudden now, everywhere I go, there are people purposely bending over in this really nasty, vulgar kind of way, bending all the way over, putting their dirty ass in the air. Excuse me. I'm sorry not to be nasty about it, but it's so freaking nauseating when they do it. It pisses me off. But that became a part of my stimuli, like them, purposely like bending over with their ass up in the air. That became one of the things that became my stimuli, among other things. And so I just remember just being very angst around these people in my close circle because of what was happening to me, and ref campaign and all that. I even remember when I went to hide from the family member when she went to reach for the toy, ref campaign like crazy. So of course I knew I was being watched. I already knew that was the case. Just weird, stupid shit, man. Just basically like I got framed. It was witchcraft. It is. I'm certain of it. I'm not going to say who did it, like try and bear false witness and say it was this person or that person. Too much crazy, weird stuff has happened since my early 20s for me to not think that this is witchcraft on me. Too much has happened. And it's just, every time it's this big astronomically strange thing where all of these people are against me, and now it's to the point where they're all wishing death on me. Come on, man. That's witchcraft. That's another sign of witchcraft when people are wishing death on you, just so you know that. Anyways, what's the next thing? I'm trying to think now because I heard noise. I'm hearing noise all over the place with the bird drones and stuff. I'm almost done with the story, guys. Finally. Anyway, so that's what was going on in Florida, basically. Like, just people like aggressively trying to run me off the road. It wasn't even like in the other states where they're just doing the ref campaign and driving up on me and harassing me, doing the weird stimuli. In Florida, they were literally getting very close to the point where this guy even hit my car. And the police officer is gonna tell me, well, why don't I go online and make a report about it? And I said, huh? Because you left the scene. And I said, but I took a picture. I said I had to leave the scene because it was in the middle of traffic. And she said, well, there's nothing I can do about it. All you can do, you can go online and make a report, or you could just forget about it. This is what she told me. Told me to basically just forget about it. Because it was like a little scratch. But literally the rim for the way he hit me, even though it was like a little scratch, it also made the rim kind of, I can't explain what happened with the tire, but it did something to the rim. And so she said, oh, that's not a lot of damage. She said, why don't you just go online and make a report about it? And she was being very nasty, too. The way she was like, it was like passive-aggressive, the way she was being. Very rude, right? And so she said, and she didn't even try to hide her expression on her face that she knew who I was. And so then she was just like, why don't you, you can go online and make a report about it, or you could just forget about it, is what she said. So I basically just rolled my eyes at her and went online and made the report. But up to now, of course, they haven't contacted me, and I don't even have that car anymore. It eventually got repoed. So anyways, and now I'm pretty sure my credit ain't shit when I had a 700 and change credit score. And in financial ruin. This is what happens when witchcraft is done on you. But anyways, I forgot what I was going to say now. what was I gonna say? What was happening? What else? What else? So I talked about the targeting through the TV. I talked about what happened with the people in my inner circle and what was happening in Florida. Yeah, just basically this is what was happening. Oh, this is the main part that made my targeting go even more viral. So anyways, so after days and days of trying to watch biblical videos and just realizing that constantly, no matter what I put on, stimuli was being presented that made me feel uncomfortable, and the ref campaign zooming by and I'm there breathing like this, just weird, stupid shit. I realized, wait a minute, something else is going on, and I'm starting to get offended too. I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm actually at this point really skinny because I wasn't leaving my spot where I was parked. A lot of times I would stay there for days because I was afraid to face the crowd. So I wouldn't even go to the store to get something to eat. I wouldn't even go to the close person in my close circle's house to wash my ass because it was so awkward anytime I went there. So it was just like sometimes days of me not bathing or going to get something to eat. My face was breaking out at this point because I'm sitting there in my funk, not bathing, picking off the stuff in my face. It looked like I had a disease, at a certain point because my face was so full of like these little black, marks from me picking. Literally, I had this hairpin and I was literally picking my face like this all day long, picking my face. I was even digging shards of booger at my nose. You have to know I wasn't in my right mental state. So after a while of attempting to watch biblical videos and just, constantly getting harassed, and actually not being in my right mental state, I started to watch videos for the gang stalkers rather than myself. So like I said, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm in the Hebrew Israelite understanding. Let me just stretch for a second. All right, guys, let me finish recording the story. Anyways, so it was just crazy in Florida. Like I said, these people are really on a mission. They were really trying to run me off the road, and whatever demonic entity was present with this program, it was ever present in Florida. So anyways, I started watching the biblical videos more so for the gang stalkers rather than myself because at the moment I felt like they were hypocrites, and again, I wasn't in my right state of mind. Because of what I had been dealing with for about a month now, and I had never experienced anything like this in my life, and I knew I hadn't done anything. I was extremely angry and not in my right state of mind. I was skinny, malnourished. My face was breaking out. Every biblical video I tried to watch, they're harassing me and antagonizing me about that too. If you were really a godly program, you would have been happy at the fact that I was watching biblical videos rather than trying to antagonize me like Satan. That's how I felt, but I really just felt like they were being hypocrites. I even saw the fact that they were celebrating Halloween, which again, let me reiterate, because I've said this in my prior videos that got deleted. I don't give a rat's ass if you celebrate Halloween. Everybody has their own different beliefs and walks of life, and perception in this world. There's so many different belief systems in this world. For some people, Halloween is like a custom. I get it. Not everybody believes in the Bible. Not everybody believes that pagan holidays are bad. Everybody has their own different perception that they follow, and everyone has the right to have their own perception. And I've always known that. Growing up, in my early 20s, I never tried to push my beliefs on anyone. The only time I've ever had like debates with my belief system where it's either with men that I was trying to date or like I said, with those friends that we had made for a short stint in our early 20s, when we used to do the meeting of the minds and go to the house and there were different people of different religions where we would basically just discuss why we believe what we believe. And those weren't even really debates as much as they were discussions. Those were more so discussions than anything else. And that too just shows you I'm open-minded. The fact that I sat in a room with a bunch of different people that had different belief systems and we're all just discussing why we believe what we believe. Anyways, so at this point, I felt like I had been sitting there minding my business and trying to watch biblical videos, and they kept antagonizing me, also targeting me through the videos, and I wasn't aware of the fact that that's what was happening. I just got, like I said, very angry and started purposely sharing very offensive Hebrew Israelite, I guess you could say, propaganda. But I just like purposely started sharing a lot of offensive stuff, I'm not even going to go into the details of everything I shared, but just extremely offensive stuff. One of the main things that I did that made my targeting, I think, go even more viral was basically share offensive stuff about Caucasian people. And really that just stemmed from what I dealt with in Indiana. Remember I told y'all it was very racially charged in Indiana, especially with the officers. The stimuli they presented with the white officer arresting the black person type of thing. It was just a lot of starting to freeze up. Let me put this to charge, guys, and then I'm going to come back and finish this video up. I'm almost there. I'm going to pause this, let this charge up a little bit. And I'm so sorry again for the poor camera quality. If you're a subscriber of mine, you know how nice my prior videos were, but it's just like horrible camera quality because I'm using an IdeaPad Lenovo. The computer that I was using, as I said before, got confiscated. So I do apologize for the poor quality camera quality. I'll be back though. All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and finish up. Excuse me. This content, this long story. So, anyways, basically in Florida, that's what was happening. It got really bad. For me with the gang stalkers, and they started sharing offensive Hebrew Israelite information, basically. Um, concepts that I wasn't even myself sure about. Some of it things that I definitely do believe in. I'm not gonna sit here and fake the fun, but some of it were things that I wasn't even sure about. That I shared. Basically, concepts that I had. Look at the mosquito drones flying in front of my computer. But anyways, concepts that like I said, was not even sure about myself. I'm just sharing it because I felt like they were being hypocrites, and I was just more so like feeling like, okay, we'll take that, that's kind of way, like, and it's not good to feel that way. But I just kind of kept feeling like they were antagonizing me while I'm trying to watch Bible videos. I didn't do anything wrong. You know how annoying that feels when somebody keeps accusing you of something you didn't do wrong? Like literally just constantly, like, you don't understand. Anyway, so basically, I don't know, it just really pissed me off, and I just started to like come from a negative standpoint and purposely share offensive things. It was a mix of things. I kind of felt like in this warped, twisted way, maybe the Most High chose me to share truth. This is how I was feeling. Like maybe I'm a martyr. Maybe that's what this is about. And then the other part of me was more so like angry and like hypocrites. Here, learn here, take this. This is kind of how I felt. I'm just being real. And I don't know what the hell would make me, just, I don't know. I think it's really just because, like I said, as I was watching these biblical videos, they kept trying to come for me about certain things as far as the Bible goes. And so I started purposely sharing things about the holidays, like I said, the pagan holidays, because I do remember one of these days where they were gang stalking me heavily. It was Halloween, and I was seeing some of them with the big, Halloween wig on, which again, I do not care. But at this time, to me, just from my perspective and what my belief system is, from my understanding, which I have a right to have, I do believe in the Bible. And so from my understanding, the pagan holidays are not to be celebrated. I don't care who celebrates it. I don't care. If that's your belief system and that's your perception, just like you have a right to have that perception, I have a right to have my perception. And I would have never pushed it on anyone. I never have. But in that moment, as they were harassing and antagonizing me while I'm just trying to watch Bible videos, and I'm seeing them with the Halloween costume on, and from my perspective and my understanding, that being something that's wrong. So basically, you're coming and throwing stones at me for something I didn't do. And in my perspective, you are doing something wrong. And from my perception, again, I don't care. That's not for me to say. Again, like I said, if you have that belief system, I can respect it, and I do not care. I never have. I don't care. But just like you have a right to have your belief system, I have a right to have mine. I don't celebrate the pagan holidays. And I don't have an issue with them either. I understand too, a lot of people celebrate them not necessarily for a spiritual reason, more so just like for camaraderie, to have family around, that type of thing. I understand like that's what a lot of people celebrate Thanksgiving for. It's not necessarily for the meaning behind it. It's more so just the idea of getting together with family. I get that. I understand that. That's why growing up in my household, although we were under the understanding that pagan holidays were not good, we still celebrated them sometimes. So I understand that. I've never been ignorant enough to not understand that and not understand that people have a right to have their own belief system. I'm not that stupid. So I've never been in the world screaming, you don't celebrate that holiday. Like, that's never been me. But again, in this situation where they're harassing me, I reiterate, and antagonizing me for something I didn't do, and then I'm seeing them in this costume, I'm just like, well, let me now share truth or what my understanding of truth is. And so that's where I came from with that, and I know that's perfectly understandable. But of course, with this program, they just try to villainize and antagonize you. They full well understand. So anyways, I forgot what I was saying. So this is what started happening. I started to purposely, because of them chasing me down, basically being hypocrites and throwing stones, in big costume, a Halloween, whatever, suits, and throwing stones at me for something I didn't do. This is where I started to now really, I really don't understand why the plane is flying, but I don't see how I'm being a hypocrite. I don't understand. I'm completely baffled. But anyways, so I hope the video's picking up on the plane. So anyways, so this is how I felt in that time, in that moment. That's how I felt. And so that's why I started sharing the offensive stuff I started sharing. You know, I started purposely sharing about the fact that the pagan holidays are not to be celebrated. I went as deep as to go into the history of the pagan holidays and you know, just stuff like that. You know, sharing. I even started to like share offensive videos towards Christians because unfortunately, a lot of the Hebrew Israelite videos that I was watching belonged to this group that seem to have an aversion to Christians. I don't want to say they have an aversion to Christians, but the way they share their content can come across as offensive. And I don't want to come for that group either because I shouldn't have even been sharing their content to begin with. You know, especially since I wasn't totally affiliated with them. So I even feel flaw for that, you know, but really I wasn't trying to share their content. I was really just trying to watch their videos, you know, and other Hebrew Israelite videos like I've always done my whole life. You know, this family has never belonged to any specific Hebrew Israelite group or denomination. We really just follow the concepts of different groups, you know, and have our own personal beliefs that we have within this community. And trust me, those beliefs vary within the community. Of course, there's this general consensus among the community, just like with Christians, but you have different denominations of Hebrew Israelites, just like you do Christians. So sometimes there are certain but little things that in the belief system that vary. You know, like some Hebrew Israelites believe that only Hebrew Israelites are going to be saved. Some Hebrew Israelites believe that everyone has grace, but they just feel like the African Americans are going to be the ones to lead the other nations to the kingdom. You know, there are different variations within the belief system. Um, so anyways, I've never been the kind to, like I said, push my beliefs on anyone. I really just felt like hypocrisy was happening as I was sitting there in that car being targeted for something I didn't do. And so I started to basically just, instead of watching the biblical videos for myself, I started purposely like, now, okay, well, y'all are watching me and harassing me and watching everything I'm watching. Let me share truth with you then. This is how I felt. I'm just being real. This is how I felt. So anyways, so that's just basically what made my targeting go even more viral. I didn't even know that was possible. But basically because I started sharing, again, not only about the pagan holidays, which obviously is offensive, but then basically, like I said, one of the Hebrew Israelite groups that I was watching, you know, like I said, the way they share their content is offensive. You know, like they can share their understanding of truth without necessarily insulting, you know? And initially, remember I said I was watching different Hebrew Israelite videos. When I was watching this group initially, before I decided to go on this mission to share truth, I kept taking off the offensive videos that they were playing. You know, these recordings, they can watch back at the recordings and see that that's what I was initially doing. You know, initially, whenever I would put the video on and they would be saying things like the stupid Christians, I'm just telling you what they said. I'm not saying that. When they would be saying stuff like that, I would be like, oh, you know, quick, hop and take the thing off real quick, you know, because I'm like, oh gosh, I don't feel that way. You know, so I quickly take it off. I'm like, whoa, let me put on a different video, like not that one. You know, or when they're talking about the Edomites, you know, and not to mimic them because the way I'm saying it, that's offensive too. I'm not trying to make more enemies, you know, and again, this group didn't do anything to me. But it's just, again, like I said, the way they were presenting the information was offensive. You know, again, like I said, I don't even necessarily agree with or believe in everything that they shared. A lot of it, yes, but some of it, no. So anyways, it was just the way that they were sharing the content. It was extremely offensive. Like the stupid Christians, you know, the Edomites, you know, it's just like, oh my God, every time those things came out, I would quickly take it off and get like this angst, you know? But then I just realized, like I said, that I didn't realize that they had the technology to target you through the videos, to literally present stimuli in everything you watch. I didn't realize that. So for me, it felt like witchcraft. Like they're constantly these videos are having this certain stimuli in it. And then the wrath campaign is going ham in the background. So that's really what it felt like. So I'm just like to myself, man, screw this. These people are hypocrites. They're throwing stones literally and figuratively at me because they were literally throwing stones on the roof of my car. You know, not leaving me alone, antagonizing the hell out of me for something I didn't do. And yet you're sitting here, in my perception, you know, again, I don't give a rat's who celebrates the pagan holidays. I don't care. Like I said, I celebrated them myself sometimes growing up, even in college. So I really don't care. You know, even just recently before my targeting blew up, I had made a Thanksgiving meal on my Facebook in my apartment in the midst of my targeting. I made a Thanksgiving meal and I even wrote the post on Facebook. Although I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, all of the meals look really good, so I wanted to do my own thing. This is what I posted. Right now I could reactivate, well, I don't have internet right now. I could reactivate my Facebook and show you that I did that and I created a meal on Thanksgiving even though I don't celebrate it. So that's to tell you I don't have an issue with people and their belief systems or whatever it is that they decide to do. I don't give a rat's ass. But in this moment, again, like I said, I was just angry, not in my right mind, and felt like they were being hypocrites and harassing and antagonizing me. So I just started to come for the pagan holidays, you know, that offensive Hebrew Israelite group that I was watching. I started watching their videos more than any other Hebrew Israelite group, and when they were saying the offensive things, I was not taking it off after a certain point. I purposely just let it play. And then also too, I didn't come for, but basically you can say I came for Caucasian people because of the content that I was purposely sharing. You know, I started to share extremely offensive content about Caucasian people, and obviously that would make my targeting go more viral, duh. And then not only did I share extremely offensive content about Caucasian people, but then I shared offensive content about America. You know, because one of the belief systems in the Hebrew Israelite community, and I believe this is even in the Christian community, not to say against America, but just basically if you read Revelations in the Bible, you'll understand that in the end times, there's going to be like the system and it's going to be ran by the government. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but this is what the Bible says, where basically you'll be forced to take the chip or you're going to escape into the wilderness. This is if you believe in the Bible, you know, but there's a time like that that's going to come if you believe in the Bible. And so obviously it would be the government enforcing this chip, right? So I think even Christians kind of have that belief system, not anti-America. That's not what I'm saying, but the understanding that eventually a time will come where the government is going to be enforcing something that's anti-Most High. You know, I think that is an understanding even in the Christian community, among some Christians. I can't speak for them. I'm not a Christian. I'm kind of like a Christian. It's the same thing. We believe in the Bible and the Most High. You know, there are slight different variations between Hebrew Israelites and Christians. It's not that different. But anyways, forgot what I was going to say now. So I even started sharing like really controversial things about America with this group that I was sharing. You know, and apparently they're considered an extremist group, which I can understand why. I can and I can't. You know, I understand why to a degree because they do say extremely offensive stuff. The way they share their information doesn't have to be so offensive. But if you look at it from the legal standpoint, technically they're just excuse me, I'm stammering because I'm hearing the bird drone, but they're just using their right, you know, their amendment right at freedom of speech. You know, so it's not like, again, I agree with the offensive stuff they said. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying to label them as an extremist group on the terrorist watch list when they haven't done anything extremist as far as like, you know, like bombing people or things of that nature that's putting people's lives in jeopardy. They're literally just saying extremely offensive shit. So I don't know how that's considered extremist. I'm not really sure. Because to me, it's like it's offensive, but you do have freedom of speech in this country, or at least that's what they say, you know? So for me, again, I don't necessarily, I absolutely do not agree with the way they shared the information. And actually, some of the stuff they shared, I still don't even know about myself. I don't even agree with that either. But two, I'm coming from the standpoint that even with that being the case, how is that extremist? It's not like they're you know, like Al Qaeda blowing up, you know, having a history of possibly blowing up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Where it was like a terrorist group that has actually done terrorist actions, like blown up something, you know, or something of that nature. It wasn't like that. That wasn't the case with this group. It's more so they have no history of violence or ever having put their hands on anyone. It's more so just a history of saying really offensive shit. So I didn't understand how me being put on the watch list and being associated with an extremist group was something that was labeled onto um my background check. It didn't make sense to me. Especially too considering the circumstances. They know my story. They've been watching me like a hawk. They know when I started sharing that information. It's not like I have a history of sharing that type of propaganda. It literally happened in my car when I was skinny and my face was breaking out and was being antagonized in this backwards program. So I don't understand. You know, I don't. It's just completely unfair. And there's no due process with this program either. It's literally like a bunch of vigilantes that get together and decide that, hey, we have the power, so we're going to use it how we want to use it. Like, that's really what it is. Anyways, so I forgot what I was going to say now. Forgot what I was going to say now. 54 minutes and I'm finally almost done with the story. Think, briefly think. So basically, yeah, that's what started happening. I was just sharing a bunch of extremely offensive content in my car, like extremely offensive, and of course it only made my targeting go more viral. I did not even know that could possibly happen with what was happening, but my shit went even more viral, like extremely viral. I would not even be surprised at this point if there were a celebrity watching my shit at this point. It's so freaking viral. But anyways, but yet it's the weirdest type of viral ever where I can't find anything about it. Again, I have to reiterate, it's not like those people, for instance, this is a horrible example to give now, considering that's part of my targeting has to do with racial stuff. But literally, like, how they had the Karen movement, and they started recording basically people that were acting like Karens. It's not even like one of those type of viral moments where I can see little video evidence of my viral moment. It's like they don't even they have this thing so well freaking tucked away to where I can't even find the information, but yet I know the shit is viral. It's so weird what's going on here. This is also why I feel like it's witchcraft. It's just weird. The whole thing is weird, odd. Anyways, excuse me. So this is what I was sharing, and then as far as the Caucasian thing, I will go into a little bit of details about that. Well, can't mention certain things. So basically, growing up, like I said, I was Hebrew Israelite. I came into that understanding, from the people that grew me up, that I raised up with, in high school. That's when I came into that understanding. And again, like I said, we've never been associated with any specific group. So it's not like we're with one group or the other. And like I said, there are different understandings within the community. Like just like you have different denominations of Christian. That's how it is with Hebrew Israelites. And so with my family, we were never like belonging to any denomination. We just had the general understanding that we did believe that, due to what's written in Deuteronomy 28:58 or 58:28. Now my mind is mush. I can't even remember the order. 28:58 or 58:28. I'm so sorry. But basically the curses of the Israelites that's described in the Bible. We came to the understanding that it describes the African American slave trade to a T. And we so basically, came into that research and that understanding, and it made sense to us, right down to even traveling on the slave ships and, things of that nature. There's a plethora of information out there on that if you care to look into it. If you don't, that doesn't matter. I don't care. It does not matter. Trust me, I don't care. But anyways, that was the understanding that we had came into when I was in high school. And so with that understanding comes other understandings, but we never really dug into the other things as much as we did just knowing that we need to be on the right track. We need to keep Sabbath. So Saturday, the seventh day, that's just our understanding. If you're somebody that celebrates on Sunday, I don't care, because that's also something offensive that I shared in my car. Just talking about, again, feeling like people were being hypocrites towards me. So I just, like I said, started sharing just stuff that I normally didn't give a rat's ass about. I even have gone to church on Sunday, even while being in this Hebrew Israelite faith, and not having an issue with it at all, loving it, not having an issue. So I really don't have an issue with anyone that worships on Sunday. I don't. I just shared that information again when I wasn't in the right state of mind, and I felt like people were antagonizing me first. So anyways, that was part of some of the stuff that I shared that was offensive. Basically talking about the fact that you're supposed to worship on the seventh day instead of on Sunday. And just stuff like that, things of that nature. And so growing up in my household, that's what was the understanding we came to. Basically keep Sabbath on the seventh day, keep the holy days. So basically there are like, holy days in the Bible that are similar to the holidays, the holidays kind of emulate those holy days in a way, or I don't even say emulate them. I'm just going to say that's their version of the holy days, I suppose. Like you have your different variations or understandings of whatever truth is or divinity is in the world, right? So this is kind of like holidays, the holy days that Hebrew Israelites celebrate. And then, just different little things like that we grew up knowing and understanding. And so, there was also this understanding that we kind of came into in high school. It was just something that someone in my close circle came across, but it wasn't something that we pushed. It wasn't an understanding that we pushed or even adamantly necessarily believed. It was just an understanding that we became familiar with and that we kind of explored, but with still the understanding that we're not the Most High and we can't make that judgment call to know whatever. But this was a concept that I had learned growing up. It wasn't something that I had just randomly shared willy-nilly in my car. But it was nothing that I was ever sure of and anything that I ever cared to push at all. And if anything, I more so was not of that understanding. But anyways, basically, I'm just trying to explain the offensive stuff that I shared about Caucasian people. So basically, in the Hebrew Israelite understanding, whether you believe the negative belief about this ethnicity or not, all Hebrew Israelites I can concretely say that all Hebrew Israelites, basically the way that Hebrew Israelites are is that we take the Bible literally. So literally, like, you know how sometimes people, when they teach the Bible, not all people, some people, like, I'm sure there's many Christians that take the Bible literally. So let me not put my foot in my mouth. But some people, when they believe in the Bible and they follow scripture, they take it more so allegorically or esoterically, rather than something literal like an actual history book. And so Hebrew Israelites actually believe that the Bible is like a history book. There's even evidence of the flood. I don't want to start preaching because I have a bad tendency to do that when I talk about this stuff and I don't want to. But there's even evidence that the flood happened, the flood with Noah. Even in other cultures, that they know that some big flood did happen, back in the day, years ago, centuries ago. So there's evidence that some of these actual events really happened. And so Hebrew Israelites just believe that the Bible, rather than taking it allegorically or esoterically, we take it literally. Like, we literally believe that the Bible is a history book and that every ethnicity and race on this earth derived from some lineage in the Bible. That's the belief system. And so in the Hebrew Israelite community, I still gotta let this charge more, guys. I just wanted to finish this video because I've literally been doing videos all day. It's crazy. And I don't have internet right now either. I think that's what's made me consistently sit here and continue to pump out these videos, and I want my story to be up. But let me go ahead and pause and charge up a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm gonna try to now very quickly finish this video. My gosh, and finish this series. My goodness. Excuse me. So anyways, as I was just explaining, basically, so yeah, Hebrew Israelites just take the Bible like literally, to the point where some people call Hebrew Israelites Bible thumpers. Anyway, so we literally believe that like every race on earth derives from a lineage in the Bible. And so based on Deuteronomy 28:58, I don't know what's going on with me right now. It's like I'm having dyslexia of the brain, but I can't recall if it's 58:28 or 28:58. You know how that happens sometimes? Or you'll see a word and you know how it's spelled, but for some reason you can't get the spelling. Anyways, one of those ways. But basically where the curses of the Hebrew Israelites are being described, we believe that describes the African American slave trade. And so basically, based on scripture and other evidence, Hebrew Israelites basically believe that African Americans are the true Jews. And then also another thing that I shared that was offensive in my car is about the people that are called Jewish in America, which can also obviously add to me being watchlisted, being that most of the people in America, especially like the ones that, run these major corporations are Jewish. So that was a stupid move on my part. Oopsie, like that was dumb. But I wasn't really thinking things through. But I really started to share some offensive content about Jewish people as well, because in the Hebrew Israelite community, we feel as though, basically, like I said, that we're the true Jews, African Americans. And so the understanding is that those Jews are not the true Jews. And so some Hebrew Israelites can say some offensive things, like call them fake Jews and things of that nature, offensive stuff that is oftentimes termed as anti-Semitic. It froze just now. That's because it needs to charge, but I don't feel like waiting for it to charge. I just want to finish this video. I'm also wanting to put it to the charger and then just sit on a different part of my bed to finish the video. Let me plug it back in. I'm sorry, guys, for pausing every minute. It's just that I'm not giving it a chance to charge it because I'm exhausted. I just want to finish the video. I've been talking all day doing these videos because I don't have internet. And I know that I wanted to recreate these videos. But let me put this to charge and then I'll finish. Okay, guys, wrapping things up now. So basically, where I was basically just describing, the understanding of the Hebrew Israelite community as far as ethnicity and the Bible goes. So basically, like I said, we believe that African Americans are the true Jews, based off of Deuteronomy on the curses that were described. It seems to describe the African American slave trade. And so also the consensus is that the Jews in America are not the true Jews. However, not every Hebrew Israelite shares offensive content as it pertains to those people that call themselves Jews in America. But there are some crews that do share, like they're not just sharing the evidence to show that why they believe that African Americans are the true Jews, but it's like the way that they share the content, it comes across as offensive. And so this is why, there's like this running thing with Hebrew Israelites where basically they say that some Hebrew Israelites are anti-Semitic. And really and truly what it is again, it's just that certain Hebrew Israelites sometimes share the information that they believe, or share the information to show why they believe what they believe in an offensive manner. And so that's really what the problem is, why that's even a thing, why some people believe that Hebrew Israelites are anti-Semitic. And really it's not right to lump all Hebrew Israelites into that category, because like I said, there are different variations and beliefs within the community. So anyways, in the height of my targeting, like I said, I was sharing the offensive, very much so in the car, because I was upset with what was happening to me, and then also too under this crazy illusion that maybe the Most High wanted me to share truth. So anyways, forgot what I was gonna say. Gosh, and I heard noise campaign. I'm sure y'all heard that sound. Anyway, so part of the offensive stuff that I shared was about Hitler. This was in another video that got taken down that I'm annoyed about. But basically the information that I shared about Hitler was not that I support him. I'm absolutely not in support of Hitler at all. And as a matter of fact, I believe Hitler was racist, if I'm not mistaken. And not just towards the Jews, like I think towards African Americans as well. So I would be an idiot or remiss to support Hitler. I think they took what I shared in my car the wrong way. What I shared in my car basically was the fact that, listen, you hear that strange sound? I don't know if the camera's picking up on it. I hope so. That's the first time I've ever heard that. I've heard all kinds of noise campaign, and that's a first. I don't know what the heck that is. Okay, I'm not hearing it anymore. But anyways, I suppose it's because I'm mentioning Hitler. Because this is also stimuli that now in my targeting they use. Not totally. That's not a major part of my targeting, but sometimes like in my YouTube, they'll purposely, remember I said they can target you because everything is hacked. Your apps, your phone, every technological device you own that's plugged into the matrix is hacked when you're a target. And so sometimes they will send like videos of Hitler to my YouTube, like in my recommended randomly. And it's not like I sit there watching Hitler videos. When I was sharing that information in my car was months ago, like almost half a year ago now at this point. It's been that long. So anyways, what I started to do just to kind of prove what I was trying to prove about African Americans being the true Jews was share this information that I came across in my early 20s by accident, just watching Hebrew Israelite videos, not even looking for that sort of content. But of course, as you're watching these videos, you come into different concepts and stuff. And I remember in my early 20s, I had seen this video with this guy basically that was sharing documentation that Hitler basically was under the understanding, or of the understanding, that African Americans are the true Jews. And so basically this is what I was trying to share in my car, and it was of course taken the wrong way. But anything that I shared at that point would have been taken the wrong way because these people were just antagonizing me anyways. I was literally initially, like I said, let me reiterate, watching innocent Bible videos for myself and making sure to take off anything that sounded offensive, actually being considerate of my gang stalkers who were infringing on my privacy. And they were still being very nasty. So they would have been anyways, regardless of what I shared in my car. But anyway, so I started sharing, like I said, this offensive information about Hitler, not meaning to be offensive. I was more so just trying to show that he knew that African Americans were the true Jews. And so basically there was this thing that, like I said, this sort of like documentary about it that was basically talking about the fact that one of the reasons possibly, and I'm not supporting his hate of the Jews, definitely not. That's not what I was saying, and I think that's the way it was perceived. But what I was just trying to show was that basically in this documentation, they were saying that one of the reasons they think that Hitler might have hated the Jews or the Jewish people in America, the people that are considered to be Jewish in America, is because he knew that African Americans are the true Jews. And so there was evidence in this documentary that I was trying to share that was basically showing that, and the fact that he called, this was what was offensive, I think, is the fact that in that documentary they were showing that he was showing a picture of this this African American person, and he wrote Jew underneath. And then right next to the picture, he had a picture of the people that are called Jewish in America, and underneath he wrote Baltard, which means bastard in German. And so basically, all of this was contained within the documentary. And so again, I reiterate, I wasn't sharing that to come across, I mean, not come across, excuse me, to offend, and of course it would be offensive because that picture is offensive. But I wasn't sharing that in support of Hitler, and I wasn't sharing that in a way to insult Jewish people. I was more so just trying to prove what I was trying to prove about African Americans being the true Jews, and I chose a poor way of doing it. You know, that was poor evidence to share because what I was dealing with and with them villainizing me as it was, that was like one of the worst things that I could share. In my car at the moment, Hitler, like literally one of the worst people that to ever have existed in history, you know? So that was dumb. But that was something that I shared. I'm more so just again trying to prove that African Americans are the true Jews and not really being considerate of the fact that this man literally slaughtered like millions and thousands of Jewish people, whether they're the real Jews or not. That doesn't justify what he did. And so I'm not in support of him. I never have been. I'm totally anti-Hitler. I was literally just sharing that as evidence. And it was a poor choice of evidence at that. But anyway, so that was something now that became a thing. You know, obviously that of course made like, oh, she supports Hitler. You know, of course they took that and ran with that as well. So that was another moment that I think made my targeting go even more viral. And then what else? What else? Oh, I was explaining the race thing. So I did, like I said, in my car, start to come very hard towards Caucasian people because of what I experienced in Indiana, just my anger and not being in the right state of mind. But I really started to share some offensive content, basically in the Hebrew Israelite community. Like I said, we believe that African Americans are the true Jews. The general consensus in the community as well is that we believe that Caucasian people descend from the Edomites, the lineage of Edom, basically, because of some evidence, not just in the Bible, but also in some of the books that were taken out of the Bible, like the Apocrypha. There's basically evidence within those videos that basically points to the fact that Caucasian people descend from Edom. So that's the general consensus, excuse me, of the Hebrew Israelite community. But not all of us believe that they're going to go to hell. It's such a horrible concept, but that is a concept as well that's in the community. And I feel terrible saying this on camera, but I already shared it in the height of my targeting when I wasn't in my right state of mind and all those things were happening to me. I definitely did share those videos as well. And so, like I said, again, that's not like everyone, not all Hebrews believe that. You know, some Hebrews, including my family, you know, and the people in my close circle, believe that everyone has grace. You know, it's more so just a concept that we came across that we did look into. I remember when I was in high school, because I remember when we were first coming into the understanding of being Hebrew, I remember that somebody in my close circle came across information basically that they had learned from someone else that was in the Hebrew Israelite understanding, that this concept was out there that possibly Edomites were doomed to hell. Basically, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to say it like that, but I'm just saying that that is a belief, one of the belief systems in some of the Hebrew Israelite groups. Not all Hebrew Israelites. Let me reiterate that. Believe that. You can even look up on YouTube Hebrew Israelites debating that concept. There are literally Hebrew Israelites who do not believe that. And then there are Hebrew Israelites who adamantly do believe that. But basically what it is something that was written in Obadiah. I'm not going to go into the details because at this point I'm not even trying to share anything biblical. You know, I'm just sharing like a little tidbit so you can understand where I was coming from in my car. But I'm not trying to push anything. But basically just something that was written in Obadiah is why that belief system exists. It seems like it was pausing up. Is why that belief system exists among some Hebrew Israelites. Not all of us believe that. And like I said, you can do your own research and look that up. There's literally debates on YouTube with different Hebrew Israelite groups going back and forth about the fact that they don't believe that. You know, as a matter of fact, there's a group that I was listening to in my car as well that does not believe that. He believes everyone has grace. Let me I almost felt like the thing was gonna shut off because it's starting to freeze again. So, anyways, at the time in my car, like I said initially, I have to keep reiterating this because I just feel like that's not coming across. That point is not being heard, and I don't see why not. It's just not right. Initially, I was taking off the offensive stuff in my car, and I was literally just watching Bible videos for me because I didn't understand what was happening to me. And then the more they antagonized me, the more angry I became, and then also the more delusional. And I started having this convoluted delusion that I was supposed to be sitting there sharing truth. And so this is what I started, you know, doing. I was what I thought I was doing at the time, not in my right mind. You know, you can see in these recordings that my face was breaking out again. I was extremely skinny, picking big shards of booger out my nose, not looking right, you know, obviously not in my right mental state. And then again, too, what the stimuli presented to me in Indiana I was there for a good few weeks dealing with that stuff. It was very racially charged. So I did have some sort of animosity at the time. Not still, I do not feel that way at all right now. But at the time, I did have some animosity or feelings towards, and I hate to say this, but I did towards Caucasian people because what I was dealing with the helicopters and the ambulance and the police cars, and they kept setting up these racial scenarios where white officers were arresting black people outside of these inns and hotels. It was just, it really did make me start to feel some kind of way. So that's largely where I was coming from with the stuff I shared in my car. And anyways, too, I have white blood in me, by the way. I keep saying that my grandma was basically white on my mom's side. So it would be idiotic of me to feel any sorts of negative towards that race when I have it in me. That's stupid. Anyways, so basically, forgot what I was saying. I started just sharing some really offensive stuff about Caucasian people, basically. Like the most offensive stuff you can imagine as far as the Hebrew Israelite understanding goes. Like I was sharing, basically, like I said, growing up in my household, we did come across the concept that possibly that was a possibility that Edomites could be doomed to hell. Basically, we did come across that concept when I was in high school, but it was nothing that we ever embraced. So it wasn't anything that we ever really tried to embrace. And I do remember actually that being a thing though when I was growing up, because I do remember like debates in the household about it, because one person in my close circle was more so like looking into it, because some of it made sense to them, and but they weren't sure, and they weren't sure if they were going to go along with it either. They were more so like, let's focus on our own salvation. We're not the Most High, but still like, whoa, this evidence does sound kind of like, look at this, that type of thing. Let's look into this. And then I remember the other person in my close circle was more so like, no way, because a very close relative to her was an Edomite, basically. And so she was not with it. And so I remember us looking into the concept and doing research, and that being like a debate or a study topic within the household growing up. And still something that we never pushed regardless, just because we weren't sure. And again, we're not the Most High. So anyways, I'm just trying to say that wasn't a new concept to me. But it was never anything that I pushed or believed in adamantly at all. But in my car, as I'm feeling angry, it was something that I started to share in my car, basically. That was the concept that I started to share when I was sharing that offensive Hebrew Israelite group. Basically, them sharing like offensive content. And it wasn't even that group, to be honest with you. The offensive content I shared from that group was more so stuff geared towards Christians. Actually, now that I think about it, the group that was saying the really offensive stuff, their content, the negative stuff they were saying was more so, I mean, they were saying offensive stuff about white people, like the damn Edomite, stuff like that. But they weren't really like sharing, offensive content. At least the videos that I shared wasn't of anything that they had said about Caucasian people or Edomites. But what they were sharing was the videos that I did share that they were saying that was offensive was about the holidays. And then again about like Sunday worship, basically like worshiping on Sunday. They were showing evidence that that's sun worship or whatever. And so this is what I shared in my car that was extremely offensive as far as it pertains to Christians. As far as Caucasians go, there was actually a different group, Hebrew Israelite group, that I was sharing. And actually, if you watch some of his newer videos, that same guy that was sharing all of that information that was basically negative about Caucasians, if you watch his newer videos, he actually doesn't believe in that stuff anymore. He believes everyone has grace. He still obviously believes that we're Hebrew and the African Americans are the true Jews and that we're going to lead all the other nations to the kingdom. But he even has Caucasian people in his congregation. This guy, the same guy that I was sharing all of the offensive stuff about, basically that was sharing all of the offensive content about Caucasian people or i.e. Edomites. He now has actual white people in his congregation, and he believes everyone has grace. And actually what his understanding now is, and he provides pretty decent evidence about this concept and theory that he has, is that the Edomites are actually a certain lineage on the earth. So he does believe that Edomites are Caucasian people, but not all Caucasian people. He believes it's like the elitists, like the Rothschilds, and let me not put my foot in my mouth. I'm just telling you what he believes now. So he believes like it's a certain lineage, a certain bloodline of elitist Caucasian people. I know that sounds crazy and like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm just telling y'all. I'm just telling y'all what that guy believes now. It's to the point where he even has, again, Caucasian people in his congregation who believes the things that he's saying, and also believes that African Americans are the true Jews and whatever else, you know. But basically, he's under of the understanding that everyone has grace, but what he thinks is that there's a lineage of like, I know this sounds like madness. I even have to laugh at this point, you know, because there's just so much craziness going on. Not saying what he's teaching is craziness, but just so much craziness that I've encountered. But he believes the Edomites are, like I said, a certain lineage of reptilian elitist Caucasian people, basically, is what he believes now. But anyways, I was sharing his older content in my car, content that he created years ago, where he was basically just talking about the eagle in the Bible. And of course, this is also what put me on the terrorist list, I'm sure, because he was talking about the connection between the eagle, you know, and the different, I don't really want to go into too many details because I don't want to end up offending again. But at this point, there are little live recordings of me sharing this stuff. So I figured I'd talk about where I was coming from. So he was basically given evidence about the eagle that's spoken of in the Bible, and that I'm hearing noise campaign. You know, the fact that it was over all of these different kingdoms that basically had the Israelites or the African Americans enslaved. Even the Egyptians, excuse me, who are not Edomites, who are not, the belief system in the Hebrew Israelite community is that the Africans, and not all of them, obviously because African Americans derive from Africa, not all of them, but there's a certain lineage of Africans, and this is where obviously I think I offended Africans, but I'm just, saying what the Hebrew Israelite belief is that the Africans, not all of them, are the descendants of Ham. So basically, we believe that African Americans, excuse me, are the descendants of Shem, we're the Shemites, and then also some of the Africans that still live in Africa today that didn't even end up in the slave trade. You know, like in Lagos, Nigeria, especially West Africa, those areas where African Americans derive from, where the slave trade happened. We believe that those African Americans are Shemites, the descendants of Shem. And then we believe that there are a lot of the other Africans, basically not all of them. I can't really name out each crew and tribe and group, but some of the other Africans in Africa, like the ones that sold African Americans into slavery, are Hamites. And like the Egyptians that had the Shemites enslaved, the Israelites enslaved. Remember that there are paintings in the pyramids, you know, so you can see that both of these different sets of people were not African American, excuse me, black, but they were a different lineage of people. So basically, like the Egyptians were Hamites, and the African Americans or the Shemites that were enslaved at the time were African Americans, Hebrew Israelites. What else? So the eagle is what I was saying. The eagle is over Egypt as well, and they were Hamites. So it's not just like something that's it's not something that's just tied to the kingdom of Edom. So I hope that's not what was taken from what I shared in my card, because I was not in my right mind either. But really, the eagle is just representative of the slavery that was over the Israelites. There's even a Bible verse that talks about as far as the eagle flieth. I don't want to start preaching stuff. Let me not start doing that. But basically, just based off of certain scriptures, and then also like actual archaeological evidence. I'm sorry for the stammering. Basically, off of different scriptures and even different books that were taken out of the Bible, like the Apocrypha. This is where the understanding of the Hebrew Israelite community comes from. Basically, that African Americans are the true Jews, and that Caucasians are Edomites. What else do we believe? Just basically like the different nationalities in the earth. I'm not going to go through all of them. That they all derive from different from in the Bible, the lineage of the Bible, basically. And I even shared offensive content about Asians and specifically Chinese people. Let me specify, because I didn't say anything offensive about Indians or even Japanese people for that matter. But I did share offensive information or content just one day in my car. Not to say like, oh, it's just one day, it's okay, you get a pass. No, it was terrible. But it was just like, again, I was feeling offended about something that happened, again, with my targeting. I was doing DoorDash, and I had this experience at this Asian restaurant, Chinese restaurant. And then I had this weird experience at the gas station with this Chinese lady, had to do a gang stalking. And so I sat there in my car and shared offensive content for one day about Chinese people. Basically, that same crew that was sharing offensive content about different nationalities, they had a video basically with this guy, and he was really just saying some really offensive stuff about this Chinese guy. He basically shared a clip of, and I'm not going to go into the details of it like too much, but I'm going to say a little something. But he basically shared this clip of this Chinese guy that was fighting with this coworker, this black coworker. And basically he was just saying some offensive stuff about the Chinese guy, you know, insulting him and just stuff like that. And basically just saying that his understanding was that the Chinese people come from the Moabites. That was his understanding. Um, but anyway, so that's basically the belief system. To cut things short with that, that's the belief system in the Hebrew Israelite community, that every race that you see here on earth derived from a lineage in the Bible, and that the Bible is literally a history book. It's just that there's offensive belief systems within that understanding as well in certain Hebrew Israelite groups, not all of them. Especially as it pertains to white people, more so than any other race, you know. Like I said, some of them do believe that thing that I said. I'm not even gonna utter it again. But that is a belief system in some Hebrew Israelite groups, not all. Just like I said, that same guy that that was sharing the offensive content. Not offensive content, excuse me. He wasn't sharing offensive. He was sharing offensive content, but he wasn't saying offensive things. It was more so the information and the agenda that he was sharing was offensive. So basically, hold on one second, guys. So he wasn't sharing offensive things. It was really basically that the agenda that he was sharing is what was offensive. Like literally, what his beliefs were is what was offensive. It wasn't necessarily that he was sharing offensive stuff, like how that other group that I was sharing really offensive stuff, like literally to the point where they're literally saying the stupid Christians or you know, just really offensive stuff. I'm not gonna repeat everything. And so I was watching these two different groups, and like I said, the other group, the guy sharing offensive, more so information rather than, the way I'm trying to say it is, in other words, there was one group that was literally using derogatory terms to share the information that they were sharing and literally insulting, you know, people. Whereas this other group that I was sharing, the guy that now has white people in his congregation, he was just sharing offensive information. So he wasn't using derogatory terms, you know, he wasn't insulting anyone, but he was basically sharing, you know, offensive information, basically, you know, especially as it pertained to white people. He was literally just going digging deep like a rabbit hole into the Bible about the eagle and just all these different things, you know, and just breaking down, you know, the holidays and. I mean, this is some of the stuff I shared in my car that was offensive, you know, linking the holidays back to different deities and things of that nature, you know, and like, for instance, like Saturnalia, you know, things like that. Those type of worships that were done in the Bible, like that's oftentimes what a lot of these modern holidays emulate in a way. And so that's what he was sharing in his car. That also made my targeting get worse, basically. And in my mind, like I said at the time, I felt like I was sharing truth because I just felt like, well, you're throwing stones at me for something I didn't do, and you're doing this. Is how I felt at the time. So, anyways, just understand again, I grew up, like I said, in a household where even though we didn't believe in the pagan holidays, we celebrated it. I even myself, like I said, while my targeting was happening, before I tried to relocate off island, when I still had my apartment, and I was discovering that they were watching me on camera, I cooked a Thanksgiving meal, and I even wrote the caption. It's still on my Facebook right now. If I had internet, I would upload it and show you. I wrote the caption, something along the facts that although I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, all of your meals motivated me, or something like that. Some cheesy thing like that I wrote, and I posted pictures of the meal I created. So that's to tell you, I do not have an issue with the holidays, even though, you know, personally I don't believe in celebrating them. It's to the point where I would even share a meal with somebody on a holiday. I don't care. Anyways, so it was just me sharing stuff in my car because I was offended, and then also under this impression that the most I picked me to share truth because I was losing my mind. Anyways, so that's basically what made my targeting go even more viral. You know, I didn't even know that was possible, but it was possible. That thing went more viral. You know, it was to the point where, just like earlier in this video, anytime death would be mentioned, I realized too that, remember, they can target you through videos. So literally, they were literally sending this stuff through the videos I was watching. This was now what became the stimuli in my videos. After sharing Hitler and the offensive stuff about the holidays and the eagle and Caucasians and whatever else, it started turning into like basically them sending things about death through my videos. Every video I put on, death would be mentioned. I'm hearing the ref campaign in the background. Like, it was just getting that dark. and morbid in my vehicle. Anyway, so that's basically what it was, guys. That's how my targeting went viral. That's how I basically ended up on the watch list from America. To be honest with you, though, I keep saying I don't know when I got put on the watch list. I only discovered that I was on the watch list when I came back to this island. And that was by sheer coincidence because I decided to do a background check on myself because I had basically gotten a gang stalking call from this debt relief program, fake program thing, and when I was speaking to them, I realized it was just like some type of gang stalking thing. But it made me come to, with some of the things that I had in that, with some of the things that was said in that conversation, it basically made me think to do a background check on myself. And not because I thought that I would find out that I'm on the watch list for America, but I thought I might be able to find some information out about this program and what's happening to me. And I was right, I did. And this again was when I was still just coming into learning what a target is and learning that people that are targeted are on the watch list. So for me, this is why I'm thinking, even though in the notes on my background check it said associated with it on the watch list, it basically said that I was on the watch list for being associated with extremist groups. For me, I have to think to myself, this programming was happening since before I even left this island. And then it actually blew up after this incident with the homeless man when I was in Indiana before I had ever said anything racial. So for me, I felt like I was on the watch list all then. I think they just probably added that into the notes. So truly, I don't know when I was watch listed, but I know that that's what lines up with the program. That's when they start doing this program on you, is when you're thrown on the watch list. So for me, I feel like I was probably on the watch list long before sharing that offensive content, but I really don't know. Anyway, so that's my story, guys. That's basically how I became a targeted individual. That's all of the details, all of the nitty gritty, all the way back to the back when it all started. All of my whole journey started, my whole spiritual journey, because it's been like spiritual warfare, like I said, since my early 20s up until now, age 31, where I'm now in this weird program called COINTELPRO, and I'm a targeted individual. Like, what the hell is that? But I'm in that. This is what's going on. Monitor 24/7, etc., etc. And more things have happened since then. Obviously, those of you that have been subscribed to me, you're familiar with the content that got deleted that I will be slowly recreating. So the next video I create will be a new allegation video where I talk about the new allegations against me, and the evidence that I had to disprove it. And then the video after that will be the summary of how I became a targeted individual. And in that video, I'm basically just going to make an hour-and-a-half video where all of these 7 videos, the information I shared, I'm going to condense it into an hour and a half. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to leave out the background stuff. So like all that stuff I talked about being cyberbullied and the incident with the roommate and all of that stuff, I'm going to leave out. And I'm just going to fast forward to 2019 where the weird stuff started happening in the Airbnbs. And then it just led to 2020 when I became a full-on targeted individual. I'm going to have a summary video after I do the new allegation video. And then from there, I'm going to just start to recreate the videos I had where I was talking about nanobots,